Despite awakening and shrank Dreamweaver talent, the young Sumu had a compatibility score of just 1, making him the most unique prodigy in the history of Longting High School. At the Dreamweaver entrance exam in Longting High School in Linhai City, the handsome young Sumu looked at the crystal ball before him with a peculiar expression. Moments ago, the crystal ball had emitted a dazzling array of colors, indicating that he had reached the highest level of shrank mental potential. Throughout global history, only a mere 100 or so individuals had ever tested for shrank mental talent. Yet, when the crystal ball revealed his personal stats, Sumu found his qualifications to be incredibly bizarre. His mental strength was a staggering 30 points, far surpassing the average of 5 points. Even more astonishing was his unique talent, eternal huaxia. As long as someone was awed by the mythological landscapes he created, he could gain source power to level up. Not even his identity as a transmigrant was as shocking. In his previous life, there were no dreamweavers or star beasts. It was a world where the huaxia civilization had a long and rich history, and students' biggest worries were 800-word essays and analyzing Lu Xun's works. Now, in this post-apocalyptic world ravaged by star beasts, technology had regressed, humanity was struggling to survive, and the once glorious civilizations had been buried in the annals of history. What was truly astounding, however, was his abysmally low Dreamweaver compatibility score, just 1 point. This meant that to reach his full potential, he would need to exert 1,000 times more effort than the average person. Fortunately, his eternal huaxia talent was like a divine axe, capable of harnessing the profound cultural heritage of the Fengshen Bang, the underworld and celestial realms, Pangu, and Nuwa to accumulate source power. Suddenly, the exam hall erupted in a commotion. The candidates who heard that Sumu had only 1 point in compatibility let out incredulous gasps. Even the examiner, an rank Dreamweaver, showed a rare expression of bewilderment. Sumu, mental potential S, career compatibility 1, barely meeting the qualification standard. Do you confirm? Once confirmed, you will immediately enter the DreamNet for your career awakening and the Dreamweaver entrance exam. Amidst countless regretful gazes, Sumu calmly nodded, showing no signs of disappointment. He understood well that as the sole inheritor of Chinese culture in this world, he was destined to make a mark in this Dreamweaver-dominated realm. The examiner, whose figure loomed like a mountain, stood before Sumu, recording his information in the system. Afterward, the examiner stepped aside, revealing a swirling mass of mist behind him. This was the portal to the Dream Network, which would gather students from around the world for the unified exam. Move quickly, the exam time is limited. Don't delay others from entering the exam hall, the examiner urged. Sumu nodded slightly and, following protocol, turned and stepped into the mist. Cool, slightly intoxicating gas enveloped him, causing his consciousness to blur and his mind to drift into sleep. Just as his awareness was about to fade completely, an elderly voice echoed in his ears. Candidate Sumu, number 3484, examination qualification successfully verified. Entering Dreamweaver Awakening phase. Upon completion of Awakening, the Global Dreamweaver Unified Exam will commence. The Dreamweaver exam was not only a chance for high school seniors to change their lives, but also a spectacle for ordinary people who couldn't become Dreamweavers. The exam was entirely open and fair, facilitated by the abilities of S-level Dreamweavers. The Dream Network could connect with real-world internet signals, and each candidate had their own live broadcast room where every detail of the exam would be displayed in real time. Parents hoping for their children to succeed could watch their exam progress at any time, while ordinary people looking for entertainment could browse and explore the dreams created by these novice Dreamweavers. Those who were already Dreamweavers could directly connect to the Dream Network with their mental power and, for a fee, personally experience the dreams constructed by the novices. Time flew by, and all candidates entered the exam hall within the allotted time, completing their talent tests and awakening as Dreamweavers. The annual Dreamweaver Unified Exam officially began on the evening of the 3rd day. Countless students awoke simultaneously from their slumber, greeted by a vast, glittering starry sky and a mirror-like ground beneath their feet. The ground and the sky reflected each other, creating a seamless horizon where water and sky merged indistinguishably. This was each candidate's unique, personal exam space, where they would complete their individual dreamweaving test. Meanwhile, on the Dream Network platform, tens of thousands of live broadcast rooms, each labeled with a candidate's name, were simultaneously refreshed. The eagerly awaiting audience swarmed in. It's starting. I've been looking forward to this for so long. I heard this year's exam topics are quite daring. Are they making the candidates create an erotic dream? Haha, my grandson has entered the dream. Everyone, go to room 101 to check his talent data first. Are there any candidates with exceptionally strong talents this year? Any guardian-level talents? As usual, the audience began by searching for candidates with outstanding talents, the first exciting part of the event for them. The more talented students there were, the better protection they could expect from the starry beasts. This had even turned into a form of gambling, with betting pools on the highest talent scores. Soon, a message continuously flashed in the audience channel. Guys, check out room 123,456. This is definitely top-tier talent. The audience quickly flocked to room 123456. Upon entering, they saw a stunningly beautiful girl wearing a blue and white school uniform, with a bracelet made of some unknown metal on her left wrist. Her ice blue eyes were slightly lowered, gazing at the end of the dream, as if waiting for something. The audience clearly saw the girl's data on the screen. Name, Jiang Hongxiao. Level, F. Mental potential, a special, close to S-level. Dreamweaver compatibility, 89. Profession, Dreamweaver initial awakening. Wow, a level potential? What is this? I've never heard of a mental potential before. Dreamweaver compatibility, 89? Doesn't that mean her cultivation speed will be several times faster than others at the same level? That uniform looks like it's from the top-tier University Dream Towers affiliated school. These stats are insane. That's my senior. She's a legend in our entire department. As the audience marveled at Jiang Hongxiao's stats, a new message grabbed everyone's attention. Wait, guys, hold on. Check out room 3484. Did I just see in S-level? S-level? This powerful rating immediately drew a massive crowd to Sumu's live broadcast room. Upon entering, the audience was stunned by the scene before them. Sumu was sitting cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by a swirling rainbow of light, looking entirely different from the other candidates. Within the flowing light, images faintly appeared around him. Some saw a majestic jade seal inscribed with Mandate of Heaven, Eternal Prosperity. Others saw a giant eternally chasing the sun. Some even glimpsed a waterfall with a stone tablet inscribed with Flower Fruit Mountain, Water Curtain Cave. What on earth is going on? Why does this candidate's dream look so different from the others? Oh my god. Is this what an S-level candidate looks like? The dream is so beautiful. What the audience was witnessing was the manifestation of Sumu's unique talent upon awakening as a dream weaver. Legendary stories from Chinese mythology and various historical figures from China appeared continuously as Sumu awakened. Countless fragments, like a chaotic torrent, surged through his mind. Yu the Great controlling the floods, Quafu chasing the sun. The foolish old man moving mountains, Sun Wukong. The Buddha, Bodhi Patriarch. As all this information converged to a single point, Sumu felt an ethereal consciousness guiding him, constructing a book in his mind that belonged to the ancient legacy of China. Once completed, this book would allow him to access the entirety of China's 5,000 years of history, presenting it all in his mind. Sumu was deeply engrossed in his task, completely unaware of the audience around him. Their attention was drawn to Sumu's data panel, which displayed some astonishing information. Name, Sumu. Mental potential, S-level. Compatibility, 1 point. These unusual stats immediately sparked a heated discussion among the viewers. Some rubbed their eyes repeatedly, doubting what they saw. The livestream chatroom buzzed with speculation. Mental potential at S-level, but only 1 point in compatibility? What a bizarre combination. Could it be a system error? Maybe it should be 100 instead of 1? Don't be silly, the highest ever recorded was 94. There's no way it could be 100. Could it be a fraudulent report? That would be a serious offense leading to disqualification. As the audience debated fervently, an ancient bell tolled across the DreamNet, followed by an elderly voice announcing the exam rules. This global Dreamweaver exam will employ a last-place elimination system, lasting 1 month with 4 rounds. Each round will eliminate the lowest-ranking participants. The longer you survive, the higher your final score. The ultimate winner will represent the nation in international competitions. The voice continued, first round task, dream of a dead world. Use your mental power to construct a deceased world within 24 hours. Scores will be assigned via a special mechanism. The exam starts now. This unprecedented task left the 100,000 candidates in a state of panic. A dead world? How could these young minds, who had never experienced death, create such a thing? Many top candidates frowned in thought, while a few seemed to have a plan. However, none of this concerned Sumu. He was immersed in the vast history of Chinese civilization, transforming his observations into pages of a book titled Eternal China. Although he heard the starting bell, he wasn't in a rush, focusing instead on perfecting his work. Time passed, and as the midday sun shone brightly over China, Sumu remained motionless. By then, some candidates had already submitted their work, and the leaderboard displayed impressive scores. Jiang Hongxiao created the Grave of the Rootless Starry Sky, earning a B-level rating. Qian Cheng's Tomb of Bones recreated a battlefield of corpses and blood, also achieving a B-level rating. Su Kun's Cross of the Inn similarly received a B-level rating. These results sparked enthusiastic discussions among the viewers. This year's candidates are really impressive. To create B-level potential dreams on the first try, imagine what they could achieve with more time. More and more viewers flocked to Sumu's livestream, eagerly anticipating the performance of this S-level potential candidate. Some had been watching his stream for a while, sensing that the floating scenes around him were anything but ordinary. At that moment, Sumu began to move. In his mind, the ancient and timeless book Eternal China was finally complete. His innate talent had fully awakened. Taking a deep breath, Sumu said, "Time to start the exam." He snapped back from his prolonged stillness, rubbed his sore shoulders, and began to carefully examine his attribute panel. Having successfully transitioned to a Dreamweaver, Sumu looked at the information displayed before him, feeling a surge of excitement. With inflexible ability, he could create dreams by consuming mental energy, conjuring people, scenes, and creatures from his imagination. The strength of a dream was not tied to the Dreamweaver's level. Even inflexible Dreamweaver could create inflexible dream, though maintaining it would be challenging. The first round of the unified exam suddenly appeared before Sumu. Create a world of the dead using mental energy. The exam duration was 1 day, with 5 hours and 4 minutes remaining. There's plenty of time, Sumu muttered, a confident smile curling at his lips. The world of the dead was vividly clear in his mind, as if it were about to materialize from his thoughts into reality. In Chinese mythology, the most iconic afterlife is the underworld. The Ghost Gate, the Yellow Springs Road, the Bridge of Helplessness, the 10 Kings of Hell, and the 18 levels of hell all inspire awe and fear. Although Sumu's current 30 points of mental energy were insufficient to replicate the entire underworld, they were enough to present its essential parts. A treasure trove of knowledge unique to Chinese culture stirred within Sumu's mind. Instantly, a pitch-black archway, engraved with images of 18 malevolent spirits, appeared in his thoughts. Above the archway, the 3 powerful characters Ghost Gate stood out, exuding an intimidating aura. He decided to start with the Ghost Gate and gradually create the Ghost Gate, the Yellow Springs Road, and the Bridge of Helplessness. Although such a dream should have been beyond his capabilities, his ancient Chinese heritage allowed the details of the underworld to appear in his mind as clearly as a high-definition image. He didn't need to expend mental energy on conceptualizing or trial and error. He only had to translate his mental images into dreamscapes. It's time to let the world experience the depth of Chinese civilization, Sumu thought to himself. As his thoughts shifted, the once serene exam venue began to change. Ancient, dense black fog rose from the ground, and the outlines of a time-worn, mottled stone path slowly emerged. A haunting world of the dead was gradually taking shape under the influence of Sumu's mental energy. As the scene became increasingly realistic, the viewers in Sumu's livestream started to sense something was off. The originally serene test site, with its seamless blend of sky and water, was suddenly shrouded in an endless, ancient black fog. Gusts of tangible black wind howled through, sending chills down everyone's spines. The ground, once smooth as a mirror, began to take on a greenish hue, and fiery red flowers of unknown origin bloomed along the stone path. Staring at these eerie blossoms, the viewers' eyes grew distant, their thoughts becoming muddled. They felt an inexplicable urge to step onto the greenish stairs and follow the ancient path to its end. For once, the chat was devoid of comments. Everyone's attention was firmly gripped by Sumu's creation. Following the bone-chilling wind, a grand black archway appeared before them. Majestic and ancient, the arch bore an inscription of 3 unfamiliar characters that seemed both archaic and novel. Suddenly, a realization struck the viewers' Guamen Pass. As this thought surfaced, it was as if a cold wind pierced their souls, causing many to shudder in fear. The chat exploded with comments. "Holy crap, it's a desert here, but I feel a chilling wind. Master, I was wrong. This dream is at least grade. Brothers, who would believe it? Just looking at those flowers makes me feel like I'm dying, and I actually want to enter Guamen Pass. My cabinet just moved on its own. I'm done watching." Amid the viewers' terror, a barrage of messages flooded Sumu's mind. Lu Peijia is astounded by your creation of the incomplete underworld. Your source power 0.1. Sun Wugui is astounded by your creation. Your source power 0.1. Chun Han is astounded by your creation. Your source power 1. After a series of notifications, a new section appeared on Sumu's panel. Source power 13.6. Focused entirely on crafting the underworld, Sumu only glanced at the panel before returning his attention to his creation. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his head throbbed at a side effect of expending so much mental energy. When the turbulent waters of the Wangchuan River finally took form, Sumu's mental strength was depleted. His vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. While Guamen Pass, the Naiha Bridge, and the Wangchuan River were complete, the bridges Mingpa and the Wangxiang platform remained unfinished. Maintaining these 3 scenes had already drained too much of his mental energy. Any further effort would cause the previous dreamscape to dissipate. Using the last of his strength, Sumu sketched a half-bodied ox head in the black fog with his mental power before submitting his dream. The ancient underworld seemed to respond to a call. slowly ascending towards the sky as the black fog dissipated from the test site. Moments later, the site returned to its original state. About 3 minutes later, the previously paused score announcements resumed. Congratulations to examinee number 3484, Sumu, for successfully creating the underworld dreamscape. Awarded in grade rating. Bonus score, 100 points. With this announcement, Sumu's name instantly soared to the top of the leaderboard, causing a stir among everyone present. And grade rating signified that Sumu had created a death dreamscape with great potential. With careful cultivation, this dreamscape could become a formidable weapon on the dream battlefield. It's worth noting that even the global dream network is merely in grade creation. Within the dream network, the examinees, upon hearing the mechanical announcement, stared at the leaderboard in astonishment. Many who had achieved grade ratings on their first awakening considered themselves extraordinary talents, but now someone had created an grade potential dreamscape right upon awakening? It was simply unbelievable. In room number 125, a young man in blue stared at the top of the leaderboard, his expression dark and menacing. Sumu's name caused quite a stir in the examination hall. A girl in a bright red school uniform sat in room 346, her eyes wide with disbelief. An grade dreamscape? My grandfather would need days to create one. And this guy did it in a single day, she murmured to herself. She turned to the air, as if speaking to someone invisible. Get the family's professional evaluators to experience the underworld. If it's not up to grade standards, we must file a complaint against the examiners. Though she couldn't see it, the live stream chat was flooded with comments. New viewers flocked to Sumu's live stream, room 3484, where they saw him sitting on the ground, dazed and recovering his mental strength. The chat was filled with exclamations and questions. Wow, an grade dreamscape? Is another genius born? OMG, he's so handsome. I'm a fan now. Mental potential grade, career compatibility 1 point? What kind of godly stats are these? Hey, isn't this Sumu, the top student from Longting High School? I'm bowing down to the master. Viewers who witnessed the miracle shared everything they saw. The strange aura around Sumu and the dreamscape that felt like the edge of death. These descriptions amazed the new viewers, some even doubting its authenticity. This is too fantastical. Is it real? I haven't read much, so don't fool me. Their works will be showcased later. One skeptic remarked, the underworld? I'll check it out myself later. It can't be as mystical as you say. Instantly, someone responded, count me in. I recently awakened as a dreamweaver and have the qualifications to enter the underworld. Let's form a group and explore it together. I refuse to believe it until I see it. As the news spread, more and more people were drawn to this mysterious grey dreamscape, eager to experience the world called Underworld firsthand. Sumu sat cross-legged on the mirror-like smooth floor, taking a short break before carefully examining his brand new interface. The panel displayed. Name, Sumu. Level, F. Mental strength, 30. Average for a normal person is 5. Profession, Dreamweaver. Unique talent, Ancient China. Source energy, 200. Aside from successfully advancing to Dreamweaver, obtaining source energy was Sumu's biggest gain so far. He scrutinized the acquisition of source energy, his brow slightly furrowing. The way he accumulated source energy seemed different from what he had anticipated. The source energy gained from each person experiencing his dreams varied, with some yielding 0.1 and others 1. Sumu pondered. How is this source energy bonus determined? Is it based on the viewer's level of astonishment or their own levels? If it's ordinary people, the source energy gain is minimal. But if it's in level Dreamweaver, can I significantly increase my source energy? This thought excited him. If that's the case, then the upcoming Global Dreamweaver exam is the perfect opportunity for me to gather source energy. The higher my ranking, the more attention I'll attract from viewers and top-tier Dreamweavers worldwide. As long as my creations can amaze them, the source energy will keep flowing in. Looking at the source energy nearing 200, Sumu decided to try using it to upgrade his level. Soon, the source energy disappeared like a tide, and a warm current surged through his mind, instantly dispelling his fatigue. Although his level remained unchanged, his mental strength gradually increased from 30 to 32. This is visible progress. Sumu thought joyfully. Watching the continuously rising source energy, he felt this method of upgrading was incredibly swift. Simultaneously, Sumu's data and achievements caught the attention of the regional examiner. In a tastefully decorated, comfortable private room within the DreamNet, a young examiner with a name tag reading, Chen Dahan, widened his eyes in disbelief at the S-level dream score. What? An S-level potential dream, S-level candidate? In our region? Chen Dahan, a D-level dreamweaver, was responsible for overseeing the exam in Sumu's region. Normally, DreamNet's automated system handled most score evaluations and cheating checks, requiring human intervention only in special cases. But in such an ordinary exam area, it was rare to encounter such a situation in decades. After a moment's thought, Chen Dehan decided to personally inspect this dream. Level dream must be an error by DreamNet. If someone can create level dream upon their initial awakening, they'd be unstoppable as they grow. I'll experience his dream myself, and if it's truly above a level, I'll report it to the chief examiner. He stood up, and with a thought, the surroundings transformed into the starry background room facing the candidates. DreamNet, load the dream of candidate 3484, the underworld, Chen Dehan commanded. A mechanical voice immediately responded. Loading, the underworld. The room shook violently, and black mist erupted from the ground. Amid the swirling mist, a segment of greenish-blue steps rose from beneath Chen Dehan's feet. He scrutinized the bluestone path beneath him and the chilling black mist around, frowning slightly. Is this all? Although the colors of the bluestone path and black mist made him feel a slight chill, as someone who had experienced dream battlegrounds, this small scene was far from enough to deter him. It seems the underworld is just a name. Just as Chen Dehan was dismissing the scene, a sinister voice suddenly reprimanded from behind. Having died, why do you delay? The sudden voice startled Chen Dehan. As a level dreamweaver with highly sensitive mental strength, he hadn't sensed anything behind him. Instinctively, he turned around to see a black chain snaking around his neck like a bone-chilling serpent. Following the chain's length, he saw a half-formed creature shrouded in dense black mist. A monstrous creature with the body of a man and the head of a bull suddenly appeared before Chen Dehan. Its face was a ghastly shade of purple, as if it had crawled out from some unknown abyss. Chen Dehan instantly realized this was an incomplete dream construct, and alarm bells went off in his mind. Originally, scenes depicting death should not pose any real danger, but the presence of this dream construct completely changed the situation. Chen Dehan was astonished that the candidate still had the strength to create such a fitting dream monster after completing the scene. This level of mental power made his face turn pale. Just as he was about to call for a pause on the dream web, a black chain suddenly tightened around his neck. The bull-headed creature yanked the chain with a sinister thud, and Chen Dehan felt his body suddenly become light, as if he had broken free from some invisible restraint. He stumbled forward, being pulled toward the bull-headed figure, while black smoke emanated from the chain around his neck. Excruciating pain surged through his body like an electric current, as if it were tearing his soul apart. Chen Dehan struggled to comprehend the situation, but his thoughts slipped away like grains of sand. He turned back with difficulty, only to see a familiar figure standing in his place, his own body, face purple, shrouded in black mist, slowly dissipating. In terror, Chen Dehan looked down at himself and saw that his once solid human form had become spectral. He was horrified to realize he was now in a soul state, a characteristic only possible in level dream scenarios. Desperately, Chen Dehan wanted to call for help, but before he could utter "Dreamweb, help," his expression suddenly calmed. Thoughts of rescue and fear vanished like quicksand, leaving him unable to think about such things anymore. Only one vague thought remained. I am already dead. Past memories clung to him like blurry shackles, but he could recall nothing. The faint sense of unease he felt completely disappeared under the bull-headed creature's urging. Move along, the bull-headed creature barked, urging the now lost Chen Dehan forward. I'm dead. Chen Dehan repeated the phrase blankly as he was dragged along the path to the Yellow Springs by a ghostly figure with half a bull's head. The dense black fog around him gradually dispersed, revealing the vibrant red spider lilies blooming along the roadside, their eerie beauty stirring his longing for the mortal world. Chen Dehan struggled internally, sensing something was amiss, but every time he tried to think, his thoughts slipped away like sand. The chain around his neck burned his soul, forcing him to keep moving. At the end of the sea of spider lilies, a massive gate loomed, covered with terrifying carvings. As Chen Dehan gazed at it, a realization dawned upon him. Beyond this gate, he would be forever separated from the world of the living. For reasons he couldn't fathom, tears welled up in Chen Dehan's eyes. He vaguely remembered the regrets of his past Lithia confession he never had the courage to make. Now, that regret would remain forever unresolved. The wind howled inside the gate, sending a chill through Chen Dehan. The half-bull figure gave the chain a sharp tug, snapping him out of his reverie. He followed it numbly through the gate, arriving at the bank of a turbulent river. This river was unlike any in the mortal realm. The murky waters were tinged with crimson, and countless white bones rolled within its currents, emitting a foul stench. Strange howls echoed from the river, and as Chen Dehan and the half-bull approached, the bones in the river surged towards a three-tiered bridge at its center. The bridge's surface was treacherous and slippery. A single misstep could plunge one into the river, condemning them to an eternity as a ghostly skeleton. The lowest tier was closest to the Forgetfulness River, where countless ghostly skeletons wildly waved their blood-red arms, causing the bridge to sway violently. The half-bull figure looked at the scene and chanted, "Copper snakes and iron dogs fight for food, forever falling into the Nai River with no escape." It then turned to Chindahan and said, "Young man, if you were evil in life, take the lower bridge. If you were mediocre, take the middle bridge. If you were virtuous, take the upper bridge. Go." As soon as it finished speaking, the chain around Chindahan's neck vanished. Feeling a sudden lightness, he involuntarily stepped onto the bridge. In that moment, memories surged like a tidal wave. At 18, he awakened as a dreammaker and entered a top university. At 20, he made his mark, battling alongside his mentor in dreamscapes, slaying a star beast. Fragments of these memories flashed through his mind, and Chendahan's consciousness gradually cleared. A sudden thought prompted him to shout, "Old man, save me!" With that cry, something within Chendahan shattered, transforming into a beam of light that merged into the dreamnet space. Meanwhile, in the boardroom of the Dream Tower at the top university for dreammakers, two men were drinking together. One was an elderly man with sparse silver hair and a kindly face. The other was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a custom-tailored black suit and polished shoes, with neatly combed silver hair, as if ready for an event. Suddenly, the elderly man froze mid-drink, spitting out his wine. The middle-aged man reacted quickly, summoning a barrier to avoid being splashed. "What's wrong with you, old man?" the middle-aged man complained. "This suit is expensive, and I need to scout talent in the DreamNet soon. My student is calling for help," the elderly man exclaimed. Wasn't he supposed to be monitoring the DreamNet? Why didn't it alert me? I have to check on him. With that, he stood up, enveloped in a swirl of colorful clouds, and vanished instantly. The middle-aged man pondered. A monitor calling for help? No alert from the DreamNet? Interesting. He pulled out an old-fashioned keypad phone and sent a message to his subordinates. In the midst of the colorful mist, the elderly man, known as Old Man and an A-level dreammaker named Chen Fengqiu, was hurrying to the location of his troublesome student, Chen Dahan. At this moment, Chen Fengqiu's student had unexpectedly triggered the protective mark he had left behind, setting off alarm bells in his mind. Could a major event have occurred in DreamNet during the brief time he was having a drink with Principal Wang Ri? The more Chen Fengqiu thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. His body erupted in a burst of radiant colors as he instantly entered DreamNet. He immediately used his authority to mobilize the powers of DreamNet itself, meticulously scanning the entire virtual world. However, he found no signs of destruction by celestial beasts. The examination seemed to be in the settlement phase and operating on its own. With lingering doubts, Chen Fengqiu traced Chen Dahan's location and instantly teleported above the space shrouded in black mist. What he saw was a complete depiction of the underworld. The towering Ghost Gate, the winding Yellow Springs Road, and the Bridge of Helplessness spanning the realms of life and death. His unremarkable student was swaying on the bridge, his expression dazed and his body ethereal like a soul. Chen Fengqiu's eyes widened, and he thought to himself, "Is this a soul state? An incomplete S-level dream creation?" He frowned and communicated with DreamNet again, quickly obtaining the information he sought. Sumu, S-level rating. A student who had awakened less than 10 minutes ago had created a dreamscape with S-level development potential in such a short time. As an expert, Chen Fengqiu scrutinized every detail of the underworld, growing more astonished with each glance. Every stone on the underworld's path had distinct patterns, as if naturally formed through countless treads. The characters on the Ghost Gate, though unfamiliar, revealed their origin with just one look. Such detailed depiction would require extensive meditation even for him to create such a realistic dreamscape. Unless there truly existed a realm or dreamscape of the dead, and this child had indeed been there, influenced by the underworld in some way. Chen Fengqiu muttered underworld a few times but had no recollection of it. After pondering for a moment, he had to let it go. Seeing his student walking on the bridge with a fearful expression, Chen Fengqiu snorted coldly and summoned a streak of radiant light, shooting it fiercely towards Chen Dahan. In an instant, the surrounding black mist dissipated, and Chen Dahan, walking on the bridge of helplessness, felt his body lighten and began to float slowly. As his body ascended, Chen Dahan's muddled consciousness started to clear. Memories of the exam and the S-level dream creation flooded in, causing his face to stiffen as he realized his predicament. He, an examiner, had been trapped in a student's dreamscape. Like a fool, he had thought he was dead, preparing for reincarnation with a mournful face and even reminiscing about his entire life. A wave of shame washed over him, turning his face beet red. At that moment, he heard an old, cold snort. Turning his head, he saw his mentor, Chen Fengqiu, looking at him with a displeased expression. The urge to curse vanished instantly, replaced by a single thought. He was in trouble. At the same time, he realized that this year's candidates included a true prodigy. Meanwhile, Sumu, who was waiting for the next step in DreamNet, suddenly received a significant boost in source energy. System notifications flashed continuously. Your incomplete creation of the underworld caused extreme fear in Chandahan. Source energy 25. Qin Fengqiu was shocked by your incomplete creation of the underworld. Source energy 500. Sumu couldn't help but feel elated. Wow, a big spender has arrived. Gaining 500 points of source energy at once made Sumu look at Qin Fengqiu with newfound respect. He recalled his previous experience. 200 points of source energy could be exchanged for 2 points of mental strength. This meant that Qin Fengqiu had just given him the equivalent of 5 points of mental strength in one go. As someone who aced the basics of being a dream weaver, Sumu knew that increasing mental strength wasn't easy. He remembered historical records. Even with exceptional talent and luck, a dream weaver could at most steadily increase their mental strength by 4 points in a day. But now, in just a few minutes, he could break this record and boost his mental strength by 5 points with a single thought. However, Sumu didn't act immediately. He pondered for a moment, recalling the description on the panel. Source energy could not only be used for upgrades, but also to create more outstanding dreamscapes. A bold idea formed in his mind, decided to use this unexpected windfall to experiment. As Sumu's thoughts churned, an elderly voice suddenly echoed from the starry sky, announcing the end of the first round of exams. The exam lasted 25 hours and 7 minutes, and all scores had been tallied. This round would eliminate 15 of the candidates, with those scoring below 30 points being disqualified. The top 100 candidates would receive certain rewards. The voice emphasized that the exam process was entirely fair and transparent, with no cheating involved. Even more exciting was the announcement that the top 100 students' posthumous dreamscapes would be open for a limited time within 3 days. Interested dreamweavers could pay a fee to visit, and any disputes could be raised. This announcement invigorated Sumu. He recalled that when he created the underworld dreamscape, his mental strength was nearly exhausted. Now, supported by the Dream Network, he could gain shock value without any cost. This was like a gift from heaven. Sumu wasn't worried about someone entering and copying the underworld dreamscape. He knew that for a dream weaver, each dream creation process was a highly guarded secret. The historical background and various factors influencing dream creation made it unique. Even if someone could replicate the underworld scene exactly, it would only be a pale imitation, never achieving the same authenticity. This uniqueness was why dream creations were open to the public. Each dream creation had its own unique code, decipherable only by the dream weaver. The Dream Network merely maintained the submitted underworld creation, unable to add or replicate it. After 3 days, the underworld creation, made with his mental strength, would be fully returned to him. If Sumu had anything stored, he could continue to use it. While Sumu's thoughts were racing, another special announcement caught everyone's attention. The exam committee decided to set a threshold for accessing candidate number 3484 Sumu's underworld dreamscape. The announcement stated that the dreamscape could have some detrimental effects on mental and physical well-being, and was not suitable for the faint-hearted. For safety, only dream weavers with over 300 points of mental strength and a level of C or higher could view it. This announcement caused an uproar. The fairness and transparency of the exam process meant that the top-ranked youth from Linhai City had indeed not cheated. The special announcement confirmed that the dreamscape had reached S-level potential, with the possibility of becoming a true S-level dreamscape in the future. It even set a viewing restriction, making it inaccessible to dream weavers below C-level. Sumu's livestream audience erupted with excitement. Senior is amazing. He's really making Longting High School proud. I'm in tears. Only clever dream weavers can experience the underworld. Just how strong is this level dreamscape? Haha. Who still dares to say Linhai City has no talents? Ranked first in the exams, 20 points ahead of second place. Where are the haters now? Speak up. Say something. As the audience flooded the chat with comments, a group of clever dream weavers, filled with curiosity, started applying to link to the underworld dreamscape. They couldn't wait to see what made this dreamscape so extraordinary. Among them was Sumu's homeroom teacher, Lu Yu. In her early 20s, with a talent level of only C, she found it hard to advance further. To make up for this, she chose to return to her hometown to teach, hoping to nurture a genius. 3 days ago, when she watched Sumu's talent test, she felt regret for his outrageous numbers. She never expected Sumu to perform so brilliantly in the exam. In S-level potential dreamscape, this was an achievement Lu Yu never dreamed of, and her student had made it a reality. As she reserved a spot to visit the underworld dreamscape, she silently cheered for Sumu. Sumu, hang in there. This is just the first round. If you can maintain this performance in the next 3 rounds, not only will you have your pick of top universities, but even better opportunities will await you. Linhai City was heavily damaged during the Starry Beast invasion. Achieving S-level with just the city's resources is nearly impossible. Your cultivation speed is also much slower than others. If you don't seize these rewards now, your future advancement will be even harder. For Sumu, the chaos happening in the outside world had no impact on him. He was entirely focused on the exam before him, undistracted. The global exam rules strictly prohibited any form of communication between examinees, examiners, and the outside world. As long as there were no serious violations within the DreamNet, the exam would continue. Sumu sat cross-legged on the ground, patiently awaiting the start of the next round of exams. Suddenly, a translucent blue text panel appeared before him, flashing an exciting message. You have earned 100 points. Reward. Dream Heartland. Immediately, a voice introduced. The Dream Heartland can be stored within your own sea of consciousness and can hold your dream creations. Accompanying the introduction, a pure white light blossomed before Sumu's eyes. Within the light, a glowing miniature cube slowly emerged. Dream Heartland? Sumu's eyes lit up as he recalled often hearing about this top-tier dreamcrafting tool during his senior year of high school. This rare item, crafted by a level or higher dreamcrafters, was akin to a small personal world. The internal space's size depended on the dreamcrafter's mental strength. With 300 points of mental strength, it could accommodate an entire dream city. To Sumu, this treasure's value was immeasurable. He could pre-create the underworld and store it within the Dream Heartland. When facing an enemy, a mere thought would manifest the underworld into reality. Dream Heartland was always a highly sought-after item on the market, often with no supply. Sumu quietly marveled at the lengths the exam organizers had gone to reward students this time. As an orphan with no background, Sumu relied on minimum sponsorships from Linhai City for his daily needs. Without this reward, he would never have been able to afford such a precious tool. This unexpected surprise had undoubtedly alleviated his immediate concerns. Sumu reached out and, following the textbook methods, integrated the Dream Heartland into his mind. A cool sensation spread through him, and he felt a glowing entity appear in his consciousness. Through this treasure, he could vaguely see a small blank world waiting to be filled. With this powerful tool, the upcoming exams would be much easier. Sumu felt a surge of joy and anticipation for the future exams. If the first round reward was this generous, what other surprises awaited him? With the announcement of the leaderboard scores, the first round of exams concluded. Inside the examination hall, a mix of emotions spread across the room. Some students were quietly delighted, while others were in tears. The ruthless 15 elimination rate drew a clear line, meaning that these students' college entrance exam scores would forever remain below 30 points. Without strong connections, it's almost impossible to get into a desired university with just over 30 points. The rules of DreamNet are unforgiving, allowing each participant only one chance to take the global exam, with no opportunities for a redo next year. As the scores were finalized, a colorful mist enveloped the eliminated students, instantly teleporting them out of DreamNet. Those who remained, although lucky to pass, were anxious about the upcoming exam arrangements. This year's exam format was unprecedented 1 month of continuous testing within DreamNet. In previous years, students could rest for 3 days after each subject before taking the next one. This sudden change left the students puzzled. Where would they eat and sleep? How would they access study materials and clean clothes? As everyone waited anxiously, an elderly voice echoed from the sky. Students, congratulations on passing the first round. The next round of exams will begin in 3 days. During these 3 days, you will stay collectively in Dream City. Note that only students with scores above 30 points can participate in the next round. In Dream City, you must follow its rules. Good luck to all of you. This announcement caused an uproar in the examination halls. Students protested. Some worried they wouldn't be able to sleep in a new place, others were anxious due to cleanliness concerns, and many demanded to go home for 3 days before the next exam. However, the only response they received was a cold, mechanical voice. Do you choose to forfeit the exam? This sentence instantly silenced all protests. Listening to the rules, Sumu frowned and pondered. Only those with scores above 30 could participate in the next round, yet those below 30 had already been eliminated. This seemed contradictory. Did it mean they could lose points in Dream City? Moreover, following Dream City's rules implied that Dream City itself might be part of the exam. Meanwhile, the live stream audience was buzzing with excitement. Some were thrilled, calling this the most exciting year and preparing snacks to watch the drama unfold. Others cheered for specific students, and some were eager to see how a certain genius would perform in Dream City. Amidst the discussions, all the students were suddenly enveloped in a radiant white light and vanished from the exam hall. When Sumu opened his eyes again, he found himself inside a minibus, surrounded by similarly bewildered teenagers, all around 17 or 18 years old, wearing various school uniforms. The exhaustion from the exams was evident on everyone's faces, except for Sumu, who, due to special reasons, appeared energetic and somewhat out of place. Suddenly, an impatient voice broke the silence. Wake up! We've arrived at Dream City. Get off the bus. I have another trip to make. What's with the sudden influx of people lately? This abrupt shout sparked dissatisfaction among many students. Some complained that they were supposed to enjoy themselves, others threatened to report the driver's attitude, and some criticized the poor quality of the bus. However, their complaints were quickly drowned out by a louder, more intimidating voice. A burly man, about 6 feet tall, wearing a black tank top, with a scar on his face and bronze skin, stood up from the driver's seat. His fierce gaze swept across the bus, finally locking onto a few of the complaining students. You, and you, the fare for this trip is 10 points. Everyone else, the fare is 5 points. Pay up before you get off. The entire bus was stunned. Paying the fare with points? Spending 5 points just upon arriving at Dream City? Did everything in Dream City require points? Some began to regret their complaints and pleaded with the driver not to deduct the extra 5 points. However, the driver remained unmoved, continuing to urge them. 5 points won't kill you. Hurry up and get off. Instead of complaining, you should enter Dream City and earn more points. I'll count to 5. If you're not off your seat by then, you'll enter Dream City in your birthday suit. You can resist if you want, but then you won't be entering Dream City unscathed, the burly driver sneered, his eyes glinting with menace. Imagine trying to take the next exam with a broken bone. How well do you think you'll score? He crossed his arms, looking disdainfully at the frank Dreamweaver students on the bus. The driver was clearly a formidable Dreamweaver himself, exuding an intimidating aura. The students exchanged uneasy glances and reluctantly stood up under the driver's threats. Suddenly, a personal transaction panel appeared before each of them, displaying the option. Spend 10 points? This scene wasn't unique to Sumu's bus. All across the country, tens of thousands of students arriving near Dream City faced similar, toll demands. Drivers used threats and intimidation to coerce these inexperienced students into paying up. For those with only 30 points, the situation was even more dire. If they couldn't earn 5 points within the allotted time, they would be immediately eliminated during the first exam's intermission. Parents watching the live stream grew increasingly anxious. Oh no, if everything costs points, how will my kid manage with just 40 points? The bus ride alone costs 5 points, and a day's stay must be at least 10 points. One worried parent exclaimed. These drivers are outrageous. Another parent fumed. A student on another bus tried to resist, and the driver cited Dream City rules, saying any attack on him would lead to disqualification. As parents fretted, the chat channels exploded with outrage. Someone shouted, "Guys, check out 3,484. This is blatant cheating. Why doesn't Sumu have to pay the fare?" Countless viewers immediately switched to the 3,484 live stream. On screen, the previously menacing driver was now smiling warmly at a handsome young man. "Young man, your fare is on the house," the driver said with a grin. "Here's 10 points as a welcome gift from me." The chat went wild. No way. Free fare and 10 points? Unbelievable. This guy again? First, he dodged reporting. Now he's getting freebies? Starting with 10 extra points? Who's backing him, that he gets special treatment in a global exam? Unfair. My kid only has 20 points left, and Sumu gets 10 points for free. However, more messages soon calmed the uproar. Report from Galaxy District. Zhang Hongxiao also didn't pay the fare and got 5 points from the driver. Same here. It looks like the top 100 students in China's points ranking all received 5 points, except for the first place, Sumu, who got 10. Quit complaining about fairness. They earned it. If you want it, get into the top 100 yourself. Sumu frowned slightly at the suddenly friendly driver. He didn't accept immediately but asked directly, "Why? What do I have to give in return for these points?" "Smart kid," the driver praised, pulling a slip of paper from his pocket. "The details are all here. It's up to you whether to accept. No pressure. But I believe you won't want to miss this chance to earn more points." Sumu pondered for a moment, then took the paper without looking at it, folding it and putting it in his pocket. He accepted the 10 points and quickly got off the bus. Being the only one receiving special treatment in front of so many people could lead to unnecessary trouble. He decided to understand the rules of Dream City before making any decisions. As Sumu left, a chubby student immediately sidled up to the driver, grinning obsequiously. "Hey buddy, let's be friends. I want to earn points too. Can you help me out?" The driver's expression instantly turned cold. 5 points. Now. What? The chubby student was confused. Weren't we buddies? Why does he get 10 points? This is favoritism. I want to protest. Protest? The driver sneered. Fine. Then it's 10 points. Look at yourself, your points times 3 still don't match his, and you dare to complain? The bus erupted in whispers. Points times 3 still don't match his? Holy crap. First place. That guy was first? Is he the one who created the Shrank Potential Dreamscape? He must have at least 90 points. Only one person in all of China has over 80 points. Wow, I'm on the same bus as the top scorer. The chubby student finally realized, craning his neck to catch a glimpse of Sumu through the window. But outside, rows of minibuses were lined up, and countless students who had paid were gathering, moving towards the looming city walls in the east. Just as the chubby student tried to get a better look, the driver yanked him back, shouting, "Pay up!" Outside, hundreds of buses were parked in an open field. The doors opened, and a group of students with somber expressions filed out, their steps heavy and eyes filled with exhaustion and discontent. The recently concluded mental strength exam had not only drained their energy but also instantly deducted 5 points from their scores. During the exam, students had to use rudimentary restrooms for their needs, and even their mobile signals were blocked. To make matters worse, they were not provided with a single meal throughout the entire day. At this moment, they were tired, thirsty, hungry, and their anger was simmering. The cool morning breeze brushed against each student's face, which should have been comforting but instead felt chilling. Heavens, I can't take another step. One student couldn't help but complain while rubbing his hands together. With his remaining mental strength, he conjured a rough woolen blanket to drape over himself. Many others followed suit, using their mental strength to create makeshift garments for warmth. This was the privilege of a dreamweaver, the ability to create dreams anytime and anywhere. However, these dream creations required a continuous expenditure of mental strength to maintain. Once their mental strength was depleted, all creations would vanish. Therefore, everyone was cautious about using dream creations for personal clothing. Sumu blended into the crowd, moving slowly with the group. In the distance, a towering ancient city wall loomed on the horizon, with a giant gate flanked by modern concrete paths, intertwining pedestrian walkways and vehicle lanes. The stark contrast between modern and medieval styles created a sense of temporal dissonance. As a student well-versed in history, Sumu understood that this was an architectural style from about 200 to 300 years ago. At that time, Dreamweavers had just dragged the star beasts into the dream battlefield, and these walls had been humanity's last line of defense against them. Unable to dismantle or remodel them immediately, this unique landscape was born. According to the bus driver's information, they would stay here for 3 days. More importantly, inside Dream City, they could earn points. Sumu began to strategize. To maintain his lead in the second round of exams, he needed to make the most of these 3 days to earn a substantial amount of points. Additionally, he planned to use Huaxia creations to gather source energy. Once he understood the rules of Dream City, he intended to act more conspicuously to better accumulate points and source energy. With this in mind, Sumu opened his personal attribute panel. His source energy value showed 546. Since Qin Fengqiu and Qin Dahan, no one had provided him with more than 25 points of source energy, and the growth rate had significantly slowed. Only at certain times did he receive a relatively large amount of source energy, which seemed related to his display of the underworld. A quick glance at the source energy contribution list revealed that there were no repeated names, which likely meant the shock effect had a cooldown period. To obtain source energy from the same person multiple times, a waiting period was probably necessary. As the group slowly approached Dream City, someone suddenly shouted, "Look at the city wall. Those are the rules of Dream City." Everyone looked up to see several lines of ancient text engraved on the wall. "Dear examinees, welcome to Dream City. Please adhere to the following rules before entering. 1. No actions that disrupt safety and order are allowed within Dream City. Violations will be met with severe punishment by the enforcement team. 2. Except in specific situations, examinees are prohibited from attacking each other. 3. Any attempts to exploit loopholes to gain points will be considered cheating. 4. Nighttime is curfew time. No wandering around is allowed, or you will face consequences. 5. These rules apply only during the day. The first 4 rules seemed normal, but the last one was puzzling. These rules apply only during the day? What did that mean? Could it be that at night, anything goes, including murder and arson? Sumu suddenly had a premonition that the next 3 nights in Dream City would be anything but peaceful. If points could indeed be seized at night, those with insufficient points might take desperate measures. After all, the expenses for food, clothing, and shelter over 3 days were considerable, and many might struggle to keep their points above 30. With this in mind, Sumu devised a plan. The night would be the perfect time to recreate the underworld, a more complete version this time. While others engaged in nocturnal violence, he could appear and frighten them, harvesting source energy without much trouble, right? Sumu wasn't the only one thinking this. Many other students seemed to have the same realization. In the crowd, many faces showed signs of fear, clearly apprehensive about the looming nights. Oh no, I only have 30 points left. This thought kept swirling in my mind, making me panic. If I can't earn enough points working in Dream City, will I really have to resort to becoming a bandit? I don't want that. How could my frail body possibly stand a chance against those top-ranked powerhouses? In the early stages, Dream Masters compete on mental strength, and mine is clearly lagging behind. Wouldn't I just become easy prey at night? Damn it. Is staying in Dream City for 3 days the second round of the test? As the crowd buzzed with chatter, a voice suddenly cut through the noise. Jiangzhou District. Anyone from Jiangzhou District looking to team up? Preferably from Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. A tall figure emerged from the crowd, his voice loud and strong. My mental potential is C, compatibility 63.60. looking for 4 teammates of similar level. Let's team up and face this together. Survive these 3 days. His words seemed to inject everyone with a shot of confidence. Yes, teaming up. The rules didn't prohibit forming teams. Facing these 3 days alone was indeed dangerous, but if newcomers banded together or found familiar faces, their chances of survival would greatly increase. Even if trouble arose at night, anyone thinking of attacking them would have to consider their numbers. In fact, if they formed a large enough group, they could switch from passive defense to active offense. They could roam at night, picking off lone wolves, and even engage in skirmishes with other groups to absorb weaker teams and increase their points. Now is the best time to pick teams. With thousands of candidates gathered here, once they entered Dream City, the crowd would inevitably disperse, making it much harder to find reliable teammates. Realizing this, many students perked up and started scanning the area, trying to spot familiar faces. The entire group gradually became more lively, and their pace slowed down. Most chose to stay and look for teammates, while only a few broke away from the main group, heading towards Dream City on their own. Sumu had no intention of finding teammates. Just as he was about to follow the main group away, a commotion broke out at the entrance to Dream City. He looked closely and saw several food vendor tricycles heading their way. Beef skewers, sesame balls, pumpkin cakes, various food stalls lined up one after another. The enticing aroma of the food wafted through the cool breeze, tantalizing the entire group and stirring their appetites. Get your lamb skewers here. 5 for 1 point. Outside the gates of Dream City, a bustling food street had sprung up in no time. The aroma of grilled lamb, the steam from stir-fried noodles, and the temptation of various beverages filled the air. Students, exhausted from their exams, heard their stomachs grumbling. Darn exam committee, they're really trying to drain our points, someone muttered under their breath, but couldn't help swallowing in anticipation. A skinny student was the first to give in, rushing over to the noodle stall. The vendor, quick on his feet, dished out a generous 2-layer serving of stir-fried noodles. Here you go, kid. 1 point, on the house from your uncle. The student devoured the food hungrily, and the eyes of those around him burned with even more intensity. Soon, more and more students began exchanging their points for food, turning the street into a lively hub. However, a few students managed to resist the temptation and trudged wearily towards the gates of Dream City. Among them was Sumu, who couldn't shake the feeling that this was all a carefully crafted trap by the exam committee. Passing through the grand gates, Sumu noticed some black solid matter on the walls, emitting a rusty smell. A few small vehicles zipped by on the road. Surprisingly, there were no guards at the gate, just a dozen or so elderly women with red armbands busy putting up signs. Sumu stared at the signs, his expression suddenly freezing. Public toilet, turn right. 2 points per use. Littering will cost you 2 points. Damn, that's harsh, someone exclaimed. If you litter after eating, you'll get fined right away. As Sumu was observing his surroundings, a sharp-eyed little boy suddenly darted in front of him. Hey, can I have a word with you? The boy said mysteriously. Sumu frowned but followed him to the side. My name's Xiaoxi. The boy introduced himself. I'm the local guide and jack of all trades, serving those with over 60 points. For 5 points, you can ask 3 everyday questions, like secret lodging spots or the best places to earn points. They'll answer what I know, and if I don't know, it's your loss. What I say is true, but one of the 3 answers will be partly false. You'll have to figure out which one. Every student gets this special treatment only at the beginning. Later on, even if you run into me again, you won't get such a good deal, said a boy named Xiaoxi, rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. So, how about kickstarting my little business? He eagerly pitched his service, Guidance Guru. 5 points for answers to 3 everyday questions. This offer is only available at the start. Sumu thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. He opened his panel and quickly transferred 5 points to Xiaoxi. He mused to himself, if what Xiaoxi said was true, it would be a great deal. Even if the information was incorrect, it would only cost him 5 points. Xiaoxi was thrilled upon receiving the points and repeatedly thanked him. Thanks, bro. You can start asking now. I'll answer everything I know. Sumu pondered for a moment before asking. Tell me about the lodging secret you mentioned earlier. Good question, bro, Xiaoxi praised, organizing his thoughts before answering. In our dream city, outsiders are rare, and there's only one real hotel. It was converted from a former prison that used to hold cosmic beasts. The secret about lodging lies in this fact. Due to the limited environment of the converted prison, it can only accommodate 3,000 candidates. The rest have to stay in local homes. Trust me, staying in a local home at night is not a good thing. He added, once we're done, I can give you a map of Dream City with the prison's location marked. Sumu nodded, contemplating. There's only one real hotel that can host 3,000 candidates, and the rest have to stay with locals, which seems to hide some dangers. This Dream City is indeed peculiar. Without hesitation, Sumu asked, where can I safely earn the most points? Xiaoxi gave a sheepish smile. Safely? Bro, you catch on quick. Already spotting the hint in my previous question. He then replied, to earn a lot of points, there are only two ways. Going out at night or participating in illegal fights, known as Dreamweaver duels. Trust me, there's no faster way to earn points. The first option is life-threatening, while the second might leave you half-crippled. But points can be used for treatment, hence, safe. Dreamweaver duels? Sumu repeated in surprise, clearly intrigued by this new information. Among the two options, the first one needs no further explanation. However, the second one piqued Sumu's interest. It aligns with the second rule of Dream City. Except in specific circumstances, examinees are not allowed to attack each other. Clearly, the underground boxing ring qualifies as one of those specific circumstances. Sumu pondered that earning points through the ring was indeed the fastest method. The more opponents he defeated, the quicker he would accumulate points. Additionally, the ring would undoubtedly have an audience, allowing him to possibly harvest a significant amount of source energy while amassing points. Just as Sumu was deep in thought, a young boy beside him interrupted, "Brother, what's the last question?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Sumu asked, "What happens to those who cause trouble at night?" This question left the viewers in the live stream puzzled. Someone wondered aloud, "What's he asking? What could happen to troublemakers at night? Didn't he read the rules? The rules only apply during the day, right?" Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Dream Tower Academy, Principal Wang Ri watched the screen with a slight smile. Having just seen off Chief Examiner Chen Fengqiu, he had inquired about the recent events in DreamNet. Sumu's information was quickly delivered to his phone. At that moment, his daughter, Wang Huanjia, entered the room carrying a stack of documents. Wang Ri reminded her outside, "You should call me Principal or Mr. Wang." Wang Huanjia set down the documents and curiously asked, "A genius? Dad, don't we have plenty of those in our academy?" Wang Ri briefly explained Sumu's situation. Mental potential rated S level, 1 point compatibility, and completion of its level potential dream within 10 minutes. This piqued Wang Huanjia's interest, especially upon learning that Sumu had no background. Wang Ri speculated that Sumu might have inherited the legacy of its level dream maker, which left Wang Huanjia astonished. Then, Wang Ri smiled and asked her, "Huanjia, can you guess why he asked the third question?" After a moment of thought, Wang Huanjia quickly realized there was a loophole in the Dream City rules. She analyzed that the rules contained a contradiction. While they stated that the rules only applied during the day, they also mentioned that breaking curfew at night would be punished. This implied that if students committed crimes to gain points at night, they would be punished during the day. It was a trap to induce students to commit crimes at night, serving as a test of their character. Meanwhile, the young boy, after hearing Sumu's question, was visibly taken aback and, after a long pause, responded, "Brother, for examinees, there are no rules at night." Sumu nodded thoughtfully, and the boy let out a sigh of relief before hurrying away. Sumu opened the map the boy had given him and discovered that the hotel and the underground boxing ring were the same location. Observing the hotel's remote location, Sumu folded the map and slowly walked towards the marked spot. The driver's note, the hotel and the ring, the lawless nights, these events happening one after another led Sumu to ponder. What exactly is the connection between all this and the second round of the exam? After walking for about 10 minutes under the scorching sun, Sumu finally arrived at the so-called only hotel in Dream City. It was a modest five-story building with an unremarkable exterior and a disappointingly plain lobby. A crooked sign at the entrance had the words Ru Ming Hotel scrawled on it, seemingly mocking the travelers who came here. Sumu looked around and silently thanked himself for having done his homework. If he hadn't confirmed that this was indeed the only hotel in town, he might have turned around and left. As he pushed the door open and stepped inside, he was surprised to find the lobby bustling with activity. Many students in various school uniforms crowded the room, their faces full of hesitation and anxiety as they gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves. It didn't take long for Sumu to understand the reason for their hesitation. A prominent price board on the wall displayed shocking numbers. A single room cost 30 points per day, and staying for 3 days required 90 points. Even more surprising was the note below. This hotel has no shared rooms. All rooms are single occupancy. From 6 p.m. onwards, any violations will be at your own risk. Sumu raised an eyebrow as the live stream audience erupted. Comments flew by like snowflakes. Oh my god, 8 points for a single room per day? 3 days for 24 points? Some students only have that much left. They'll be broke after staying here. 45 points for a deluxe single room for 3 days? Who would dare stay there? If my kid stayed here, I'd break his legs after the exam. This place is a total ripoff. How can they be so greedy? No choice though. This is the only place to stay. Otherwise, it might be dangerous at night. Amid the barrage of complaints, one viewer suddenly asked, "Ahem, is anyone else curious about that special service? Is it legit?" This question was quickly answered. Sumu glanced at the price list and then walked straight to the front desk. A sweet girl in a black and gold uniform greeted him with a professional smile. Sir, how can I assist you? Calmly, Sumu asked, what special services come with your VIP suite? As if it were the most ordinary question. A student drinking water nearby was so startled by Sumu's bluntness that he choked. Looking at Sumu with admiration, he couldn't help but think, why didn't I have the guts to ask directly? Shouldn't I have slipped a note instead? Surprisingly, the receptionist remained composed, merely smiling and pointing to the map in Sumu's hand. Sir, everything you need is available here. Sumu understood immediately that special service was likely the rumored underground fighting ring. The entry requirement was at least 30 points, with participants needing to have over 70 points. By this standard, anyone who could afford the VIP suite on the first day had to be among the top 1,000 ranked fighters. After a moment's thought, Sumu nodded. I'll rent a room for one day. The receptionist's face lit up with enthusiasm, her attitude becoming even more welcoming. She quickly took out a dark gold card from the drawer and handed it to Sumu with respect. As Sumu took the card and looked at the numbers on it, he realized why this place was called the Prison Transformed Hotel. The underground part was much larger than the above-ground section. The receptionist continued, Sir, this is your room number. You can use the VIP elevator with this card. Also, there is a detailed introduction to the special services in your room. Turning towards the elevator, she called out, Xiao Chun, please escort our VIP to his room. This shout caught everyone's attention in the lobby. The students, who had been chatting in small groups, turned their heads in unison, their faces filled with shock. VIP? Wow. Someone actually booked a VIP room? A top-tier student with over 70 points? Which school is this genius from? That's extravagant. Staying for 3 days costs 90 points. Could the special service really be that impressive? No way, it's what I'm thinking, right? This is a global live stream. Under countless gazes, Sumu remained unfazed and followed the staff member named Xiao Chun into the exclusive elevator. Xiao Chun, a tall and thin man with an emotionless face, looked like an incomplete dream creation. Inside the elevator, Xiao Chun mechanically explained, Sir, the restaurant is on the 11th basement floor, exclusive to VIPs. Just show your black card for free access. The elevator descended slowly and stopped at the 17th basement floor. When the doors opened, a hallway with red carpets and luxurious flowers on both sides came into view, giving it a more upscale feel than an ordinary hotel. Sumu's room was on the right side of the hallway. There were only 8 rooms on this floor, and it was eerily quiet, either due to excellent soundproofing or because he was the only guest. Xiao Chun, still expressionless, said, If you need anything, please contact the front desk using the phone in your room, before turning to leave. Sumu nodded, closed the door, and surveyed the room. The room was well furnished. A pristine white bed, a TV, a lounge chair, and a bathroom with a bathtub. But these were not Sumu's main concern. His eyes quickly found a piece of printed paper on the glass table. Picking up the paper, a black invitation card fell out. It had the words, Dreamweaver Arena Battle, boldly printed on it, along with, starts at 3 p.m. We look forward to your participation. As Sumu had suspected, only students who could afford the VIP rooms received this invitation. It was a high-stakes gamble. If they couldn't earn back their points in the arena, they would suffer a significant loss. Sumu chuckled. Interesting. I'll have lunch and rest a bit, then start dreaming. At 3 p.m., I'll take the dreams stored in my mind and head to the arena. He then pulled out a note given by the driver from his pocket. It read, Escort mission. The mission started in the city center and ended outside Dream City, scheduled for midnight, with a reward of 40 points. At midnight, from the city center to the outskirts, Sumu was on a mission to escort a transport. He stared at the mission details displayed on his phone, his brows furrowing. The generous reward of 40 points was tempting, yet it filled him with a sense of unease. This score is unusually high, Sumu muttered to himself, tapping his fingers on the table. The difficulty must be significant. Despite his doubts, Sumu decided to accept the mission. Midnight was not a challenge for him. It was the perfect time. After nightfall, he could fully utilize the time to create dreams, absorb source energy, and prepare himself for the task ahead. Sumu quickly reviewed his plan for the day. A fight in the afternoon, more activities in the evening, followed by the escort mission. Such a schedule would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person. But for Sumu, with his special abilities, it was feasible. If I can complete everything in one go today, they'll stay ahead on the leaderboard, Sumu thought confidently, a smile playing on his lips. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes and letting his consciousness dive into his mind. Soon, a cube representing his dream realm appeared, revealing a small, blank world. Sumu channeled his source energy, injecting 500 points into this space, simultaneously replenishing his mental strength. Then, he delved into the ancient texts of China in his mind, beginning to construct the scene of the underworld. Black mist enveloped the area. A stone-paved path stretched out, and the ancient ghost gate emerged. This time, the construction was easier, consuming noticeably less mental energy. Sumu continued adding details. The ox-head and horse-faced guardians appeared, holding soul-reaping ropes. A glowing pavilion materialized beside the Naiha bridge, with the red-brown Sansheng stone. At the bridge's end, an elderly Mingpa held a bowl of clear soup. In the distance, the majestic Fengdu city towered. Feeling his mental energy deplete, Sumu paused the construction. He took a deep breath and injected the remaining 500 points of source energy into the underworld. With a roar, the black mist around the underworld churned, and a fierce wind arose. Sumu's vision of the underworld surged into his dream realm like a tide. Before the ghost gate, terrified souls gathered, their cries echoing. 18 fierce demons with blue faces and sharp teeth patrolled the eerie surroundings. Inside Fengdu City, in the Hall of Yama, a stern-faced judge in a black robe appeared, holding the Book of Life and Death. Outside the hall, ghostly messengers wielded fiery and watery rods, awaiting the souls. Sumu was astonished to find that the characters in his dream were vividly lifelike, indistinguishable from ordinary people in Dream City. He realized that the 500 points of source energy had granted his dream an authentic level quality. Though the underworld was not fully complete, it already possessed formidable defense and intimidation capabilities. Sumu calculated that if he encountered danger, he could summon the underworld to the real world, dragging his enemies into his domain. Driven by curiosity, Sumu attempted to bring the Book of Life and Death out of the dream. However, as soon as he tried, a massive amount of mental energy surged out, causing a splitting headache. He immediately stopped, realizing that the book could not yet be brought out of the underworld dream. It seems the Book of Life and Death is of a high level, Sumu pondered. It might require a level to manifest it in reality. But with sufficient mental energy, there might be a chance even at lower levels. He continued to observe the bustling underworld, keeping an eye on the source energy panel, ready to replenish his mental strength at any moment. At noon, the room's bell rang. Sumu opened his eyes, stretched, and checked his mental energy value, 32.51. He picked up his black card and got up to open the door. I spent 30 points, so I can't miss any benefits, Sumu thought. As he opened the door to room 05 across the hall also opened. A young boy, about 1.7 meters tall, stepped out wearing a linen-colored shirt with a lit cigarette dangling from his lips. His prematurely grown beard gave him an air of maturity beyond his years. Before Sumu could react, the boy's eyes lit up, and he casually flicked away the cigarette in his hand. Instantly, a colorful light swirled around the cigarette, and both smoke and ash dissipated into thin air clearly. It was just an imaginary cigarette. A Longbiao school uniform? That's rare, the boy said enthusiastically, moving closer and introducing himself. I'm Zhangli from Dream Tower High School in the Xinghe district. What's your name, brother? You look unfamiliar. Sumu, already well-versed in the rules of Dream City and planning to make a high-profile appearance in the upcoming Dream Master competition, saw no need to hide his identity. He smiled and replied, Sumu, from Longting High School in Linhai City. Sumu? That name. Zhangli paused, thinking for a moment before his eyes widened in realization. Whoa, is it really you? The top ranked on the leaderboard? The one who created in Scray Dream? Leaderboard? Sumu didn't deny his identity but was puzzled by the term. Zhangli explained, it's the points leaderboard, but we in Xinghe district like to call it the heavenly list. He looked Sumu up and down, clicking his tongue in amazement. Linhai City, if I remember correctly, isn't an economic powerhouse. You've really made it big. Even if you lose the next few rounds, getting into a top university should be no problem. He eagerly suggested. How about we grab a meal together? We can exchange some information about Dream City. I have some exclusive intel that might be useful to you. Sumu raised an eyebrow, unable to fully gauge the intentions of this overly friendly, social butterfly, but he agreed with the idea of gathering intel from a companion. Sure, let's go together. Great, let's go, brother, Zhangli said, patting Sumu on the shoulder as they entered the elevator together. As the elevator descended, Zhangli, seemingly to show his sincerity, spoke first. From what I know, the top 100 students on the heavenly list received 5 points upon entering the city, along with a piece of paper detailing a transport mission. You should have one too, right? The midnight escort mission from the city center to the outskirts. This information startled Sumuzo. The top 100 students might all head to the city center for escort missions at midnight? Interesting. After a moment of contemplation, Sumu said, I got 10 points. What's your mission reward? 10 points? Damn, that's the special treatment for being number 1 on the list? 5 points more than us. Zhangli exclaimed, pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket to show Sumu. The two slips were almost identical, except for the reward. Zhang Li's group got 30 points, while Sumu's was 40. Sumu also took out his paper and exchanged information with Zhongli. 40 points. Wow, the first place reward is really something. Zhongli marveled at Sumu's paper. Do you have any other information? Preferably about the arena or Dream City's nightlife, Sumu continued to ask. Zhongli readily answered, bro, you asked the right person. I do have some info about the arena. Consider it a freebie since we're becoming friends. Anyway, you'll find out yourself by 3 p.m. He explained further. To come to this hotel, you must have spent 5 points to inquire about the local organization in Dream City. I asked around and found that our experiences were similar. Right after arriving, we all encountered a boy or girl named Xiaoxi, obviously a code name. Some people inquired about the arena, and according to Xiaoxi's intel, the 3 p.m. arena battles won't just involve students. Residents of Dream City will also enter the hotel's 18th floor through other passages. Some students who didn't make the top 100 will also have a chance to participate, though they might be at a disadvantage compared to us. It seems our VIP status does come with some perks. Residents of Dream City will also compete? Sumu frowned, sensing potential trouble. Noticing Sumu's change in expression, Zhongli laughed. You sense something off too, right? If the arena battles were only among students, it'd be fair competition. But if it's unrestricted, you might face an grade newbie one moment and a grade expert the next. The specifics will depend on how things are arranged later. Zhongli spoke while glancing at the numbers rapidly changing on the elevator display. As they neared the floor where the restaurant was located, he turned to Sumu with a hint of excitement in his voice. Hey buddy, how about I introduce you to a few friends once we're inside? Over the next 3 days in Dream City, you'll definitely get to interact with other candidates. He paused, his expression becoming more serious. But, just so you know, there might be some people in the restaurant who aren't too thrilled about you. If you want to keep a low profile, that's understandable. Being ranked first on the Tianbang isn't exactly a walk in the park. From what I've observed, this restaurant is exclusive to VIPs, and at least a dozen of the top 100 contenders are already here. Some of them have been talking about you, and let's just say they're not all fans. Not fans? So what? Sumu raised an eyebrow, then shook his head after a moment of thought. It's fine. Making more friends is always better than making more enemies. Wow, I love your strong mindset. Zhang Li's eyes lit up. No worries, if anyone tries to mess with you, I've got your back. We've got numbers on our side. As they spoke, the elevator doors slowly opened to reveal a spacious, opulent restaurant. The walls were adorned with various exquisite decorations, and the central air conditioning provided a refreshing cool breeze, making the atmosphere extremely comfortable. Sumu quickly scanned the room, noting that aside from a few single seats, most tables were set for 4. There were only 13 people in the entire restaurant, with the majority wearing either blue and white uniforms or fiery red ones, clearly divided into 2 distinct factions. The remaining individuals, like Sumu, were either from less represented academies or lone wanderers who had found their way here. As the elevator doors fully opened, all eyes turned towards the newcomers, scrutinizing the 2 arrivals. Buddy, the show is about to start, Zhongli whispered, patting Sumu on the shoulder. He looked around, finally spotting someone in the hall and waved. Sis, meet my new friend, Sumu. The moment he said that, all eyes in the room focused on Sumu, standing next to Zhongli. Sumu? That name is very familiar to those of us chasing the top spots on the Tianbang. Is he really Sumu, the one who's ranked first? Dragon insignia on his uniform? Which top academy is that from? Interesting. And Steer Dream Creator. Running into him here of all places. The restaurant buzzed with murmurs and chatter as everyone's attention zeroed in on the young man who had just entered. As Zhang Li's shout echoed through the restaurant, all eyes instantly turned towards Sumu. Some gazes were filled with jealousy, others with scrutiny, and a few with undisguised hatred. Such attention would make an average person feel uncomfortable, but Sumu, who had already decided to make a high-profile appearance, remained unfazed. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement at this scene. Comments flew across the screen like snowflakes. Here we go. Genius versus genius. Everyone here is an elite from the Star River district. Sumu, coming from the lower city, isn't on the same level at all. What's the big deal about having S-level mental power? Most people here are battle-hardened veterans. I heard someone got pulled into the starry dreamscape before even awakening their Dreamweaver abilities to observe the star beasts up close. Sumu has a match this afternoon. Will he even survive past today? Zhongli waved towards a 4-person table in the corner of the restaurant, then led Sumu over. 2 girls were already seated there, one in a blue and white school uniform, and the other in a red and gold one. The girl in the blue and white uniform had icy blue eyes and a calm demeanor, while the one in red had a more relaxed posture, with burgundy hair casually draped over her shoulders, her long legs crossed as her black leather shoes swung gently under the table. She looked at Sumu with a meaningful glint in her eyes. Once seated, Zhongli made introductions. This is my sister, Zhang Hongxiao. And this is, also my sister, Tang Ning. Sumu nodded politely. Nice to meet you both. Zhang Hongxiao responded with a slight nod, while Tang Ning asked curiously, so you're Sumu? Which noble family are you from? I don't think I've heard of the Su family. Or is your maternal grandfather from a prominent clan? Sumu smiled warmly. A noble family? I'm a descendant of Yin and Huang, with 1.4 billion compatriots. Just an ordinary student, no notable background. Tang Ning was taken aback by his response and turned to Jiangli, who nodded in confirmation. Her expression turned to one of surprise. You created an S-level dream without any support from elders. Before she could finish, a male voice interrupted from behind. Sumu, I've heard a lot about you. Everyone turned to see a young man in a blue silk uniform approaching with a smile. He introduced himself. I heard there was an unknown master in the first round. Now that I see you, the rumors are true. I'm Qian Cheng, from the Star River District. He extended his hand to Sumu. Sumu felt a surge of caution but stood up to shake hands. Sumu, from Linhai City. What do you want? Linhai City? Qian Cheng paused, trying to recall the place. Lower City? Without waiting for an answer, he continued. You're participating in the arena battle this afternoon, right? How about we have a match? I'm curious to see the strength of someone who created an S-level dream on their first awakening. The livestream viewers went wild again. Qian Cheng, the genius who created the B-level potential dream, Grave of Bones. I saw his death dream. It was super realistic with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This guy must have been on the battlefield. Here we go. When geniuses clash, it's always explosive. Dreamweavers are like this. They never back down from a challenge at the same level. Sumu raised an eyebrow, thinking, a soft target. This is a perfect opportunity to showcase my Hua Xia dreams and crush a fellow genius. The more viewers, the more source energy I get. Just as he was about to accept, Qianqing added, how about I put up 30 points? Win or lose, those 30 points are yours. Consider it a friendly gesture. Deal? As he spoke, a notification popped up on Sumu's personal panel. Do you accept the 30-point transfer from candidate Qiancheng? Starting with 30 points? Sumu narrowed his eyes, sensing something was off. Jiang Li coughed lightly, signaling Sumu to be cautious. Sumu looked at the panel and smiled. He then adjusted the data. How about this? I'll give you 40 points, and we have a match. I have plenty of points to spare. In the midst of their conversation, Sumu indeed opened a transaction panel for 40 points, leaving the audience bewildered. They couldn't help but question. Are these two idiots? Why would they give away points so early in the competition? Suddenly, a shocking thought crossed their minds. There must be a trap. The audience quickly recalled a crucial rule in Dream City. It is forbidden to gain points through any fraudulent means. Realizing this, they understood that contestants transferring large amounts of points to each other, for any reason, could be considered a violation. No way, this kid is pretty sly, someone exclaimed. If anyone can't resist the temptation and accepts those 30 points, they'd be directly violating the rules and get eliminated. As the audience noted, the contestant named Qiancheng was testing Sumu by exploiting Dream City's rules. However, Sumu was equally well-versed in these rules. Facing Sumu's calm response, Qiancheng didn't show any sign of disappointment, as if it was just a casual test. Don't chicken out of this afternoon's arena match. Number 1, Qiancheng said with a meaningful tone. Enjoy your meal. With that, he turned and left. Watching Qiancheng leave, Zhongli couldn't help but comment. This guy is really cunning. Which school is he from? He's not even wearing a uniform. He scrutinized Qiancheng but couldn't identify his background. Tang Ning, who had a straightforward personality, pondered for a moment and said, judging by the name, he should be from the Qian family, right? The Qian family? Zhongli thought for a moment, recalling some vague details. Oh, they're the ones under the protection of that shrank dreamweaver with the surname Qian, right? Now I remember. They played a role in the establishment of the Dream Network. But the family has declined quite a bit since the fall of that shrank dreamweaver. For this kid to score so high, he must be the focus of the Qian family's training. You're lucky, my friend. Tang Ning, after hearing Zhang Li's words, added an important piece of information. I found out that in the afternoon's arena match, each person can only compete once and must pay an entry fee of 30 points, even if they don't fight at all. The points earned are linked to the number of matches won, with a minimum of 30 points for a successful challenge. If someone is defeated, they must give 90 of their previously earned points to the victor. As VIPs, we get one chance to choose our opponent, and the selected person cannot refuse. All participants must wear masks and cloaks that cover their entire bodies, so no one can be recognized. She continued her analysis. This kid is probably afraid he won't get a chance to face you, so he pulled this stunt, hoping you'll voluntarily step up in the afternoon arena match. Defeating you on the first day would give him a significant lead on the leaderboard and make it easier for him to attract the attention of top universities. After all, the Qian family doesn't have the privilege to freely choose top-tier schools anymore. Entry requires a 30-point admission fee. Sumu stood at the entrance of the arena, studying the rules board and calculating in his mind. Each challenger only gets one chance to step onto the stage, and they can only come down if they concede. If they concede, 90 of the match earnings go to the winner. All participants must be masked, a rule that significantly increases the difficulty of the exam. VIPs have the right to choose their opponents, but with everyone masked, there's no guarantee they won't pick a local dreamweaver who exceeds the frank. That would be a disaster and a waste of points. Sumu's lips curled into a slight smile. He found the rules quite interesting. Thanks. A familiar voice came from behind him. Sumu turned around to see Tang Ning standing there with a faint smile on her face. You're welcome, Tang Ning continued, but don't think I'm that kind-hearted. If I find out you're on par with Qin Cheng, rest assured, I'll be the next challenger. Tang Ning smiled and said, since you're 20 points above us, you better perform 20 points better. Otherwise, I'll make sure you lie down in the second round of the competition. Honestly, we don't know what the first place reward is, but we're all pretty upset that you took the top spot. Sumu suddenly understood. She had been waiting for him here. Listening to Tang Ning, he realized that this seemingly fierce girl wasn't brainless. After failing to report him in the first round, she had become cautious. If Sumu didn't show dominance, this young lady would take her resentment to the stage and treat him like an easy target. So, I can't pretend to struggle against Qin Cheng, then wait for you to come up and earn another person's points? Sumu asked tentatively. Tang Ning rolled her eyes at his words. You can try. And so, a peculiar lunch began. No one else came to bother them. Sumu ordered a beef rice bowl and sweet iced tea from the waiter. The 30-point meal was indeed the best he had eaten since his transmigration. The beef was tender and juicy, and the rice seemed to be from some exotic dreamland, with a naturally delicious flavor. During the meal, the socially adept Jiang Li chatted around the restaurant. Tang Ning, on the other hand, silently cut her steak, looking every bit the part of a lady from a prominent family. Zhang Hongxiao, who was usually quite present, seemed almost invisible, likely because Sumu's presence deterred her from socializing with her friends. Half an hour later, Sumu left first and returned to his room on the 17th basement floor. The arena battle was set to start in 2.5 hours. Sitting on his bed, he examined the dreamscape in his mind, pondering whether to add something more. Casually checking his source power panel, Sumu was stunned. His source power had surged again, reaching 527 points. Upon closer inspection, he saw that someone named Wang Ri had contributed 500 points in one go. Additionally, the 6 source power contribution rate had noticeably accelerated, while the 0.1 and 1 refresh rates had decreased. Sumu speculated that this might be because the underworld dream was only accessible to dreamweavers of crank and above. After a moment of contemplation, Sumu decided to use 200 points to enhance his mental power, keeping the remaining 300 points in reserve. As his thoughts flowed, the 200 points of source power quickly dissipated, and a warm current surged through his mind. His mental power rapidly replenished and increased, finally settling at 34.5 points. In just under a day, his mental power had nearly increased by an entire ordinary person's worth. What did it matter if his dreamweaver profession compatibility was low? With continuous use of source power, his growth rate would surpass everyone's expectations. While Sumu waited for the afternoon competition to start, a travel article was published on the Huaxia tourism page, which was the source of his source power surge. The author, named Gu Jin, was a crank dreamweaver who loved exploring others' dream creations. The moment the global exam dream was released, it caught Gu Jin's attention. She experienced Sumu's underworld dream right away. She was fascinated by the peculiar architecture of the Yellow Springs Path and the Ghost Gate Pass, but what captivated her the most was the Bridge of Helplessness, the final scene that the live stream audience had not seen. The bridge was divided into 3 levels. The virtuous walked on the top, the mediocre in the middle, and the wicked on the bottom. The magical thing about stepping onto the Bridge of Forgetfulness is that the moment she sets foot on it, she gains an intuition about which level she should take. Gu Jin felt a profound shock at experiencing this unique sensation. This dream of death was unlike the works of other dream weavers. It wasn't just an enhancement of the environment, but a deep critique and reflection on one's entire life. Gu Jin ultimately decided to cross the bridge. Reflecting on her past experiences of going to war and saving lives, she realized she had never committed any major wrongdoings. As she walked onto the bridge, a sense of inexplicable peace washed over her, as if her life's worth had been validated in some way. Her confusion about death also began to dissipate. This extraordinary experience brought her a sudden clarity. At the very least, she could be certain that she wouldn't be deemed an evil person after death. Inspired, Gu Jin immediately set to work on creating a dream journey based on this experience. Once published, her article caused an uproar online. A dream that could judge one's merits and demerits after death caught the attention of numerous clever dream weavers who had yet to focus on the unified exam, and they flocked to experience it. After the experience, the dream weavers eagerly asked each other which path they had taken. If someone had taken the middle path, they would inevitably be mocked. Protecting humanity from cosmic beasts and still being mediocre after the battlefield? You must have gone easy in the fight, right? Such banter was common, drawing even more people to join the queue. Of course, those who received a mediocre result were not willing to admit defeat, insisting they were truly good people. Some even claimed they were almost dragged down by evil spirits when they took the lower path, using this to cover their embarrassment. As the number of participants surged, Sumu's source power growth accelerated as well. Gu Jin, the author, watched the rising click count with delight. She casually made a cup of coffee and settled into Sumu's livestream. Fixated on the handsome young man on screen, she began to look forward to his performance in the upcoming arena match. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Gu Jin's mind. The underworld must have updates too, right? What would the new underworld look like? Her creative desire was ignited once again, and she eagerly anticipated her next dream-weaving journey. At 2:50 p.m., Sumu was preparing to leave when there was a sudden knock on the door. He got up and opened it, finding the expressionless attendant Xiao Zhang standing outside, holding a jet-black cloak and a golden eagle mask that could cover his entire face. "Sir, please change into this outfit and follow me," Xiao Zhang said mechanically. "All VIPs will enter the 18th floor in batches to ensure privacy." After a brief moment of thought, Sumu accepted the clothes and mask. He quickly put them on and followed Xiao Zhang into the elevator. Using his VIP card, he pressed the button for the negative 18th floor. The elevator gently trembled and soon reached its destination. As the elevator doors opened slowly, a dimly lit environment came into view. Around him stood many tall, uniformly built men in black suits and masks, as if they were cut from the same mold. Xiao Zhang did not leave the elevator. Instead, a black-clad man standing next to the elevator took over the guidance. Although his voice was still mechanical, it was slightly more lively than Xiao Zhang's. "Honored guest, your private suite has been prepared. Please follow me." As the black-clad man's words ended, the other men in black quickly changed positions, making way for Sumu. He nodded and followed the guide through the dark hall, eventually stopping at a door marked with the number 18. "Sir, this room number will be your code for the duration of this tournament," the black-clad man explained. The room is equipped with air conditioning, a bathroom, and various snacks and fruits. There is a detailed set of tournament rules on the table. Please read them carefully. Note that the tournament will last until 5:30 p.m., and you cannot leave the room before then. The black-clad man opened the door and gestured for Sumu to enter. After a moment of thought, Sumu stepped into room 18. The room had 3 transparent glass walls, with a row of sofas in the center. On one side, a glass table was laden with snacks and fruits, and a pitch-black card was pinned under a corner of the table. Sumu immediately picked up the card and carefully read the tournament rules. 1. Each contestant has only one chance to go on stage. 2. VIPs can designate one person to challenge, and the opponent cannot refuse. 3. Going on stage requires a payment of 30 points, which will be refunded if the VIP wins. The victor will receive 90 of the loser's points. 4. Spending 20 points allows for a mid-match break, during which contestants can use provided items to recover some mental strength. 5. There are no level restrictions in the tournament, so proceed with caution. Sumu raised an eyebrow in thought. These rules were generally consistent with what Tang Ning had previously described, with a few added benefits. For example, the points for VIPs going on stage could be refunded, and there was now a new rule allowing for mid-match breaks. This undoubtedly increased the potential for consecutive victories. Today's tournament is going to be interesting, Sumu thought to himself, eager to get on stage and collect source power. Suddenly, the room began to shake, similar to the sensation of an elevator in motion. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, all the lights in the room turned on, and the view outside the transparent glass became clear. In front of him was a massive square arena, about the size of a large middle school. Surrounding it were stands filled with black-cloaked spectators, their masks displaying numbers ranging from 100 to several thousand. Rough estimates suggested there were at least 800 or 900 people, including students and locals. The soundproofing in the VIP booth was excellent, and Sumu could only hear the occasional conversation from nearby stands. His room was moved by mechanical arms, slotting into a row of identical transparent rooms. On either side were other masked individuals. The person in room 17 even nodded at him. The central stage lit up brightly, and a circular platform began to rise from the ground. A middle-aged man with silver hair, dressed in a black suit and smiling, appeared with the platform. All eyes were on him, and exclamations filled the air. "Whoa, the principal of Dream Tower? No way." The host of the underground tournament is Principal Wong of Dream Tower University, and a ranked dream weaver hosting the tournament? That's quite an honor. Sumu raised an eyebrow, thinking this person must have paid a lot to cameo in the exam. Wang Ri bowed to the crowd and took out a prepared script to begin hosting. "Welcome, challengers, to the 18th floor prison for the Dream Weaver tournament. I am Wang Ri, the principal of Dream Tower University, and I will be your host for today's tournament. Tomorrow, other university principals will take over. I believe you are all familiar with the tournament rules, so I won't repeat them. You're all here for points. The longer you last in the arena, the higher your points. On behalf of Dream Tower University, I wish all contestants the best of luck in today's tournament. Additionally, I promise that those who perform exceptionally well today will receive extra attention from Dream Tower University. As soon as Wang Ri finished speaking, the entire hall erupted into a roar of excitement. The students' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, each eager for their chance to shine. They realized that performing well in the arena could catch the principal's attention, potentially earning them a spot at Dream Tower University. The atmosphere became incredibly lively as students animatedly discussed their strategies. Someone even shouted, "I'm going to fight in as many rounds as possible today. Even if my scores are mediocre later, I can still get into Dream Tower University." Wang Ri surveyed the room with satisfaction, nodding slightly at the students' passionate responses. As a guest host, he was aware that he could only add a bit of personal flair within the allowed limits, without overly interfering with the examination process. But he knew that today's promotional effect had been achieved, and the school's enrollment issue should no longer be a concern. His gaze discreetly swept over the VIP seats, finally resting on seat 18, where Sumu sat, another key reason for his visit. Wang Ri recalled the shocking death dream he had experienced, and couldn't help but anticipate what surprises this young man might bring today. Quickly gathering his thoughts, Wang Ri put on a warm smile and announced, "As per tradition, we will have a guest from the VIP seats initiate the first round of today's arena challenge. Which esteemed guest would like to go first?" As he finished speaking, the stage lights began to move around the VIP seats, as if searching for the first brave challenger. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the lower right of Sumu. "I'll go first." Sumu frowned slightly, recognizing the voice as Qin Cheng, who had challenged him before. He couldn't help but think, why is this guy so reckless, jumping in without assessing the situation? Wang Ri immediately directed the spotlight to the source of the voice and enthusiastically announced, "Great. Our first challenger from the VIP seats is guest number 12. Let's welcome guest number 12 to the stage as today's first arena master." All eyes instantly focused on the room where Qian Cheng was. Inside, Qian Cheng, wearing a mask, felt his heart race, barely able to contain his nerves. He knew his family's fortunes had declined, and his only way into a top university was through his own efforts. To gain the favor of prestigious schools, he had to give it his all, even if it meant challenging the top-ranked opponent. When he learned that the principal of Dream Tower University was personally hosting this event, his resolve only strengthened. He silently vowed to win today's match no matter what, even if it meant using some less than honorable tactics. Winning would give him a shot at getting into Dream Tower University. As the glass wall of room 12 vanished, Qian Cheng felt a weight lift off his body, and he floated onto the stage, standing beside Wang Ri. With a smile, Wang Ri reminded him, "Guest number 12, according to the rules, you have one chance to choose your opponent. The selected person cannot refuse. Please choose whom you want to challenge." Taking a deep breath, Qian Cheng removed his mask, looked firmly at the VIP seats, and loudly declared, "The person I want to challenge is the current top-ranked, Sumu. Sumu, come out." This challenge instantly electrified the crowd, causing an uproar among the spectators. Damn, this is intense. Starting off by challenging the top of the leaderboard? In the livestream chat, comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Viewers stared wide-eyed at their screens, holding their breath, afraid to miss a moment of the unfolding drama. That genius who created and steered Dreamscape. Is this guy crazy? Is he risking his life just for fame? Don't jump to conclusions, someone countered. This VIP isn't just anybody. You need a score of over 70 to get VIP status. The audience's excitement reached a fever pitch, cheers erupting from all corners. Amazing! This is amazing! Kicking off with the main event. Suddenly, a frustrated voice interrupted, "Damn it! My snacks haven't arrived yet. Hold on, everyone. Hey, isn't that duck chips?" someone teased. Just then, a voice of surprise cut through the chatter. "Qian Cheng? The genius who crafted a tire dreamscape. This is like a clash of titans." All eyes turned to the VIP section, eagerly awaiting Sumu's appearance. Unexpectedly, a masked figure in black stood up from the ordinary seats. "Hey, you're looking in the wrong place," the person shouted in a gruff voice. "I'm Sumu, over here." Qian Cheng was momentarily stunned, looking confusedly towards the source of the voice. At the same moment, two more masked figures rose from the VIP section. "I'm Sumu," one of them yelled. "You got guts challenging the top of the leaderboard. I'll come down there and teach you a lesson." More and more masked individuals stood up, each shouting, "I'm Sumu. Get lost. You think you can impersonate the top of the leaderboard? On stage, I'm right here. Come on, pick me." In room 18, The real Sumu was about to stand up but was stunned by the scene before him. Quickly realizing, he thought, the rules. So this is how the rules can be used. It dawned on him. Everyone entered masked, meaning identities could be hidden. The VIP could only choose one person to go on stage, and if all the masked people claimed to be the same person, the VIP couldn't verify each one. This is trouble, Sumu thought. If I don't step up, Qian Chung is in for a rough time. The audience slowly grasped the situation, bursting into laughter. Haha, you guys are something else, impersonating like this? Come on, try to find the real Sumu. This is hilarious. Trying to be the first to stand out? Now you've really dug your own grave. Watching the growing number of new Sumus, Qian Chung on stage was utterly bewildered. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he realized he might have chosen the wrong moment to unmask himself. Hearing the continuous shouts of "I am Sumu" from the stands, Qian Cheng's head started to buzz, leaving him momentarily at a loss. He turned to Wang Ri and blurted out a foolish question. Principal Wang, what's going on here? Wang Ri smiled calmly, unfazed. Familiar with the rules, he simply said, young man, choose your opponent. If you don't hurry, the match will move to the automatic challenge phase. As Qian Cheng listened to Wang Ri, the rising laughter from the stands made his face flush. He turned sharply to the VIP box and shouted angrily, Sumu, come down. We agreed to this at noon. The response was a cacophony of voices. Damn it, pick me already. I'm Sumu. You idiot, choose me. Look at me, we agreed at noon. What a moron. Why are you listening to them? I'm Sumu, choose me. The last voice came from a slender, masked figure, clearly female but also pretending to be Sumu. Overwhelmed by the voices, Qian Chung felt on the verge of breaking down. He shouted again towards the VIP box, Sumu, come out, take off your mask. Are you too scared to fight? Sumu, who had been about to sit back down, paused. Take off my mask? He thought. Qian Chung really dares to say that. The underground arena's rules repeatedly emphasized protecting one's identity. Sumu suspected this was not just to confuse opponents but might have other implications, like the fact that these underground matches were illegal. Xiaoxi had mentioned this was a place for underground fights, implying it was not sanctioned by Dream City's law enforcement. Revealing one's face or voice could lead to repercussions. Despite his thoughts and mischievous nature, Sumu wouldn't back down once a challenge was accepted. While it was amusing to toy with someone, boosting his source power was far more crucial. He intended to be the last one standing in the ring. Seeing a student ready to challenge, he decided to deal with it first. Sumu looked around and saw the other black-clad figures standing and using their voices to distract Qian Chung, without any additional movements. After a moment of thought, he raised his hand high to draw attention. Whether Qian Chung understood was up to him. Sumu was planning to fight after this round anyway. Qian Chung, who had been watching the VIP box intently, immediately noticed the distinctive Sumu. Although the mask remained, he felt this had to be Sumu. Without further hesitation, and spurred by Wang Ri's urging, Qian Chung pointed to Sumu in room 18. Him? That's the Sumu I want to challenge. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Are you sure? He hasn't taken off his mask. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. If he takes off his mask, he'll be embarrassed in front of everyone. He'll be a laughingstock nationwide. Exactly. If this guy doesn't show any skill in the match, it'll be a disaster. Dream Tower University will be out of his reach. Listening to the crowd, Qian Cheng's face turned red and pale alternately. He scrutinized the masked figure in room 18, who had put his hand down after being chosen, looking inscrutable. Maybe this guy is just trying to catch my attention. Maybe he's not Sumu, but a high-level dreamer. With that thought, Qian Cheng's sweat flowed even more, and he cursed Sumu inwardly from head to toe. But it was too late to back out. He could only grit his teeth and go for it. Damn you, Sumu. Next to him, Wang Ri, hearing Qian Cheng's choice, glanced at Sumu and nodded with a smile. With a slight movement of his finger, he transported Sumu from room 18 to the square arena, directly opposite Qian Chung. Qian Chung scrutinized the black-clad figure in front of him, thinking he seemed to match Sumu's height and build from their noon meeting. However, a sliver of doubt lingered. He gritted his teeth and whispered, Sumu, is this fun for you? Sumu merely let out a cold "heh," glanced at Qian Chung, and said nothing. He stood still, waiting for the match to start. Wang Ri spoke up. Now that both of you are on the stage, please move to the center marked by the light. Only after I announce the start of the match can you make any moves. As he finished speaking, the lights around the stands dimmed, and two beams of light illuminated the east and west sides of the square arena. Having read about dreamer duels in textbooks, Sumu understood the process and had no intention of engaging in pre-match trash talk. He turned and walked towards the light spot. Qian Chung, casting a venomous glance at Sumu, walked towards the other light spot on the west side, thinking, whether this guy is Sumu or not, he has to win this match. As both took their positions, the lights from above illuminated the entire stage. Wang Ri, standing in the center, descended slowly on a lift. Moments later, a voice echoed from the sky. The match begins. With this command, the stands erupted in deafening roars. Kill him. Take down the champion. Sumu. Sumu. The audience's fervent cheers filled the air, their excitement palpable. Standing on the west side, Qian Cheng coldly eyed Sumu, a disdainful smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Whether you're Sumu or not, you're going down. His voice dripped with provocation. And if you're not Sumu, I'll laugh at the coward who didn't dare to show up after I defeat you. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Cheng unleashed his ultimate technique, Grave of Bones. He extended his hand, fingers slightly spread, and slowly clenched them towards the air in front of him. As he did so, the ground of the entire arena began to transform in a bizarre manner. The eerie sound of cracking bones emerged from beneath the surface, as if countless undead were awakening. The once smooth floor was gradually covered with a sinister bone-like pattern, giving the impression that the ground could twist at any moment. This horrifying scene rapidly spread, soon enveloping the entire arena. But this was only the beginning. Behind Qian Cheng, a vast expanse of pale light suddenly appeared. In an instant, a hill made entirely of piled skeletons materialized out of thin air. Each skull in the mound ignited with flickering soul flames, resembling countless hostile eyes fixed on Sumu. Even the previously white lights in the sky were now shrouded in a pale sheen, making it seem as if the world had plunged into the realm of death. Qian Cheng, pleased with his creation completely engulfing the arena, taunted, Sumu, don't tell me you still need to improvise your dreams on the spot? The viewers in the live stream were stunned by the breathtaking scene. Comments flooded in. Holy crap, each skeleton could be a soldier. This is incredible. This brank potential dream seamlessly blends environment and constructs. The skeletal structures around could turn into offensive creations. No wonder it's a brank potential dream. Just this move alone could dominate the top 100. Too bad. It lacks a bit of depth. This kid might only be scratching the surface of his dream's potential. He'll need to grow more to fully realize it. Sumu is in serious trouble. The audience's reactions highlighted the power of Qian Cheng's technique and foreshadowed the immense challenge Sumu was about to face. That's so despicable, Gu Jin exclaimed, eyes glued to the live stream in his apartment in the Xinghe district. His heart felt as if it were being squeezed by an invisible hand. On the screen, Sumu's eerie white bones covered the entire arena, making Gu Jin realize that his opponent had used the dream field storage function. As a dreamweaver himself, Gu Jin was well aware of the immense advantage the dream field offered in creating large-scale death dreams. It allowed the user to directly retrieve preset dreams, significantly speeding up the process, something ordinary dreamweavers couldn't match. Using his connections in the journalism world, Gu Jin had gathered some personal information about Sumu. He learned that Sumu came from a poor background and had relied on financial aid from Linhai City just to attend high school. Gu Jin couldn't help but wonder, how could an ordinary student afford a dream field? Even the lowest grade dream storage items would be out of reach for him. Despite his doubts, Gu Jin couldn't report any cheating. In the unified exam rules, using items like the dream field for dream storage was allowed. This was due to the practical needs dreamweavers would face against the cosmic beasts in the future. Mastering such tools was almost a required skill. Even so, constructing S-level death dreams still required time, not to mention the mental energy it consumed. Gu Jin couldn't help but worry whether Sumu could endure an entire match. Unless someone had lent him a dream weaving tool, or he had won a dream field as a reward in the first round. Watching Sumu confidently raise his hand, Gu Jin silently prayed, please, please don't overestimate yourself. It wasn't just Gu Jin who noticed the issue. Many viewers did as well. Especially when Sumu allowed Qian Cheng to expand his domain across the entire arena, it sparked widespread discontent. Meanwhile, in the Linhai City Mayor's office, an angry female voice erupted. Lu Yun, a 30-year-old A-level dreamweaver and the current mayor of Linhai City, was closely monitoring Sumu's performance in the global exam. Seeing a student from her city at a disadvantage due to poverty ignited a fury within her. Glaring at the seemingly weak and helpless Sumu on the screen, Lu Yun wished she could personally equip him with top-tier tools. These damn exam rules are clearly biased towards students from affluent districts. Without the contributions from Linhai City, those so-called economic districts would be nothing but ruins, she fumed. Determined to address this injustice, Lu Yun immediately dialed a number saved as Old Chen. The call was quickly answered, and the person on the other end seemed to anticipate her concerns. Before she could speak, he said, calm down, girl. The exam committee is doing its best to address the students' issues. Sumu's first-round reward was a top-quality dream field crafted by an S-level dreamweaver. This revelation left Lu Yun speechless. Sumu has a top-tier S-level dream field? Then why isn't he using it? She instinctively asked. On the other end of the line, Qin Fengqiu, the chief examiner of the current exams, was also watching the match. He too was puzzled by Sumu's actions. Why not use the dream field simultaneously? This essentially gave the opponent a home field advantage. Despite observing that Sumu, though impoverished, was just as perceptive and capable as students from wealthier districts, Qin Fengqiu couldn't help but wonder. What is this kid waiting for? A dramatic opportunity to shine? Or something else? As Qin Fengqiu pondered, Lu Yun's excited voice suddenly broke through the phone. He's starting. Qin Fengqiu immediately focused on the screen. In the arena, amidst the pervasive pallor and scattered bones, the gold-masked Sumu showed no trace of panic. Instead, a mysterious smile played on his lips. A dream of death. Qian Chang had resorted to such drastic measures against Sumu. The scene between them transformed into a landscape resembling a western cemetery, with mountains of bones and skeletal beings standing tall. Sumu chuckled inwardly. This kid's choice was indeed unique. Yet he seemed unaware that those from the underworld would never fear the dead. Qian Chang stood across from him, secretly delighted by Sumu's lack of movement. He thought to himself, could it be that this guy is too scared to move because of my deathly scene? Or perhaps he doesn't have any dreamland storage items. Knowing that Sumu hailed from the lower district of Linhai City, where students with such items were rare, Qian Cheng's confidence grew even stronger. Fate is on my side. Qian Cheng rejoiced inwardly. Sumu, regardless of whether you're real or not, it seems that someone with your name has no real ability. Feeling triumphant, Qian Cheng clasped his hands behind his back and snapped his fingers. With a crisp snap, the skeletons behind him, their eyes glowing with eerie blue soul fire, began to move. The sound of bones grinding together was chilling, and one by one, the skeletons slowly rose, advancing towards Sumu with a sinister gait. At the same time, the ground beneath Sumu's feet started to emit the sound of shifting bones. Dark red-stained skeletal hands broke through the soil, their bony fingers wriggling as if to drag Sumu into an endless abyss. This was Qian Cheng's most powerful move, learned from his family's legacy of dreams, and the strongest he could currently perform. Although this technique required a significant expenditure of mental energy to create dream constructs, Qian Cheng believed the cost was worth it. He was convinced that this strike would wash away past humiliations and make everyone remember his strength. More importantly, he aimed to demonstrate his prowess to the headmaster of Dream Tower, hoping to gain more resources and opportunities. Just as Qian Cheng was lost in his grand visions, he suddenly noticed that the previously motionless Sumu had begun to move. Sumu's hand formed a loose grip, and a dark, inky mist quietly gathered in his palm. For some reason, an inexplicable chill rose from the depths of Qian Cheng's heart, as if foreboding some ominous event. Dream weaving? The term flashed through Qian Cheng's mind like lightning. He suddenly realized that his opponent also possessed this ability but hadn't used it earlier. A wave of unease surged within him, but the arrow was already knocked and had to be released. Qian Cheng's death dreamscape was now fully unleashed, pushing his mental strength to its limits. He gritted his teeth and thought, no turning back now. The field is already covered by my dreamscape. Even if he tries to use his own, there's no way it can surpass my perfect creation. At that moment, a chorus of mournful wails erupted from all directions. We died so tragically. My lifespan isn't over yet. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. This is outrageous. I'm a general of the nation, commanding thousands of troops. How could I be dragged to the netherworld? The interwoven voices conveyed deep despair, weeping, and extreme fear of death. Qian Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he was about to mock his opponent for putting on a show, he noticed something unusual. The corpses he controlled had all stopped moving. The soul flames atop their skulls flickered erratically, and their joints creaked violently. What unnerved him even more was the inexplicable sense of fear he felt emanating from these dream creations. Fear? They're just bones. What could they possibly fear? Qian Cheng's mind raced with doubt, and he bellowed, kill him. What are you waiting for? He frantically expended his mental energy, trying to forcefully control the creations to move forward. Suddenly, Qian Cheng felt a void in his heart, as if his connection to the grave of bones had been severed. Terrified, he tried to take action, only to see the once dense skeletal hands slowly retract into the ground. In their place, an impenetrable black mist emerged, as if it came from an eternal abyss. The entire battlefield transformed. The previous grave of bones had only partially obscured the sky, but now the black mist enveloped the heavens, casting a dark and eerie shadow over the entire area. Watching the live broadcast, Gu Jin exclaimed excitedly, it's here. The black mist represents the underworld, and it looks like it has been further perfected. The mist seemed to emanate from the deepest fears within people's hearts, sending a chilling sensation through the screen. Even more bizarre, Gu Jin suddenly heard whispers in her mind, as if from deceased relatives or comrades. Return, return, The voice carried a magical allure, shaking her resolve, as if trying to pull her spirit from her body. In the audience, the students felt the proximity of death more acutely than ever. Although the black mist hadn't engulfed them, they sensed death's presence as if a few steps forward onto the stage would bring them face to face with it. Many couldn't help but scream, "What is that? I feel like my body can barely contain my consciousness. My legs are trying to walk on their own. Holy crap, a monster. This must be in a class Dreamweaver. Chin Chung, that idiot, actually challenged in a class Dreamweaver to a duel? I've only ever seen this level of pressure on TV." In VIP room 14, the usually fiery Tang Ning was uncharacteristically silent, her expression one of shock. She had initially recognized Sumu, but now she began to doubt. Is this the underworld? The one with class dream potential? She didn't doubt the evaluation, but questioned the dream's user. Sumu is just a class novice dreamweaver. How could a novice create a dream with a class essence? Could this person actually be an imposter set up by DreamNet to deceive Chin Chung? Despite her attempts to convince herself otherwise, her intuition told her that the person before her was indeed Sumu, a true prodigy. System notifications flashed continuously. Lu Yun is shocked by your incomplete underworld creation. Source energy 500. Tang Ning is shocked by your creation. Source energy 5. Chin Chung is shocked by your creation. Source energy 25. Sumu's source energy surged rapidly. A smile crept under his mask as he flipped his wrist, summoning the entire underworld. With a series of crack, crack, crack sounds, the skeletal remains on the ground vanished completely, replaced by ancient, moss-covered green stone paths. Countless red flower buds sprouted around, blooming brilliantly and casting a dreamlike glow, the only light in the darkness. A bloody river flowed through the center of the field, seemingly endless, with countless corpses bobbing in its waters. The brown bridge of helplessness spanned the river, with a small pavilion beside it, where a brown stone lay. As one's gaze crosses the bridge of helplessness, an old woman is seen sitting quietly by its side. Her wrinkled face, marked by deep lines, appears grotesque and terrifying, as if embodying the deepest fears of the human heart. She holds a clear, transparent bowl of soup in her hands, staring intently at the other side of the bridge, as if waiting for someone to cross and join her. Behind the old woman, a grand city looms faintly through the thick, black fog. The words Fengdub are inscribed above the city gate, and the majestic palaces exude an aura of grandeur, as if filled with countless, untold stories. The entire scene radiates a strong sense of history and epic grandeur, leaving everyone present deeply awestruck. It feels as if it truly exists within the long river of history, hinting at the destination of souls after death, with the end shrouded in dark mist. Gu Jin looked at the scene before her, excitement gleaming in her eyes. Countless questions surged in her mind. Who is that old woman? Why is she by the bridge of helplessness? Whom is she waiting for? What is the significance of the reddish-brown stones on the bridge? What secrets does the yet obefully revealed palace hold? She felt that everything here was imbued with ancient stories, waiting for her to uncover. This underworld was exactly what she had hoped for, and she couldn't wait to explore it. Meanwhile, the number of comments in the live stream chat exploded. As the highlight of the underground arena battle this afternoon, this scene captivated the audience's attention. No matter which stream they were watching, this creation of death appeared flawless. Compared to this dream, the earlier level potential dream, Grave of the Withered Bones, seemed like a cheap knockoff. The viewers expressed their amazement. A pile of bones representing the afterlife? This is the real underworld. Is this really the work of an level rookie Dreamweaver? I'm in awe. Master, please take me as your disciple. Even if I reach a level, I couldn't create a dream like this. The completeness, the epic feel. It's more overwhelming than facing a cosmic beast. If I didn't know Sumu was the masked number 18, I'd suspect it was Principal Wang Ri from Dream Tower University warming up. Some viewers started asking for details. What does the old woman do? What's in the bowl she's holding? Others noticed the opponent. Where's Chin Chung? Isn't this a battle? Where's his creation? The camera then shifted to the other side of the battle. Chin Chung stood frozen on the bluestone path, his eyes vacant. His dream creation, the corpses trembled, afraid to move. Chin Chung seemed utterly terrified by the scene before him. Seeing this, Sumu paused his conjuring of Fengdu City. Since his opponent couldn't withstand it, there was no need to go all out, allowing him to save his mental energy for the upcoming battles. With a mere thought, footsteps echoed on the bluestone path. An oxhead and horseface emerged from the black fog, chains in hand. A familiar voice echoed on the stage. Since you're dead, why do you hesitate? This voice made the masked number 666 in the stands, Chindahan, shudder. He knew this phrase all too well. It was what was said when his soul was captured before. Now, the underworld seemed even stronger, with the old woman by the bridge of helplessness being a new addition. Chindahan swallowed hard. his legs trembling uncontrollably. As punishment for losing to Sumu in the first round, Chindahan was assigned to act as a dream creation, to defeat examinees when necessary and control the score. If the scene became too dull, he would need to take a few rounds of beatings as a punching bag. But now, the stage was dominated by a monster. If this monster scored high, Chindahan felt his level dream-weaving skills were utterly inadequate. Facing Sumu was more pressure than facing a cosmic beast. Chindahan could clearly see that Sumu was holding back. The mythic-like city was not fully materialized, simply because the opponent wasn't worthy. He felt he needed to contact the old man quickly, before Sumu started racking up points, and get someone else to take over. He couldn't handle this proctoring for another minute. Losing face was one thing, but he genuinely feared for his safety in this dream. Experiencing death again might drive him insane. Just as he was preparing to sneak away and contact Qin Fengqiu, Qian Sheng's incredulous voice echoed from the stage. This is impossible. What's impossible? Thought the audience. Of course, it's impossible that his opponent is Sumu. Qian Sheng continued to shout. This dream can't possibly be created by Inflevel Dreamweaver. If this was made by Inflevel Dreamweaver, I'll kneel right here and eat this floor. Today, I just had bad luck. I met at least a level expert. I admit defeat. But one day I, Qian Sheng, will surely defeat you. Feeling the gradually chilling atmosphere around him, Qian Sheng's legs trembled, but he still put on a brave face. I surrender. Today, I admit my bad luck. Damn it, I admit defeat. Losing to a senior, I accept it. Senior? Eat the floor? Hearing Qian Sheng's words, the live stream audience burst into laughter. Is this kid here for a free meal? Is he going to eat the whole floor, or break it into pieces? And calling him senior? I can't stop laughing. If Sumu takes off his mask now, will this guy kneel and call him daddy? Despite the audience's ridicule, for the Dream City students without omniscient perspectives, Qian Sheng's words held some credibility. This dream was indeed beyond the level of Inflevel Dreamweaver. Some began to suspect that a main examiner might be warming up by bullying newcomers. They believed it couldn't possibly be Sumu. Even if Sumu heard these doubts, he wouldn't bother to clear them up. When the leaderboard was revealed 3 days later, everything would be clear. However, Qian Sheng still deserved some punishment. Sumu slightly curled his finger, and the ox-head and horse-face demons immediately turned to look at Qian Sheng. They navigated through the surrounding corpses and precisely looped 2 chains around Qian Sheng's neck. Before Qian Sheng could react, a strange thumping sound echoed. He felt 2 powerful forces pulling from in front of him, stumbling forward a few steps. At the same time, his body felt lighter, as if he had been relieved of some burden. However, in that very moment, the chains around his neck erupted with intense pain, as if tearing his soul apart. Without any warning, the excruciating pain made Qian Sheng lose control of his facial expressions. His legs gave way, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Qian Sheng's body quickly transformed into a white light and disappeared from the stage, lying slumped beside it. Shortly after, 2 men dressed in black appeared and dragged him away like a dead dog. Wang Ri's voice echoed from the center of the arena. In this round, VIP number 18 has won, claiming 90 of VIP number 12's victory points, totaling 27 points. VIP number 18's total is now 57 points. Would VIP number 18 like to continue? From one side of the stage, Wang Ri observed Sumu's performance with approval and asked the question. He thought to himself that Sumu was the most promising newcomer he had seen since becoming the principal of Dream Tower University. If Sumu could survive the battlefield among the stars, he would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of strength potential. However, Wang Ri also noted that the underworld still lacked certain elements. Although the underworld now possessed strength traits involving the essence of souls, making Sumu invincible in current battles, it might struggle against the colossal beasts from the stars. These monsters were known for their brute strength and powerful souls, making it nearly impossible for Oxhead and Horseface to pull out their souls. Of course, this could also be because Sumu was currently only at Frank, limiting the performance of Oxhead and Horseface. Additionally, the setting of Huang Quan Nai he seemed more tailored to humans, and those star beasts, unafraid of death, might not be affected. On the arena, after listening to Wang Ri, Sumu absorbed the entire underworld into his dreamscape, eagerly checking his personal panel. His source power had surged to 2,856 points. This could be converted into 20 points of mental strength. Combined with his existing 34.5 points, his mental strength could exceed 50 points. In just 1 day of awakening, he had already surpassed twice the potential of an A-rank student. After a moment of contemplation, Sumu used 200 source power to recover his lost mental strength and increased it to 36.5 points. He then scanned the arena and raised his hand, indicating his readiness for the next match. Seeing this, Wang Ri nodded and announced, according to the rules, the VIP can choose a competitor. Please select your opponent. Sumu casually glanced at the VIP seats and pointed to VIP room number 11. The stage lights quickly focused there, and the chosen person visibly recoiled in fear. The following match confirmed this. The opponent barely managed to release a death field and summon about to shoot at Sumu, but all attacks were blocked by a black mist. Realizing victory was impossible and to avoid Qiancheng's fate, the student decisively jumped off the stage. VIP number 18 earns another 27 points, bringing the total to 84 points. VIP number 18, would you like to continue? Wang Ri asked again. Continue. Sumu replied without hesitation, choosing to take the risk for greater rewards. For him, maintaining rapid growth and source power was the priority. Even if he encountered a formidable opponent and lost, as long as he fought well, it was acceptable. After all, he would only lose a maximum of 27 points, and with 75 points as a cushion, he wasn't too worried. Wang Ri then announced, now, anyone who wants to earn these 84 points may come to the stage. VIP number 18 cannot refuse. Surprisingly, the venue fell into a dead silence. No one stepped forward to challenge. The top 100 students from Huaxia, seeing Qiancheng's fate, chose to avoid the confrontation. Lower-ranked students didn't dare to act rashly, fearing that their dreamscapes couldn't match Qiancheng's and that they would be crushed. This deathly silence astonished the live audience. Some marveled at how Sumu had completely dominated the exam, while others speculated that other experts didn't want to engage in a mutually destructive fight with Sumu. Some even guessed that there might be a brank dreamweaver pretending to be weak on stage. Below, Invigilator number 666, Chindahan, looked at the quiet environment and realized he might have to step in to save the situation, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He frantically dialed Chen Fengqiu's number, afraid of embarrassing himself. Finally, a message appeared on his panel. Chen Dahan excitedly opened it, but his face quickly fell. The message read, go up and fight, use all your strength, focus on draining, and compare mental strength with the opponent. Once the goal is achieved, exit the battlefield. Damn, I still have to be the punching bag. And a draining fight? What's that old man thinking? Chen Dahan cursed internally, reluctantly preparing to go up and face Sumu. Chen Dahan stared at the message from the old man on the panel, suddenly realizing the strategy. As a level dreammaker, his mental strength was indeed superior to Sumu's. These students, who were new to the field of dreammakers, had a limited understanding of the duels between them. Sumu had been relying on his powerful death domain, which, while formidable, also consumed a great deal of energy. The old man's message was clear: engage in guerrilla tactics to exhaust the opponent. By continuously wearing down Sumu's mental strength, victory could be achieved. However, Chindahan was puzzled. If that was the case, why retreat? This kid clearly had something up his sleeve. If Sumu dragged out the battle, refusing to use the city and only relying on the two monsters, he would be in trouble. Even though the underworld was strong, if Chindahan didn't retreat, Sumu wouldn't be able to do much against him. There might even be a chance of winning. With this thought, Chindahan couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up abruptly and shouted towards the stage. I'm in. Indeed, he had been influenced by the underworld atmosphere, falling into a state of fear before the battle even began. But now, he was determined to turn the tables and teach these newcomers a lesson. The spotlight quickly focused on Chindahan. Wang Ri announced, all right, audience member number 666 has chosen to challenge VIP number 18. He gave Chindahan a careful look, raised an eyebrow slightly as if he noticed something, and then invited him onto the stage. Chindahan took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage. He shouted at Sumu, kid, this is where you stop. His imposing manner suggested he knew what he was doing. Sumu, seeing his opponent's stance, became more cautious. Judging by the voice, this person was clearly a native of Dream City. But as soon as they started to fight, Sumu sensed something was off. Compared to the previous opponents, this person was clearly better prepared. The moment the underworld took shape, Chindahan was already clad in ancient armor, wielding a crescent-shaped blade. He expertly dodged the chains of the Oxhead and Horseface demons, as if he knew their attack patterns inside out. He held his ground against the two demons, not falling behind. As the Oxhead and Horseface demons intensified their attacks under Sumu's control, enveloped in thick, black mist, Chindahan began to struggle. He cursed under his breath, damn it, these guys are tough. I can't hold on much longer. But each time he was about to be ensnared, he would execute an awkward yet effective dodge, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. The fierce battle raged on for a full 5 minutes. Sumu realized something was wrong. This prolonged fight was draining his energy. The opponent had chosen a completely different strategy. Using his combat skills and the dream-forged armor, he was countering Sumu's death dream. Since the only guardians were the Oxhead and Horseface demons, the later stages were effectively wasted, depleting Sumu's mental strength. If Sumu's mental strength wasn't as high as 35 points, he might have already been overwhelmed. Sumu suddenly became wary. Was this guy doing it on purpose? pretending to be on the verge of collapse to lure him into expending more mental energy, thus depleting his reserves. Not only Sumu, but the viewers in the livestream also noticed this. The chat exploded with comments. Holy crap, this might be a way to break the deadlock. If they can't reach the gates of hell or the Naiha bridge, Sumu's death dream can't be fully effective. The key is that he couldn't draw out the guy's soul at the beginning. The underworld only works on souls. This challenger must be a dream-forged entity from the DreamNet, right? His level is clearly higher than F, and his mental strength is just slightly higher than Sumu's. If this goes on, Sumu won't last. Many students in the VIP seats saw this and their eyes lit up. It seemed the champion wasn't invincible after all. Exhaust him. We can't match his death dream Hedon, but what if we don't use the death dream? This dream-forged armor only gets a boost in the death dream, which means we just need to use minimal mental strength to avoid getting caught by the Oxhead and Horseface demons, and we have a chance to win. We missed it. This guy might not be a level expert after all. Maybe the DreamNet is trying to mislead us. After executing another breathtaking dodge, Chen Dahan felt smug inside, but kept up the pretense of being on the brink of collapse. He shouted at Sumu, "Kid, if you have the guts, come and fight me for real, without these dream-forged entities." Meanwhile, he was already planning his next moves. Ordinary students would have been exhausted and mentally drained by such a prolonged dream. Even though Sumu was in class, he was also at his limit and probably couldn't summon that terrifying Ghost City again. Chen Dahan calculated that if he continued to wear down Sumu's mental strength, he could turn the tide once Sumu could no longer maintain the dreamscape. This kid dared to scare the examiner? It was time to show him the true pressure of an examiner. With this in mind, Chen Dahan's evasive maneuvers became more agile, occasionally striking back with his blade to force Sumu to expend mental energy defending. Indeed, Sumu's mental strength was nearly depleted, struggling to sustain the Fengdu illusions. Just as he was about to be exhausted, Sumu suddenly remembered he still had source energy. He glanced at the panel showing thousands of source energy points and felt he could fight for 300 more rounds. However, it didn't seem necessary. This person was clearly more than just in class and had a deeper understanding of the underworld. He was probing. With that realization, Sumu willed his source energy to deplete rapidly, and his mental strength quickly restored to full and began to surge. When his mental strength reached 40, Sumu took a deep breath and moved his fingers slightly. In an instant, the entire underworld emitted a deafening hum. Thick black fog swept behind the bridge of helplessness, and the faintly visible Fengdu became increasingly clear, as if about to break through an invisible barrier and descend into reality. Chen Dahan, who was entangled in the fight, had his pupils contract sharply, realizing the situation was dire. How did this guy still have energy left? Glass mental strength was just too monstrous. As the entire underworld grew more terrifying, alarms rang in Chen Dahan's mind. Surrender. He had to surrender. At this critical moment, pride was still the most important. The old man had instructed him to leave the battlefield, clearly having a backup plan to deal with Sumu. Perfect, he could retreat gracefully. Chen Dahan inwardly sighed. What a freaking monster. Chen Dahan swung his spear, temporarily driving back the Oxhead and Horseface demons. He suddenly shouted, "I surrender. I give up." Before Sumu could react, Chen leaped off the stage in a few swift jumps. Sumu was stunned, pausing his construction of Fengdu. Surrender? He could see that Chen still had plenty of fight left in him. He hadn't even reached the point of desperation. This masked man, contestant number 666, was definitely up to something. As Sumu pondered this, Wang Ri's voice rang out, "Guest number 18 has accumulated 101 points. Would you like to continue?" 101 points. The number exploded like a thunderclap in the live stream chat. Viewers collectively gasped, and the comments flew like snowflakes. Whoa, if Sumu stops now, he'll have earned a full round's worth of points in one go. The key point is that it's only the first day. If he racks up 100 points each day for the next 3 days, he's practically guaranteed to win. My boy is still out there washing dishes for 6 points, and this guy just got 100? In 2 hours. This is insane. This test has produced a monster. Everyone expected Sumu to continue the challenge until he lost. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Sumu chose to step down. He shook his head at Wang Ri, clearly indicating his decision. Wang Ri felt a twinge of disappointment. He had just received a message from the elder. If Sumu continued, Wang himself would be the next challenger. He had planned to go up and defeat Sumu, taking 90 of his winning points. This was known as point control. Unfortunately, Sumu seemed to have sensed the danger and did not fall for it. Smart kid, Wang Ri muttered softly, waving Sumu back to his seat in VIP room 18. Then he turned to the crowd and announced loudly, "Let's welcome the next challenger to the stage." Back in room 18, Sumu sank deeply into the soft sofa and let out a long breath. According to the rules, a person could only go on stage once, so he couldn't be selected again after stepping down. This meant today's challenges were over for him. The reason Sumu didn't continue was that he sensed danger. The behavior of the third opponent seemed like a warning. If he didn't quit while he was ahead, the next round might not be so lucky. After a moment of thought, he decisively chose to stop. His intuition told him that the exam organizers wouldn't keep sending weak opponents for him to easily earn points. They would eventually send a strong contender to curb his score. Quitting isn't a bad idea, Sumu calculated silently. With the prize pool at 101 points, I have a total of 186 points. If I complete the midnight delivery task, I'll have 226 points, securing the top spot on the leaderboard. He opened his panel again. Although the rate of source energy growth had slowed, the numbers were still impressive. Name, Sumu. Level, F. Mental strength, 40. Average person is 5. Mental potential, S. Dreamweaver compatibility, 11-100 is max. Profession, Dreamweaver. Unique talent, Eternal China. Source energy, 2756. With his increased mental strength, the dream field in his mind had expanded further, adding another small plot of land. Sumu realized he could start creating new dream content, since the underworld had already been revealed. Using it to scare people at night would be too predictable. The safest approach now was to create something new to harvest source energy. However, the dream field was still too small, limiting his potential. Sumu concentrated, and a sudden idea struck him. The dream field itself was a fixed dream creation. Now that it housed the underworld, could it be considered a part of the Eternal China dream or creation? If so, could his source energy be used to enhance this dream, like expanding its area? Taking advantage of the break from the tournament, Sumu decided to experiment. He focused his mind, and the source energy on his panel instantly decreased by 300 points, all injected into the dream field. The glowing dream field emitted a hum, its light growing stronger. Under Sumu's watchful eye, it expanded visibly, changing shape from a square to a sphere. The internal space tripled, with the underworld now occupying only a quarter of it. Even more astonishing, a piece of land began to float above the underworld, ancient black mist quickly enveloping it from below, completely shrouding the area beneath. The dream field was now divided into two layers. The upper layer was the surface, illuminated by countless white lights. The lower layer was the underworld, covered in dense black mist, seemingly cut off from the surface. Sumu realized that the dream field was forming a true miniature world. As long as he kept leveling up and injecting source energy, this world would eventually take shape, with its own unique order, becoming a powerful weapon for him. If there's an underworld below, could there be a celestial realm above? Sumu mused, and above the blue sky and white clouds, should there be a little golden crow working a 9-to-5 job? Looking at the still developing miniature world, Sumu felt that his 2,000+ source energy points were far from enough. He resolved to double his efforts, turning his gaze to the empty ground in the dream field. What he needed to create now was something suitable for nighttime use, something that would leave others absolutely stunned. It could be a scene or a character. In his mind, the pages of Eternal China fluttered slightly, with scenes appearing before his eyes, waiting for his selection. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a particular page, and an idea formed in his mind. The page depicted a gloomy temple, with a 1,000-year-old locust tree in the courtyard. The plaque at the entrance read 3 characters, Lanrua Temple. From Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio. In the dead of night, Sumu decided to captivate everyone with a genuinely terrifying ghost story. He planned to scatter eerie occurrences throughout Dream City by dusk. However, he quickly realized that a simple ghost story might not satisfy everyone's tastes. Thus, his idea gradually evolved into a full-fledged theatrical experience. In his vision, when students found themselves unable to confront the powerful monsters in their dreams, a figure from Chinese mythology would appear, vanquishing these ghosts with overwhelming strength. Sumu rapidly sifted through potential characters in his mind, and soon settled on a monk clad in a red cassock. But he didn't stop there. More mythological figures were waiting for his selection. The stark contrast between the modern city and the supernatural scenes left Sumu dissatisfied. He resolved to minimize modern elements, ensuring his creations became the focal point of the entire setting. He even hoped to immerse the students seamlessly into his dream world. Lost in thought, Sumu pondered how to achieve this goal. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to the dense black fog above the underworld that even light couldn't penetrate. A bold idea flashed in his mind. If he could envelop the entire city in fog, then entering the mist would be akin to stepping into his dream world. Excited by this notion, Sumu realized he could directly lead the students into Lanrua Temple, staging a real-life version of a Chinese ghost story. As for creating the fog, Sumu knew there were many mythical beasts capable of summoning clouds and mist. Summoning one should be feasible. Of course, the specific method would need to be tested at night to ensure the benefits outweighed the costs. If the effect wasn't satisfactory, he could always revert to more conventional plans. For now, he decided to start constructing Lanrua Temple and the main characters. Having made his decision, Sumu glanced at the fiercely contested match in the ring before closing his eyes and immersing himself in his dream world. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit infirmary near the arena, a doctor with a stoic expression was wrapping the final layer of bandage around Qian Cheng's neck. Having just regained consciousness, Qian Cheng felt an excruciating pain in his neck, as if it were broken. Frustration and shame filled Qian Cheng's heart. He kept cursing his luck, wondering why he had encountered such misfortune. He was supposed to be the most talented and strongest freshman, yet now he found himself in such a dire state. As Qian Cheng wallowed in self-pity, the doctor's cold voice interrupted his thoughts. Your injury is almost healed. That will be 20 points for medical fees. Please pay immediately. The hotel doesn't offer credit. The statement hit Qian Cheng like a bucket of cold water. He checked his points balance and found he only had 20 points left. He had earned 80 points in the first round, spent 30 on accommodation, and wagered 30 on the arena match. Now, his remaining 20 points were about to be handed over. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Qian Cheng knew that if he paid the 20 points, his balance would drop to zero. If he failed to complete the delivery task that night, he wouldn't even be able to afford accommodation the next day. Worse, if he wanted to continue participating in the arena matches to attract other school principals' attention, he needed to prepare 30 points as a minimum. This meant he had to earn at least 60 points that night. Clearly, ordinary tasks wouldn't yield that many points. Qian Cheng realized he might have to resort to some less than honorable means to acquire points. Suddenly, a thought crossed Qian Cheng's mind. Instead of taking points from ordinary students, why not seek revenge on Sumu directly? After all, it was Sumu who had caused him such a significant setback. Wouldn't it be cowardly not to seek retribution? With a complicated mix of emotions, Qian Cheng gritted his teeth and paid the remaining points. The doctor, satisfied with the payment, said to Qian Cheng, "You can leave now." Leave? To the VIP room? Qian Cheng instinctively wanted to refuse. Today's ordeal had already cost him his dignity, and returning now would only expose him to ridicule. However, the doctor, still expressionless, explained, "You can return to your hotel room. Aren't we supposed to wait until the arena matches are over?" Qian Cheng asked in confusion. "That's for the winners and spectators. Losers have the right to leave early," the doctor said flatly. "Since you paid the 20 points, I'll give you a tip. Walking around the hotel with your injury at this time might bring you a surprise." Hearing this, Qian Cheng's eyes lit up. Could this be a special hidden task for the losers? Maybe his luck wasn't entirely bad, and this could be a blessing in disguise. Delighted, Qian Cheng thanked the doctor and left the infirmary. Led by a man in black, he took the elevator to the hotel lobby and walked out the front door without hesitation. Following the doctor's advice, Qian Cheng deliberately tilted his head to display his bandaged neck, hoping to catch someone's attention. Under the curious gazes of passers-by, he eagerly searched for the rumored hidden task. As Qian Cheng passed a dark alley beside the hotel, a deep male voice called from behind, "Hey there, what happened to your neck?" Qian Cheng's heart skipped a beat with excitement. He turned around and replied, "I lost a match in the arena and ended up like this." He was met with the sight of a middle-aged man wearing an armband, slightly overweight with a square face that looked quite righteous. Qian Cheng scrutinized the armband and saw the word enforcement written on it. An enforcement team? Official forces? Qian Cheng realized in astonishment that this hidden task was connected to Dream City's official forces. His heart raced with excitement, as if he could already see a bright future ahead. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, another idea popped into his head. Wasn't the arena match somewhat unofficial? At that exact moment, Qian Cheng noticed the enforcer's smile turning increasingly sinister. In the dimly lit alley, the officer's smiles grew increasingly unsettling. Qian Cheng sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, a rush of wind whooshed behind him. Bang! With a violent impact, Qian Cheng was sent flying into a wall, collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from his head. The view from Qian Cheng's live stream abruptly shifted, revealing a figure clad in ancient armor with a pale face, clearly a creation of the enforcement team. Qian Cheng's situation was dire, his fate uncertain. One of the officers coldly commanded, "Drag him away. If you weren't the first one I caught, I'd have eliminated you by now." The smile had long vanished from his face. The live chat exploded. This guy's really out of luck. First he gets beaten in the challenge, then he gets ambushed by the officials. And this is supposed to be one of the top students in Huaxia? No sense of danger at all. He turned his head even when the dream creation was right in his face. I'd call him the unluckiest genius. No one else has had it this bad. You can't trust everything the doctor says. Speaking of which, the doctor only mentioned hidden tasks, not whether they were good or bad. Qian Cheng lost his composure after losing points and made poor decisions. Meanwhile, in a high-end villa in the Xinghe district, Members of the Qian family watched in fury. That fool Qian Cheng, an elder shouted. Our family may have fallen, but we still have our pride. He's disgraced us. If he couldn't beat the top player, he should have gone down with honor. What kind of coward attacks from behind and still gets beaten? To help Qian Cheng make a name for himself and revive the family, the weakened Qian family had given him their last great dream field. Yet, his performance was nothing but disappointing, arrogant, ignorant, like a second-rate villain. Qian's father clenched his fists, his face darkened with anger. Damn it, he was our hope for the family's resurgence. I swear I'll make that boy pay. Even if our family falls, we'll do it with dignity. Underhanded tactics are worthless. This fool has lost both his honor and his future. At that moment, a niece ran in, panic-stricken. Uncle, bad news? The schools we just reached an agreement with are reconsidering. They must have seen Qian Cheng's setback. Qian's father's face grew even darker. A cousin urgently added, Uncle Qian, you need to pull some strings. Qian Cheng must get the resources to get into a good university. It's all Sumu's fault. If something happens to Qian Cheng, what will become of our family? Doesn't our family have any legacy left? The cousin continued. I heard our great ancestor participated in the creation of the dream web. Could there be? Shut up. Qian's father barked. Cheating during the exam? Do you want us all in jail? The Qian family's legacy cannot be tarnished by my hands, and it must remain spotless. Qian Cheng has already taken our last savings. If he can't rise, that's his fate. As for Sumu, we respect him. Unaware of the outside chaos, Sumu concluded his first afternoon in Dream City by constructing dreams. Around 5:30 p.m., the arena host Wang Ri ended the last match and started organizing the audience and VIP's exit. The VIP room gently shook, and the three transparent glass walls turned opaque, blocking outside views. The room was moved back to its original position, and the sound of orderly door openings was heard. Soon, it was Sumu's turn, guided by the same expressionless man in black. Following him, Sumu took the elevator back to his room. Throughout the journey, he saw no cloaked, masked individuals. The extreme privacy measures effectively prevented identity leaks. Once back, Sumu removed his mask and cloak, handing them to the waiting man outside. Sumu planned to observe Zhongli across the hall, but the peephole was blocked. He was informed that he could open his door in half an hour. Opening it early would result in punishment. Half an hour later, as Sumu prepared to head to the dining hall, the door across from him also opened. Zhongli, a social anxiety sufferer, emerged and greeted Sumu warmly. Bro, was that you in the first match at the arena today? Man, you were awesome. That death dream. The black mist. You made Qian Cheng look like a clown. Sumu smiled, remembering the rules, and casually deflected. What arena match? I haven't been to any. I heard that's against the rules, so if you went, don't involve me. Huh, against the rules? Zhongli was taken aback, puzzled. What rules? Isn't it allowed in Dream City? Did he ever say it was allowed? Sumu countered. Zhongli thought for a moment, then realized. Right bro, I never went to any arena match either, just heard about it. I heard this challenger named Qian Cheng wanted to challenge you, and then someone went up and beat him up. Whether it was you, I have no idea. He paused, then added. But bro, when we go to the dining hall, you're going to be the center of attention. Today isn't just a test. Not just a test? Sumu asked, puzzled. Anything else? Sumu asked curiously, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge. Zhongli grinned, a hint of pride on his face. Bro, you weren't born in an economic hub, so you don't know the ropes here. Some well-off families not only nurture their own talents, but also spend a considerable amount of money every year to recruit outsiders. They offer various dream artifacts, financial support, connections, and even insights from top-tier dreamweavers. It's one of the secrets to their enduring success. Sumu nodded thoughtfully, turning his gaze to Zhongli. So, you also? Exactly, proximity has its advantages, Zhongli said excitedly. Sumu, why not join our Zhang family? I have the authority to make that decision. He continued to entice. You've already secured a spot in a top university, but you're still lacking resources, right? I can guarantee you'll have access to materials and environments that will enhance your mental power anytime. And Dream Tools just nod, and you can pick in a grade 1. We can also arrange for a personal assistant to take care of your daily needs, letting you focus on your practice without worries. Plus, there's a substantial monthly bonus, increasing with your level. After graduation, whether you want to enter politics or the military, the family can arrange it. These are the Jiang family's most generous terms. Sumu was tempted but cautiously asked, what's the catch? Zhang Li's smile faded, and he spoke seriously. First, you must identify yourself as a member of the Jiang family in social settings. Second, after graduation, you must unconditionally agree to 3 family requests, none involving life or death. Third, after reaching B level, you must work for the family for 20 years. He paused, If you change your surname to Jiang, the conditions can be relaxed. Sumu calculated in his mind, finding the terms too stringent, and politely declined. Sorry, I can't agree to that. I'm used to a free lifestyle, and joining a family would be too restrictive for me. Jiang Li sighed in disappointment and patted Sumu's shoulder. You have great ambitions, my friend. Since that's the case, I won't push further. But I have an idea that can help you avoid other families' recruitment attempts. The two walked into the elevator and headed to the restaurant on the 11th floor. As the door opened, all eyes turned towards them. Jiang Li suddenly put on a dejected look and said loudly, "Think it over, bro. Our terms are the best." With that, he walked away looking crestfallen. This scene immediately made the students who were about to approach stop in their tracks. The restaurant buzzed with whispers. He even turned down the Jiang family? Does he know what he's missing out on? I was going to try my luck, but now I think I'll pass. In terms of financial power, the Jiang family is top-notch. This guy is tough. Jiang Li's move worked like magic, deterring almost everyone who intended to recruit Sumu. Sumu felt a wave of relief and casually found a seat. Just as he thought he could enjoy a quiet meal, a familiar figure appeared opposite him. Tang Ning, the girl in a fiery red school uniform with beautiful burgundy hair, sat down with a bright smile. She propped her elbow on the table, resting her head on her hand, and said, "Jiang Li's pretty good to you, huh? He just scared off a bunch of people for you." Sumu asked warily, "What do you want? Here to recruit me too?" Tang Ning shook her head, a sly glint in her eye. "No, it's a job offer, just for tonight." "A job offer?" Sumu raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. "What's this? Are you trying to hire me to help you rack up points?" Sumu asked curiously, raising an eyebrow with a hint of wariness in his eyes. Tang Ning shook her head, her delicate features turning serious. "No, it's about tonight's transport mission." Sumu's expression immediately became more serious. He leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice, probing, "Transport mission? What did you hear? Is there something wrong with it?" Tang Ning crossed her hands on the table and furrowed her brows. "That's the problem. I have quite a few informants, but they came back empty-handed after searching all afternoon. I have a feeling there's more to this. There's no way the exam committee would let us easily earn 30 points without a catch. I suspect we might have to face a tough fight to get those points." Her gaze locked onto Sumu's, and her tone turned sincere. "Hiring you is straightforward. During the battle, watch my back and cooperate with me as long as it doesn't involve life or death. If the enemy is too strong, you can bail and I'll still pay you." Tang Ning continued, "You come from a less affluent district, so you probably don't have many resources. This mission should be relatively easy and stress-free for you. It's mutually beneficial. We can team up against external threats." She paused and then mentioned a figure. "How about 2 million? Give me your account number, and you'll receive it once the exam is over." 2 million? Sumu's eyebrows shot up at the number. He quickly calculated in his mind. In Linhai City, 100,000 yuan could cover a typical family's expenses for a year. 2 million would last him 20 years. Rich people really live in a different world, Sumu thought to himself. He had to admit, some people are born with everything, while others have to struggle. If it weren't for the rule against buying points in this exam, these wealthy families could easily outspend everyone else to secure the top spots. 2 million was clearly an overpayment. Sumu pondered for a long time before finally shaking his head and refusing. "No need for payment," Sumu said slowly. "I'll team up with you for the transport mission, but I want us to share information in the upcoming rounds. I'd rather gain insights related to the exam than money." Judging by Tang Ning's tone, she had several family members participating in the exam, scattered around Dream City, gathering valuable information. In terms of intelligence, she was as competent as Jiang Li. Sumu calculated that giving up 2 million to gain an information channel was a fair trade. Plus, if things went south tonight, he wouldn't be obligated to help Tang Ning. Gathering more intel and securing the top spot on the leaderboard was the real goal. The rewards of the exam were worth far more than 2 million. He couldn't afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. "Team up." Tang Ning put down the hand supporting her head and sat up slightly. She could read between the lines of Sumu's words. After a moment of contemplation, she tempted, 2 million, and you're turning it down? I heard your family isn't well off in Linhai City. Sumu smiled. "That's none of your concern." Tang Ning leaned back, her pale fingers tapping lightly on the table. "Teaming up is different from hiring. Aren't you worried I might deceive you with false information?" "I trust your integrity," Sumu replied with a smile, appearing completely unguarded. Of course, that wasn't true. Sumu had no way to verify the accuracy of the information Tang Ning might provide, but he had a method to determine whether she was lying. In the underworld, there's a mythical beast that can distinguish between truth and lies, dieting, the Mount of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. It appeared in the Journey to the West, during the episode of the True and False Monkey Kings. When it came to major information exchanges, Sumu could use dieting along with specific questions like, "Are you lying to me?" or "Are you withholding part of the truth?" to easily discern whether Tang Ning was being honest. Trust my integrity? Tang Ning looked at Sumu, her exquisite face showing a hint of surprise. She hadn't expected such an answer. In another setting, if Sumu had acted like a love-struck fool trying to protect her, she might have believed him. But from their brief interaction, she could tell he was focused and not the type to be swayed by a pretty face. Clearly, he had his guard up but wasn't showing it. With their shared interest in the transport mission and no conflict in information exchange, Tang Ning wasn't one to hesitate. After thinking it over, she snapped her fingers. I accept the cooperation. Tonight, a few Tang family members will be my bodyguards. Is that okay with you? That's fine, Sumu agreed without hesitation. But we need to meet at the starting point of the transport mission. I have some things to take care of tonight. No problem. Looking forward to working with you, Tang Ning said before leaving the table. After she left, Sumu called a server and enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. From time to time, glances were cast his way, but perhaps because of Tang Ning's previous visit, no one approached him for collaboration. Sumu was quite content with the peace, savoring the rare moment of solitude. After finishing his meal, he briefly said goodbye to Jiang Li and the others, then took the elevator down to the hotel lobby alone. Standing in the luxurious private VIP elevator, Sumu secretly anticipated the night view of Dream City. He hoped to see a night that met his expectations, preferably one that would draw many students out into the streets. When the elevator doors slowly opened, the scene before him left Sumu stunned. The lobby was packed with students, gathered in small groups, excitedly discussing something. Clearly, many of them, like Sumu, intended to take advantage of the night to earn credits. Sumu quietly blended into the crowd, inching his way towards the hotel's entrance. Around him, exclamations of awe rang out. So beautiful. What's going on? Is this a dream overlap? Listening to these exclamations, Sumu thought to himself. I suddenly understand why they say the outside world is more dangerous. Finally reaching the entrance, Sumu looked out and his pupils slightly dilated. Although night had just fallen, the sky was already devoid of any light, with only the street lamps and the faint glow from nearby buildings providing illumination. In this sparse light, Sumu vaguely saw multicolored lines floating in the air, swaying gently as if alive. Focusing his gaze, more bizarre sights came into view. In the previously chaotic grass beside the hotel, numerous bright red mushrooms had sprung up, expanding and contracting as if breathing. Cracks had appeared in the street's cobblestones, and from these cracks came the sound of rushing water, as if an invisible river was flowing beneath. This is dream overlap? Sumu murmured to himself. As a top student in the basics of dreamscapes, he quickly retrieved relevant information from his mind. Dream overlap phenomena typically occur in dream battlefields, at the intersection of reality and dreams, created by the continuous clashes between dream weavers and star beasts. This environment is both dangerous and full of opportunities. Online, people had given this phenomenon a more colloquial name: secret realm. The entire dream city turned out to be a hidden realm. This discovery filled Sumu with excitement. He wasn't merely after the treasures within the realm. He saw an excellent opportunity. As a somewhat knowledgeable student, he knew that the realm must contain treasures left by predecessors, which would undoubtedly attract many students to explore. For Sumu, this meant more source energy to harvest. Even better, the appearance of Lanrua Temple and ghosts in such an environment would naturally be considered part of the hidden realm, raising no suspicion. With this thought, Sumu stepped forward, carefully observing the scene outside the hotel. He quickly noticed something unique about the hotel. Any approaching multicolored light would be suppressed and dissipate. This indicated that the hotel was outside the realm's boundaries, safe from monster attacks. In contrast, other residences lacked such protection. They were completely enveloped within the realm, and residents could encounter strange phenomena at any moment, such as waking up covered in mushrooms or being consumed by the remnant soul of a high-level astral beast. Such situations would almost certainly mean elimination. As Sumu pondered, a shout came from behind him. Holy crap! Look to the left, is that a dream core? Everyone turned to the left. At some point, a thin mist had risen there, and a glowing cube floated within it, drifting aimlessly as if ownerless. This sight instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the students in the hotel lobby. It's a dream core, I've seen one before. Damn, if I get a dream core, my scores will skyrocket. This is a priceless treasure. Selling it could ensure at least 10 years of wealth. Where there's a dream core, a dream weaver must have fallen. We might even pick up something valuable. The students grew more excited with each word, and soon, a 3-person team near the hotel entrance couldn't hold back any longer. At the leader's command, the trio left the hotel's protection and dashed towards the floating dream core on the left. Move. We can't let them get it first. If we get the dream core, we'll split the profits evenly. Go. Seeing someone take the lead, other eager teams sprang into action. The crowd surged out the door, and the dream lights of dream weavers flickered at the hotel entrance. In this lawless night, A treasure hunt was about to begin. Just as the first three were about to reach the mist, a student at the back summoned a glowing rope from thin air. The rope seemed to have a mind of its own, swiftly entangling the trio and causing them to fall flat on their faces. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. Various dreamlights and bizarre items clashed violently at the hotel entrance. Damn it! Get out of the way. I'm a Blevel mental potential. You think you can outmatch me? Blevel, so what? There are three of us here. Watch your mouth, or we'll send you out of the exam. Everyone, give the Chen family some face. Let us have the dream core. Chen family? I'm also Chen. Brother, hold on. They'll help you get that dream core. Watching the chaos, Sumu raised an eyebrow and stepped out of the hotel. However, he didn't join the fray directly. Instead, he found an inconspicuous corner and began quietly conjuring a dream. Such a good opportunity, he definitely had to seize it. Inside the dream core, Lanrua Temple was already in place. Next, he needed to create thicker fog and mythical beasts. As he started dreaming, the pages of a book unique to Huaxia slowly turned in Sumu's mind, finally stopping at an illustration of a peculiar dragon-like creature from Journey to the West. This creature resembled a flood dragon, with antler-like horns on its head, yellowish scales, and tufts of red mane on its back. It was the Shanju, the eighth son of the Dragon King of Jing River. Its breath had a mesmerizing effect, capable of creating mirage-like illusions. After some thought, Sumu decided that mere fog wasn't secure enough. Surely, someone could create a dream creature to disperse it. The mesmerizing effect, clouding minds, was the safest bet. To ensure the effect, Sumu infused 200 points of source energy into creating the Shanju. As his mental and source energies were consumed, a small dragon materialized in Sumu's hand. It was only the size of half a head, its dragon eyes lively, entirely unlike an ordinary dream creation. The viewers in Sumu's livestream were instantly intrigued by the little dragon. What is that thing? Can anyone explain? A dream creation? Did Sumu just make a pet? It looks like it can fly, probably to grab the dream core. Wow, am I the only one noticing how real its eyes look? Damn, this thing looks like it has the essence of its-level dream creation. Most viewers scoffed at the last comment. The essence of its-level dream creation? That's over the top. This weird creature, how strong can it be? Can it even fly? It doesn't have wings. Looks pretty silly. Yeah, it's probably just a random creation. Just looks scary. As viewers debated, Sumu finished forming the creation. Shunju, go. Cover this whole area in mist. Sumu gently patted the Shinju, and then released it. Roar. The Shunju let out a soft cry, opened its mouth wide, and invisible gas started to fill the air, drifting towards the frenzied dream weavers. Mist? Is it a beast that can breathe fog? The viewers in the live stream widened their eyes, eagerly watching the Shin's performance. However, after a few minutes of observation, seeing the Shunju float into the crowd with no apparent mist, they started to doubt. Is this thing a joke? I thought it would release fog like a smoke bomb, but nothing happened. Is this a failed dream creation? This is awkward. The top student made a blunder. Just as the viewers were losing hope, someone exclaimed, "Wait, no way. Guys, it's fogging up. Check other live streams." Oh? It's fogging up, but only in other students' views? As soon as they heard the barrage of comments in the live stream, many viewers became confused and tried to find other students who were also competing for the Dreamweaving Heartland. When they switched to other students' live streams, they immediately noticed something was wrong. In other streams, a white mist started to appear around the streets, spreading rapidly. Viewers were stunned to see that the mist, which was completely absent in Sumu's perspective, was visible in the other live streams. This indicated that the dream beast was indeed effective and quite unique. The chat exploded, with countless viewers frantically switching perspectives and asking what was going on. What the heck? This mist only affects the enemies. But Sumu can't see it at all? I've seen creatures that create mist, but never used in this way. Usually, the one who creates the mist should also be in the mist, right? Is this still the level Dreamweaver exam? As in a level Dreamweaver, I can't make sense of this. While the viewers were fervently discussing, in a room within the Dreamweb, the proctor Chen Dahan was bewilderedly looking at the white mist, then turned to Chen Fengxiu, who was sipping some liquor. Ever since Sumu, the unexpected variable, appeared, Chen Fengxiu, the chief examiner, had returned to the Dreamweb to closely monitor the national exam. Old man, what's going on here? Is this some special mist? Chen Dahan asked. Chen Fengxiu responded irritably. I told you to read more. Such a simple trick and you didn't catch it? Just because he says it's mist, does it have to be mist? After being my student for so long, you're still fooled by appearances. Chen Dahan was taken aback, staring at the white mist in the live stream for a long time before suddenly realizing, I get it. This isn't mist at all. The dragon is spewing an invisible gas that confuses the mind. It can create targeted illusions in people's minds. He continued analyzing. This creature makes everyone think there's a mist, so the mist appears in everyone's eyes. Creating a dream creature to dispel the mist would be completely ineffective because it affects the mind. Chen Dehan's pupils contracted as he closely examined the small dragon emitting the gas, utterly shocked. Such a unique dream beast. I've only seen in special dreams above a level. Does this mean the potential of this dream beast is at least a level? This guy created an underworld, and then casually made a dream beast of at least a level. Is this cheating? Qin Fengqiu chuckled. Cheating? Ha, even if I made you retake the exam after retraining, you wouldn't achieve this kid's results. Truly a prodigy. It's a pity he's not my disciple. Meanwhile, near the Dreamweb Hotel, as the dragon acted, Sumu's mental power on his panel started to drop rapidly at a rate of 1 point every 30 seconds. At this rate, if he didn't replenish his mental power through source energy, he estimated he'd deplete all his mental power within half an hour. Sumu thought, this is just the beginning. I haven't even started creating Lanrua Temple and the many supernatural entities yet. Once these scenes appear, 40 points of mental power won't last long. Fortunately, after releasing the dragon, his source energy points began to increase faster, gradually returning to 2,600 points after consuming 200. Let's go all in. If the source energy spent isn't worth it, so be it. I'll take the gamble. Sumu resolved, focusing his thoughts on the dream-weaving heartland in his mind, looking at the ancient temple marked Lanrua Temple and the female figure wandering within. Let's test this scene first. He injected 300 points of source energy into Lanrua Temple, spread his fingers to let it descend into reality. Meanwhile, the students who were desperate finally noticed something was wrong. A thick white mist had somehow enveloped them, blocking the hotel entrance and obscuring the dream-weaving heartland floating ahead. The streetlights dimmed, and the dense mist seemed ready to consume the world. Under the faint light, they couldn't see anything around them. Stop. Everyone, calm down. Something seems off around us. A student who had not yet joined the fight shouted, stopping the battle on the field. The students looked around warily, a sense of unease rising within them. What's going on? Why is it suddenly so foggy? Damn it. Did someone create a mist world to fish in troubled waters? A student in a blue school uniform said, rubbing his hands together to produce a strange creature resembling a blower, aiming it at the mist. Hoo-hoo, the strange creature called out, emitting a strong wind from its mouth, seemingly to blow away the mist. However, while the air current changed, the spreading mist was unaffected, as if it didn't exist. What's going on? My wind creature isn't working? The student holding the wind creature looked grim. Something's definitely off. Xiaozhong, Xiaolu, let's retreat to the hotel. The leader of a small team immediately ordered, pulling his 2 team members and running back into the mist. This action triggered a chain reaction. Yeah, let's retreat. Head back to the hotel. The hotel is safe. This fog is weird. Better be cautious. Damn it. We'll find the dream-weaving heartland after the fog clears. The small groups that had left the hotel stopped their actions and quickly walked back towards the hotel. However, the further they walked, the more they felt something was wrong. The mist swirled around them, and the road ahead seemed endless. Guys, I remember we weren't far from the hotel, right? We should have reached the steps by now. A student who realized something was wrong stammered. Also, don't you think it's too quiet ahead? Where are the people who left earlier? Upon hearing this, the students instinctively slowed their steps. In the misty night, an uneasy atmosphere began to spread. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and worry. Yeah, there are still a lot of people in the hotel. How come there's no sound at all? One student whispered, his voice tinged with obvious unease. Hey, anyone there? Can anyone hear me? Another student cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted into the darkness. His voice echoed through the silent night, but received no response. As time passed, the students' faces grew paler. Panic began to creep through the group. Could we have lost our way? A student suggested. Maybe we should head back? Yeah, the place where we fought earlier can't be far from the hotel. If we keep going forward, we might get even more lost, another student agreed. Let's head back. The group nodded in agreement. So, the students turned around and slowly moved back. Their figures gradually disappeared into the thick fog. Among the students, 2 brothers stood out. The older brother, a Fin, was short and lean, moving with the agility of a monkey and a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. The younger brother, Ajo, was tall and burly, standing at 6 feet, but his eyes revealed a hint of naivety. Both had awakened Kraid mental potential during the unified exams, and were fortunate to be placed together. Ajo, I have a bad feeling about this, a Fin said warily, scanning their surroundings. This fog gives me an ominous vibe. A vibe? Ajo asked innocently, is it something tasty? Idiot, all you think about is food. Afin snapped. Stay alert. Okay, Aja replied, still looking confused. Afin pulled his brother along as they followed the main group. His eyes darted around, hoping to spot the hotel's lights or some hidden treasure. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the west side, where a few flickering lights caught his attention. Could this be hidden treasure? An exam reward? Afin muttered excitedly, his eyes sparkling. He glanced around to see if anyone else had noticed the lights, but found that the other students seemed oblivious. Is today my lucky day? He thought, grinning to himself. He slowed down, pulling Ajo back until they were at the rear of the group. When the students ahead were about to vanish into the fog, Afin seized the moment and quietly led Ajo away. Afin, they're going to disappear, Ajo said, still bewildered. Let them go, Ajo. Look to the left, Afin said excitedly, pointing west. Ajo scratched his head and turned to look. At first, he saw only dense fog, but after blinking, he spotted the flickering lights, like fireflies. Is that treasure? Oh, Ajo said slowly. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up, or someone else will snatch it. Afin shouted, running towards the lights, not waiting to see if Ajo followed. Afin, wait for me, Ajo called out, chasing after him. Aren't you afraid there might be monsters? I heard there are lots of monsters in this kind of fog. Monsters? Afin scoffed. You watch too many cartoons. There are no monsters. This is the Dreamweaver's exam. Just as he finished speaking, Afin noticed a sudden brightness ahead. He looked closer and saw that the dense fog behind them seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. The ground beneath their feet had turned into a green stone path. Ahead stood an ancient temple, with a sign that read Lanrua Temple. Tall red walls surrounded the area, and ancient statues holding lanterns stood at the entrance. These statues wore strange clothing, and the flames in their lanterns were the golden lights they had seen earlier. Afin looked around. The familiar skyscrapers had vanished, replaced by thick fog. The only prominent feature was an old, gnarled locust tree above the temple, its many branches spreading like a web, blocking out the sky, though it had almost no leaves. The tree gave Afin a sense of foreboding. Oh, Afin, have we entered someone's dream? Ajo asked innocently. I've dreamed of a place like this before. There might be a ghost woman inside. A dream? Idiot, we're already in its level dream. How could there be another dream within it? Afin said, thinking hard. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could this be a secret exam? A temple appearing out of nowhere at night must have something valuable inside. Ajo, let's go check it out. Really? Go inside? Ajo hesitated. Come on, trust me, Afin said, pulling Ajo towards the entrance. Just then, a pure voice came from inside the temple. Sisters, it seems Grandma is back. Let's go and greet her. The girl's voice was clear and melodious, like the song of a lark. Before Afin could react, the temple doors opened slightly. A girl in white peered out, her innocent face carrying an inexplicable allure. Long, flowing black hair cascaded down, and a complex, floor-length ancient dress outlined the graceful figure of the young girl. Her white robe draped from her shoulders, subtly revealing a glimpse of her fair, delicate skin beneath, sparking endless imagination. Ghost, Ajo muttered, staring blankly at the scene before him. What ghost, you fool? How does she look like a ghost? Afan scolded his brother, but his eyes couldn't move away from the slightly panicked girl in the temple. He felt his heart pounding in his chest. Growing up in a remote area, he had never seen such a beautiful girl before. Trying to calm his excitement, Afan stammered, excuse me, is this the place where we can take on tasks to earn points? Hearing this, the girl's expression became even more flustered. She hurriedly waved her hand, signaling them to leave quickly. Tasks? There are no tasks here, only my sister. Sister? Afan hadn't yet processed this when a seductive voice echoed from within the temple. More students have arrived, sisters. Come out and test our little brothers. With these words, the temple doors slowly opened. A group of girls, dressed in colorful red and green outfits, came out with bright smiles, pushing the original girl aside. They eagerly grabbed Afan and Ajo's hands, trying to pull them inside. What? What's happening? The audience, closely following Afan and Ajo's movements, was utterly bewildered. Ever since Sumu guided many students away using the fog, they had been curious about his plans. The current scene left them in shock. Holy crap, what's going on? Did Sumu create a spring dream? Wait, is the exam really this intense? Oh my god, please upload this dream to the Dream Network. I'm willing to pay to experience it. Seriously? Did Sumu go through all this trouble just to create such a dream? Is this an attempt to corrupt the other students' minds? Damn, is the genius Dreamweaver going to fall to such a low point? As the audience was stunned, the livestream camera seemed to offer an explanation, switching to a long shot for the first time. In the view, the camera remained still as the seductive girls pulled the two brothers into the temple. The stone path began to twist eerily. Gradually, greenish faces appeared before the viewers, looking as if they had been drained of life, sending chills down their spines. No, there's no path here. The scene before them was horrifying. Corpses, seemingly drained of life, were piled high, and crows circled the gloomy sky, their cawing sending chills down one's spine. The Afin brothers had just stepped on these corpses to enter the temple, but the illusion had previously obscured their vision. This was no spring dream. It was a terrifying drama. The audience looked at the hollow, frightening corpses on the ground, collectively feeling a shiver down their spines. They couldn't help but wonder, what was Sumu up to? Was he trying to tell ghost stories in the dead of night and make the students experience them firsthand? Suddenly, someone noticed the Dawei tree seemed to move slightly. Could this thing be alive? Someone exclaimed. More questions followed. What's Sumu's plan? Is he trying to steal all the students' points who entered the temple? This speculation made the audience gasp. If Sumu succeeded, how high would his score be? Stealing points from a dozen students in one night was beyond belief. Some began to analyze Sumu's strategy. I feel he's really targeting people. Look at this dreamscape. How many young people can withstand it? Others expressed their discontent with Sumu's actions. Shameless. Doing this just for points. Total Phanto-hater moment. Yet, some took pleasure in the situation. This kid's going to fail. In the Dream Network Invigilator room, Chindahan was watching Sumu's every move on the panel. Seeing this scene, he slapped his thigh and laughed. Old man, this freak's performance is still lacking. Daring to steal points at night? He's not afraid of dying. Even if he snatches everyone's points, it won't matter. As an invigilator, Chindahan knew the secret. Points stolen at night had to be returned by daybreak, followed by a thorough audit. He secretly rejoiced, thinking this monster would finally be kicked out of the exam. However, when he turned to look at the old man, Chen Fengqiu, he found him frowning in thought. Old man, what's wrong? Are you also displeased with this kid's actions? Chindahan asked with a smile. Chen Fengqiu slowly shook his head. No, it's not that. Maybe this kid isn't trying to steal points, but to practice. Practice? Practice what? Chindahan didn't understand at first. Chen Fengqiu stroked his white beard and explained, Dahan, you've seen Sumu's profile. He's from a poor background and has never left the city. The only knowledge he has is from the Dreamweaver textbooks, unlike other students who had the resources to practice dream construction before awakening. Chindahan suddenly understood. Old man, you mean? That's right, Chen Fengqiu continued. This kid just awakened as a Dreamweaver and has no practical experience. So, he chose to come out at night, using these students for practice. If he really wanted to steal points, using his underworld dreamscape would be faster and more effective. He's honing his skills. Honing his skills? Chindahan was taken aback. Yes, Chen Fengqiu added. He's not trying to steal any students' points at all. He's using the students as whetstones to test his dreamscape and improve his abilities. Chindahan realized, Sumu, from the lower district, has no resources comparable to students from affluent areas. To excel in the Dreamweaver exam, talent alone isn't enough. It requires extensive practice. Other students had the chance to try dream construction through various tools before awakening, but Sumu didn't. So, he chose to use the exam to practice his dreamweaving skills on the students. Exactly, Chen Fengqiu nodded. He's treating all the students as whetstones, improving his abilities under high pressure. He's testing the limits of his mental strength, fighting 3 or even 10 at once without recovery. This guy is insane, Chindahan muttered in shock. At this moment, standing on top of the Lanrua temple, Sumu was unaware of the speculations about him. He was looking at the students he had trapped on the west side, where some changes were occurring. Initially, the trapped students were in a state of visual disturbance, wandering around Lanrua temple as Sumu had arranged. He planned to harvest them in batches. But now, the situation had subtly changed. The trapped group, while running, encountered a burly man who had just come out of a civilian house. This man was over 2 meters tall, with a physique like a small mountain, and his face was covered with knotted muscles, making him look extremely fierce. If not for his school uniform, he could easily be mistaken for a dream construct. This person was smarter than the others. After encountering the mist of the Mirage Dragon, he tried various methods and found a solution using some purification technique. This made the situation tricky. Just as the female ghosts led the Afin and Ajo brothers into the temple, the white mist began to dissipate in the eyes of the students outside. This was despite the Mirage Dragon being empowered by source energy. Of course, if Sumu increased the source energy input, the white mist would certainly overpower the purification, but that would be counterproductive. Sumu had intended to proceed in batches, but now an unexpected variable had appeared. He could only try to catch them all in one go. Thinking this, Sumu made the candle flames at the temple gate burn brighter, allowing the light to penetrate the layers of white mist and shine directly on the students' faces. Seeing their gaze attracted by the candlelight, Sumu immediately immersed his consciousness. Pages unique to ancient China began to turn, and a tall young man with a stern face and a hint of Buddhist aura slowly emerged. He wore a red monk robe, held a string of orange Buddhist beads, and with his hands clasped together, introduced himself as the abbot of Jinshan Temple, named Fa Hai. Since they've already created Lanrua Temple, it makes sense for the abbot of Jinshan Temple to appear here, doesn't it? Sumu gently adjusted the mirage dragon in the sky, slightly increasing his mental output to slow the dissipation of the invisible mist. With a light tap of his finger, the image of Fa Hai in his mind transformed into a red shadow, manifesting in reality. The show was about to begin. Inside Lanrua Temple, the atmosphere was lively and bustling. Ah Fawn and his brother Ah Zhou were surrounded by numerous beautiful women, standing in the center of the temple with slightly uneasy expressions. A graceful beauty in red, exuding an alluring fragrance, approached Ah Fawn, making him feel dizzy. She whispered softly, "This is the test we've prepared for you." The tall and good-natured Ah Zhou seemed unfazed and scratched his head as he asked, "Sister, how do we pass this test?" The beauty in red smiled charmingly. "It's simple. Just stand still among us for 10 minutes. If you hold out, you'll earn points." As she spoke, she gently tapped Ah Fawn's cheek with her delicate fingers. Often tried to stay alert and coughed to remind his brother. "Cough, cough. Ah Zhou, watch your manners. We're being broadcast live. Don't embarrass us." He steeled himself, thinking, "These tricks are nothing." Glancing around, Often noticed a girl in white standing outside the group of beauties. She looked frightened and, when she saw Ah Fawn, gestured for him to run. Ah Fawn was momentarily stunned, but before he could think further, the beauty in red noticed. "Oh, so you like Nye Xiaoqian, do you? Xiaoqian, come and test this student." The beauty in red beckoned to Nye Xiaoqian. "Wait, no, that's not what I meant." Often stammered, blushing furiously. He saw a look of pity flash in Nye Xiaoqian's eyes, setting off alarm bells in his mind. Suddenly, the smiles on the girls' faces grew even broader, and they all made a motion as if to drain him. Ah Fawn felt a wave of exhaustion and his vision blurred. The beauty in red gave him a light push, causing his legs to buckle and sending him crashing to the ground, his face hitting the floor with a loud thud. Ouch! Ah Fawn hadn't even had time to cry out in pain when he heard another dull thud beside him. Struggling to turn his head, he saw his brother Ah Zhou also lying on the ground, unable to get up. "Ah Fawn, I suddenly feel so sleepy," Ah Zhou mumbled groggily. Ah Fawn was terrified and looked around. All the girls' faces were unusually flushed, and the beauty in red extended her hand, licking her claws that had appeared out of nowhere. Fine red fur spread from her palms to her entire body, and her face sprouted a fox-like nose and whiskers, making her look even more otherworldly. The fox demon smiled wickedly. "Just lie still and wait for Granny to come back and drain you dry to pave the way." "Help!" A desperate cry for help echoed through the temple, startling the students who had just reached the stone path outside. "What's going on? What's happening inside? Is it an ambush?" The students stopped in their tracks and turned to Zhu Shi, a burly young man from Three Gorges High School, who was among the top 100 on the Huaxiao Points leaderboard. Zhu Shi closed his eyes and listened for a moment before saying gravely, "It sounds like 2 examinees are trapped inside. This might be a trap." "A trap?" The students were alarmed and began to scan their surroundings warily, their expressions suddenly tense. "Why has the mist slowed down its retreat? Didn't we use the purification method?" Everyone exchanged puzzled looks. Suddenly, a student voiced a bold guess. "Could it be that the mist is deliberately leading us here, trying to lure us in?" As soon as he finished, another student chimed in. "But this is a secret realm. According to our teacher, opportunities and dangers coexist here. If we can solve the problem, we might gain unimaginable benefits." The group hesitated at these words. They all turned their gaze towards the ancient temple, scrutinizing every corner for any sign of traps. However, from any angle, the temple exuded an aura of solemnity and dignity, with no hint of danger. Just as they were about to seek Zhu Shi's opinion, a faint sound of footsteps emerged from the mist behind them. Zhu Shi's keen hearing immediately picked up the noise. He quickly moved through the group, turning to face the direction of the sound with caution. "Who's there?" Zhu Shi called out sharply. From the depths of the mist, a figure slowly emerged. It was a young man, about 25 or 26, dressed in a vibrant red robe, wearing plain hemp shoes, and playing with a string of yellow-orange beads in his hand. His attire was peculiar, unlike anything the group had seen before. Sensing the hostile stares, the young man paused, made a respectful gesture with one hand, and bowed slightly. "Umidba, I am Fa Hai. This place is filled with demonic energy. You must leave at once. It is not safe to stay here." "Demonic energy?" someone muttered. "Is this white mist the so-called demonic energy?" "His outfit is so strange," another whispered. Is he some special creation of Dream City? And he's telling us to leave. He seems to be stopping us from going in, someone questioned. Could he be here to help us? A student turned to Zhu Shi, urgently asking, Shirgu, what should we do now? Zhu Shi scrutinized the monk for a moment before asking, demonic energy? Is it really dangerous inside? We think some of our friends are trapped in there. Fa Hai's brows furrowed deeply, and his tone grew more serious. Oh, if someone has already gone in, that is bad. 1,000-year-old demon tree resides in that temple. Those who enter are likely to end up as dried corpses, just like this path. Path? Zhu Shi looked down, seeing nothing unusual about the stone-paved road. Fa Hai insisted, you must leave. He moved to the front of the group, clasped his hands together, and began chanting a strange incantation. Ba. As Fa Hai's voice resonated, the group felt a sudden disorientation. The once grand and towering temple of red bricks and the ancient stone path changed before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, the air was filled with the harsh cawing of crows. The ground beneath their feet felt oddly bony. Looking down, they gasped in horror. Layer upon layer of dried human skins covered the path, and heaps of nameless skeletal remains lined the sides. Whoa! Holy crap! Many students standing on the human skins felt their legs go weak, a chilling fear shooting up from their feet to their heads. They scrambled to get away from the terrifying place. However, Fa Hai's chant seemed to have awakened the entire graveyard. The sound of cracking bones echoed around them, and the once lifeless corpses began to rise under some mysterious force. Whoa! Could this be some kind of death dream created by someone? Zhu Shi and his companions stood on a desolate land. The scene before them was horrifying. The ground was littered with countless corpses, some shriveled like empty sacks, others rotting and foul-smelling. Even more unsettling was that these corpses seemed to have faint movements. This is definitely a mass grave. I've seen it in my dreams, a student exclaimed in terror. At that moment, Zhu Shi felt something move under his feet. He looked down and gasped. A piece of human skin was wriggling, its mouth slightly opening and closing. Damn it, the piece of skin I just stepped on is moving. I've got goosebumps all over. Zhu Shi cursed. Suddenly, the surrounding corpses began to slowly move, crawling towards them. No, wait. They're coming for us, someone screamed. Prepare for battle. Zhu Shi instinctively shouted. Battle? Run for your lives. The other students were already scared out of their wits. Amid the panic, Zhu Shi, standing next to Fa Hai, suddenly shouted, Everyone, don't panic. Stand behind me. As he spoke, Zhu Shi's school uniform tore apart, revealing his muscular body. A red light enveloped him, forming a crimson armor around his body, and his hands were covered with dark golden gloves. He looked like a warrior ready for battle. Just as Zhu Shi was about to kick away a face that was crawling towards him, Fa Hai intervened. Please step back. Leave this to me. These are just ordinary people who were killed by a demon, their souls unable to find peace. My Buddha is merciful. Allow me to help them move on. With that, Fa Hai stepped forward, clasped his hands together, and began chanting an obscure scripture. Thus have I heard. At one time the Buddha was in Triastria heaven. As Fa Hai chanted, the eerie phenomena around them gradually subsided. The wriggling faces stopped moving, and the corpses that were about to stand up froze in place. Wow, what kind of control is this? A student couldn't help but marvel. Seeing the situation coming under control, the braver students started to peek out. Someone speculated, Fa Hai seems pretty powerful. Ba, what does that mean? A spell? It sounds like a control spell. I've never seen one before. Could he be a sorcerer? He seems righteous, not like someone here to harm us. Could this actually be a trial to test us? Another student had a sudden realization. This idea was quickly agreed upon by many. Someone excitedly said, Are we supposed to follow Fa Hai into the temple, rescue 2 hostages, and earn points? Just as everyone was eager to step forward and deal with the now motionless creatures, Fa Hai finished his chanting. He sighed softly, clasped his hands together, and bowed. In an instant, all the corpses on the path ahead vanished, leaving only a messy stone path. The students were dumbfounded, collectively gasping. No way. It wasn't a control spell? This guy just chanted and took care of all the corpses? What is this? Compassion? Even the ashes are gone. Damn, this guy seems really strong, like a key figure in Dream City. Could this really be a major task trigger scene? A student quickly stepped forward and asked, Master, is there anything we can do? Just tell us. We're willing to help. Fa Hai nodded slightly. I see that you all have skills. If you are not afraid of demons, you can join me in exorcising them. Exorcising demons? Zhu Shi and the others had only read about this in online novels. In reality, they had always faced star beasts with deep grudges against humans. Now, they were more convinced that this was a trial, and completing it would earn them rewards. Brother Shi, what do you think? Should we follow him? A student asked in a low voice. Zhu Shi pondered for a moment. Let's follow. So far, he doesn't seem to mean us any harm. With the captain's approval, even those who wanted to retreat changed their minds. They all followed Fa Hai along the stone path towards Lanrua Temple. On the way, Zhu Shi couldn't help but ask, Master, what do Amitabha and Buddha's compassion mean? Fa Hai slightly furrowed his brows. Are you asking what Buddha is? Our Buddha comes from the western Pure Land, residing on Mount Sumeru. There is a Buddha named Tathagata, who transcended the mundane after countless kalpas to attain supreme enlightenment. He has 10 disciples, including Jin Shan and Shariputra. Our Buddha is compassionate and aims to save all beings. We, as followers of the Buddhist path, do the same. In a short journey, Fa Hai introduced Zhu Shi to a new system and worldview. The Western Pure Land, Mount Sumeru, Tathagata Buddha Zhu Shi was deeply shaken. While other students might have just listened as if it were a story, Zhu Shi keenly sensed the underlying truth. This seemed like a complete system of teachings, or a lineage. For a dreamweaver, this was the foundation of Inscrayed potential dream. If he could delve into the stories within and obtain a logically coherent and flawless knowledge system, the gain would be equivalent to inheriting the legacy of Inscrayed Dreamweaver. Zhu Shi could already imagine the power of creating the so-called Buddha ancestor, Tathagata. Not only Zhu Shi, but many powerful observers also had similar thoughts. In the city of Linhai, within the city lord's mansion, the hot-tempered Lu Yun stood up excitedly as she listened to Fa Hai. In those few words, she had glimpsed a new world, a complete system, a key to creating Inscrayed dream. If only Fa Hai would continue explaining. This is priceless. First the underworld, now this so-called Buddhist path. How many secrets does Sumu have? Did he receive the legacy of Inscrayed Dreamweaver somewhere in Linhai City? On the Dreamweb, Chen Fengqiu, who was enjoying a drink, put down his cup, looking serious. He kept muttering Tathagata under his breath, sensing the myriad mysteries within. This kid is honing his dream-making skills while experimenting with new dreams? Does he intend to create another Scray dream during the exam? Zhu Shi realized the gravity of the situation and was about to speak when Fa Hai suddenly stopped in his tracks. They had arrived at Lanrua Temple. The dilapidated temple gates stood before them, with faint cries for help emanating from within. Fa Hai solemnly said, Amitabha, my young friends, I will handle the demons while you rescue our companions. As he spoke, he pointed towards the gates. With a thunderous crash, the gates of Lanrua Temple shattered into pieces, sending dust flying. The sight inside left everyone stunned. Dozens of foxes, dressed in human clothes and standing upright, were revealed. Surrounded by the foxes, the brothers Afon and Azhou looked utterly exhausted, their cries for help barely audible. Damn, there really are students trapped in there. What are those things? This is insane. Monsters. Should we step in? The students were thrilled, thinking this was a DreamNet scenario, eager to show off. Zhu Shi, unable to hold back, growled, Master Fa Hai, step aside and leave this to us. With that, he charged towards the foxes like a tiger descending the mountain, his palms slicing through the air with a sonic boom. However, the foxes showed no fear and instead made eerie sucking sounds. Zhu Shi felt dizzy as his abundant mental energy was drained away like a receding tide. His fierce expression froze, and he collapsed heavily at the fox's feet, joining a fawn and a Zhou on the ground. Brother, did you come to feed them? They were just getting hungry, a Zhou weakly joked. A fawn struggled to warn, be careful. These creatures can absorb our mental energy. Hearing this, the Dreammakers' faces turned pale, and they quickly stepped back, clearing a path for Fa Hai. Master, it's up to you now. Master, we'll rescue the people. You handle these monsters. Sometimes, knowing when not to act is a skill too, right guys? The foxes noticed Fa Hai, their eyes gleaming with greed. He, another bald monk. Your mental energy seems even richer. What a feast. They laughed wickedly, tearing off their clothes and swiftly encircling the group, ready to drain their mental energy again. As everyone was on the verge of collapse, Fa Hai clasped his hands together and softly chanted, Amitabha. His voice seemed to carry a mysterious power, instantly dispelling their weakness. Fa Hai's expression was stern as he formed a hand seal and shouted, such petty tricks, daring to show off. Great mighty dragon, grand law mantra. His robe fluttered without wind, revealing an 8-clawed golden dragon tattooed on his back. As he performed his incantation, the dragon seemed to come to life, its eyes flashing, and it soared out of his body with a deafening roar. Golden light flickered, and ripples spread through the air. Before the fox demons could react, the golden dragon struck like a thunderbolt. With a loud bang, the fox demons were sent flying like broken kites, collapsing on the ground and rapidly shrinking into over a dozen feeble foxes. Everyone gasped in shock. The foxes that had been so troublesome were utterly defeated by Fahai in an instant. They finally realized just how profound and formidable this self-proclaimed Buddhist monk truly was. It seems like the master doesn't quite fit in with us. Fahai stood tall before the crowd, resembling a formidable and majestic figure. Zhu Shi's eyes sparkled with amazement, and he thought to himself, this master must have at least level strength. His attack methods are completely different from ours, yet incredibly impressive. Struggling to get up from the ground, Zhu Shi fixed his gaze on Fahai. Once considering himself a fierce tiger, he now seemed like a sick cat, but the light in his eyes grew even brighter. Fahai's attack style was precisely what he had always dreamed of. Before becoming a dream weaver, Zhu Shi had already decided to follow the ancient martial arts path, creating only weapons and armor, and using his body to single-handedly challenge the star beasts. Legend said that ancient dream weavers were this brave. And now, Zhu Shi saw a new path in Fahai, combining physical combat with magical prowess. A vivid image formed in Zhu Shi's mind, flexing his muscles to beat up enemies while chanting Buddha's mercy, Amitabha. What amazed him even more was that, although he couldn't see clearly while lying on the ground, he vaguely noticed that the golden dragon was actually Fahai's tattoo. This meant that while showing off his muscles, the tattoos on his body could also be used for attacks. Just imagining such a scene made one's blood boil. Zhu Shi felt a rush of excitement, struggling to his feet, and knelt in Fahai's direction, shouting, Master, please accept me as your disciple. I am willing to join Buddhism and become a Buddhist practitioner. As soon as he said this, the live stream audience erupted. The comments flowed like rain. Accepting a disciple? They just met. One of the top 100 students in China is kneeling to become a disciple. Isn't this Fahai Sumu's dream creation? Sumu is amazing. The character he created has such charm. Sumu, who was watching the scene unfold, was also a bit stunned. He hadn't expected the Fahai he created to have such a strong, charismatic presence. However, Zhu Shi's actions did bring him a significant surge in source energy. The original consumption of 2,500 points shot up to 3,200 points in an instant, with many new faces contributing several hundred points of source energy. Sumu silently calculated. The trip to Lanrua Temple was extremely successful. It's time to call it quits. These students are still too weak. If he released the tree demoness, they might be drain dry. Having Fahai fight the tree demoness again might not yield much source energy. He decided to find an excuse to end it on a high note, and as for accepting a disciple, let Fahai brush it off with a we'll see if fate allows. Glancing at the time, it was nearing 8 o'clock, still some time before midnight. Sumu pondered whether he should explore this dream further and stir up some more trouble. Suddenly, he remembered the drifting dream seed from earlier and wondered, where did that thing go? I should look for it later and exchange it for money. In the midst of swirling thoughts, the story at Lanrua Temple continued. After dealing with the fox demon, Fahai wrapped his robe back around himself, his gaze falling on Zhu Shi. He nodded slightly. Amitabha, benefactor, you possess the fierce visage of a Vajra, a true Buddha's appearance. You are destined to be connected with the Buddha, Fahai said solemnly. Hearing this, Zhu Shi's face lit up with joy. He eagerly asked, does this mean you will accept me as your disciple, master? Fahai smiled and said, Amitabha, may I ask your name, benefactor? My surname is Zhu, spelled like the color red, and my given name is Shi, like stone. Zhu Shi replied respectfully. Zhu Shi, a good name. Fahai nodded approvingly. If you wish to follow the Buddha, you must shave your head and become a monk like me. If you join Jinshan Temple now, you will be given the name Wuneng. Your Buddhist name will be Zhu Wuneng. Buddhist name, shaving my head, Zhu Wuneng, Zhu Shi repeated softly, feeling the profound meaning within. He couldn't contain his excitement. Thank you, master. Just as Zhu Shi struggled to get up, a young girl suddenly rushed in and bumped into him. She cried out, sister, and ran towards the fallen fox demon. This unexpected guest was none other than Ye Xiaoqian, whose stunning beauty instantly captivated the male students present. Seeing this, Fahai's hand glowed with golden light as he shouted sternly, another demon? Wait, master, she's not a bad person, the exhausted Afun quickly explained. She tried to save me earlier. He tried to get up but found himself too weak. Fahai remained unyielding. Amitabha, benefactor, you are mistaken. No demon here is harmless. With that, he struck towards Nye Xiaoqian from a distance. Suddenly, a branch flew in from the west, striking Fahai's hand forcefully. Fahai frowned and changed his hand gesture, directing the golden light towards the incoming branch. Everyone followed the source of the branch and saw that the old locust tree in the temple had revealed a withered, ancient face. It glared angrily and spoke. So it's you, bald monk, ruining my plans. With the fog rising again, all of you will stay here and play with me. The old voice carried a strange energy, causing everyone to feel dizzy and their ears to bleed. Oh no, master. This seems to be their matriarch, the strongest among them. A Fun, quick to react, loudly warned. Fahai's expression turned grave. 1,000-year-old tree demon, I didn't expect you to reach such a level. Today, I will act on behalf of the heavens. He threw his robe, which expanded to cover the surroundings. Everyone felt a crimson hue before their eyes and a lightness in their bodies as they were flung out of Lanrua Temple. Umitba, young friends, the fog is rising, and Lanrua Temple will be transported by demonic magic. These demons are not something you can handle. Leave now, Fahai's voice echoed in their ears. Demonic magic transport? Leave now? Zhu Wuneng suddenly realized and shouted, Master, where should I find you? Wuneng, remember, the Buddha is in your heart. Wherever you are, there is the Buddha. I will be waiting for you at Jinshan Temple. Fahai's voice gradually faded away. Jinshan Temple? Master, where is Jinshan Temple? Zhu Wuneng shouted as he fell heavily to the ground, surrounded by the colorful night. The white fog dissipated, and Jinshan Temple was nowhere to be seen, making the previous experience feel like a dream. Jinshan Temple, Jinshan Temple. Zhu Wuneng muttered to himself, realizing that his newly accepted master had disappeared, and he had learned nothing. No, not entirely nothing. At least he knew he needed to shave his head and wear a monk's robe. He touched his hair, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, Sumu exhaled in relief as he watched Lanrua Temple being retracted into his dreamland. He turned towards the nearby street, contemplating his next move. With the Lanrua Temple task temporarily concluded, it was time to continue his plans. He focused on the underworld structures within his dreamland. The previous display of the underworld's power had been insufficient. This gap needed to be addressed. The ghost soldiers in the ghost town weren't enough to be intimidating. To turn the surroundings into a ghost town and tell ghost stories, ghost soldiers were essential. Arranging for black and white impermanents to claim lives and ghost soldiers to pass through could work, as long as he didn't summon the Oxhead and Horseface, avoiding exposure. As Sumu sought a safe place to refine the underworld and draw inspiration from strange stories from a Chinese studio, the sound of clashing weapons reached his ears, accompanied by a familiar male voice, Sisters, stop fighting, that monster is about to wake up. Is that Zhang Li's voice? Sumu's expression changed, and he quietly followed the sound, eventually arriving at an open area filled with debris. The fighting sounds came from a small house with 3 bedrooms, a dilapidated sliding door at the entrance, and faint lights flickering inside. Carefully approaching, Sumu found a sign at the door. Inside is a sleeping beast, very fierce. It eats people. There will definitely be one more piece of food inside. Feed the beast to get a reward. Note, the beast doesn't like loud noises in the room. If it wakes up hungry, it will eat 2 people. This must be a secret realm, like a dungeon. Completing the task will grant rewards. The Jiang siblings found a good spot, Sumu thought, peering through the door crack. He saw Jiang Li standing between 2 young girls, identical in appearance, demeanor, and the weapons they held. So that's the situation. Sumu understood. There must be another similar person in the warehouse, and the candidates need to distinguish between the real and fake without causing too much commotion. While trying to stop the 2 Jiang Hongxiao from fighting, Jiang Li racked his brain for questions. Sisters, when is my birthday? October 4th, both Jiang Hongxiao answered in unison. What was my favorite game as a child? Jiang Li continued. Both fell silent, clearly at a loss. Jiang Li was dumbfounded. It seemed the duplicate also inherited the original's memories and abilities. How could he tell them apart? Knock her out, I'm the real one. Both Jiang Hongxiao said coldly at the same time, their expressions and actions identical. A sudden idea struck Jiang Li, stand still, both of you. Whoever moves is the fake. Okay, both Jiang Hongxiao responded in unison. Jiang Li closed his eyes and conjured a bird emitting a greenish-blue glow. It appeared around him and shot beams at both Jiang Hongxiao. Strange noises accompanied the beams, and light swirled around the 2 Jiang Hongxiao, but their appearances remained unchanged. The audience watched with keen interest, discussing how to identify the duplicate without alerting the monster. Just then, Sumu walked to the warehouse door with a smile. Looks like you could use some help. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. Sumu, wait, don't come in yet. Once you're in this dungeon, you can't leave until it's solved. I know who's the real one, Sumu said confidently. Both Jiang Hongxiao spoke simultaneously. By the rules, all the treasures from this challenge are yours if you can clear it. Deal. Sumu snapped his fingers and stepped into the warehouse. As soon as he entered, Sumu felt a chill. Faint breathing sounds reached his ears, and at the far end of the warehouse, a pair of closed eyes seemed to flicker on the wall, like a sleeping monster. What are you going to do? Both Jiang Hongxiao put away their weapons and stood on Sumu's left and right. Sumu scrutinized them and asked, how do you feed it? Just push the fake into the wall. Both Jiang Hongxiao answered simultaneously. Zhongli whispered a warning. Brother Mu, be careful. Even I can't tell these two apart. Sumu didn't respond. Instead, he held his hands as if grasping something, and pages from ancient Chinese lore turned in his mind. He found an illustration of a mythical creature in the underworld section. This creature had a tiger's head with a single horn, ears like a white dog, and a body resembling a black dragon. It was called Titing. It could discern all things with its ears and hear the thoughts of people, symbolizing wisdom. Sumu infused Titing with 300 points of source energy, and the creature's eyes began to gleam with life. Wow, that beast looks awesome, Zhongli exclaimed. Brother Mu, can it tell the real from the fake? Titing closed its eyes and bowed its head as if listening. After a moment, it stood up and spoke in human language. I have discerned the fake. Who? Both Jiang Hongxiao asked simultaneously. Titing scrutinized the two, and then gestured with its claw toward the sleeping monster at the deepest part of the warehouse. Please, both of you, stand on either side of the monster. The audience speculated that this was to prevent the duplicate from going berserk. They marveled at Titing's intelligence and Sumu's ability to create such a lifelike creature. Some doubted the reliability of Titing's ability to discern the fake just by listening. However, under the current circumstances, it seemed to be Jiang Hongxiao and Jiang Li's only hope. If they didn't trust Titing, they would have to fight both the monster and the duplicate, which was clearly the worst option. Amid the audience's skepticism towards the Titing, the story within the warehouse continued. Sumu smiled and said, You two, it's best if you trust me now. Retrieve all your creations, close your eyes and stand still, waiting for the judgment of the Titing. Jiang Hongxiao, upon hearing this, furrowed her brows slightly and then sighed. Her icy blue eyes flickered, and all her weapons and equipment vanished instantly. I hope your judgment is correct. I am the real one, they said in unison, then cooperatively stood on either side of the lightless wall at the deepest part of the warehouse. Sumu thought to himself, this must be the monster's mouth. As long as one of them is pushed in, the dungeon will immediately end. The copy will follow the original's will until exposed, but if the Titing truly identifies it, it will likely self-destruct, causing a loud noise that will awaken the monster. Therefore, his plan is currently the safest provided he truly knows who the real Jiang Hongxiao is. Zhongli, watching from the side, was anxious and could only place his hopes on this genius capable of creating level dreamscapes. He worried internally. I hope I didn't misjudge him. This strange beast seems less reliable than my purification idol. At that moment, the beast known as Titing suddenly turned its head, its tiger eyes glaring at Zhongli, and said leisurely, Boy, do not doubt my abilities. Remember when that monkey who wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace brought the six-eared macaque to the underworld? Even the true and false gods couldn't tell them apart. They transcend the 3 realms and 5 elements. Only I and the Buddha of the Western paradise knew who was real and who was fake. You should apologize for your ignorance. Zhongli was stunned, unable to comprehend the meaning. However, the audience began to speculate. Someone exclaimed, the Buddha of the Western paradise? Isn't that the founder of Buddhism mentioned by Master Fa Hai earlier? Could the Titing be connected to the Buddha? Others noticed a crucial point. Wait, did you hear the Titing say it's from the underworld? The underworld is an level death dreamscape, and it can connect with Buddhism. Not only that, the key is the heavenly palace, someone added. The name suggests it corresponds to the underworld. Could it be another level dreamscape? These words left everyone gasping. They realized there must be a connection between the heavenly palace and the underworld. Dream creations and dream beasts seem to be forming a vast world. This was an unprecedented experience, as if glimpsing a colorful world through the words of these characters and beasts. In the Xinghe district, travel writer Gu Jin listened to the live discussion while quickly taking notes. She wrote down, Heavenly Palace, Underworld, Buddhism, Lanrua Temple. These dream creations seem to be connected. Could level dreamscapes interact with each other? It seems a special world is being born from the intertwining of these dreamscapes. It was a vibrant world, entirely different from the present era, with demons and monsters, an underworld below, and a heavenly court above, along with various forms of cultivation. The people in that world dressed differently, resembling ancient times. The more Gujin thought about it, the more excited she became, wishing she could immediately pack her suitcase and travel to this great world. Unfortunately, the underworld and Lanrua Temple were not yet complete, and the heavenly palace might only be a legend from the Titing's words. As for the monkey capable of wreaking havoc in the heavenly palace, Gujin could hardly imagine its power and legendary stories. She secretly hoped, I hope Sumu can level up quickly and fully create this world. When that happens, I must find a chance to travel there. However, while Gujin and others were awestruck, many a-level dream creators frowned. They worriedly discussed, connecting level dreamscapes? Does this guy know what he's doing? One wrong move, and all the dreamscapes could turn to dust. He's only at level. This is too reckless. On the DreamNet, Chun Fengqiu, after watching the live stream, also frowned. He recalled past experiments. Regarding connecting dreamscapes, they had tried before, but the results were far from ideal. Even with 5S-level dream creators working together, they couldn't fully connect several S-level dreamscapes. There were too many factors to consider, and the required energy and mental power were astronomical. Back then, despite the best efforts of 5S-level dream creators, they couldn't create a world beyond S-level. The fusion of multiple S-level dreamscapes merely resulted in a larger S-level dreamscape. If not for later improvements, that dreamscape would have nearly vanished on the spot. Even so, it suffered significant damage and could not be used to combat the star beasts, serving only for internal exams. Yes, this failed world is indeed the dream web. This colossal dreamscape spanning the globe has plunged Qin Fengqiu into deep concern. His gaze fell upon Sumu, and his mind was filled with countless thoughts. Even a shrank dream weaver can't achieve such a feat. So how could Sumu possibly do it? Qin Fengqiu knew well that Sumu was a genius, but at this moment, he was still an unpolished gem. The gap between Frank and Shrank was a chasm that couldn't be crossed by merely enhancing one's mental power. It required years of accumulation, possibly even the efforts of several generations of a family. Qin Fengqiu sighed inwardly. He couldn't let Sumu go astray. However, according to the exam rules, he couldn't offer any substantial intervention. He could only pray that 1 month wouldn't lead the boy down the wrong path. Even if a few Shrank dreamscapes were ruined, as long as the person was safe, it would be fine. While the outside world was busy speculating due to Ting's statements, Zhongli had already bowed his head in apology, a look of joy on his face. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you. He had only entertained the thought in his mind and hadn't spoken it out loud. Unexpectedly, this mythical beast could perceive his thoughts and respond directly. Zhongli was astonished, but he quickly sorted out his thoughts. He didn't believe anything could truly read minds. He leaned towards the idea that it was a top-tier observational technique. The mythical beast might have inferred his thoughts from subtle cues like microexpressions, heartbeat, and blood flow. This realization made him even more certain that there was indeed an inhuman voice within Jiang Hongshao's clone. Hearing Zhang Li's apology, Ting turned its head in satisfaction, its gaze sweeping back and forth between the two Jiang Hongshaos. After a moment, it decisively walked towards the Jiang Hongshao on the left. The Jiang Hongshao on the left had her eyes closed and furrowed her brows slightly upon hearing the approaching footsteps. Why is that strange creature headed toward her? Jiang Hongshao was baffled. She was the real Jiang Hongshao, after all. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the voice of Ting echoed softly, "You are confused, questioning me, believing yourself to be the true one, correct? Remember, even a copy would firmly believe it's the original. But don't worry, I just want to take a closer look." As Ting spoke, it kept pacing back and forth beside the Jiang Hongshao on the left, not moving away. This scene stirred up a flurry of comments in the livestream chat. Could the one on the left be the fake? What is Ting doing? Why doesn't it just push the fake one in? Is it hesitating? The camera then switched to a wide shot, making it even harder for the viewers to distinguish between the real and the fake. Some speculated that Ting was trying to calm the fake Jiang Hongshao, while others thought it was waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, Ting's eyes narrowed, its mouth wide open, and it let out an earth-shattering roar. Now, with that roar, Ting leaped high into the air, as if carrying the weight of 1,000 mountains, and lunged fiercely at the Jiang Hongshao on the left. It seemed like this strike would send her directly into the monster's mouth. However, the Jiang Hongshao on the left reacted swiftly, ducking low as her body shimmered with light. In an instant, she was covered in armor engraved with a starry pattern. Ting's attack appeared to slow, and its loud roar puzzled the viewers even more. They questioned, "What's Ting up to? Why roar so loudly but attack so slowly?" Now, whether real or fake, the monster might wake up and devour both of them. Just when everyone thought things were spiraling out of control, a terrified scream came from the right side of the warehouse. No? The camera quickly panned to the source of the sound, revealing a minotaur-like creature that had appeared in front of the other Jiang Hongshao. It had materialized silently while everyone's attention was diverted to the left, delivering a powerful blow that sent the unsuspecting Jiang Hongshao crashing into the wall. In an instant, the dark wall at the top of the warehouse began to swallow the right side Jiang Hongshao's body. Her form twisted visibly until she transformed into a headless white monster. The creature struggled desperately, emitting a harrowing scream as it tried to free its head from the wall, but to no avail. The wall seemed to have a powerful suction, gradually consuming its entire body. Meanwhile, Ting, still in an attack stance, leaped back, quickly distancing itself from the left side Jiang Hongshao, clearly never intending to fight her. Everything it did was to divert attention, making the copy on the right let down its guard, giving Sumu the chance he needed. It turned out that Ting, as a creation of Sumu's dreams, already knew the truth, and so did Sumu. To safely send the copy into the monster's mouth, they staged this elaborate act. Seeing this, the live stream audience finally understood and exclaimed, "Whoa, what a diversion! I shouldn't have doubted you, boss. Ting is so smart. Turns out the fool was me." Lu Yun, the lord of Linhai City, watching the live stream, excitedly slammed the table. Well done. He exploited Jiang Hongshao's distrust of him. She analyzed that Sumu first took advantage of Jiang Hongshao's incomplete trust, having Ting pretend to attack the real Jiang Hongxiao. The real one would inevitably resist, while the fake would believe Ting was ineffective and lower its guard. At this critical moment, Sumu summoned another creation, sending the fake straight into the monster's mouth with one strike. Geniuses from Linhai City are truly exceptional, Lu Yun proudly remarked. Inside the warehouse, seeing the fake Jiang Hongxiao swallowed by the dark wall, Jiangli, who had been worried, finally understood the plan. He rushed over, shouting excitedly, celebrating the success of this thrilling scheme. "Big brother, I was wrong." A voice suddenly broke the silence in the warehouse. The speaker turned to Sumu, his eyes filled with both awe and apology. "From today on, you are my big brother." "Impressive." His gaze then fell on Ting, amazement evident in his expression. "This divine beast, Ting, is also incredibly powerful." He bowed deeply to Ting, sincerely apologizing, "Great one. I apologize for misjudging you." Ting heard this and flicked its tiger head, exuding an air of authority. It coldly replied, "Humph, human. It's enough that you understand my power." Before the words finished echoing, Ting transformed into a streak of light and disappeared along with Niu Tu, as if they had never been there. This scene left everyone present in shock. A complex emotion flashed in Jiang Hongshao's ice-blue eyes. Her tone softened with a hint of gratitude. "Thank you. If you encounter any problems during the exam, you can come to me for help. I owe you one this time." Clearly, this experience had been a huge test for her. Without Sumu's timely intervention, she and Jiangli might not have escaped the perilous warehouse. Jiangli also spoke up. "All the rewards from this mission are yours. We won't take any." At that moment, the wall that had swallowed the food suddenly shook violently. A beam of pure black light shot out from it. Upon closer inspection, it was a bracelet made of over 10 diamond-shaped black metal pieces, emitting a faint glow in the dim warehouse. Before Sumu could examine it closely, Zhongli shouted excitedly, "Is that a bracelet made of dreamstones? That's a real treasure." Dreamstones? Sumu quickly searched his mind for information. Dreamstones are rare stones obtained from the bodies of celestial beasts, capable of enhancing dream creations by 20 to 30% in power. Even for a-level dream makers, they have a significant effect on a-level creations. They are highly sought after on the black market, with just 2 being enough to buy a house. Looking at the bracelet adorned with over a dozen dreamstones, Sumu's eyes lit up. This was undoubtedly a great fortune. Without hesitation, he reached out and put the floating dreamstone bracelet on his wrist. This was his well-deserved prize. The Jiang siblings merely watched quietly, showing no signs of greed. As the cold aura in the warehouse dissipated, Zhongli excitedly suggested, "Brother Mu, why don't you join us? If we team up, we can definitely sweep through the entire secret realm." Sumu smiled and politely declined the offer. "Team up? No, I have some things to take care of on my own. Let's meet up at midnight." He calculated in his mind. Having spent 300 points of source power to summon Ting, he naturally needed to replenish it. There were still many tasks awaiting him. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Zhongli, Sumu stepped out of the warehouse and cautiously moved into the shadows of the street. He glanced around warily before choosing a seemingly safe corner to hide. Once he was sure no one was around, Sumu lightly flicked his fingers, summoning his panel. Data appeared before him. Mental strength 46.5, source power 3,215 points. Sumu calculated silently. To maintain his dream creations, he constantly consumed mental strength while replenishing it with source power. This process steadily increased his mental strength to about 46.5. As for source power, although he had used up 300 points creating the divine beast, Ting, he had managed to replenish it somewhat, stabilizing it around 3,200 points. Sumu quickly did the math. If he converted all 3,200 points of source power into mental strength, his mental strength would soar to around 80 points, nearly reaching the upper limit for an F-grade Dreamweaver. However, the mental strength required to advance from F-grade to a grade wasn't a fixed number. It varied based on professional compatibility. Those with high compatibility might need only 70 points to advance, while those with low compatibility would require much more. For those with a compatibility of 1, awakening to this profession was already a miracle, and the mental strength needed to advance was an astronomical figure. Sumu knew that without the presence of source power, he would likely be stuck at his current level for life. At this moment, he decided to allocate more source power to dream creation, leaving only a small amount for replenishing his mental strength. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Sumu sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, sinking into his dreamscape. Inside his small world, Lanrua Temple still stood tall, and the foxes who had been defeated were gradually regaining their strength. In the underworld, the divine beast Di Ting lay lazily asleep in Ghost City, surrounded by the echoing footsteps of spirits. Sumu examined his creations. Lanrua Temple was nearly complete, but the underworld was still a rough prototype. Iconic structures like the 6 paths of reincarnation, the 18 levels of hell, and the city of wrongful death were yet to take shape, and the underworld had very few inhabitants. He decided to set aside these grand projects for now and focus on expanding the workforce in the underworld, as relying solely on Yodo and Mamian was far too insufficient. In his mind, the ancient texts of Huaxia unfurled, and Sumu quickly identified his targets in the underworld directory. In an instant, 2 figures, one black and one white, appeared silently in the ancient black fog of the underworld. In white was the ghost Xie Baiyan, also known as Bai Wuchang, with a sinister smile, a tall and slender figure, a pale face, and a long tongue. He wore an official hat inscribed with the words, "One look brings wealth," and held a soul-reaping rope. In black was the ghost Fan Wu Shi, also known as He Wuchang, with a fierce expression and a burly build. Wearing an official hat inscribed with "Peace under Heaven," as Bai Wuchang and He Wuchang appeared, a large number of ghost soldiers in gray robes emerged behind them, their faces solemn and surrounded by an intimidating black mist. Having completed this stage of creation, Sumu felt slightly fatigued and quickly used source power to restore his mental strength. He temporarily stationed Bai Wuchang, He Wuchang, and the ghost soldiers in Fengdu City, waiting for the right moment to let them appear and provide a comprehensive death experience for the lucky ones. Next, Sumu turned his attention to the area above the underworld, the empty space around Lanrua Temple. He was determined to create a grand parade of 100 ghosts in one corner of the Dream City. From ancient times to the present, countless ghosts from the strange tales of Liaozhai would appear here, offering examinees an immersive experience of Huaxia's supernatural legends. Adhering to the principle of not just telling ghost stories, Sumu planned to build another temple next to Lanrua Temple, the Chenghuang Temple. It would protect the examinees while receiving the ghosts captured by the underworld officers, giving them the punishment they deserved. Historically, the first stop upon entering the underworld was the Chenghuang Temple. When a person was on the brink of death, Bai Wuchang and He Wuchang had to lead the soul to the Chenghuang Temple to report before they could proceed on the Yellow Springs Road. Thus, the Chenghuang Temple became a bridge between the living world and the underworld. As his ideas gradually took shape, Sumu's dreamscape was transforming into a small world. He immediately invested 300 points of source power, injecting his mental strength into the pages inscribed with Cheng Huang. With the infusion of source power, the entire dreamscape trembled slightly. In an instant, a grand hall with golden and red hues rose from the ground, with red walls and tiled roofs exuding magnificence. The plaque inscribed with Cheng Huang hung prominently above the main gate, flanked by a couplet. In the mortal world, good and evil deeds are all recorded by you. In the underworld, from ancient times to now, who has ever been spared? Sumu's murmuring abruptly stopped as a chill swept over his entire body. His mental alert system blared a warning, making him instantly aware of the lurking threat behind him. Without a second thought, Sumu planted his hands on the ground and rolled swiftly away from his original position. As soon as he landed, he saw a blue, catfish-like tendril lash out at the spot where he had been sitting. Sumu frowned and stared intently, noticing a pair of cold, merciless crimson eyes emerging from the dark corner, looking eerie and terrifying in the dim light. The tendril extended from these very eyes. Did I just sit on a monster spawn point? Sumu cursed under his breath as he attempted to get up, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of dread from all directions. He glanced around and saw pairs of gleaming, sinister eyes hidden in every shadowy corner. As he stared, these crimson eyes blinked in unison, locking onto him with an unyielding gaze. Suddenly, countless blue tendrils surged out from the darkness, weaving into an impenetrable net, ready to engulf Sumu completely. The viewers in the live stream gasped at the sudden turn of events. Holy crap, I've seen this thing before. It's some kind of star beast. Yikes. I encountered one on the star battlefield. We call it the reed-eyed catfish. It's one of the most troublesome star beasts out there. Sumu's in big trouble. The reed-eyed catfish? Damn. Sumu's so unlucky. He stumbled right into its lair. This must be a death dream remnant of the reed-eyed catfish, right? Still, it's a nightmare for Sumu. The reed-eyed catfish, a nightmare that dreamweavers dreaded most on the battlefield of dreams. Its abilities were more insidious and bizarre than other beasts, capable of continuously replicating its eyes in the dark. Each additional pair of crimson eyes augmented its power. If a Dreamweaver couldn't locate and destroy its true eyes within a certain time frame, death would be inevitable. And now, the Frank Sumu was facing this terrifying entity hidden. Is this the reed catfish? Sumu exclaimed, momentarily bewildered by the sight before him. In the darkness, countless red eyes flickered like stars, creating a chilling scene. He quickly recalled the nature of this secret realm, a bizarre landscape born from the clash between Dreamweavers and the astral behemoth, filled with the remnants of their dreams and the lingering consciousness of the beast that refused to die. Clearly, Sumu had stumbled into a residual dream of the reeded catfish. The number of red eyes had multiplied to a terrifying extent. Even a fraction of its former power was enough for those tentacles to easily crush Sumu's fragile Frank body. Just my luck, Sumu muttered to himself, but he quickly calmed down. There might still be a way. He crouched down, pressing his hand to the ground as the Dreamweaver's core in his mind flickered, preparing to manifest something to counter the crisis. At that critical moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from within the mass of catfish tentacles. A dark hole was blasted open among the dense tendrils, and 5 middle-aged men and women, around their 30s and 40s, charged in. They moved with the precision of a well-trained team. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a square face, clad in armor radiating intense flames, wielding a large sword ablaze with fire. He quickly surveyed the surroundings and, upon spotting Sumu, immediately issued an order. Quick, protect the kid. Xiaowang, keep those fireballs coming and burn this monster. The 4 team members behind the man swiftly took action, forming a defensive line around Sumu. The male Dreamweaver, referred to as Xiaowang, summoned a mage holding a staff, who continuously fired fireballs at the tentacles of the reeded catfish. Boom, boom, boom. A series of fiery explosions left countless charred remains of tentacles falling to the ground. The high temperature caused the tendrils to temporarily retract, easing the assault on the 6 of them. The flames appeared to be a weakness of the reeded catfish, but this was merely a temporary solution. Soon, more and more crimson eyes emerged from the surroundings, indicating the catfish was still reproducing. Captain Zhou, this isn't working, Xiaowang shouted while controlling his creation to hurl fireballs. At this rate, we'll all be exhausted here. We need to find the true body of the reeded catfish. The middle-aged man with the square face, referred to as Captain Zhou, asked sternly, Kid, did you see the approximate location of the reeded catfish when you first arrived? Sumu suddenly realized that these were the lingering spirits of deceased Dreamweavers. In their residual consciousness, they hadn't realized they were dead and were still defending the Dream City as the vanguard against the relentless astral behemoth. At this moment, they mistook Sumu for a young boy in need of protection. The viewers in the live stream quickly caught on. They commented that this team had discovered the reeded catfish's reproduction and rushed to eliminate it. On the battlefield back then, if the reeded catfish took root in a city and wasn't promptly eradicated, the entire city would soon fall. There were no dream battlefields at that time, so any sighting of the catfish's reproduction had to be dealt with at all costs. The viewers praised these characters as heroes, even though they were fictional figures within the Dream City. However, despite their admiration, they also realized that Sumu's situation had not improved. Even with 5 additional helpers, the rapidly reproducing reeded catfish remained a dire threat. Some viewers suggested that if they were in Sumu's shoes, they would have the team members hold the line, create an opening, and then escape alone. Although this might seem cowardly, it appeared to be the best option at the moment, given that Sumu was no match for the catfish. Facing this difficult choice, Sumu glanced at the resolute expressions of the warriors in front of him and listened to their conversations. Finally, he shook his head slightly and replied, By the time I got here, they had already multiplied. I can't pinpoint the true body. Damn it, Captain Zhou muttered, furrowing his brow. Captain Zhou, upon hearing Sumu's words, immediately turned his head towards the teammate casting spells. A determined look flashed in his eyes as he issued a deep, resolute command, Quick, increase the attack frequency and carve a path for this kid. Let him get out first. We can't all stay here. Someone has to get out and inform the others in Dream City. The 4 team members responded without hesitation, shouting in unison, Yes, sir. They immediately focused their mental energy, targeting a weak point in the formation of the reeded catfish, preparing for a fierce assault. Captain Zhou turned to Sumu, his expression steadfast as he instructed, Kid, once you're out, report to the higher-ups in Dream City immediately. The 5 of us will hold off the reeded catfish's reproduction and await your return. Head in the direction of our attack. Despite knowing that staying might mean total annihilation, Captain Zhou did not hesitate. To him, as long as they could delay the reeded catfish's reproduction, they could buy Dream City a glimmer of hope. This fearless spirit of sacrifice was likely a scenario orchestrated by the exam committee to instill in the candidates the noble character of the Dream Weavers from a century ago. Unexpectedly, Sumu looked at the 5 members of Captain Zhou's team, a confident smile tugging at his lips. He spoke up, Captain Zhou, maybe there's no need to leave. These reedied catfish aren't invincible. What? Captain Zhou, with his square jaw, was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, Sumu had already crouched down, pressing one hand to the ground. City God, arise. Sumu commanded in a low voice. In an instant, the ground trembled slightly. Several red stone pillars, intricately carved with complex patterns, erupted from the ground, striking the catfish tentacles shooting in from all directions. The moment the pillars met the tentacles, a violent white light burst forth, illuminating the entire space as if daylight had arrived. A deafening roar echoed as thousands of red eyes seemed to suffer a severe blow, vanishing like bubbles. From the depths of the darkness came a pained howl, unmistakably from the reedied catfish itself. Meanwhile, in the main examination room of the Dream Network, Chun Fengqiu was leisurely sipping wine. Witnessing Sumu effortlessly decimate most of the reedied catfish on the live feed, his eyes widened in shock, and the wine glass nearly slipped from his grasp. At that moment, a sudden, urgent alarm blared from the sky. Alert! A dream creature is linking to the energy network of Dream City. Certain permissions within Dream City are being transferred. This dream creature originates from candidate number 3484, Sumu. What? Chun Fengqiu exclaimed, finally losing control of the wine glass as it slipped from his hand. In the examination room, Chun Fengqiu was leisurely savoring his fine wine when a sudden alert from the DreamNet jolted him. The liquid in his glass spilled as he stood up abruptly, staring in disbelief at the live stream showing Sumu. Sumu is taking over the entire Dream City? A candidate gaining partial control of Dream City? Chun Fengqiu muttered to himself, doubting his ears. His eyes were fixed on the screen, where what seemed like ordinary four pillars were actually manipulating the city's authority. This was Dream City, controlled by several current strength Dreamweavers. Chun Fengqiu felt a shiver run down his spine. It was as absurd as a Frank Dreamweaver snatching a weapon from its strength powerhouse. He couldn't fathom how this youngster had managed it. Chun Fengqiu couldn't help but reflect on his long life, feeling that the shock he experienced today from this junior had pushed the limits of his understanding. Meanwhile, the live stream audience was in an uproar. The chat was flooded with comments. What the heck? Really? And they call this a reedied catfish? This is embarrassing for their kind. I've never seen such a weak cosmic beast. Is the exam committee going easy on them? The reedied catfish got crushed by four pillars? This is so fake. I could do it too. If it were me, I'd summon a bunch of pillars and take down a dozen reedied catfish. The viewers were all questioning the scene's authenticity. After all, even a remnant of the reedied catfish shouldn't be defeated so easily by a newcomer. Wang Ri, who had just left DreamNet to rest at home, frowned as well. As an experienced Dreamweaver, he found himself agreeing with the general audience for the first time. He acknowledged Sumu's potential and believed he could handle the situation, but not this effortlessly. Wang Ri had originally thought Sumu would summon Di Ting to discern the true form of the reedied catfish. But now, with just four pillars, the issue was resolved. This made him wonder if there was a glitch in DreamNet, or some special setup within Dream City. As Wang Ri pondered, his daughter, Wang Huanjia, ran over with a puzzled look. Dad, did you watch the live stream? How did Sumu do that? Ever since Wang Ri recommended Sumu's live stream, Wang Huanjia had been closely following it. Seeing this younger boy display such baffling maneuvers again, she couldn't wait to ask her rank Dreamweaver father. However, seeing the same confusion on her father's face, she couldn't help but marvel at how extraordinary this boy was. Meanwhile, Sumu himself was bewildered. He initially intended to summon the Chenghuang Temple as a shield and then have the underworld's black and white impermanence and ghost soldiers clean up. But things escalated quickly. He had just materialized four pillars, and the imposing reedied catfish had already fallen. Sumu began to delve into the essence of the Chenghuang Temple. As a place of worship for city deities, the Chenghuang Temple traditionally served to protect the city and its residents, even governing the local underworld. The white light it emitted earlier was likely a form of protective glow. What surprised Sumu even more was that he didn't feel a significant drain on his mental energy when the white light appeared. This meant someone else was bearing the cost. The exam committee wouldn't be so generous, so the answer was clear: it was Dream City itself. A city nurturing its Chenghuang was an ancient tradition. Under the influence of Sumu's powerful source energy, this Chenghuang Temple must have reached strength. Upon its appearance, it naturally became the sole Chenghuang Temple of Dream City. Sumu suddenly realized that he had indirectly taken control of the underworld forces of Dream City, gaining the authority to manage the souls of the deceased there. At that moment, he felt like he had become half the master of Dream City, capable of wielding its unique powers. Jackpot! Sumu thought to himself, quickly reacting. He pressed his hands to the ground, channeling a vast amount of spiritual energy into it. With a thunderous roar, a temple with red bricks and green tiles, embodying the essence of ancient Chinese civilization, materialized out of thin air in the real world. Instantly, Sumu sensed a mysterious consciousness connecting with him. It was as if his brain had been infused with a supercomputer, exponentially increasing his computational abilities. Reflected in his pupils was the entirety of Dream City, enclosed by its four walls, along with all the events happening within. He saw the figures of Jiang Li and Jiang Hongxiao, and also noticed several gangs bullying isolated students. In a dark corner at the city's center, he even spotted Qian Cheng, with a scarred face and dressed in a law enforcement uniform, leading a group of Dream City natives, seemingly waiting for something. The positions of all the students were clearly displayed before Sumu. At the same time, he suddenly realized that he might be able to influence the direction of some dreams within Dream City, and even manipulate all the rewards to open for him. Just as Sumu was about to try and gather the surrounding resources to himself, his vision abruptly went dark. That strange connection, like a power switch being flipped off, was suddenly severed with a snap. As the link broke, a mechanical voice echoed throughout Dream City. Congratulations to candidate number 3484, Sumu, for establishing its level potential Dream City Temple and successfully linking with the entire Dream City. Due to the unique nature of the Dream City Temple, which has never appeared before and affects the exam order, certain restrictions have been imposed by the Dream Network. Candidate number 3484 will receive an additional 10 points as compensation. This announcement left all the candidates in the audience watching the live broadcast stunned. Linking with Dream City? But he's just a candidate. Shocked voices echoed simultaneously in Dream City and the real world. Sumu almost took control of the entire Dream City, almost became its ruler. This news hit Wang Ri like a bolt of lightning. He fell to his knees, too shocked to speak. Young people these days are truly extraordinary, Wang Ri muttered to himself. I've been watching the entrance exams for over a decade, and I've never seen a rookie dream weaver this powerful. He stared at the data panel in front of him, his brow furrowed. Sumu's career compatibility was only 1 point, a baffling number. Wang Ri couldn't help but imagine that if Sumu's compatibility were even 50, he would undoubtedly become the next S-level dream weaver of Huaxia. Creating 2 S-level potential dreamscapes in a row was beyond human capability. Wang Ri's gaze fell on the words Qinghuang Temple, a peculiar dreamscape with the power to shake the Dream Network, stirring a sense of unease within him. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ri dialed Chen Fengqiu's number. The phone rang for several seconds before it was answered, and Chen Fengqiu's slightly weary voice came through. Make it quick, I'm very busy right now. Old man, why can the Qinghuang Temple link to the Dream Network? Wang Ri cut straight to the point. He knew it wasn't a breach of protocol as long as the exam committee didn't interfere with the students' entrance exams. They could still go out for a drink together like before. A bitter laugh came from the other end. I really underestimated Sumu this time, Chen Fengqiu explained. According to the Dream Network, the Qinghuang Temple seems to bear the spirits of Dream City's residents. It touches on the realm of what we call gods. Since its creation, it has naturally absorbed the spirit and will of Dream City, including the wills of deceased dream weavers. Wang Ri listened intently, sitting up straight. Chen Fengqiu continued, its inherent dreamweaving potential might only be a level, but once it can house the will of the entire city's residents, its essence will undergo a qualitative leap. That's why the Dream Network rated the Qinghuang Temple as an S-level potential dreamscape. Chen Fengqiu's tone became serious. Wang Ri, do you know what this means? Wang Ri's mind raced, quickly grasping the key point. It means the Qinghuang Temple can harness this unique spiritual power for defense or offense. Moreover, ordinary people can play a significant role. He continued to analyze. Since the arrival of the cosmic beasts, protecting cities and ordinary people from their attacks has been our goal. Some dreamweavers have tried to develop formations that could harness the spiritual power of ordinary people, but they've mostly failed. Not to mention that ordinary people, who can't awaken as dreamweavers, have very little spiritual power. Sustaining such a formation would consume an astronomical amount of spiritual energy. Using Dreamweaver's combined power against cosmic beasts has proven more effective. Wang Ri's speech quickened. So, since the arrival of the cosmic beasts, ordinary people have had no choice but to cower in the background, hoping the disaster would pass. But this temple is entirely different. It can autonomously absorb and harness the residents' spirit and will, uniting the entire city. And the energy consumption is minimal, almost non-existent. He suddenly thought of a critical point. This Qinghuang Temple was created by Inflevel Sumu, whose spiritual power is definitely below 100. This indicates that maintaining the Qinghuang Temple consumes very little spiritual power and doesn't require using one's own spirit for defense. Temples naturally embody faith and reliance, and so far, only Sumu's Qinghuang Temple has utilized this concept. Chen Fengqiu sighed deeply. But this Qinghuang Temple is still in its infancy. Potential is just potential. If Sumu's dreamweaving compatibility were higher, we might see the temple's final form. It's tough. His tone suddenly became urgent. I have to go. This incident has caused quite a stir, and those old guys from abroad have caught wind of it. I need to handle them." With that, Chunfingqiu hung up the phone. Wang Ri listened to the dial tone, absent-mindedly tapping his finger on the table. He understood the old man's point. With only one point of compatibility, advancing Sumu was a significant challenge. How many resources would it take to elevate this young man to an A-level dreamweaver? How long before they could see him fully mature and the Chenghuang Temple dreamscape fully realized? Such a high cost could nurture many excellent students. Wang Ri sighed inwardly. I hope this kid can go far. While everyone was still reeling from the shock of the Chenghuang Temple, Captain Zhou, with his square face, was the first to snap out of it inside the red-bricked and green-tiled temple. His eyes sharpened as he quickly scanned the outside, shouting, "Hurry! Don't waste this chance. The reed catfish's main body is out. To the west." Captain Zhou's words jolted Sumu out of his link. Realizing he couldn't let the reed catfish escape, he knew such an opportunity to severely injure it was rare. Without hesitation, Sumu spread his fingers, and two clouds of black mist spread out on the open ground outside the Qinghuang Temple. As the mist cleared, the black and white Wuchang, holding their soul-locking chains, emerged, ready to deal with the reed catfish. The reed catfish in the dream was merely a remnant of a spirit, naturally falling under the domain of souls and thus restrained by the Yin soldiers. A cold smile appeared on the pale face of Bai Wuchang as he flicked his long tongue, his figure flickering like a ghost, and in an instant, he appeared near the true form of the reed catfish. Sensing the threat, the reed catfish let out a piercing screech, sending a blue tentacle shooting out like lightning. The tentacle crackled with blue energy, as if charged with the power of thunder. Bai Wuchang remained unfazed, letting out a cold snort. His soul-locking chain whistled through the air, aiming straight for the shadow's eyes. In midair, the soul-locking chain collided violently with the catfish's tentacle. The tentacle, made of spirit, crumbled before its nemesis and dissipated into nothingness in an instant. The unstoppable soul-locking chain drove forward, plunging into the shadow's crimson eyes. Accompanied by a harrowing scream, Bai Wuchang yanked the chain with a sudden force. In that instant, a strange creature appeared before everyone. It was about 2 meters long, its body glowing with an ethereal light, with the most striking feature being its crimson eyes. Now, the fish-like creature was gravely injured, powerless to resist. Bound by the soul-locking chain, the reed catfish's once ferocious and vibrant eyes gradually dimmed, its former savagery and vitality completely extinguished. Though it was merely a remnant of its true form, a fraction of its original power, for Sumu, it counted as having hunted a cosmic beast. Inside the Chenghuang Temple, Captain Zhou and his team of 5 all broke into smiles. In their understanding, the reed catfish was a beast that could only be dealt with at the cost of hundreds of lives. Yet now, they had managed to subdue this troublesome creature without a scratch. Well done, Captain Zhou exclaimed excitedly. Come back to headquarters with us. I'm going to make sure you get the recognition you deserve. Headquarters? Sumu was momentarily puzzled, then realized and sighed deeply. At that moment, the black and white Wuchang, having retrieved the catfish's spirit, returned to the Chenghuang Temple and respectfully saluted the jubilant group. Under the astonished gaze of the team members, the imposing figure of He Wuchang solemnly spoke. Since ancient times, there has been order in Yin and Yang. Gentlemen, please rest in peace in the underworld. The audience in the live stream room was bewildered by what He Wuchang had said. Was Sumu planning to bring Captain Zhou and his team to the underworld? This seemed pointless. Could these souls become sustenance for the underworld's dreams? Doubts began to surface in everyone's minds. At that moment, Bai Wuchang calmly spoke. You 5 have been dead for many years. These words carried an almost magical weight, freezing Captain Zhou and his team in place, their faces etched with shock. Forgotten memories surged back like a tidal wave, recalling a fierce battle to defend Dream City. They had faced the reed catfish with the resolve to fight to the last person. Although they succeeded in killing the monster, they also exhausted their lives in the process. Captain Zhou's expression grew complex as he vividly remembered being the last to die, perishing alongside the reed catfish. He looked down at his body, which now appeared ethereal. He Wuchang solemnly explained, you are spirits who refuse to leave the mortal world due to your strong attachment to your duty. Since ancient times, there has been an order between the living and the dead. The mortal world is for the living. The underworld is our dwelling. Reincarnation allows you to return to the mortal world in your next life. Despite his pale appearance, Bai Wuchang added gently, brave warriors, do not worry. Your protection of the townsfolk has earned you great merit. When you meet the underworld king, at the very least, you will be reborn into a wealthy family and have a better life. Captain Zhou muttered phrases like underworld king and reincarnation, then turned to Sumu and asked, child, is this underworld you created a death dream? Do you intend to keep us in this dream forever? Sumu shook his head and explained, "My goal is not just to keep you in a dream. I want to uphold the order of the underworld. Possessing source power means endless possibilities. The underworld has already become so grand, and with more source power, it will be even more magnificent. I believe that when the source power reaches its peak, this dream of the underworld will become reality." Sumu continued, "By then, I may no longer be called a dream weaver but a descender, or perhaps an idealist. The kingdom of dreams I create will become reality. The grand dream of ancient China will come true. If the underworld descends into reality, order will be paramount. All the dead will enter the underworld, experience the cycle of reincarnation, and no one will escape." Repeating Bai Wuchang's words, Sumu said firmly, "Captain Zhou, my underworld will not just be a dream. It will also bring peace to all the deceased souls. Order between the living and the dead is the natural law. Follow the Wuchangs to the underworld and leave the matters of the mortal world to us." Captain Zhou and his team exchanged glances, recalling Sumu's previous feat of defeating the reedied catfish. They slowly nodded and said, "Child, this is your promise. If Dream City has young dream weavers like you, it will surely flourish, and we will have no regrets. Returning to the underworld and finding peace seems like a fitting end. It aligns with the order you spoke of." Seeing this, Bai Wuchang, with his pale face, said, "Please follow us to the underworld. After crossing the Naiha Bridge, you can use the Wangxiang Stone to look back at the mortal world and see your loved ones one last time, even if separated by the passage of time." The 5 team members were overjoyed and urged Sumu, "Quick, bring out the underworld. We want to go. I want to see my child and know how he fared." Faced with their urging, Sumu took a deep breath, focused on the city god temple, and infused it with 100 points of source power. The temple trembled slightly, and the decorations within the main hall began to change. A jade-green desk appeared out of thin air, and an elderly man in red official robes and a black hat appeared with a smile. This was the city god. Though the empty hall felt somewhat desolate with only him. Ideally, it would also include civil and military judges, day and night patrol gods, and other officials. However, Sumu's resources were limited, and he could only afford to summon the city god for now. The city god took up a brush and inscribed 5 documents, which flew into Bai Wuchang's hands. The elderly man smiled warmly and gestured, "Please, follow me." Sumu's mental energy surged as he extended his hand towards the ground. This time, he chose to manifest the underworld beneath the surface. In an instant, ancient, boundless black mist surged like a tide, engulfing Captain Zhou and his 4 companions along with the black and white impermanents. The live broadcast suddenly shifted, and the audience was astonished to see the 5 of them now standing in the underworld, filled with black mist. Led by the black and white impermanents, the 5 followed an endless stream of spirits through the eerie ghost gate. They carefully handed over their documents and embarked on the long journey along the Yellow Springs Road. The blood-red blossoms of the manjasaka flowers lining the path stood out strikingly in the darkness. When they reached the Bridge of Helplessness, the 5 held their breath and proceeded cautiously. At the end of the bridge was the Pavilion of Remembrance, where the spirits ahead were placing their hands on a reddish-brown stone. Exchanging a glance, the 5 mimicked the spirits and touched the stone. Instantly, scenes appeared before their eyes. Captain Zhou saw his infant child, witnessing him grow up, start a family, and eventually become a law enforcement captain like himself in Dream City. Xiao Zhang saw a post-war flourishing Dream City, where children no longer feared the overcast sky, and a new generation of dream weavers filled the gaps left behind. With their lingering regrets resolved, the 5 crossed the Bridge of Helplessness with smiles, accepting the clear soup from Mengpu and drinking it in one gulp. Gradually, their figures faded into the black mist. The audience was deeply moved by the scene, marveling at the wonders of the underworld and the peace that souls found there. The chat was filled with words of envy and longing, with some even expressing a desire to visit the underworld in groups. There were also kind reminders to do good deeds to avoid misfortune on the Bridge of Helplessness. As the city god and the black mist dissipated, only Sumu remained on the slightly dim clearing. He looked around, took a deep breath, quickly replenished his mental energy using source power, and began to review the gains from this venture. Sumu opened his personal panel and carefully examined various data points. His source energy had dropped from 3,200 to 3,100 points, reflecting the use of over 500 points. Notably, he had also gained more than 400 points of source energy during this period, keeping his usage and gains almost balanced. Although his mental strength had only increased slightly, his exam score had risen by 10 points, reaching 196. It seems that maintaining such a large dreamscape requires using source energy to restore mental strength, Sumu thought to himself. However, I don't need to focus specifically on increasing mental strength. Regular use of source energy will naturally enhance it. My current exam score should be the highest possible. His gaze shifted to the underworld within his dreamscape. The phantom remnant of the reedied catfish had been taken there by the black and white impermanence, drifting in the boundless black fog. Sumu contemplated the use of this remnant, considering whether to sell it for money or use it to host a mythical Chinese beast. Using the remnant of a cosmic beast to create a mythical Chinese beast is an interesting idea. Putting this thought aside for now, Sumu began to plan his next move. He recalled the images he had seen in the dream network, especially the one of Qian Cheng, who was now wearing an enforcer's uniform and had a face full of scars. Qian Cheng has actually become an enforcer and is stationed in the city center. Could he be planning to disrupt the midnight transport mission? I need to investigate his intentions. But before that, Sumu's attention was drawn to a grove not far from an open space on his right. There was a dungeon there, with the reward being a star stone, a rare artifact that could reduce mental energy consumption. I should get the star stone first, then go to the city center to check on Qian Cheng. I should be able to complete this before the midnight transport mission, Sumu quickly decided. Carefully avoiding the floating beams of colorful light, he walked about a kilometer and finally arrived at the artificial forest. The forest echoed with the roars of beasts and the cries of students. Sumu hurried closer and saw a group of about a dozen injured students, some helping each other stand. In the middle of the grassy area stood a boy who looked about 6 years old, with a sign next to him that read, "This is a brat." Just as Sumu was pondering how to handle this tricky dungeon, two blinding lights suddenly erupted from the right side of the forest, illuminating the entire area. The students were momentarily blinded by the sudden brightness. As they gradually adjusted to the light, they saw a bald man in a golden-red robe standing at the center of the glow. Someone exclaimed, "Whoa, who's this guy glowing all over? Is he a big shot from Dream City? Wait, that face looks familiar." "Zhu Shi?" Someone in the crowd recognized the bald man. Hearing the students shout, a dazzling light illuminated the scene as Zhu Shi, towering over 2 meters, slowly emerged. With a single-handed gesture of greeting, he solemnly intoned, "Amitabha." As his voice faded, the intense light around him dimmed abruptly. The crowd squinted and then burst into laughter. Standing behind Zhu Shi were 2 bright spotlights, and they realized they'd been momentarily blinded by the glare. "Hey man, what's with the dramatic entrance? Bringing your own special effects?" A student couldn't help but mock. But as he took in Zhu Shi's imposing figure and fierce, bald head, he quickly fell silent and shrank back. Other students whispered among themselves, "Is this guy fresh out of prison? Is he really an exam candidate?" On the edge of the forest, Sumu also squinted against the sudden brightness. He initially thought a high monk had arrived, bathed in holy light, but upon closer inspection, it was just the student he had tricked earlier. Sumu marveled at Zhu Shi's speed and dedication. Shaved head, monk's robe, and even a fake Buddha's light. He couldn't help but feel he had led this candidate down a rather unusual path. The livestream audience was stunned. "Whoa, did this candidate really go and get ordained? Talk about commitment," someone joked. "His master, Fa Hai, is a complete fabrication by Sumu. How has Zhu Shi not figured that out?" Another chimed in, "Gotta admit, the look is pretty convincing. This Buddhist warrior seems to focus on strength, which isn't entirely off track." Someone else exclaimed, "Guys, doesn't he seem even more intimidating than Fa Hai now?" Now identifying himself as Zhu Wuning, Zhu Shi looked around, pleased with the reactions. He felt even more confident in his chosen path, proud of his grand entrance. In his mind, the golden dragon light his master supposedly summoned was far superior to these mere spotlights. Under Zhu Wuning's imposing presence, the students instinctively parted to make way for him. He casually packed up the 2 makeshift spotlights and, draped in his robe, strode over to a young boy. The seemingly innocent boy waved and called out, "Big brother, are you here to play with me? Come in, come in." Zhu Wuning glanced at the mission notice and, without hesitation, stepped into the boy's domain. "Amitabha, this monk shall teach this naughty child a lesson," he declared, casting off his robe to reveal his muscular frame and a golden patterned tattoo on his back. "Buddha be merciful," he shouted, exuding an aura of aggression. Watching the scene, Sumu couldn't help but smile. Although he found Zhu Wuning's actions somewhat absurd, he was happy to let him test the waters first. After all, this mission was likely not as simple as it seemed. Once Zhu Wuning got beaten and thrown out, it would be Sumu's turn to step in. In the forest, Zhu Wuning reached out to grab the little boy in front of him. However, to his surprise, the boy suddenly let out a roar that sounded anything but human. In an instant, his clothes were torn apart. Dark mist enveloped the boy, and his soft human skin began to grow rapidly, covered in spiky brown fur. His head morphed into a terrifying bear's head. His small frame ballooned to over 3 meters in height, towering over the burly Zhu Wuning. In the blink of an eye, the cute boy transformed into a giant bear. Its blood-red eyes glowed with menace, and it let out an ear-splitting roar. The bear's massive paws, like tearing gales, swung ferociously at Zhu Wuning. Zhu Wuning's face turned pale, and he dared not underestimate the blow. In a flash, a crimson light enveloped him, and armor covered his body. He braced his arms to take the hit, but he had clearly underestimated the bear's strength. The gust from the bear's swipe felt like a sledgehammer, smashing into his arms. The force shattered his armor on impact. Before he could react, the bear pulled back its paws, twisted its body, and slammed into him. With a thunderous crash, Zhu Wuning was sent flying, crashing heavily into a large tree. The branches snapped under the immense impact. Zhu Wuning's vision darkened, and he passed out. Seeing this, the bear began to shrink back down, soon returning to the form of a little boy in blue clothes, with an innocent expression on his face. The livestream audience gasped. Wow, this kid is literally a bear kid. Seriously? Even Zhu Wuning, known for his strength, couldn't handle him. Who can? Sumu might have trouble here. Even Fahai might not stand a chance. Guys, Sumu can't use Fahai. Didn't the previous students say the more people there are, the stronger the bear kid gets? This bear can't be beaten by force. We need a clever strategy. Everyone realized this, but no one could come up with a solution. Standing quietly on the edge of the forest, Sumu had already formulated a plan. He thought, discipline doesn't always require force. With that in mind, he stepped forward, pushing through the crowd to approach the bear kid's enclosure. The other students watched Sumu's slender figure and shook their heads. Here comes another one to get beaten. Can he even withstand a single hit from that bear? One kind-hearted student couldn't help but warn him, brother, think it through. Didn't you see the top 100 students get knocked away? Sumu just smiled gently and squatted in front of the enclosure, looking at the bear kid. Brother, are you here to play with me? Come on in. The bear kid beckoned Sumu. Sumu calmly replied, I can come in, but you have to wear this. As he spoke, a page from ancient Chinese lore turned in his mind, stopping on an item. It was a headband with golden threads and 2 crescent-shaped loops at the front. The golden hoop. What is this? The bear kid eyed the item curiously. The students around craned their necks to see. Seeing the seemingly fragile headband in Sumu's hand, they shook their heads and walked away in disappointment. This guy seems clueless, thinking a toy can appease the bear kid? We tried using all sorts of restraints, but they were useless. Once inside, it transforms and shreds everything. Forget it. This guy won't listen. Let's laugh at him when he gets knocked back. The livestream audience was also puzzled. Isn't that just a child's headband? The bear could crush it easily. What's Sumu thinking? Could this item have a hidden power? At that moment, Sumu spoke with a hint of mystery. Once, there was a monkey, a powerful one. It was even more mischievous than you. Its master had a hard time controlling it until a celestial named Guanyin gave him this golden hoop. After that, the monkey was always well behaved. A monkey? Guanyin? The students were confused by Sumu's story, but the audience began to speculate. A monkey? Could he mean the Monkey King who wreaked havoc in heaven? Wasn't that monkey supposed to be incredibly powerful? Even it was controlled. Wow, maybe this can really tame the bear kid. Will the bear wear it, and then Sumu summons the Monkey King? The bear kid, intrigued by the story, asked, what happened after it wore the hoop? Sumu smiled. Put it on first, and I'll come in and tell you the rest. With that, he tossed the hoop into the enclosure. Really? You better not be lying. The boy's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up the hoop, putting it on without hesitation. Earlier students had tried electric grids and various restraints, all to no avail. Within 10 meters, the boy could break free from anything. The hoop should be no different, right? Brother, I put it on. It's so pretty. Come in and tell me a story. The little boy, with a golden headband on his head and an innocent smile on his face, waved at Sumu. Sumu nodded with a smile and stepped into the boy's domain. The other examinees, witnessing this scene, averted their eyes, unable to bear the impending horror. I bet this guy will be thrown out with a broken bone in 10 seconds, one examinee murmured. If he dares to resist, I bet 5 seconds, another chimed in. Once the bear gets violent, the outcome will be just like what happened to Zhu Shi, someone said worriedly. Despite the ominous predictions, Sumu remained calm. He walked to within 10 meters of the boy, squatted down and asked with a smile, can you guess what happened to that monkey? Maybe you can feel it too. The boy's eyes lit up immediately. Yes, brother. I want to feel it too. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy's expression changed dramatically. His innocent face twisted into a terrifying grimace. Laughing maniacally, he tore off his child's clothes and let out a deafening roar. Before the horrified eyes of the onlookers, the boy's body began to swell rapidly, transforming into a massive brown bear in an instant. The monstrous creature, over 3 meters tall, loomed over Sumu like a small mountain. In comparison, Sumu's figure seemed tiny and vulnerable, as if he could be crushed at any moment. The examinees around them were already picturing a bus flattening a soda can. Just then, a keen-eyed examinee noticed something unusual. Hey, That headband thing didn't break. All eyes turned to the bear's head. To their surprise, the seemingly toy-like golden headband had not shattered despite the transformation. Instead, it had grown larger and remained firmly on the bear's head. The bear seemed to notice this too. It reached up with a giant paw, trying to yank off the headband. But no matter how hard it pulled, the headband didn't budge. Watching the bear's futile efforts, Sumu asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Didn't you like it? Why are you trying to take it off now?" This question enraged the bear. Its bloodshot eyes gleamed with fury as it swung a massive paw at Sumu. Despite the deadly strike, Sumu remained unperturbed. He deftly stepped back, easily dodging the attack. Then, he sat cross-legged on the grass, clasped his hands together, and began chanting a series of obscure incantations. "As I have heard," as Sumu chanted, the golden headband on the bear's head suddenly glowed brightly. The bear, poised to strike again, let out a blood-curdling howl as if in immense pain. It staggered, abandoning its attack, and clutched its head, desperately trying to remove the headband. But no matter how hard it tried, the headband stayed firmly in place, tightening even more and amplifying the bear's agony. Viewers in the livestream finally understood the story Sumu had been telling. They flooded the chat with comments. "Wow, this little headband can actually subdue a three-meter monster. No wonder the monkey who wreaked havoc in heaven was controlled by his master. Just hearing the pain this headband causes makes my head hurt. This thing is made for dealing with troublemakers. This beast is in for it. Why does this newbie dream weaver have so many bizarre dream artifacts, each with its own story? It's incredible. Yeah, these artifacts link to both the heaven and underworld dream realms. Just coming up with these stories would break my brain." The bear struggled in pain for a while before giving up on removing the headband. It turned to Sumu, a hint of pleading in its bloodshot eyes, and shouted in human language, "Stop chanting." It tried to charge at Sumu to stop him, but at that moment, the headband tightened even more. The constriction seemed to act directly on its soul, compressing it into a ball. "No." The bear let out one final, desperate howl, its eyes losing focus as it collapsed in front of Sumu. It clutched its head with both paws, rolling on the ground in agony. Unbeknownst to everyone, the giant brown bear's scarlet eyes gradually faded, replaced by ordinary pitch-black ones. Suddenly, a pleading young voice emerged from the bear's mouth, "Brother, I know I was wrong. Please stop chanting. I was wrong." This sudden change left all the onlookers dumbfounded. Someone exclaimed, "What the heck is this thing? This is ridiculous. No way. Did that huge beast really get subdued by such a small headband? Are you serious?" Another examinee said in disbelief. "We used electric nets and all kinds of tools, but none of them hurt it at all. This guy is really strong. Who would have thought that disciplining this bear kid would end like this? Man, we wasted so much time." Hearing the bear's words, Sumu, who was sitting cross-legged on the grass chanting, smiled and stopped his incantation. "Did you enjoy the story?" Yes, brother. I was wrong," the bear said fearfully, feeling the burden on its head lift. Sumu stood up, brushed the grass off his clothes, and asked, "So, where's the reward?" The bear also stood up, and from some unknown place, it produced a stone as brilliant as starlight, about the size of 3 bottle caps. Under the moonlight, the stone was exceptionally beautiful. The bear lowered its head and respectfully handed the stone to Sumu. This scene did not escape the notice of the other examinees. Seeing the reward, many gasped in astonishment. "Holy crap, a starstone. These only appear in the dream battlefield, and it's such a big piece. This could buy a nice 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house in the suburbs of the Galaxy District. Damn, the rewards for this instance are this good?" Many examinees stared at the starstone in the bear's hand, their eyes glinting with greed. Gradually, some malicious glances began to spread through the crowd. "Hey, did you see that black bracelet on the kid's hand? It looks like it's made of dreamstones, at least a dozen of them," someone whispered. "Dreamstones? What kind of rich kid dares to wear dreamstones on their wrist like that? It really is. Hey everyone, even though we didn't discipline the bear kid, we did manage to tire out the brown bear a bit, right? We may not have done much, but we did something. Yeah, maybe the points for catching him are out of reach, but the reward should be partly ours, right?" Some players whispered to each other, their gazes towards Sumu growing increasingly hostile. Frowning at what he heard, Sumu was about to take action when the bear kid placed the starstone in his hand and suddenly let out a roar, stepping forward. The tall and imposing figure crossed the boundary marked by the sign and stood outside. "I heard someone wants to steal my brother's stuff," the bear kid roared, glaring fiercely at the surrounding examinees. The moment the brown bear emerged from behind the notice board, the exam hall fell into a dead silence. Students exchanged bewildered and terrified glances, their faces a mix of shock and fear. Previous encounters had already proven that this bear seemed to possess endless stamina. A low, urgent run shattered the silence, and the examinees scattered like startled birds. The mischievous kid stood with hands on hips, watching the fleeing students with a smug expression, showing no intention of chasing them. He turned and ran over to Sumu, squeezing out a smile. Bro, how did I do? Is this restraint? Sumu, deep in thought, sized up the brown bear and asked, "You're free to roam around now?" The kid nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Sumu smiled and suggested, "How about this? Take me to my destination, and once we get there, I'll remove the restraint for you." The kid's eyes lit up, and he immediately crouched down. All right, bro, hop on. Where are we headed? Sumu pocketed the star stone, climbed onto the bear's back, and pointed towards the city center. That way? Got it, bro. Hold on tight. The kid roared and dashed towards their destination. Any students they encountered along the way fled in terror. The forest gradually returned to peace. When Monk Wooning regained consciousness, he found himself alone. He stood up, rubbing his bald head, and mumbled, "Where's the bear?" Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the city center, a team dressed in law enforcement uniforms was taking a break. Among them was the scar-faced Qian Cheng. A native law enforcement member glanced at his watch and reported to Qian Cheng, "Sir, there's less than 20 minutes until midnight." Qian Cheng responded grimly, thinking to himself, "Just 20 more minutes until the midnight transport mission begins. I will make Sumu pay." Today had been a disaster for him. First, he was knocked out, and then he was tortured all day. When he was about to break, the mastermind finally appeared. They struck a deal, giving Qian Cheng not only secret information, but also the means to take revenge on Su Mu's team of 11 Dreamweaver enforcers under his command. Qian Cheng plotted, "This mission will end with either Su Mu dead or me. According to the promise, after killing Su Mu, I get half his points and won't face any punishment during the day. With the enforcer's support, let's see how he escapes this time. Not every time will an 11 Dreamweaver save him." Lost in his thoughts, Qian Cheng was startled by a beastly roar in the distance. He frowned and asked, "What's that noise?" An enforcer casually glanced around and replied, "Sir, it seems to be a dream beast. These things are everywhere at night." Qian Cheng ordered softly, "I see. Everyone, get ready. The show is about to start." "Yes, sir." The enforcers responded in unison. On the other side, Sumu had just arrived at the city center with the kid. He reminded, "Hey, keep it down." The kid grinned sheepishly. "Oh, sorry. If you're fine now, I'll take my leave." With that, he let out a joyful roar and scampered off. Sumu hid and waited for a moment, breathing a sigh of relief once Qian Cheng and his group turned their attention elsewhere. He began to ponder how to gather information. The transport mission's starting point was only a few hundred meters away, and it seemed Qian Cheng and his team were involved. As Sumu was contemplating his next move, a childlike voice suddenly echoed through the alley. "Bro, are you wondering what they're up to?" The unexpected voice made Sumu tense up. He was about to summon He Wuchang when he turned and recognized the speaker, a clever-looking boy about 1.4 meters tall. Under the faint moonlight, Sumu identified him. "Xiao Shi," he whispered. The person who had appeared silently in the alley was none other than the well-informed guide from earlier. Based on Jiang Li's intel, this boy belonged to a local gang in Dream City, and Xiao Shi was just a code name. Midnight was approaching, and Sumu stood at the dark street corner, his heart racing. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before him, catching him off guard. He wondered to himself, how long had this person been following him? Were they here to cause trouble? Forcing himself to stay calm, Sumu asked, "What do you want?" A small figure emerged from the shadows, introducing himself as Little Snake. In a low voice he said, "Our leader wants to see you. She has something you might be interested in. We know a lot about the transport mission and the team involved." This unexpected turn left Sumu stunned. He had assumed the person was here to sell information, not to make an introduction. Sumu cautiously pondered, could this be a trap? After a moment of contemplation, Sumu decided to take the risk. The situation was complicated, involving the enforcement team, transport drivers, and even the local gang of Dream City. This transport mission was far from ordinary. The drivers were hard to reach, and the enforcement team was entangled with Qian Cheng. In comparison, the gang seemed to be the best source of information. "Lead the way," Sumu said in a low voice. Little Snake suddenly looked embarrassed and scratched his head. Bro, according to the rules, you need to pay 5 credits. It's a necessary fee. We have to follow Dream City's regulations." Sumu raised an eyebrow but agreed without hesitation. After receiving the credits, Little Snake's face lit up with joy. He motioned for Sumu to follow and led him into a dark alley. The alleys in the city center were even more complex than Sumu had imagined. To avoid the star beasts, the area was crisscrossed with hidden paths. Before long, Sumu had lost track of the way they came. Finally, Little Snake stopped in front of a dead end and whispered into the shadows, "Leader, I've brought him. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, Sumu was surprised to find that she was a young woman in an enforcement team uniform, appearing to be in her early 20s. Sumu frowned. Could she be in league with Qiansheng? At that moment, the woman spoke, her voice soft and melodious. Sumu, I know what you want to find out. I can tell you a few things. For instance, once your transport mission begins, nearly 100,000 candidates throughout the city will receive a task. And that task is to stop you. Over 100,000 students in the city received a shocking mission to stop the completion of a transport task. This news hit like a bomb, causing an uproar among the viewers in Sumu's livestream. Holy crap, it's only the first day in Dream City and things are already this intense, exclaimed the audience in astonishment. The rules of the mission were quickly revealed. Only the top 100 students could accept the transport task, meaning these elite students would face tens of thousands of pursuers. Although these top 100 students were the cream of the crop from Huaxia, the odds seemed slim against such overwhelming numbers. Scoring points through this transport task is definitely not easy, someone commented in the live chat. Not every student will take on this mission, but those who do are in for a tough fight. Meanwhile, in Linhai City, Sumu's homeroom teacher, Lu Yu, was filled with worry upon hearing the news. Frowning, she muttered to herself, this task is practically a death sentence. Even though Sumu is strong in Dream City, facing thousands or even tens of thousands of students would drain any Flevel Dreamweaver's mental energy to exhaustion. Lu Yu calculated that Sumu's current high score of 191 points was more than enough to secure a top spot without participating in this risky mission. In her eyes, there was no need for Sumu to take such a gamble. Maintaining the ranking is the best choice, Lu Yu thought to herself. The longer he stays at the top, the better the university he'll get into, and the more resources he'll receive. He must proceed cautiously. To Lu Yu, her student had already surpassed her wildest expectations, and she naturally hoped Sumu could secure his victory without taking unnecessary risks. Such extreme tasks, in her view, were only for those students who had nothing to lose. However, at that moment, Sumu was in a dim alley in Dream City, having a meaningful conversation with the leader of a local gang. After listening to the leader, Sumu showed no fear but rather fell into deep thought. Is there a specific issuer for this stopping mission? Sumu asked calmly. You don't seem intimidated by the pursuit of these tens of thousands of people. The gang leader looked at Sumu with interest. Since there's a transport task, there must be a way to solve it. There wouldn't be a mission designed to be impossible. Sumu chuckled lightly, signaling for the leader to continue. The gang leader pondered for a moment before revealing the complex internal situation of Dream City. The faction that commissioned you to transport the items is the enforcement team. Interestingly, the faction trying to sabotage the mission is also from the enforcement team. As you can see, I'm part of the Transport Missions Commission, but the enforcement team is not a united front. This revelation made Sumu thoughtful. So, there are factions within Dream City's enforcement team? Before he could ask more, the gang leader continued. In Dream City, the enforcement team holds the highest authority, overseeing all matters. Within the team, there are two factions, the defense faction and the development faction. The defense faction believes that the Star Beast will return eventually, advocating for continued vigilance. The development faction, on the other hand, thinks the threat of the Star Beasts is over and that Dream City should move forward by dismantling the walls and expanding the city. Initially, the defense faction held the upper hand. They released what's known as the Secret Realm, transforming Dream City's knights into what they are now, all to hone the combat skills of Dreamweavers. Hearing this, Sumu frowned. He realized that this so-called Secret Realm likely posed real dangers to people. But on second thought, he found this approach somewhat understandable, considering the defense faction's belief in the inevitable return of the Star Beasts, seeing some sacrifices as necessary. So those underground fight clubs were their idea too? Sumu asked. The gang leader shook his head. No, those were set up by us, the development faction. We believe that Dreamweavers, as a group with extraordinary abilities, would inevitably face internal conflicts without an external target. So we established the arenas as a place for Dreamweavers to vent their power and resolve conflicts. This approach has always been criticized by the defense faction, who argue that Dreamweavers should be united and not turn against each other. Sumu couldn't help but marvel at the complexity of the enforcement team in Dream City. The defense faction releases dangerous secret realms at night, yet calls for unity among Dreamweavers. The development faction sets up fight clubs during the day, encouraging Dreamweavers to resolve conflicts through combat. Interesting, please continue, Sumu urged. The gang leader went on to describe the changing dynamics. Over time, the fear of the Star Beasts waned, and the development faction gained more support. Even the secret realms at night no longer instilled fear in people. Facing a decline in influence, some within the defense faction began to entertain extreme ideas. Since the remnants of the Star Beasts in the secret realm can no longer scare people, what about a real Star Beast? The gang leader said with a hint of helplessness. They somehow obtained a young star beast and planned to raise it to reignite fear among Dream City's residents. We discovered this plot and intended to destroy the young beast immediately. But the arrival of you students changed everything. The gang leader sighed and explained further. After you students arrived, the rules of Dream City were no longer entirely under our control. Due to some special intervention, we can't directly attack the young beasts. The only way is to have you students transport them out of the city for destruction. After hearing this explanation, Sumu roughly pieced together the situation. In short, it was a power struggle between the development faction and the defense faction. The development faction wanted the students to transport and eliminate the young star beasts, while the defense faction aimed to stop this action to maintain their stance and control. This situation is truly chaotic. Sumu pondered for a moment, sensing something amiss. So, what's your purpose in telling me all this? Trying to scare me off? After all, you issued the transport task. The gang leader's expression turned serious as he revealed even more startling information. On the contrary, I want you to continue with the task. In fact, I sought you out to assign an even more difficult mission. His tone grew grave. Among the star beasts being raised by the defense faction, there's a desire dragon, the royalty of star beasts, known as humanity's greatest nemesis. We hope you can personally transport this dragon out of the city. A desire dragon? Before Sumu could react, top-tier Dreamweavers in the livestream were already in an uproar. The Desire Dragon was the most formidable of the star beasts, considered humanity's nightmare and the bane of all Dreamweavers on the battlefield. The fact that its young was part of this exam shocked everyone, plunging them into deep thought and disbelief. Insane. Absolutely insane. Lu Yun abruptly stood up from her desk, slamming her hands down with such force that the documents scattered around her. Her eyes blazed with disbelief and fury as she glared at the local gang leader in front of her, as if she could burn a hole through him. The Dragon of Desire? Have those examiners had their brains eaten by the star beasts? In the city lord's office of Linhai City, Lu Yun's roar echoed through every corner. The name Dragon of Desire made her blood run cold. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner turmoil. This is the archenemy of Dream Weavers, of all humanity. Lu Yun gritted her teeth. If the Scarlet Catfish is classified as a level threat, then the Dragon of Desire is an SS-level lethal danger. It's an untouchable, undefeatable killer species. Since the arrival of the star beasts, countless Dream Weavers had perished at the hands of this terrifying race. Blood-soaked images flashed through Lu Yun's mind, each one causing her heart to ache. The Dragon of Desire, as the name suggests, can awaken all sorts of desires within humans, Lu Yun explained quietly, as if reminding herself of the horror of the species. Greed, violence, pleasurite magnifies these desires 1,000-fold. Then, through the Dream Weaver's own hand, it turns these deepest desires into a dreamscape, causing the Dream Weaver's consciousness to sink into it. Her voice grew darker, as if describing an unspeakable nightmare. Meanwhile, the Dream Weaver's body becomes the Dragon of Desire's pawn, taken over by another malevolent soul. Lu Yun clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. The higher the mental strength, the harder it is to defend against such an attack. So far, we haven't found any effective means to stop the Dragon of Desire. A heart-wrenching case came to her Mindance-level Dream Weaver, falling victim to the Dragon of Desire. That day, the controlled level Dream Weaver turned his guarded area into a hellish wasteland. His friends, family, students, none were spared. All perished by his hand. That area had fallen into an abyss, only partially restored with the establishment of the Dream Battlefield. Lu Yun knew this story so well because that area was now under her jurisdiction, Linhai City. Even the Slevel Dream Weaver who once protected Linhai City couldn't resist the Dragon of Desire, Lu Yun muttered, a hint of despair in her eyes. How can Sumu, and Flevel Dream Weaver fresh out of Linhai City, stand a chance? Even against a juvenile Dragon of Desire. Crazy. They must be out of their minds. Lu Yun roared again. We can't afford to lose our promising talents in Linhai City. Anyone who has encountered a Dragon of Desire could become a potential lunatic. She urgently grabbed her communicator, her fingers flying over the screen as she dialed Chen Fengqiu, the chief examiner. The ringing echoed in the office, each beat pounding on Lu Yun's heart like a hammer. Finally, the call connected. Before the other person could speak, Lu Yun yelled, Old man, have you lost your mind? How could you arrange such an exam? However, the voice on the other end surprised Lu Yun. It was a woman, speaking slightly broken Chinese. Lu Yun, don't be so agitated. Calm down. Lu Yun was stunned. The voice sounded familiar. When the communication panel switched to a real-time video feed, she saw a circle of examiners in the Dream Network's monitoring room, with different skin tones, genders, and ages. The speaker was a blonde woman, no more than 30, dressed in a white clerical robe, exuding a holy and graceful aura. Lu Yun immediately recognized the woman. Anna, why are you here? Are there examiners from other regions too? Anna replied gracefully, Lu Yun. The decision to include the juvenile dragon of desire was made collectively by the global high-level authorities, with Huaxia's side also voting in favor. What? Lu Yun was shocked, clearly unaware of this decision. The screen then shifted to reveal Chun Fengqiu's aged face. He sighed deeply and explained slowly. This inclusion of the Dragon of Desire is a trial for the top-ranked students from each country, with S-level Dreamweavers personally overseeing the test. To avoid causing a massive uproar, we did not disclose this before the exam. Chun Fengqiu continued. The trial's leadership is given to the top-ranked students from each country. If they choose not to accept the task, the juvenile Dragon of Desire will not appear in the exam. If they accept and successfully complete the task, they will gain an additional key for the upcoming international top player exchanges. I can't tell you exactly what the key is right now, Chun Fengqiu said with a hint of mystery in his tone, but it's something that even S-level Dreamweavers desire. Originally, I thought it would be that girl from the Jiang family facing this trial, but unexpectedly, Sumu emerged. Lu Yun finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This is a test involving the top young Dreamweavers from each country. Excluding Sumu, all top-ranked candidates worldwide have received this task invitation. Whoever completes it will obtain the so-called key, something that even S-level Dreamweavers covet. Lu Yun murmured, realizing the significance, and quickly turned her gaze to the live feed of Sumu. This trial was meant for Jiang Hongxiao. She might have been the best candidate, Lu Yun thought to herself. But now, what will Sumu choose? Meanwhile, in the dimly lit alley, Sumu listened to the gang leader's words, lost in thought. The name Dragon of Desire finally came back to him. If Dreamweavers had an archenemy, this species would definitely be it. Ignoring mental defenses, it was terrifying. Sumu's brow furrowed as he pondered how to tackle this lethal challenge. To deal with the Dragon of Desire, one must use various items that promote clarity and restraint, along with the techniques of creation figures. Sumu listened to the local leader's explanation, his brow slightly furrowed. The leader emphasized that the most crucial factor is relying on one's own willpower to resist this extremely troublesome creature. Is this Dragon of Desire really that powerful? Sumu pondered for a moment before asking, can't we just take it down right now? The leader was taken aback by the question and quickly shook his head. No way. Even as a hatchling, the Dragon of Desire is highly aggressive and has formidable defense. It's not something you examinees can handle. We've barely managed to confine it in a specially made box, limiting some of its abilities. If released, the consequences would be dire. If you even think about opening the box, we'll be there to stop you immediately. I see, Sumu said thoughtfully. So, it's already locked up in the box? That's right, the leader explained. Your task is to carry the box out of the city. Along the way, you'll encounter traps, and the Dragon of Desire inside the box will continuously try to corrupt you, amplifying your emotions and attempting to make you its pawn. This is an extremely dangerous mission. After hearing this, Sumu had a plan forming in his mind. For ordinary examinees, the Dragon of Desire's corruption would indeed be a challenge. But for him, the situation might be different. It's already in the box and still wants to corrupt me? Sumu sneered inwardly. The box isn't secure enough? I'll make it foolproof. He quickly calculated in his mind. China has plenty of sealing artifacts. At worst, he could summon a meditative deity to chant scriptures and focus on purification. Besides, doesn't this dragon thrive on amplifying human desires? If it dares to act recklessly, he could just extract its soul and throw it into the 18 levels of hell. In such an environment of extreme despair, even a Dragon of Desire would be insignificant. Sumu secretly decided that once the mission was over, he'd give the underworld a significant upgrade. The voice of the local gang leader interrupted Sumu's thoughts. He snapped back to reality, a glint of curiosity in his eyes as he cautiously asked, since this is an extra task, there should be an extra reward, right? The gang leader nodded solemnly. Of course. The extra reward is a key. A key? Sumu was momentarily taken aback. A key that can unlock a certain mysterious realm, the gang leader explained in a low voice. Trust me, you will definitely need it in the upcoming exams, and it will be of great use. Sumu's eyes lit up, and he made up his mind. A key related to the exams and of significant importance. This task was undoubtedly a special trial for the top-ranked candidate. How could he miss this opportunity? Where is the Dragon of Desire's chest? Can I just grab it and run now? Sumu asked with a grin, his tone filled with eager anticipation. The livestream audience erupted with excitement upon hearing Sumu's confident response. Comments flooded the screen like a blizzard. This kid has definitely never faced the Dragon of Desire. He has no idea how overwhelming amplified desires can be. I've been on the battlefield and witnessed the Dragon of Desire's attack firsthand. It's not something an ordinary dream weaver can withstand. Once you fear the Dragon of Desire, it can magnify that fear tenfold, even 100-fold. Just one glance, and you might find yourself submitting to it. As the audience buzzed with tension, one comment caused an uproar. I just checked out other exam zones live streams. In places like Russia and Iceland, almost all the top candidates received this task, and most of them accepted it. This is the first showdown among the top talents from different zones. Viewers quickly switched channels and confirmed the information. The discussion grew even more heated. Zeus, the top candidate from the Eagle Nation, also accepted the task. This guy created an rank potential dream in the first exam round. Who knew? This year's candidates aren't just limited to Sumu having strength mental potential. A candidate from Russia also has it, and their compatibility with the profession is several times higher than Sumu's. This is going to be a showdown for the ages. Honestly, I don't have high hopes for Sumu. Kids from the lower districts often have numerous unknown desires and can easily get lost in their amplified cravings. Ms. Luyu, Sumu's homeroom teacher who was closely following the live stream, felt a pang of anxiety. She silently resolved to stay up and watch Sumu complete this task. This kid is way too driven. Luyu thought to herself. I taught them to play it safe in the exams, to survive as many rounds as possible. But this kid just charges ahead recklessly. However, Luyu's concerns couldn't reach the inner workings of the DreamNet. Standing in the shadows, the gang leader listened to Sumu's enthusiastic acceptance and proceeded to explain the task details without further confirmation. At midnight, the transport convoy drivers will deliver the chest to a designated location on time. Your chest will be listed separately and handed to you personally. Once you take the chest, your task officially begins. There might be restrictions like no flying, so you'll have to carry the chest out yourself. I'll be waiting for you outside the city. Sumu, I wish you good luck. And good luck to Dream City. With that, the gang leader, dressed in an enforcement uniform, gave a slight bow to Sumu and then melted into the shadows. The alley returned to silence, and the guide snake had disappeared at some point. Sumu looked around and thought, not the best service, but at least I remember how to get back. Instead of leaving the alley immediately, Sumu found a shadowy spot to sit down and closed his eyes to communicate with the dream field in his mind. In his inner world, the cycle of reincarnation in the lower realms continued. Sumu's gaze fell upon the Yin Wang Hall in Fengdu City, where a lively judge was writing at his desk, and the expressionless underworld guards stood by with water and fire sticks. This Yin Wang Hall is still too empty and incomplete. Only one of the 10 Yama Kings has appeared so far. Building the underworld is a long and arduous process. Sumu pondered for a moment and then shifted his gaze to the area behind the Yin Wang Hall. Strengthening the Yin Wang Hall isn't the best choice right now. Completing the 18 levels of hell first is more important, he calculated. According to Chinese mythology, after being judged in the Yin Wang Hall, souls are sent to the 18 levels of hell for punishment. Naturally, these levels should be established next to the Yin Wang Hall. This is his ace in the hole against the Dragon of Desire. Sumu quickly scanned the source energy panel and saw that it had slowly increased to 3,600 points, bringing a smile to his face. He took a deep breath, ready to unleash this hellish technique. In his mind, the pages belonging to ancient China slowly turned, finally stopping at a particular image. The scene was shrouded in eternal, boundless black mist. As the mist churned, 18 vivid hellish scenes unfolded before Sumu's eyes. 18 levels of hell. I'll use 1,800 points of source energy to create it. Sumu thought to himself, hoping for a surprise. As his thoughts raced, the source energy in the panel began to deplete rapidly, like a flood breaking through a dam. At that moment, in the ancient underworld, all the wandering spirits on the Yellow Springs Road suddenly felt an inexplicable terror. It was as if a profound fear from the depths of their souls was rising from the distant city ahead. The ghosts instinctively looked up, only to see the black mist churning above the ancient halls. Piercing cries of despair echoed through the darkness, instilling fear in every ghost. What is that? One ghost asked in horror. Doesn't feel like anything good. Let's get out of here. This place is getting creepier by the minute. Yeah, hurry up and reincarnate. Let's leave this hellish place. The ghosts on the Yellow Springs Road quickened their pace involuntarily. Near the hall of the King of Hell, in the center of the pitch-black mist, a desperate scream from a male ghost shattered the silence. No, I only lied to someone. Why must I go to hell? No, stay away. The scream abruptly ended. The ghost's soul had lost its tongue, fragments dissolving into the air. A ferocious demon was using hot tongs to tear out the prisoner's tongue, prolonging his suffering. This was the first level of Hell Tongue Extraction Hell. Liars and slanderers were imprisoned here, where underworld ghosts used hot tongs to slowly pull out their tongues, making their souls suffer unbearable pain. Listening to the heart-wrenching screams of the souls in the tongue extraction hell, even Sumu couldn't help but frown. In his perception, the hells extended layer by layer. The iceberg hell, the copper and iron hell, each level was filled with numerous demonic wardens and prisoners, where the souls of wrongdoers would be tormented until they atoned for their sins. A chilling wind rose from the depths of the 18 levels of hell, causing shivers down the spine. Sumu sneered. The dragon of desire falling into this place should experience the ultimate despair. Let's give it the VIP treatment, a full tour of all 18 levels. At that moment, Sumu's expression suddenly froze. As the construction of the 18 levels of hell completed, it seemed like something new had appeared in his mind. Exclusive to the pages of ancient China, a new page quietly emerged at the end of the Underworld's book. Sumu focused intently, reading the following words. As the 18 levels of hell become more complete, your mental strength will be deeply intertwined with the Underworld, granting you its blessing. New ability, Scapegoat. As the master of the 18 levels of hell, when facing attacks on your soul or mind, a scapegoat will automatically emerge from the depths to absorb the attack, consuming 100 points of source power each time. The scapegoat's mental strength mirrors yours. The stronger you are, the stronger the scapegoat, and the more attacks it can withstand. At your current level, you can summon one scapegoat per day. Note: compared to the endless torment in the 18 levels of hell, the ghosts would rather emerge to block an attack and enjoy a moment of peace. Sumu's eyes lit up with delight. This scapegoat ability seemed tailor-made for him. In battles above the level Dreamweaver, attacks on the soul are common, and within the starry beasts, there are numerous creatures capable of mental and soul attacks. With the scapegoat, as long as it exists, Sumu could become immune to all mental and soul attacks. He immediately thought of the Dragon of Desire. Its attacks, which amplify human desires, essentially target the mind and will. With the scapegoat, the Dragon of Desire's attacks would lose much of their power, rendering them almost ineffective. Sumu clenched his fist, marveling at the grandeur of the Underworld's gift. But then he frowned. The scapegoat wasn't cheap, costing 100 points of source power each time. Moreover, since the scapegoat's mental strength matched his own, he would need to spend source power to enhance his mental strength to improve the scapegoat's effectiveness. Glancing at his source power panel, Sumu felt a pang of emptiness. After consuming 1,800 points of source power, he had only 1,800 points left. He could at most increase his mental strength by about 18 points, summoning a scapegoat with 65 points of mental strength, barely reaching level. Still, it was a layer of protection. If the Dragon of Desire broke through the scapegoat during transport, he would have time to react and pull it into the Underworld. It all depended on how strong that Dragon of Desire offspring was. After contemplating for a moment, Sumu stood up and left the alley, skillfully avoiding the ambush set by Qian Cheng and his men. Under the bright moonlight, he arrived at the transport location, a small plaza paved with stone slabs. He wasn't early. At least 100 people had gathered in the plaza, with elite candidates mixed among ordinary students who had come to help. Sumu immediately spotted the Jiang siblings and his teammate Tang Ning, with her striking red hair making her stand out in the crowd. Sensing his gaze, Tang Ning turned her head, whispered a few words, and walked towards Sumu. Our Lord of Dream City has finally arrived, Tang Ning teased. Sumu was momentarily confused, then realized she was referring to his connection of Dream City with the city god temple. He didn't bother explaining and instead asked, "So, any intel for tonight?" Tang Ning organized her thoughts. "We've received quite a bit of intel. There's a law enforcement team lurking in the nearby dark corners, seemingly ready to stop our transport mission. It looks like they don't want what we're transporting to leave the city. Also, some of my informants saw masked individuals sneaking out of Dream City late at night. Definitely not students." Sumu took note of the information and, following the principle of reciprocity, shared some details about the transport mission with Tang Ning. "What? All the candidates will try to stop this transport mission? We have to smuggle a star beast offspring?" Tang Ning's face turned grim. "We'll know for sure when the transport convoy arrives," Sumu shrugged. "Wait, with this kind of intel, didn't you prepare anything? Look at me, I'm a walking target in this getup," Tang Ning said, gesturing to her conspicuous red school uniform and hair. "Do you have a night suit? Lend it to me. I can't be this noticeable if we're teaming up." "Sorry, but I can't team up this time. I have to go solo," Sumu sighed. "Why? Give me a reason. I won't hold you back," Tang Ning frowned. Before Sumu could explain, the rumbling sound of trucks came from the other side of the street. The two turned to see 8 trucks slowly driving towards the plaza in a neat formation. Suddenly, the leading truck swerved as if drunk, coming to a screeching halt at the side of the plaza. The doors of the driver and passenger seats flew open, and 2 burly men jumped out, their faces filled with terror. "Damn it! Who's Sumu? Get this thing off our hands now." Tang Ning glanced at the terrified delivery driver and instantly understood why Sumu had chosen to act alone. She thought to herself, "The star beast we're transporting this time must be extraordinarily powerful. It's likely a special top-tier mission. Instead of dragging each other down, it's better to fight our own battles." Sumu reluctantly nodded in agreement. "We really can't work together on this one. Instead of worrying about that, You should focus on your own issues. Tang Ning curiously asked, what's inside? Just as Sumu was about to casually answer, the surrounding students sized him up and all their gazes fell on him. Is he Sumu? Whoa, the student who almost took over Dream City's management? He's incredible. Everyone, step back. This transport mission is definitely the hardest. One truck just for his cargo. The students began to disperse, but suddenly a different voice emerged from the crowd. Hold on. The harder the mission, the greater the rewards. Why should he be the only one to get a high difficulty task? We can do it too. We have the numbers. A young man in gray and white traditional attire stepped forward with over 10 other candidates. Someone quickly recognized him. That's Zhao Zhan, the fool from the Zhao family in the imperial capital. He's aiming for the top reward. True, having more people is an advantage. But will Sumu agree? Not necessarily. After all, everyone has to give face to the Zhao family. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Zhao Zhan puffed up with pride, standing even taller. He glanced at Sumu and then commanded his entourage, move, we'll take on this task. Transporting cargo doesn't have to be a one-man job. We have more people, so we are more capable. Just as Zhao Zhan's men were about to surround the first truck, the two drivers turned pale and hurriedly stopped them. Hey, back off. Are you crazy? The cargo inside is a desire dragon hatchling. If you want to die, go ahead. A desire dragon hatchling? The name froze everyone in their tracks, turning them to stone. The students were stunned at first, then erupted in chatter. Holy crap, this top-tier mission is insanely difficult. No wonder the drivers were jumping out of the truck. It's because of that. Well, good luck to you, Zhao Zhan. Go ahead and try to take Sumu's mission, haha. The students retreated like a tide, distancing themselves from the truck, afraid of being affected by the desire dragon. Zhao Zhan, hearing this, shrank his neck and looked at Sumu in horror. You dare take this mission? Sumu smiled. Why not? Want me to give it to you? Zhao Zhan quickly shook his head. No, I was wrong. Please, go ahead. I'm not strong enough for the top spot. He turned to his men and shouted. Why are you standing there? Make way for the big shot. Do you want to die being so close to the truck? Tang Ning finally understood why Sumu had dismissed her as a hindrance. Transporting a desire dragon would indeed make her a burden. If she were contaminated, the consequences would be dire. More people would just give the dragon more openings to exploit. She looked at Sumu in shock. Is this guy crazy? If he gets contaminated, even a mental hospital wouldn't be able to hold him. Sumu, unfazed by the strange looks around him, was actually relieved. Now he was sure that no one would dare to sabotage his transport mission. If he encountered other students, he could just mention he was carrying a desire dragon hatchling, and they'd likely stay away. Of course, this didn't include the team from Dream City. Now, it was just a matter of how long the scapegoat could hold out. After signaling to Tang Ning beside him, Sumu took a deep breath, straightened his back, and stepped forward. The students instinctively parted to create a path, and he walked directly toward the truck that no one dared to approach. The air was thick with tension, and all eyes were on Sumu. Just as he was about to step out of the crowd, a cool voice suddenly rang out, Need help? I can trade with you. We can exchange the task rewards. Sumu turned his head and saw a girl in a blue and white school uniform standing at the edge of the crowd. Her icy blue eyes were calm and unafraid of the task involving the Desire Dragon's hatchling. Sumu recognized Herjiang Hongxiao, one of the top 100 students in Huaxia. No trade, Sumu said with a slight smile. I don't want to miss out on such an easy score. An easy score, task? The surrounding students looked incredulous upon hearing this. Transporting the Desire Dragon's hatchling and calling it an easy score? It would be hilarious if he ended up with a mental breakdown. Despite some students who thought highly of their own abilities feeling tempted, they still had reservations. After all, everyone has a dark side, and it's better to be safe than sorry. Zhang Hongxiao frowned slightly and asked, Are you sure? Sure, Sumu replied firmly. All right, good luck, she said, then promptly stepped back into the crowd. As the other trucks approached the students, Sumu was already nearing his target. As he got close to the truck's cargo area, he felt a sudden heaviness in his chest, as if some long-suppressed emotion was about to erupt. Sumu's movements became stiff, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The viewers in the live stream immediately understood that the Desire Dragon's radiation effects were starting to show. It's happening. If he can't withstand this, he won't even get close to the Desire Dragon. Looks like Sumu might not be able to handle it. I have faith in Sumu's strength, but this psychological attack... Honestly, Sumu is in big trouble this time. The viewers' comments came one after another, and everyone held their breath, waiting to see how Sumu would respond. Just as Sumu felt a wave of discomfort, a unique image of ancient China suddenly appeared in his mind. The pages of a book slowly turned, and 100 points of source energy were quietly deducted. In the 18th level of the Dreamland Hell, a ghost struggled fiercely, kicking away its companions and crawling out of hell as if finding liberation, directly entering Sumu's body. As soon as this scapegoat ghost entered Sumu's body, it felt a weak surge of power. It seemed to be some insignificant negative emotions, but for a ghost that had just crawled out of hell, it was pure bliss. Ah, so refreshing. The scapegoat ghost exclaimed in delight. Are these tiny emotions even considered negative? Let me die here, it shouted excitedly. With the appearance of the scapegoat ghost, all the negative emotions Sumu felt instantly vanished without a trace. He quickly returned to normal, thinking to himself, this isn't so hard after all. At that moment, the desired dragon sealed inside a box in the truck sensed the presence of a human dreamweaver. This dragon differed from the traditional Chinese dragon, resembling more of a Western dragon with horns on its head and wings on its back. As a royal member of the star beasts, it possessed considerable intelligence, fully aware of its current predicament and knowing how to bide its time. The abilities of this desired dragon hatchling had mutated, enabling it not only to amplify human emotions, but also to eavesdrop on their thoughts and feelings. Realizing this was its chance to escape, it thought to itself, once I get out, I will return to my clan and rally the dragons to flatten the humans. The desired dragon stretched its wings, releasing more of its domain abilities to penetrate the box's barriers, targeting Sumu. In its perception, this dreamweaver was completely defenseless, easily falling into its trap. Encountering me naturally means fear. Let's amplify your fear and despair, making you submit under my dragon claws, the desired dragon thought excitedly. Amplify. Amplify. It could clearly sense the fear and despair in Sumu's emotions increasing by 1,000-fold. However, when it began to harvest Sumu's emotional feedback, it heard a joyful voice. Is that all? Is that it? The desired dragon's eyes widened in disbelief as it felt Sumu's emotions again. Sumu still maintained a cheerful disposition, seemingly unaffected by the despair amplification. The desired dragon was perplexed. Impossible. It clearly feels the despair amplification working on him. How is he still laughing? It recalled the teachings passed down through its lineage, where despair amplification had caused countless top-tier humans to fall and become their subordinates. Unless this human was as emotionless as a stone, or his despair had reached an extreme where no further amplification was possible, this shouldn't be happening. Is this human specifically here to deal with us? No way, no human can withstand our clan's attack. The desired dragon hatchling fell into deep confusion, its dragon face wrinkling. Meanwhile, outside the truck, Sumu realized he was unharmed and quickly regained his composure, striding forward to open the truck's door. The viewers in the live stream gasped in astonishment. He got over the psychological issue that fast? Damn, he seems pretty capable. Of course, if Sumu dared to take this on, he must be confident. Stop talking. The real danger is just beginning. In the city lord's office, Lu Yun clenched her fists and watched anxiously. She knew that what Sumu had just experienced was merely the unconscious mental negative effects radiated by the desired dragon, and now he was about to face this powerful creature directly. Lu Yun worried silently, damn it, if we still had Ensclash Dreamweaver in China, Sumu wouldn't be in any trouble. Now, with Ensclash Dreamweaver from another country helping, there's no guarantee they won't slip up. Sumu, you must hold on. However, Lu Yun didn't know that Sumu had not only held on but had also caused the desired dragon inside the box to start questioning its own existence. As the train car door slowly opened, Sumu's attention was immediately drawn to a massive, square box. It was about the size of a guitar case, with a smooth surface and sturdy straps on each side. The box was firmly secured in the middle of the car by thick chains, yet it trembled slightly, as if something inside was struggling. Sumu strained his ears but couldn't hear a sound. The box's soundproofing was evidently exceptional. He wondered to himself, is this what they call a seal? A thought crossed his mind. Why not have one of the dream constructs carry the box? After a moment of contemplation, Sumu decided to give it a try. He focused his mind and summoned a ghost messenger, instructing it to attempt lifting the box. However, things took an unexpected turn. As soon as the ghost messenger's hand touched the surface of the box, its entire body burst into flames. It let out a painful scream and immediately released its grip. Sumu furrowed his brow, quickly realizing that this was a seal specifically designed to repel constructs. Only a real person could approach it, and even he would need to expend a significant amount of mental energy to break through this barrier. Looks like I'll have to do this myself, Sumu murmured to himself. The exam committee really doesn't want us taking any shortcuts. He carefully scanned the train car and soon spotted the key to the chains on the right-hand wall. Taking the key, he swiftly unlocked the chains binding the box. The movement seemed to agitate whatever was inside. The box shook violently, and a series of thuds came from within. Sumu realized this must be the legendary Dragon of Desire. Confined in the box for so long, it was extremely sensitive to the outside world and seemed to sense something was amiss. The dragon's wings strained to stretch in the confined space, trying both to enhance its external influence and to break free from the seal. Sumu lightly tapped the box and murmured, "Easy there, buddy. If you break out, I'll have no choice but to send you to the underworld." Seeing that the creature inside couldn't break the seal, Sumu wasted no more time and tried to lift the box. To his surprise, it was remarkably light, perhaps because the dragon of desire inside had been starved for so long. Just as Sumu was about to leave the train car, a piercing alarm suddenly blared outside. A mechanical voice echoed throughout Dream City. New night rules for Dream City. No flying or teleportation allowed in this area. Immediately, a prominent notification popped up on Sumu's panel. Zhou Ming of the enforcement team has issued a task to all candidates using Dream City permissions. Some bandits have appeared in Dream City, and you need to recover the losses. Mission objective: the silver box must remain within Dream City. Anyone attempting to take the silver box out of the city can be killed without consequence. Rewards for all: 10 points. Extra 10 points for the candidate who keeps the silver box within Dream City. Note: every silver box will emit a light signal every 3 minutes to indicate its location. Candidates, please prepare yourselves. The mission will start in 10 minutes. Sumu took a deep breath, realizing that this incredibly challenging transport mission had officially begun. Sumu stood in the back of the truck, staring at the control panel, his mind racing with alarm. The rules were clear. Killing the transporter earned 10 points, and leaving the box in place also earned 10 points. This setup was bound to cause chaos. If any of the top 100 candidates decided to switch sides, things would get even more complicated. After all, intercepting the mission was clearly easier, while the transportation task was high risk and challenging, almost a suicide mission. Sumu thought to himself, even if it gets chaotic, no one should dare to stop me, right? As long as I throw this box with the baby dragon of desire, everyone will have to back off. It could actually be a good weapon. Realizing time was of the essence, Sumu quickly got to work. He hoisted the squirming baby dragon of desire onto his back, opened the truck door, and jumped down. The scene outside was surprising. Despite just learning about the mission's difficulty from the transport drivers, many of the top 100 candidates chose to take the silver boxes and give it a try. Their logic was simple. Even if they got intercepted and couldn't pass, they could still stay in Dream City with the box and earn 10 points. Sumu noticed that the silver boxes on other trucks were very different from his. The baby star beasts varied in size. Some candidates were running with boxes the size of Rubik's cubes, while others, like the bald guy who looked like Zhu Wenning, were struggling with boxes twice the size of Sumu's. As for Zhaozhan and Tang Ning, who had brought along helpers, they naturally didn't need to carry the boxes themselves. Tang Ning even wanted to grab an extra box to earn more points. Sumu is out with his box, someone shouted from the crowd of students. The shout caused an uproar. All the students carrying silver boxes, along with the drivers, turned to look at Sumu and instinctively took a few steps back. He really came out with the baby dragon of desire. Impressive. He looks normal, though, doesn't seem off. You don't get it, bro. People infected by the dragon of desire start off looking normal. I've seen it. The chatter grew louder. A driver shouted from a distance, "Hey, kid, you should get going. You know the rules, right? Remember, stay away from the crowd. We'll meet outside the city. No contact within the city." Got it. Sumu smiled wryly. He had considered stepping forward to scare them a bit, but decided against the prank. Instead, he turned to find a secluded alley to escape. Just then, a furious roar came from the edge of the square. "Sumu, you're here already?" Recognizing the familiar voice, Sumu sighed and looked back. Across the square stood Qian Chung in his enforcer uniform, accompanied by a dozen Dream City natives in similar attire. With a command from Qian Chung, the erranked Dreamweavers began chanting spells. Instantly, hundreds of massive vines sprouted around them. These vines were covered in sharp thorns and had gaping mouths at the tips, resembling green pythons. The moment the vines appeared, they tore through the pavement, dividing into 4 paths and cutting off all of Sumu's escape routes, attacking him fiercely. "Hey, I'm carrying a baby dragon of desire. Are you sure you want to do this?" Sumu pointed to his box, trying to warn them. "A dragon of desire?" Qiancheng hesitated before sneering. "What do I care? I just won't get close. Get him out of here." "Yes, sir." The enforcers responded in unison, and the vine's assault became even more aggressive. What the heck is going on? Wasn't this supposed to start in 10 minutes? Isn't that Qiancheng? When did he become the leader of the native Dreamweavers? How are we supposed to fight this? The students panicked as the vines surged towards them, some even considering switching sides to earn 10 points and flee. The drivers, seemingly aware of what was happening, quickly reassured them, "Don't panic. This attack is only targeting Sumu. According to the rules, only candidates can fight candidates. Sumu's situation is unique." Only targeting Sumu? The students were taken aback, then it dawned on them. How tough must his mission be? The naive Zhao Zhan felt his scalp tingle at the sight of the spiky vines. He was glad he hadn't taken the Dragon of Desire mission, or he wouldn't have made it out of the square. Such a large-scale attack was clearly not something a novice could withstand. Sumu had to fend off the encroaching Desire Dragon while simultaneously fighting off the advancing army of vines. The scene was enough to make anyone gasp in shock. Sumu found himself in a dire predicament. On one side, a relentless surge of vines, and on the other, the lurking Desire Dragon hatchling. Even someone as talented as Sumu struggled to face such overwhelming odds, especially given the significant level disparity. The audience watching the live stream felt their hearts pounding in their chests. The chat exploded with exclamations and questions. This squad arrived way too fast. How can he possibly get out of this? I think the examiners are setting him up for failure. Is this the same for the top candidates in other regions? Or is it just us in Huaxia being singled out? Just then, a message in the chat caught everyone's attention. Report. I have dual screens up, and the top candidates in other regions are facing similar challenges. This means it's a special test for the top-ranking contestants. This information provided some relief to the viewers, but they quickly tensed up again. If it was a special test for the top candidate, there had to be an optimal solution. Those familiar with the examiner's methods began racking their brains for a way out. Soon, a commenter claiming to be a veteran Dreamweaver shared their thoughts. Right now, Sumu should immediately discard the Desire Dragon hatchling, preferably in Qian Cheng's direction. If I'm not mistaken, only students carrying the Desire Dragon will be attacked. Once Sumu gets rid of the hatchling, only Qian Cheng will be targeted. Moreover, Sumu can use the Desire Dragon's ability to amplify desires to disrupt the Dreamweaver squad. This way, he can create chaos and seize a chance to survive. This suggestion sparked intense debate. Some agreed. This could buy him some time, but it might cause more trouble. Others saw it as a desperate measure. There's no other choice. Sumu has to take a gamble and hope the Dreamweavers don't fall too quickly. Some were optimistic. I think it's doable. ITLL come down to a unknown between Sumu and Qian Cheng, and Sumu can definitely defeat him and kick him out of the exam. However, to everyone's surprise, Sumu didn't immediately discard the silver box on his back in the face of the advancing vines. Instead, he crouched down, spread his fingers, and pressed his hand to the ground. The audience instantly realized Sumu was about to weave a dream. Faced with what seemed like a hopeless situation, Sumu clearly understood that this was a meticulously designed challenge by the examiners. Confronting it hidden was an option, but it would excessively deplete his energy and time. Throwing the Desire Dragon to the opposition would have a similar effect. In a chase, time was the most precious resource. Not a single second of the 10-minute location period could be wasted. After a moment's thought, the answer was hidden in the previously issued task. No flying or teleportation allowed. This phrase was a blatant hint. Flying and teleportation were prohibited, but not burrowing. And in terms of burrowing techniques, Huaxia had countless experts who could easily outrun their opponents. Thus, Sumu made a choice that no one expected. Summon the Earth God. The pages of ancient China gently turned in Sumu's mind, revealing a kind, elderly man, short in stature with a head full of white hair. He held a crooked wooden staff and had a benevolent expression. Without hesitation, Sumu infused the old man with 100 units of source energy. In an instant, the elderly figure seemed to come to life, stepping out of the ethereal pages and into the real world. A wisp of green smoke emanated from Sumu's palm, and the Earth God materialized before him. Facing the surrounding onslaught of vine serpents, the Earth God remained unperturbed. He casually tapped the ground with his wooden staff, producing a miraculous effect. The ground became incredibly hard, causing the advancing vine serpents to collide with it unexpectedly. Their bodies were torn apart, and the frontmost serpents suffered severe injuries, letting out agonizing cries. This maneuver significantly slowed down the assault of the vines. Meanwhile, the young Desire Dragon sensed Sumu's mental strength beginning to wane. It gleefully thought, "You dare to use your mental power while confronting me? Human, you're bold. Since you're depleting your mental strength, let me give you a Desirito. Exhaust your mental power to accomplish something. Once your mental strength is depleted, you will be mine." The Desire Dragon stretched its wings and altered its method of corruption. It easily invaded and tainted Sumu's consciousness, quickly receiving feedback. Yes, that's right. I need to exhaust my mental power. Quickly. Kill me. The Desire Dragon's face froze. Was it being mocked? Or was this human prepared for this? How could he defend against even this? The dragon was bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Sumu, aware of the Desire Dragon's movements, but seeing that it hadn't breached his defenses, chose to ignore it for now. He turned to the Earth God and earnestly requested, "Please take me west as far as you can." Sumu knew that the examiners wouldn't allow him to escape the city indefinitely and would soon close off this loophole. For now, he needed to get as far as possible. The earth god smiled kindly and nodded. Certainly. With that, he waved his wooden staff, and a mist enveloped them as they burrowed underground. The live stream viewers suddenly understood. So that's it. Sumu seems to be handling it well, resisting the desire dragon's corruption while using his mental power to burrow underground. I thought about burrowing too, but I figured it would be too difficult to create a burrowing expert in such a short time, so I didn't mention it. Temporary dream creation isn't reliable. Report. I checked other candidates' methods, and none of them threw the box away. Haha, that guy who threw the box earlier made a fool of himself. The new candidates this year are really smart. It seems the top candidates in our exam area are evenly matched. In the main examination room of China, multiple live streams of top candidates from various countries were being broadcast. The examiners from other countries hadn't left yet, and were pleased to see their students choosing optimal solutions. Chen Fengqiu was no exception, and even breathed a sigh of relief. This burrowing method was indeed the optimal solution designed by the examiners, though the distance was limited. After burrowing a third of the way, they would disable it for safety reasons, as excessive use of mental power could lead to decreased willpower, giving the desired dragon an opportunity. An Asian head examiner sitting next to Chen Fengqiu, wearing a white hat, spoke in broken Chinese. "Oh, my friend, it seems our students are excellent. If this test were connected, and the first to reach the limit of burrowing would disable it for all, you'd be in trouble. We would definitely lead." Chen Fengqiu resisted the urge to use his authority to kick him out. He thought, this guy has some nerve. That white elephant country candidate's a gray dream creation was obviously not made on the spot. How can he compare with prior preparation? Speed is irrelevant. Our China. Just as Chen Fengqiu was about to praise Sumu, a piercing alarm sounded in the examination room. Candidate 3484, Sumu, has reached the limit of the burrowing area. Dream City is activating restriction protocols. The alarm caused the examiner's eyes to widen in shock. My God, just a few seconds? He's already reached the limit? The white elephant country examiner stood up in disbelief. Our scrayed candidate just burrowed out of the plaza. What's with this Chinese candidate? The speed of burrowing usually depends on mental power and the strength of the dream creation. Did he create another scrayed entity in such a short time? He didn't even use the dream stone. The examiners looked at Chen Fengqiu in disbelief. They came because Sumu had created something that could shake Dream City. Upon arrival, they found the candidate's mental strength and creativity to be extraordinary, not like a novice at all. Confirming his novice status only made them more curious, prompting them to stay and watch his performance. Now, under their watchful eyes, this candidate had performed another miracle. Chen, does this candidate have some auxiliary ability we don't know about? One examiner asked, tentatively. Chen Fengqiu regained his composure, stroked his beard, and smiled. You don't understand. This is the mysterious power of China. The mysterious power of China? The examiners were puzzled, but soon someone laughed. Chen, it looks like this time. The challenge is on you. Challenge? Chen Fengqiu was momentarily confused, then remembered. Because of the disparity in strength and other factors among dream creators from different countries, to accommodate weaker nations, the first 3 countries to reach a third of the way would face an additional challenge, the 10 Suns catastrophe. 10 Suns would rise over Dream City. At Dream City Plaza, Qian Cheng's eyes widened in realization as he grasped the situation. The ground had vanished without a trace, clearly a trick of earth manipulation. Damn it! Another loophole? He cursed angrily. He then turned to the group of dreamweavers behind him and barked, "Quick! Use earth manipulation! Take me with you and chase west." "Yes, sir." The native dreamweavers responded in unison, clearly following Qian Cheng's lead. Before they finished speaking, a surge of serpentine vines coiled around them, hissing loudly. In the next instant, the group, along with Qian Cheng, plunged into the ground, speeding westward. However, just seconds after they submerged, a commanding voice echoed from the sky. No earth manipulation or high-speed movement allowed here. With this decree, an immense force surged around Qian Cheng and his team. Before they could react, their vision spun wildly, and they were violently ejected from the ground, landing heavily in a dim alleyway. Damn it! What the hell? Qian Cheng cursed loudly. He recognized the voice from the sky immediately. It belonged to Zhou Ming, the leader of the extremist faction within the Dreamweaver defense. But now Zhou Ming was helping Sumu? Qian Cheng shouted in confusion. Is this guy crazy? We can definitely catch Sumu faster with earth manipulation. Why ban it? That's what you think, idiot. A sinister voice suddenly rang out. Qian Cheng turned to see an ordinary-looking native Dreamweaver's face twist into a cold expression. With a slight flick of his finger, a beam of light struck Qian Cheng hard. Arg! Pain surged through him, triggering memories of previous tortures, causing him to convulse and nearly pass out. In terror, he watched as the ordinary native transformed into none other than Zhou Ming, the one who had tortured him before. Realizing his mistake, Qian Cheng trembled and quickly apologized. Captain Zhou, I'm sorry. Remember, no next time. Zhou Ming retracted his punitive technique and explained. Sumu just used a Dreamweaver character to cover at least a third of the distance in seconds. If I didn't ban Earth manipulation and high-speed movement, he'd be out of the city by the time you got there. What? Qian Cheng sat up in shock, ignoring his pain. That's impossible. He's just in frank Dreamweaver. Using that much mental power should be impossible while under the influence of the Desire Dragon. But he did it, Zhou Ming said coldly. Since you already know the box contains the Desire Dragon, I'll be straightforward. This item is extremely important to our enforcement team. This is your last chance. If you fail to capture Sumu and retrieve his silver box, you'll never leave Dream City alive. But we're still far from him, Qianqing said, his face grim. Don't worry about that, Zhou Ming said confidently. In a moment, 10 suns will rise over Dream City. I'll ensure you see Sumu immediately. 10 suns? Qianqing exclaimed. Meanwhile, unaware of the extremist faction's plans, Sumu stood on a quiet street. Having just been thrown out of the ground by the rules, he quickly pulled out a map from his pocket and confirmed his location based on the surrounding buildings. Not even a third of the way yet, Sumu thought to himself. I need to get this thing to the destination fast. The scapegoat is reaching its limit. Ever since he began using his mental power, the Desire Dragon in the box had been in a constant state of agitation. Though the scapegoat's extreme excitement had temporarily confused the dragon, Sumu could feel the scapegoat's mental power waning. It wouldn't last much longer before disintegrating. While the scapegoat's demise might fulfill its own wish, it was far from beneficial for Sumu. With pursuers hot on his trail, he couldn't afford to open the box and deal with the dragon directly. The pressure was immense. His 18 layers of hell technique was a last resort. Sumu put away the map and glanced at his source energy value on the panel. After summoning the land spirit, his source energy had dropped below 1,700 points, but he had gained a significant boost during the process, bringing it back above 2,000 points. This would at least allow him to create another structure similar to the 18 layers of hell. As Sumu pondered how to evade capture and break the stalemate, his high mental acuity alerted him to something amiss. A chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively ducked. Whoosh! A faint sound of something slicing through the air passed over his head. Focusing, he saw it was a crossbow bolt with a barbed tip. Someone's here. Sumu's mind raced with alarm. Before he could react, the street around him cracked open, and dozens of black metal spikes shot out from all directions, forming a cage that trapped him inside. A trap? Sumu muttered, feeling a headache coming on. This is troublesome. As he quickly assessed the situation, footsteps echoed through the previously empty alley. Sumu looked around and saw over a dozen students in gray and white uniforms emerging from all directions. On the street, a group of students in gray and white uniforms suddenly appeared, both boys and girls, clearly from the same school. Their eyes locked onto a person carrying a silver case, excitement evident on their faces. Look at this. We're in luck today, ambushing someone with a silver case. A young man with multicolored hair shouted excitedly, his hands glowing with rainbow light. Guys, no chit-chat. Let's cripple him and grab his points. Before the words had even settled, a crossbow bolt whizzed through the air, aimed directly at the person with the case. Sumuth person carrying the silver case didn't even get a chance to explain amidst the sudden attack. He sighed softly, thinking, as expected, among hundreds of thousands of candidates, some idiots think they can grab points at night. Fine, I'll just collect some more energy along the way. As arrows shot towards him from all directions, Sumu murmured to himself, spreading his fingers slightly. In an instant, the ground around him creaked, and a massive millennium-old tree sprang up. The fierce arrows were effortlessly intercepted by the tree branches. What? The attackers were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just happened. At that moment, a sigh echoed from behind them. Umitba. Fa Hai materialized from the void, a look of anger on his face. This humble monk will teach you some manners. Damn, this guy has dream creation, one of the attackers exclaimed. Wait, why is his creation so powerful? Help, there's a silver case here. Help. Fearful cries filled the street. Just then, two passersby heard the last cry. One was tall, the other teenit was the brothers A Fon and A Zhou. After leaving Lanrua Temple, they had been looking for opportunities to earn points, but had found none. They were planning to sleep and work during the day to earn points, but they stumbled upon this situation on their way. A Zhou, did you hear that? There's a silver case. A Fon said excitedly. Getting the case is 10 points, and taking down the person with the case is an extra 10 points. 10 points, we could have a good meal, A Zhou said, scratching his head absent-mindedly. What are we waiting for? Let's get him. A Fawn said, immediately starting to dream create, producing a laser sword in his hand. He grabbed a Zhou and charged forward, thinking, we ran into tough competition before. Now, as two clever potential candidates, we shouldn't fear anyone. But as soon as they rushed out, a fawn's expression froze. Scattered across the street were a dozen unconscious candidates, and in the center stood the familiar figure in a gold and red robe and a candidate with a silver case. Oh, it's that monk with the robe, a Zhou said blankly. No way. We ran into him again? A fawn was stunned. Ba, do you two have any business here? Fai asked, looking over. Ahem, a Zhou. What did you say we were coming here for? A fawn coughed, quickly hiding the laser sword behind his back. For what? To eat? There's a dessert shop over there. A Zhou answered innocently. Idiot. Make it sound believable. It's midnight. A fawn whispered harshly. No, it's daytime. The sun is up. Look behind the monk. A Zhou pointed behind Fai. The sun? Sumu initially thought it was just a silly excuse, but when he saw the gleam in a fawn and a Zhou's eyes, he realized something was wrong. He spun around abruptly, only to see a dazzling beam of light splitting the eastern sky like a sword, piercing through the pitch-black night. In an instant, a dawn-like glow spread along the street, swiftly passing by Sumu's feet. What's going on? It's midnight. Alarm bells rang in Sumu's mind. Why is the sun out now? The sudden change jolted Sumu's livestream viewers awake, and the chat exploded. What the heck? The sun at midnight? This must be a trick by the exam committee. It's definitely the defense faction's doing, trying to leave us nowhere to hide. Where's the development faction? Someone come to the rescue. A keen-eyed viewer noticed something odd. Wait a minute. Why is the sun rising so fast? In the square, the examinees who were about to flee with their boxes were thrown into chaos. Hey, what's happening? Why is it getting light? Damn it, I just changed into my night gear. Now I'm a sitting duck. If this is the case, I'd rather ditch the box and take the 10 points. The truck drivers exchanged worried glances. That defense faction lunatic actually brought this thing out. One driver muttered under his breath. This is a weapon meant for dealing with the starry beasts in the city. Another driver, however, brightened up and quickly reassured everyone. Don't worry, it'll be night again soon. Plus, your transport difficulty will drop significantly. Why? This doesn't seem like it's helping us, an examinee questioned. Of course, it's not helping you, the driver explained. It's increasing the difficulty, but only for one person. Everyone suddenly understood. So this is specifically targeting Sumu? At that moment, the phenomena in the sky grew even more astonishing. A second sun followed, then a third, a fourth, a fifth. Golden fireballs seemed to exploit a loophole in the world, leaping from the horizon one after another. In the blink of an eye, 10 suns hung in the sky, even beginning to orbit in bizarre trajectories. This spectacular and eerie sight left the Dreamweavers present utterly speechless. They had never encountered such an extraordinary wonder in their trivial dreams. The chat in the livestream went wild. Damn, it's really targeting Sumu. Rumor has it the defense faction is behind this. 10 suns just for Sumu. Expecting and Frank Dreamweaver to take on 10 suns? The exam committee must be crazy. Sumu, maybe we should just give up. Forget the 40 points and the key. Meanwhile, Jiangli, who had already left the square, looked at the sky in horror and asked, Sis, what's happening? Are we going to get roasted? Zhang Hongxiao frowned and replied softly, something's off. If there were really 10 suns, we'd have evaporated by now. Plus, these suns are way too close. She quickly summoned a high-precision telescope and, after applying a Bader film, observed carefully. Through the lens, the true nature of those golden fireballs gradually became clear. They're not suns, Zhang Hongxiao said slowly. Just as Jiangli was about to investigate further, a sudden change occurred. The originally golden-red sunlight dimmed abruptly, as if drained by an invisible force. The 10 suns in the sky quickly lost their brilliance, and night once again enveloped the land. Meanwhile, on the western street, Sumu felt the 10 suns enlarging before his eyes, as if they were about to devour him. Offing, am I too tired? Or are those suns in the sky getting bigger? Ajo, the younger brother, tugged on his brother Offing's arm, his voice filled with panic and confusion. Offing's eyes widened, his legs growing weak as he replied in terror, Idiot, this isn't a hallucination. Those suns are really coming toward us. Just as Offing was about to pull his brother to safety, a clear bird call suddenly echoed through the sky. With the bird's cry, the 10 suns flying in circles scattered, forming a massive ring that hovered above the brothers' heads. In an instant, a blinding light burst forth from what had been a dim sun, like a giant spotlight focusing all its rays on the area of West Street. The spot where Sumu and others stood became the center of the light, while the surrounding areas remained shrouded in the deep darkness of night. Damn, this light is too bright. Ajo screamed, Offing. I feel like I'm burning up. Both brothers instinctively closed their eyes, feeling a searing pain. Offing cursed, "Damn it, can't anyone report this light pollution?" He tried to conjure a giant parasol with the colorful light in his hands to block the sunlight while preparing to drag his brother away. However, to his shock, the parasol formed at a pace 1,000 times slower than usual. Worse still, he felt his body growing unnaturally stiff under the strange light, as if weighed down by heavy sandbags, making it hard to move. "Offing, I can't move." Ajo also found himself in the same predicament. Offing shouted in despair, "Seriously? We just wanted to earn some points, and now we're being punished by the suns." The viewers in the live stream quickly realized the dreadful effects of the sunbeams through the brothers' conversation, slowing down the Dreamweaver's speed and restricting their movements. Someone exclaimed, "These suns are cutting the Dreamweaver's abilities by more than half. Surrender. I want to join the defense faction. Look at their setup. How can we play this version without joining the defense faction?" Guys, remember, those 10 suns are just getting started. The negative effects will be more than this. By the way, what exactly are these 10 suns? If they're man-made, there must be a concrete form, right? They can't just be 10 light balls, can they? As the viewers speculated, Zhongli, using a high-precision telescope, saw the true nature of the suns. They're giant beasts. 10 starry sky beasts with strange patterns carved on them, he exclaimed. Though the telescope couldn't show colors, Zhongli could see that they were 10 golden creatures with bizarre dream inscriptions on their bodies. They looked like birds but were unlike any ordinary bird. Each beast had 4 wings, with feathers gleaming like blades, and their innate ability was to shine like small suns. My goodness, aren't those the starry sky beasts called sun feathers? Zhongli gasped. When did DreamNet manage to tame such creatures? These beasts are known for their ferocity and arrogance. Zhang Hongxiao, observing closely, said, "They seem to be mindless juveniles, probably experimental subjects from attempts to use beasts to control other beasts." Using beasts to control beasts? Zhongli muttered, deep in thought. He recalled that after the dream battlefield was established, humans had enough combat power to hunt some juvenile starry sky beasts. As more beasts were captured, someone suggested taming them to fight other starry sky beasts. However, this idea eventually proved to be a disaster. It turned out that no matter how many years humans spent raising starry sky beasts, when they matured, various bloodline information would naturally surface in their minds. Along with inheriting this knowledge, the beasts also acquired a violent nature and an instinct to annihilate humans. From that point on, humans became their mortal enemies. Some powerful starry sky beast species, like the desire dragons, even inherited this knowledge at birth, making them impossible to tame. Now, humans could only use the corpses of starry sky beasts, trying to leverage some of their abilities as supplements. Zhongli stared at the direction illuminated by the 10 sun feathers and frowned. This must be an attack aimed at Sumu, but transporting these beasts is nearly impossible. In the DreamNet exam room, Chen Fengqiu watched Sumu and his team being heavily suppressed by the 10 suns, his face clouded with worry. He was all too familiar with the sun feathers' abilities, as he had personally captured some of them on the battlefield years ago. These creatures were the bane of Dreamweavers. Once their sunbeams were activated, they could weaken the power of dreams and restrict the Dreamweavers' movements. And that was just their basic ability. These 10 suns could even unleash fireball catastrophes akin to volcanic eruptions, leaving Dreamweavers no chance to hide or breathe. At this moment, with the defense faction's pursuers closing in and the sun domain limiting Sumu's movements, Chen Fengqiu couldn't help but worry about Sumu and his team's dire situation. The difficulty of transportation has skyrocketed, and the living environment is precarious. The appearance of the feather of the sun is like a double-edged sword. It suppresses the radiation abilities of the star beasts and the dragon of desire in the box, but it also presents new challenges for the Dreamweavers. During this special period, where high-speed movement is forbidden, the Dreamweavers must tread carefully along the edges of the sun's radiation. They need to let the dragon of desire in the box bask in the sunlight, while also securing more space for themselves to maneuver. As Chen Fengqiu was deep in thought, he suddenly heard the excited shout of the chief examiner from the White Elephant Kingdom. "Oh, Chen, look at our candidate. We also encountered the end of the 10 suns, but our candidate is more clever. He moves swiftly and runs very fast." Upon hearing this, Chen Fengqiu immediately turned to look. He saw a dark-skinned candidate employing a deceptive shadow clone technique just as the feather of the sun struck. These clones not only confused the feather of the sun, but also allowed the candidate to advance rapidly in a serpentine manner, as if he had mastered some mysterious movement technique. When the sunlight dispersed all the shadow clones, the candidate just managed to slip to the edge and continued running forward, perfectly illustrating the optimal solution Chen Fengqiu had spoken of. However, when Chen Fengqiu's gaze shifted to Sumu, his brow furrowed deeply. Sumu was still standing there motionless, looking dazed. Chen Fengqiu felt a surge of anxiety, thinking, what's wrong with this kid? Has he been sealed by the sunlight? If he doesn't move soon, and the feather of the sun traps him in the center and attacks, it will be really dangerous. Meanwhile, on West Street, Affin was also puzzled and shouted loudly, Master and that brother, don't you feel hot? Run. And don't forget to take us with you. Master, can't your robe become really large? Come tie me up. Tie me up. However, Fa Hai calmly recited, Umitba, and then asked, Benefactor, why should we run? Sumu seemed to resonate deeply with Fa Hai's words. He looked up at the 10 suns in the sky, which appeared like divine beings, and his lips curled into a slight smile. Yes, why should we run? If we run, we'll have to carry this burden with us, which would be too troublesome. He turned to face Fa Hai and Affin, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Gentlemen, are you interested in hearing a myth from ancient China? Tell a story? Now. Afan was utterly baffled by the young man's words. Bro, do you even realize what situation we're in right now? Is this really the time for storytelling? We're about to be roasted alive here. If we don't run, we're done for. The viewers in the live stream were equally confused. They watched as contestants from other countries scattered in panic before the 10 Suns apocalypse, while Sumu stood there motionless, seemingly in a daze. Someone couldn't help but speculate. Is this kid's brain fried from the sun? However, a keen-eyed viewer suddenly noticed something. Wait a minute, folks. Doesn't Sumu's speech sound familiar? I think we've heard him say something like this before. This remark instantly triggered everyone's memory. Someone recalled that when dealing with the troublesome brat problem, Sumu had also told a story and then used a spell to subdue the bear. Could it be that Sumu is planning to actually solve this 10 Suns apocalypse? Someone boldly guessed. Are you serious? We're talking about 10 suns, not 10 bears, another viewer quickly retorted. At that moment, a viewer who had just returned from Jiang Hongshao's livestream brought shocking news. Guys, those aren't real suns. They're 10-star beasts called sun feathers. They're even more dangerous and lethal than actual suns. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office of Linhai City, Lu Yun listened to Sumu's words, a seemingly impossible thought crossing her mind. She had initially believed that solving the 10 suns apocalypse meant extinguishing all 10 suns in the sky. If this were the dream battlefield, her fiery temper would have driven her to do just that. But now, with only Flevel strength, the best she could do was glare at the sky and figure out a way to escape. As for actually challenging those suns, Lu Yun had the will but not the power. Yet, this young man was attempting a challenge even she couldn't fathom. Lu Yun's heart surged with excitement. This kid, he's got guts. That's how you should be. Hiding and running won't get you anywhere. Facing challenges hidden is the real deal. If he doesn't make it and gets eliminated, I'll sponsor his college education. However, Sumu's thoughts were entirely different from Lu Yun's. He had no intention of bravely facing the suns or avoiding escape. If he could run fast, he would have been long gone. But with those things overhead, running would only waste time. More importantly, the appearance of these 10 so-called suns was perfectly timed. He had already covered a third of the way, and with high-speed movement prohibited, the Dream City's Dreamweaver squad wouldn't catch up anytime soon. This gave him ample time to solve the 10 suns problem. Additionally, the Dragon of Desire in the box had fallen silent due to the presence of the 10 suns. Once he solved this problem, the Dreamweavers chasing him would lose track of his position, ensuring no further ambushes on his path. The best part was that these 10 suns were essentially a freebie. He could use this chance to educate everyone about Huaxia stories and earn some source energy in the process. Why not? As his thoughts raced, Sumu's mind flipped through the ancient pages of Huaxia's history. 10 golden suns appeared in his mind, eager to reveal their long-lost tales. Seeing that the 10 suns hadn't yet launched an attack, Sumu began recounting the story in a nostalgic tone. Long ago in Huaxia, 10 suns rose together from the east. The scorching sunlight mercilessly burned the land, causing rivers to dry up and mountains, trees, and plants to wither and die. Even the lands suitable for farming became uninhabitable. In no time, all of Huaxia turned into a relentless furnace, becoming a living hell. As Sumu spoke, vivid scenes from the distant past unfolded in everyone's minds. True to their godlike nature, the 10 suns hung high in the sky, their relentless flames ravaging the Huaxia land. Raging rivers evaporated in an instant, leaving behind the carcasses of animals that had perished from dehydration, a truly harrowing sight. Is he making this up? Did Huaxia ever experience such a scene? Someone questioned. Who knows? Ever since the star beasts descended, the history of previous civilizations has been buried. Maybe there really were 10 suns back then. Another person replied. These suns must be some kind of creature, like the sun feathers, but much stronger, someone speculated. Shush, keep listening. What happened next? Dumbfounded, Ajo eagerly asked for the continuation. Sumu continued. The rivers dried up, and wild beasts were left without food. Monsters from the water crawled ashore, wreaking havoc on humanity. At that time, the strongest tribe in Huaxia also suffered greatly. Faced with such a dire situation, the leader named Yao sent the best archer of the time to shoot down the 10 suns in the sky. His name was Yi. Can a mortal dare to shoot the sun? Sumu's voice suddenly rose. A mere mortal, not even a dreamweaver, armed with a bow and arrow, sought to achieve the impossible. This journey required crossing vast rivers and mountains, traveling thousands of miles. He had to reach the eastern sea, climb the unscalable divine mountain, lift a mighty bow weighing thousands of pounds, and face the blazing sun to turn the impossible into reality. To make the 10 suns in the sky fall one by one. With the strength of one man against the heavens, though 1,000 might stand in his way, he would persevere. This man was Yi. As Sumu finished speaking, a burst of colorful light suddenly erupted. To everyone's astonishment, a robust young man clad in simple, ancient clothing appeared before them. His dark skin bore scars from various beast attacks, and in his slightly longer left hand, he held a giant bow as tall as a person, with a silver string that seemed capable of shooting the sun's rays. At that moment, even without Sumu narrating the rest, everyone knew what he was about to do. Countless people felt chills down their spines, utterly shocked. No way. He's really doing it. He's only Flevel. No matter how much potential he has, he can't possibly take on 10-star beasts right now, even if they're just corpses. Is this the impossible solution to the 10 Suns apocalypse? The crowd's exclamations rose and fell, and everyone held their breath, waiting for this unbelievable scene to unfold. Is this kid really going to shoot down the suns? In the Dream Network examination room, Qin Fengqiu suddenly stood up, and the foreign examiners around him also rose from their seats. They all took a few steps forward, eager to see the unbelievable scene unfolding before them. Oh my God, he just awakened. Flevel, one of the foreign examiners exclaimed. 10 blazing suns hung above Sumu's head, yet he remained motionless. If he failed to shoot down these 10 suns, the exam would end prematurely. Impossible, someone declared. No one can solve this problem at Flevel. Even a D-level Dreamweaver would need thorough preparation to deal with these 10 suns. The examiners recalled Sumu's earlier story, a fragmented background, a few characters, but a fairly well-constructed environment. They couldn't believe that a single character and a hastily made-up legend could resolve the apocalyptic challenge of the 10 suns. Unless this E isn't a level Dreamweaver character, but that's impossible, one examiner analyzed. A fragmented story might create a new Dreamweaver character, but a character without a background, story, or logic can't possibly be useful. Do they think he's a god? Despite their skepticism, a flicker of wild hope ignited in their hearts. What if, just what if, he actually succeeded? Meanwhile, in Gujin's home in the Xinghe district, she stared intently at the live broadcast. The image of Yi emerging from the colorful clouds, dressed in the attire of an ancient archer, filled her with boundless writing inspiration. This is definitely a legend from ancient China, Gujin excitedly murmured to herself. It's a glimpse of a glorious past we don't know about. It must be a mythological era of prosperity and heroes. She even entertained the crazy idea of turning into a zombie to eat Sumu's brain, just to see what other magnificent stories he had. Gujin had no doubt that he could shoot down the suns after all. This was Chinese mythology. Over 1,000 meters away from West Street, Qiancheng led a group of Dreamweavers, racing towards Sumu's location. He was thrilled, thinking this was finally his chance to defeat Sumu. However, as he saw the spotlight-like stage in the distance, he grew puzzled. Is Sumu not running? Why are the 10 suns circling in place? Qiancheng muttered to himself. Just then, one of the Dreamweavers' faces transformed into Zhou Ming's. Zhou Ming looked at the converging light and waved. Hurry up, something seems off. What? The 10 suns haven't restrained Sumu? Qiancheng shouted in disbelief. Zhou Ming explained, they are still restraining him. I've even trapped him at the center of the 10 suns. But Sumu didn't resist at all. He just stood there and let me trap him. No resistance? A decoy? Qiancheng instinctively asked. No, I'm sure it's his real body, Zhou Ming said, confused. I can see he wants to solve the pursuit of the 10 suns, but I don't quite understand his method. Sumu summoned an archer, and it looks like he intends to shoot down those 10 suns. Qiancheng was utterly baffled. Shooting down the 10 suns? This was even more unbelievable than thinking Sumu was the Blevel Dreamweaver from the previous duel. As Qiancheng was about to question Zhou Ming frowned and urgently said, hurry up, that guy's creation is starting to move. I have a bad feeling about this. At the very center of the sunlit area on West Street, Sumu looked at the mythical figure he had crafted with 800 source points, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. To make this grand performance as impactful as possible, he had spared no expense. The legend of Yi indeed had more powerful versions, such as him being a demigod sent by the deity Dijun, and after death, becoming the king of all ghosts. Those versions were incredible. If summoned, even real suns might be shot down. But Sumu was too poor to afford such a grand figure. Even if he could summon one to shoot an arrow, he'd be left penniless. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? The current version of E was more than enough to handle the situation. While these thoughts raced through his mind, he had already lifted his massive bow slightly. His long left hand drew an arrow tainted with fierce blood from the quiver on his back. The arrow's sharp point aimed directly at the 10 seemingly invincible suns in the sky. Once, 9 out of 10 suns were shot down, leaving one. But now, none shall remain. Here it comes. At this moment, all eyes are fixed on the young man with the bow, facing the 10 seemingly invincible suns in the sky. The myth that Sumu had recounted seemed to be unfolding right before everyone's eyes. In the sky, 10 suns aligned, their scorching rays mercilessly beating down on the earth, leaving a trail of devastation. A mortal named E, wielding a colossal bow, stood resolute against the blistering light, ready to release his arrows towards the gods. If this moment were to be painted, the massive suns would dominate the canvas, with the tiny figure of the mortal occupying a small, insignificant corner. Yet, this stark contrast foretells the fall of the gods and the upheaval of human order. He firmly believed that the excess suns had no place in the sky. With a focused gaze, he drew the bowstring into a full moon with his slightly longer left hand. Aiming at one of the suns fluttering in the sky, he released the arrow stained with the blood of ferocity. With a faint whoosh, a streak of cold light vanished into the blazing sunlight. At first glance, it seemed as if the arrow had been instantly incinerated by the intense heat. However, no one believed this was the end. Even Zhou Ming, who secretly controlled the Sons of Feathers, dared not let his guard down. The 7-colored radiance in his hand flickered, igniting the previously lifeless eyes of the Sons of Feathers, making them glow with a golden light. In an instant, the seemingly insignificant arrow reappeared in Zhou Ming's sight. Despite its small size, its piercing cold light seemed capable of penetrating the Sons of Feathers' eyes and striking Zhou Ming's heart, the one who controlled them from afar. A chill ran down Zhou Ming's spine. He realized he couldn't let the arrow hit its mark. The 7-colored radiance in his hand flared up, and he exerted all his might to harness the Sons of Feathers' powers despite the restrictions. High above, where the arrow was aimed, the golden-eyed Sons of Feathers let out a sharp cry. Its light intensified, its scorching colors shifting until they took on a strange purple hue. The searing heat spread, distorting the air with its intensity. Under everyone's gaze, more and more purple light gathered in front of the Sons of Feathers, eventually forming a shield that emitted a purple glow. Surrounded by purple flames, the shield radiated heat far surpassing ordinary fire, clearly exceeding the Sons of Feathers' innate capabilities. Just as the purple flame shield took shape, the cold-lit arrow collided with it. The shield seemed to engulf the arrow instantly, appearing to melt it into oblivion. Had the mission to shoot down the suns failed? The leader of the defense extremists, Zhou Ming, who had been controlling the 10 suns, breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that since the arrow couldn't pierce the shield, Sumu was doomed, and the Dragon of Desire would ultimately fall into their hands. However, Zhou Ming's triumph lasted only 3 seconds. Suddenly, at the center of the purple flame shield, a point of cold light burst forth. Accompanied by a faint rumble, the seemingly indestructible shield shattered as if struck by a powerful blast. Amidst the scattering flames, a speck of starlight shot out from the shattered shield. The arrow, still stained with ferocious blood, remained intact. Carrying the courage of a mortal, it pierced through the Sons of Feathers with a speed that even they couldn't evade. In the blinding light of the rising suns, the spectators couldn't discern what was happening within. Yet they knew that a moment that would alter history was unfolding. But just 3 seconds later, a deafening roar shook the entire West Street. The radiant light that had been covering the street suddenly dimmed, as if a burning sun had fallen from the sky. E, the man wielding the massive bow, had indeed shot down the once invincible deity from the heavens. The fireball dissipated in midair, and the inscriptions on the sun feather vanished completely. The lifeless body, like an extinguished sun, crashed heavily onto the houses on the side of West Street. The thunderous noise was deafening, causing the buildings to collapse instantly and sending dust clouds billowing. This astonishing scene left all the live stream channels in brief silence, followed by an explosion of enthusiastic comments. Holy crap! He really shot down the sun. My mom asked why I was kneeling while watching the live stream. The streamer is too amazing. I can't handle it. While the top player from the White Elephant Nation is still doing the snake dance, Sumu has already shot down a sun. I'm in tears. Is this supposed to be a challenge? The sun is nothing special. This is the spirit our Huaxia dream creators should have. This is a true Huaxia dream creator. As the legendary stories of Huaxia played out once more on this land, the deep-rooted bonds remained, bringing tears to the eyes of Huaxia's sons and daughters. This is the unique romantic legend and heroic tale of Huaxia. Chun Fengqiu witnessed all this and, in disbelief, pinched the arm of the chief examiner from the white elephant nation beside him. Seeing the same look of shock on the other's face, he finally believed what he saw was real. The end of the 10 Suns, a problem only known to the chief examiners and the level dream creators maintaining the dream network, had never been revealed to the outside world. That Sumu could solve this problem indicated that the myth he recounted had at least the potential of an A-level dream. If the world building were further refined and the dream details deeply explored, it could very well become its level dream. Chun Fengqiu was secretly delighted. Huaxia is destined to rise. What does it matter if the compatibility is 1? Sumu will undoubtedly become a key figure for Huaxia to nurture. However, there might be more behind this compatibility of 1. Given the dream creativity and mental strength Sumu displayed, his compatibility with the dream creator profession couldn't possibly be so low. Despite the myriad thoughts in his mind, Chun Fengqiu maintained a calm and composed demeanor in the face of other examiners' questioning gazes, lightly stroking his beard as he said, "This is the mysterious power of Huaxia. It's normal for you not to understand. Huaxia's past was incredibly glorious. With the fall of one deity, the remaining gods began to panic. Their manipulator, Zhou Ming, realized that a human could now truly control their fate. Zhou Ming's face turned grim, no longer maintaining the pretense of conversing with Qian Cheng, and he focused entirely on controlling the Sun Feather. He tried to interfere with Sumu's arrows, but was thwarted by the rules of Dream City. In this transport blockade battle, he could only control an A-level Dream Creator team and the 10 Suns. The team was still far away, and the 10 Suns were now facing a deadly threat. Zhou Ming had never anticipated this scenario. He had thought that the meticulously crafted Sun Feather would easily subdue Sumu. Zhou Ming's perfect plan was completely shattered by this level candidate. Now, his biggest concern was the safety of the remaining 9 Sun Feathers, one of the few trump cards of the defensive faction. Zhou Ming frantically controlled the Sun Feathers to emit blinding heat, attempting to scatter and escape, barely managing to suppress them. He remained calm despite the heat, unaffected by the blinding light. He drew 3 arrows from his back, knocked them on his bow, and aimed at the fleeing suns. His goal was clear: to completely end the 10 Suns. The hunting ground's atmosphere shifted dramatically. Zhou Ming, the leader of the defensive faction, was thrown into a panic. The remaining 9 Sun Feathers scattered in groups of 3, spiraling through the air in a desperate attempt to evade Yi's arrows. However, this futile maneuver only provided the archer with a perfect opportunity. The bowstring sang once more, releasing 3 icy, gleaming arrows that shot off in different directions. The Sun Feather's fiery glow, as fragile as soap bubbles, was instantly pierced by the arrows. In that moment, the entire Dream City echoed with the Sun Feather's anguished cries. Under the watchful eyes of the city's inhabitants, the once radiant stage dimmed abruptly. The proud suns that once dominated the sky lost their light and were swallowed by the night. People could only faintly see their falling trails and hear the thunderous impact as they crashed. 3 arrows had taken down 9 suns, and the sky was once again ruled by darkness. He lowered his bow with an expressionless face, as if he had just completed an ordinary task. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Ming felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Desperately trying to save the fallen celestial beasts, he found himself powerless due to his restricted state. His painstaking creation, the Sun Feathers, had been destroyed by a mere student. How much effort would it take to rebuild them? Just as he was overwhelmed with grief, Qian Cheng's voice broke through. "Hey, what's going on? Why did the sunlight go out?" Seeing Qian Cheng approaching with another trump card, still some distance from Sumu, Zhou Ming's fury erupted like a volcano. He acted decisively, channeling his mental power into a dreamweaver, and placed his hand on the running Qian Cheng. Qian Cheng hadn't even reacted before a searing pain tore through him, as if his soul was being ripped apart. His vision blurred, and he heard Zhou Ming's cold voice, "Fool, you should just leave Dream City and go home. I'll be borrowing this body." No. Qian Cheng was terrified, but he could no longer make a sound. Meanwhile, on West Street, brothers Ah Feng and Ah Zhou witnessed the fall of the suns. The dumbfounded Ah Zhou remarked, "Cool. So the suns were actually birds. How come they didn't get roasted?" He turned to look at the Sun Feather's corpse that had crashed into West Street. "Look, Ah Feng." It smashed open the dessert shop. Ah Feng's eyes lit up. "Oh, could this be a gift from the heavens? 1 dessert for 1 point. Why don't we help them clear out their stock?" With that, he pulled Ah Zhou and ran towards the smashed dessert shop. Though it seemed like they were after food, they were actually trying to avoid Sumu and the others. However, the simple-minded Ah Zhou only thought about the treats, excitedly saying, "Hee hee, Ah Feng, we're rich. We won't have to worry about food for 3 days. More desserts. Let's grab more desserts." Sumu watched the 2 run off and smiled wryly, making no attempt to stop them. He quickly recalled E and Fa High into his Dreamweaver's heart, slung his box over his shoulder, and hurried towards Dream City's western gate. He didn't want to waste a single precious second of this hard-earned time. West Street was now the battlefield center, and many students, unaware of the situation, didn't dare to approach, making Sumu's path much clearer. As he ran, he took a moment to check his source power panel. Source power, 3751. He had spared no expense to take down the sun feathers. Summoning E cost 800 points of source power, and each arrow required 30 points. Firing 4 arrows had used up 120 points. Fortunately, Yi's arrows were unfailingly accurate, even piercing 3 targets with one shot. Otherwise, the cost of the arrows alone would have been astronomical. All in all, the gains outweighed the expenses. During the sun-shooting process, Sumu's source power had climbed back to over 3,700 points. Notably, a few non-Chinese names had each contributed 500 points of source power, making up the bulk of his gains. The road ahead should be much easier now, right? I need to pick up the pace, Sumu muttered to himself, sensing the state of his scapegoat within. The other party's mental strength was like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to be extinguished. With the sun feathers gone, the dragon of desire began to stir again, this time seemingly finding a new method. Inside the silver box, the dragon of desire, bathed in the sun feathers' light, had been meticulously recalling the words of the infected humans. Something felt off. The human's mental strength was clearly at its limit, unable to resist the invasion any longer. The dragon of desire coldly observed the human, wondering why he had not yet succumbed. By all accounts, this fragile human should have become its thrall long ago. Even if he had some resistance before, his mental strength was now nearly exhausted. How could he still resist? The dragon of desire furrowed its brow, perplexed. This human's mental strength was so weak, it didn't seem like he could withstand its influence. So why was he so persistent in seeking death? The dragon gently flapped its wings, projecting a strong desire to live towards the human outside. It encouraged him to drop the box, defy fate, and seek survival. This emotion was amplified 1,000 times, and the dragon of desire listened closely for a response. However, the reply it received was shocking. I'm already dead. What am I supposed to live for? Resist? Do you want me to suffer even more? Just kill me already. Already dead? The dragon of desire instantly realized something was amiss. It could clearly sense that the dreamweaver within its range was very much alive, not a corpse or a mere figment. This could only mean one thing. The consciousness it had been eroding was not the actual person. The truth emerged it was a decoy, a shield. The dragon had been eroding a bound, already dead soul placed within the dreamweaver's body specifically to withstand its attack. Humans, using such tactics against me. The dragon of desire was furious, its wings thrashing violently in the confined space as it unleashed its most potent radiation, fiercely invading the pitiful soul within the human's body. Meanwhile, Sumu was running along West Street in the darkness, having covered a third of the distance. He could feel the decoy soul within him becoming translucent, its granted mental strength about to dissipate completely. This won't work. At this rate, I'll be invaded before I reach the destination, Sumu muttered, stopping in his tracks. Maybe I should just deal with the dragon right here. As he looked around for a place to put down the box and confront the dragon of desire, the roar of a car engine suddenly echoed from a side street. Get in, brother. Sumu whipped his head around to see an extended sedan speeding towards him, bearing the emblem of the enforcement team. To his surprise, the driver was the young serpent who had not yet come of age. After such a long silence, the development faction had finally sent reinforcements. A glimmer of hope rose in Sumu's heart as he quickly ran towards the car. The development faction finally appeared just as Sumu was about to complete his task. The viewers in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief as they saw the vehicles and Xiaoxi arriving. It seemed like Sumu's mission had taken a turn for the better, and this long night was finally nearing its end. Xiaoxi apologized, bro. Sorry we're late. Because of the sun feather, the leader couldn't intervene in the city's affairs too much. Now that you've dealt with the sun feather, we can help you out. He gestured for Sumu to sit in the back seat of the car, which was significantly separated from the driver's seat, clearly designed for transporting the Desire Dragon. Sumu pondered for a moment and then sighed. Let's hurry. I can't hold on much longer. Just as he was about to open the car door, he paused and asked, Xiaoxi, is there something you need to tell me? Xiaoxi looked puzzled. Bro, what do you mean? Let's get out of here quickly. Oh, and make sure to keep that box far away. He glanced at the silver box with a look of fear. Raising an eyebrow, Sumu took the box and got into the car. He thought, walking might not get him to the destination before the decoy disappears, but driving should be more than enough. He just hoped nothing else would go wrong along the way. As soon as Sumu settled in, the car accelerated sharply, and the force pinned him to his seat. Despite his youth, Xiaoxi drove like a seasoned veteran. The car sped through the streets, drawing the attention of the exam candidates, some of whom exclaimed, What the heck? Isn't high-speed movement banned? How is he driving? Idiot, that's an enforcement vehicle. someone explained. The person inside is probably a Dream City official. Are you sure? Another person squinted. I think I see a candidate inside, and there's a silver box next to him. Some candidates seemed eager to block the car, but upon seeing the enforcement insignia, they quickly backed off. The authority of the enforcement team was clearly not to be trifled with. Thus, Xiaoxi drove the car unimpeded to the city gate. At this point, it was still deserted. Sumu quickly covered a third of the distance by foot, while Tang Ning and Jiang Hongxiao were likely just leaving the city center. The large interception squad had not yet set up defenses here. As the car was about to pass through the massive gate, Sumu took out his map to check the final transport point. It was just a few minutes' walk from the west gate. The prolonged battle had left him feeling somewhat fatigued. Although he could use his source energy to maintain peak mental condition, the frequent consumption was starting to take its toll. If I can hand over the mission soon, I need a good night's sleep, Sumu thought. But it's probably not going to be that simple. Just then, Sumu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. The decoy that was supposed to last a bit longer suddenly warned him and then vanished from his body with a final cry. This was clearly not the work of the Desire Dragon. In the dark tunnel, Sumu's vision suddenly cleared. He looked out the window and saw that the car had exited the gate, but it was heading in the wrong direction. The task location marked on the map was to the left, but the car was going right. Realizing something was wrong, Sumu spread his fingers, and a rainbow of light reversed. With a thunderous roar, the Millennium Kyushu tree burst from the car seat, tearing the vehicle in half with an explosion that was deafening. The sudden explosion drew the attention of the viewers who were about to leave the live stream. What happened? Why did Sumu blow up the car? Did the negative effects of the Desire Dragon kick in? No way. He's just a few hundred meters from the mission handover point. Did Sumu finally lose it? While the viewers were confused, the Millennium Kyushu tree extended its branches to protect Sumu, simultaneously wrapping the silver box and moving it away from the explosion. As the tree touched the box, intense flames erupted, and the tree howled, extending more branches to contain it, keeping it far from Sumu. From the driver's seat, Xiaoxi tumbled out of the speeding car, rolling on the ground before standing up, covered in dust. Bro, what are you doing? He exclaimed. Sumu glared at him coldly. Nice moves, being able to jump out from the driver's seat? Xiaoxi looked terrified. Bro, I almost died in there. Good acting, but you missed one detail. Sumu's eyes were icy. You forgot to ask me for 5 points. That's the rule. A kid who never forgets to ask for points wouldn't suddenly forget. The Millennium Kyushu tree then extended its branches, striking towards Xiaoxi. Just as the branches were about to hit, a phantom light appeared in front. Bang! The branches struck the air. Xiaoxi's terrified expression turned sinister as a thin membrane seemed to peel off his face. His bones cracked and shifted, and under Sumu's gaze, his body grew taller, and a familiar face emerged. Qiancheng? Sumu frowned at the fully transformed enemy. If Qiancheng could drive, he would have caught up already. Clearly, the person before him was not Qiancheng, but someone using his appearance, an enforcement team member who could manipulate Dream City's rules. This person was likely from the defense faction, possibly even its leader. Sumu thought to himself, the opponent can't be that strong if they still need to use illusions. They can make a move, but they're clearly under some sort of restriction. Suddenly, a violent mental warning surged through him. Not daring to hesitate, Sumu immediately had the Millennium Kue tree swing its branches, pulling him away from his original spot. At the same time, he directed the branches to shoot towards the void ahead. In the next second, a faint sound of something breaking through the air came from the void in front of him. With a ripping noise, the Millennium Kue tree let out a mournful cry as a large number of its branches were sliced in half by an invisible force. Sumu felt a sting on his cheek, as if it had been grazed. The attacker revealed themselves a bizarre, bipedal chameleon wielding a wide, long katana, mimicking a human form. It stuck its tongue out at Sumu before vanishing into thin air. An invisible chameleon. Sumu's guard went up. When did this guy start creating dreams? He was sure he had been watching Qiancheng closely and hadn't seen any dream-weaving actions. Yet, this invisible assassin seemed to have been there all along, nearly slicing his head in two. Sumu realized that his opponent was a much higher-level dreamweaver, with experience and combat skills far beyond those of a novice like Qiancheng. Another mental warning hit him. This time, Sumu had the Millennium Kue tree hurl him to the left. As soon as his body was airborne, a white light followed closely behind. Roar! The Millennium Kue tree cried out again. Its trunk sliced cleanly, leaving a massive gash. The remaining branches could no longer hold the box containing the Desire Dragon. Amidst intense flames, many branches were reduced to charcoal, and the silver box fell to the ground between Sumu and Zhou Ming. Seeing this, Zhou Ming's spirits lifted, and he abandoned his pursuit of Sumu. The invisible chameleon appeared next to the silver box as if by teleportation, ready to kick it towards Zhou Ming. However, just as its foot was about to make contact, the ground beneath the silver box transformed into a river filled with crimson blood and countless ghostly bones. The ghostly hands moved faster than the chameleon, snatching the silver box and causing it to plunge into the river with a splash, disappearing from sight. The River of Forgetfulness. Sumu immediately summoned the underworld. Ancient, boundless black fog began to pour out from the surrounding land, and the River of Forgetfulness quietly extended to the left, flowing onward. Where are black and white impermanence, oxhead, and horseface? Sumu landed by the River of Forgetfulness, colorful light swirling in his hands. A large amount of black fog enveloped the area in front of him, and black and white impermanence, along with oxhead and horseface, appeared with their soul-reaping chains and numerous ghostly minions. Sumu's mental power began to deplete rapidly. On the verge of collapse, he swiped his source power panel, consuming 2,000 points to massively boost his mental power. His original 48 points surged to 68. Despite the significant increase in mental power, Sumu didn't feel a dramatic expansion of his vision. Instead, his head began to throb, possibly a side effect. But he couldn't worry about that now. Maintaining his intense mental consumption state, he continued to weave dreams with both hands. He let a golden spark merge into the boundless black fog, awakening the dormant Ting within his dream-weaving field. Thus, most of the underworld figures materialized before him. Wearing Qian Cheng's skin, Zhou Ming watched the scene unfold without panic, standing with his hands behind his back and a look of approval. Sumu, you are definitely the strongest mental power candidate I've ever seen. How about this? I'll give you a chance. Join my faction, and I'll give you everything assigned to you. As long as you stay in Dream City and give up the exam, you can have anything you want. I can overlook the fact that you destroyed our defense faction's trump card. What do you say? They don't even know how to make a proper offer. Sumu sneered and then signaled to black and white impermanence, stop him. With that, Sumu took Ting and ran along the River of Forgetfulness to the left. Countless ghostly bones in the river wailed and passed the silver box along, following Sumu's steps. Going this way is correct. Ting, with its lion head and beast tail, had eyes that sparkled with wisdom, using its ability to discern all things to guide Sumu. Although Sumu knew the direction to the left, today's scapegoat had already returned to the underworld, making it impossible for him to be sure if he was under the illusion of a high-level dream weaver. With Ting by his side, that worry was eliminated. On the other side of the battlefield, Bai Wuchang gazed at the empty ground, then suddenly swung the soul-reaping chain in his hand. The pitch-black chain floated in the air as if it had hooked onto some invisible presence. Before the opponent could react, Bai Wuchang gave a sudden tug with both hands, and a transparent soul materialized, suspended in midair. It was the soul of the chameleon, whose invisibility was useless against a ghost warden who could see souls directly. In the misty, dark surroundings, Zhou Ming watched the scene with a cold smile. It seems you are unwilling to join us. Then I'll have to ask you to leave, he said, clenching his hands forcefully. Immediately, the ground echoed with the sound of bones shifting. The originally brownish-yellow soil churned violently as countless white bones burst forth. The pale skeletons intertwined with the surrounding black mist, creating a haunting spectacle. Beneath Zhou Ming's feet, numerous corpses emerged from the ground, quickly piling into a terrifying tower of bones. Among them, skeletons with flickering soul flames appeared continuously. This was once Qian Cheng's bone graveyard, but its power had increased significantly in Zhou Ming's hands. The ghost wardens swung their soul-reaping chains, but the undead emerging from the bone pile moved even faster. With Sumu only able to summon the River of Forgetfulness, it became difficult to counter this army of bones. Seeing the ghost wardens completely held back, Zhou Ming walked unhurriedly toward the direction in which Sumu was fleeing, confidence radiating from his expression. The battlefield of Sumu and Zhou Ming was near the city gate, not far from the task handover point. This was why Sumu chose to flee rather than fight. In a matter of moments, he reached the few hundred meters to the handover point, where a figure soon appeared, a woman in an enforcer's uniform. Though they had never met, Sumu was certain she was the local gang leader. Hurry! Throw the box to me. I'll handle Zhou Ming, the woman shouted anxiously, not daring to leave the handover point. Seeing this, Sumu had a thought, and the ghost bones from the River of Forgetfulness lifted the silver box and threw it forcefully toward the gang leader. The box traced a graceful arc in the air and landed steadily in her hands. At that moment, Sumu saw a strange smile on the woman's face. Her features began to blur, replaced by the familiar visage of a man Qian Cheng. In a flash, Sumu and Ting found themselves back at their previous position, while Qian Cheng now held the box containing the Dragon of Desire. I only need to influence you slightly, and you'll remain in place. This is the result of our power difference, an insurmountable gap, Zhou Ming explained with a smile. The situation had changed in an instant, and before the audience could react, Sumu had already fallen into the trap. The livestream chat exploded. It's over. The box is lost, and Sumu is done for. This doesn't look good. Zhou doesn't seem like he's going to spare Sumu. Is this the end of Sumu's exam? I just came from Qian Cheng's blacked out stream. This guy seems to be the one who set the rules for Dream City. At least a Blevel Dreamweaver. The gap between Flevel and Blevel is too great. This escort mission was too tough. Sumu shouldn't have taken it. As the viewers panicked, Sumu and Di Ting exchanged a knowing glance, a meaningful smile spreading across their faces. One more card to play. Sorry for the delay. Sumu watched Qian Cheng's figure with a confident smile on his face. You're certainly strong, but like any test, even the toughest questions have flaws. His voice was calm and firm. I can't block your illusions right now, but there's no need for me to defend. Zhou was holding a silver box when he suddenly sensed something amiss. He whipped his head around, his gaze locking onto a mass of black fog nearby. Just then, a golden glimmer shot out from the fog. It was a dragon-like Shunlong. Its eyes sparkled with mind-bending brilliance, releasing illusions similar to Zhou. In an instant, their surroundings twisted and transformed again. When their vision cleared, Sumu and Di Ting were standing on the left side of the city wall, still some distance from the mission handover point. However, Zhou found himself standing firmly within the handover area, the silver box in his hand now within the designated zone. How could Di Ting lead us astray? Sumu chuckled to himself. The only one who's mistaken is Zhou. Bound by Qian Cheng's body, Zhou couldn't exert his full strength and had fallen into Shenlong's trap. The viewers in the live stream were stunned, watching the scene shift continuously. They exclaimed, "Whoa, is this an illusion battle? It feels like they're teleporting." Someone finally realized Sumu couldn't block Zhou illusions, so he didn't bother. He instead used illusions to influence Zhou while he was off guard. Zhou tried to mislead Sumu, but Sumu's counter-illusions brought everything back on track. Wow, Zhou lost fair and square. The audience marveled. Zhou stood frozen, clutching the silver box containing the desired dragon's hatchling, disbelief etched on his face. Just then, several figures in law enforcement uniforms appeared, including the local boss. This time, the development faction had really arrived. The local boss's eyes were sharp as he surveyed Qian Cheng, who was trapped in the middle. His voice was calm yet victorious. "Zhou, you've lost." Secretly raising a star beast, even a desired dragon hatchling, violates the final regulations of the enforcement team. You'll spend the rest of your life reflecting in prison. A middle-aged man shouted angrily. That's right. This farce ends today. Isn't the defense faction supposed to promote harmony among Dreamweavers? Look at your actions, knowest this what an enforcement team leader should do? Humph. Zhou sneered, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. I've always acted for the good of Dream City. The arrival of star beasts is inevitable. You development faction are the real cancer of Dream City. You have no idea what the arrival of candidates truly means. You want to tear down the city walls, but one day, you'll pay for your actions. After the catastrophe, everyone said Dream City should develop and move forward. But it's not that simple. The greatest disaster is yet to come. Zhou suddenly turned to Sumu, a complex look in his eyes. And you? You're the strongest candidate I've ever seen, with extraordinary dream creations and mental strength far beyond an Flevel Dreamweaver. If you could truly join the defense faction and stay in Dream City forever, I'd gladly give up my leadership to you. But alas, candidates always leave. His voice grew lower, tinged with determination. I've lost this battle completely, but I must leave a final piece for the defense faction. Before the words finished, Zhou body began to glow with a rainbow light, his figure gradually fading. This was the light that appeared when a candidate was being transported out. What? No. He's discarding his body, the middle-aged man from the development faction exclaimed. He's forcefully shedding his soul. Reacting swiftly, the middle-aged man unleashed a burst of rainbow light from his hand, slowing everything around them to a near standstill. A ghostly figure emerged from the air. It was Zhou soul. His form was ethereal, his soul burning, and he was holding a terrified desired dragon hatchling in his hand. At some point, Zhou had extracted the dragon soul from the silver box. He was charging towards Sumu. Sumu, Zhou soul roared. You made me lose everything, so you'll bear the defense faction's destiny. Don't worry, I won't harm you. I just want you to stay in Dream City. When the great disaster comes, Dream City will fall, and so will you. Feel the ultimate, darkest despair amplified by the desired dragon. It will make you remember my words. You can't defy them. I hope you'll understand my intentions after experiencing it. With that, Zhou soul exploded. Countless pure soul fragments, accompanied by rainbow light, attached themselves to the desired dragon. This was a soul dreaming technique only accessible to a level Dreamweavers, an attack method Sumu couldn't yet comprehend. Empowered by Zhou soul, the desired dragon felt unprecedented strength, even possessing the aura of an adult desired dragon. Driven by its hatred for Sumu and Zhoming's guidance, it flapped its wings, ready to unleash true terror on Sumu before the development faction could intervene. However, in front of it, Sumu had already spread his fingers, rainbow light flowing between them. His gaze was calm and determined, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. The deepest darkness and despair? How coincidental. I have some of that too. 18 levels of hell. Descend. Sumu muttered, his voice low and determined. As the Desire Dragon charged at him, an unusual fear welled up inside, but he remained composed, executing his premeditated plan. A kaleidoscope of colors swirled as a dark, deep mist swiftly enveloped everything ahead. Gradually, a blood-red hue emerged from the black fog, transforming it into a blood jade-like mirror. From within the mirror, piercing wails echoed, as if emanating from the very depths of souls, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard. Before the live broadcast camera could focus on the depths of the black fog, a commotion erupted from the blood-red mist. Hell. The gates of hell have opened. The gates to the 18 levels of hell are open. What's outside? Is it the mortal realm? Countless voices exclaimed in ecstatic surprise as the blood-red mirror expanded sharply. In an instant, countless pale skeletal hands reached out from the mirror, waving as if trying to claw their way into the human world. The live broadcast camera panned, and all viewers were left breathless by the horrifying sight before them. Inside the mirror, tens of thousands of phantasmal souls struggled frantically, shoving and trampling each other to get closer to the front. Their hollow eyes and grotesque faces revealed an extreme emotion desperation. Let me die. I want out. Quick. Kill me. The souls screamed in madness, yearning to escape this terrifying place. As the blood jade mirror continued to grow, more gruesome scenes unfolded before the audience. Ghosts hung and torn apart, tongues pulled out, despairing souls howling as they were plunged into boiling oil. Under the scorching brown flames, the ghosts sizzled like food on a grill. These scenes, layered one upon another, formed a total of 18 levels, vividly displayed within the blood jade fog. The copper pillar hell, ice mountain hell, oil cauldron hell, stone crushing hell. Even in the heat of summer, viewers felt a chilling sensation through their screens. No way. Is this another part of the underworld? Aren't the worst off ghosts supposed to be shaking the bridge under the Niha Bridge? Where is this? Do souls have to endure such torture after death? Oh man, I'm going to have nightmares tonight. I saw a ghost being crushed to pieces and then resurrected to go through it all again. The viewers discussed in horror. Meanwhile, the Desire Dragon, filled with hatred, charged at Sumu. Sensing the presence of numerous human souls ahead, it was delighted and amplified its radiation to plunge all humans into the depths of fear. However, its amplification had no effect, disappearing like a stone dropped into the sea. On the contrary, as it attacked, its mind began to receive the thoughts of the human souls ahead, like a radar. Fear. Dark fear. My God, is this what fear is? The world outside is so beautiful. Let me out. I want to die outside. Despair. True despair is in hell. Our souls are continuously destroyed and reborn in hell, unable to live, unable to die. Come join us. Join us in experiencing endless despair and true darkness. Come, come. A tsunami of thoughts surged into the Desire Dragon's mind. At that moment, its once proud innate ability became a fatal curse. It was overwhelmed by the immense negative emotions it had never experienced since birth. As the voices of countless souls flooded its mind, the Desire Dragon's thoughts were completely severed, and it lost control of its body, crashing hard into the blood jade mirror. A wave of coldness, as if from the deepest part of its soul, briefly brought the Desire Dragon back to consciousness. But it was too late. The soul of the Dragon of Desire was like a delectable feast, instantly absorbed by the blood jade. This scene ignited a frenzy among the surrounding prisoners. They trampled over each other, rushing madly towards the blood jade. In an instant, countless hands hungrily grasped at the Dragon of Desire's soul. The ghosts from the 18 levels of hell, as if seeing their most coveted treasure, desperately tore at the dragon's body. They used all their might to drag the Dragon of Desire into their respective levels of hell. I heard it amplifies our emotions. I heard it lets us feel something other than despair. I heard its flesh is delicious. Come down. Come down. Countless voices echoed in the Dragon of Desire's ears, screaming maniacally. Enter hell and join us in experiencing the deepest, most hopeless fear. At that moment, influenced by hatred and Zhoming's soul, the Dragon of Desire felt an intense fear from deep within. Perhaps this was the only force that could truly restrain it. When a person is left with nothing but despair, the Dragon of Desire's amplifying powers lose their effect. Feeling unprecedented fear, the Dragon of Desire frantically flapped its wings, desperately trying to escape the blood jade's grasp. However, A tremendous force pulled it directly into the depths of hell. It was the oil cauldron hell, and there stood the demon guarding it. The demon's face was twisted and terrifying, as if it had stepped out of the dragon of desire's deepest nightmares. It sneered, "Just a little demon, and you dare resist? Come and receive the endless torment that belongs to hell." With that, the demon easily grabbed the dragon of desire and dragged it towards the boiling oil cauldron nearby. Roar! The dragon of desire let out its final, terrified roar. As the dragon of desire was dragged into hell, the dark, blood-tinged mist gradually dissipated, eventually vanishing into the air. It was as if nothing had ever happened. But the shock it left on everyone had only just begun. In Xinghe District, travel writer Gu Jin felt that sleep would be impossible tonight. Thousands of terrifying faces kept appearing before her eyes. She shivered all over, pulling a small blanket tightly around herself, leaving only her head exposed. Gu Jin thought, is this the ultimate means of punishment in the underworld? After death, the underworld judges people based on their deeds. Even if one is lucky enough to cross the Naiha Bridge, they will eventually be judged and sent to that despairing hell. She resolved, no, I must set rules for my journey to the underworld. I think I should definitely avoid experiencing the 18 levels of hell. Yes, I absolutely must not go. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office in Linhai City, Mayor Lu Yun, who had been watching Sumu's livestream all night, suddenly stood up. As an 11-level dreamweaver, she immediately realized that the concept of the 18 levels of hell greatly enhanced the potential of this level dreamscape of the underworld. Previously, the underworld felt solely focused on reincarnation. But with the addition of the 18 levels of hell, it now encompassed the realm of punishment and extreme punishment at that. It was practically a compendium of despair and suffering. Lu Yun thought, this is not something a child who has never experienced darkness could depict. Unless this child has truly been to such a place at some point, or has been deeply influenced by someone. In any case, the 18 levels of hell provided them with a method to deal with the dragon of desire. When the fear and despair in one's heart reach their peak, leaving no room for other emotions, the dragon of desire loses its power. This information alone was enough to warrant a reward for Sumu. However, Lu Yun fell into deep thought again. Why was the intensity of this exam so high? By rights, Zhou Ming shouldn't have participated at all. Just then, her expression turned grave. In the livestream, after retracting the hell, Sumu's condition seemed to deteriorate. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. He reached his limit. Lu Yun thought to herself, protest. I protest. A group of proctors shouted fervently in the Dreamweb examination room. This is beyond the expected difficulty of the exam. Sumu's experience was not an isolated incident. In various exam regions, including Xiong Country and Baixiang Country, candidates who took on the Dragon of Desire project and transported it outside the city were attacked by powerful individuals who often lowered their levels to assault the participants. While many top candidates fell victim, some managed to deliver the box to the designated location thanks to their quick reflexes. After all, not all top candidates acted alone like Sumu. Those in groups had the advantage of teamwork, which significantly reduced the difficulty. However, once the box reached the transport point, the real test began. At this stage, no top candidate was spared. The best outcome was like Sumu after dealing with the Dragon of Desire's hatchling. They passed out due to the overwhelming mental strain. These are our nation's top candidates, potential future strength talents. One proctor said worriedly, we can't afford any major issues. The proctor's protests were not without purpose. The only ones capable of altering the exam process without their input were the Strength Dreamweavers overseeing the Dreamweb. Clearly, the additional, unannounced exam content was introduced with the consensus of most of these Dreamweavers. Soon, the proctor's protests were answered. A video panel appeared before them, showing 5 individuals in gray-blue robes, 3 men and 2 women. Their robes were adorned with starry sky patterns, and they looked younger than 40, even younger than the proctors present. All the proctors immediately stood up and respectfully greeted these world-class powerhouses. Honored ones, Your Excellencies, they said in unison. Though the difference between a rank and rank seemed minor, it was as vast as a chasm. These 5 were the pillars of humanity's defense against the cosmic beasts. Please, be seated, said one of the men, a blonde with a lightning-shaped mark on his face. We understand why you are here. This increased exam difficulty was a unanimous decision among us. This man was none other than Rafi, who had recently created the Strength Dream Crusade after a sudden enlightenment 3 days ago. His real name was unknown. He called himself Rafi. Rafi continued, this increase in exam difficulty is not a targeted measure, but rather an exploration of a new phenomenon, particularly concerning first-time awakeners. A new phenomenon concerning first-time awakeners? The proctors exchanged confused glances. The proctor from Baixiang Country stepped forward respectfully. Honored one, what exactly is this new phenomenon? Rafi explained, as you know, Our Dreamweaver abilities come from the cosmos, and our personal panels are a tangible manifestation of this gift. Recently, however, the awakening panels of novice Dreamweavers have shown new additions. New additions? The proctors were shocked. How is that possible? The panel has only ever displayed personal information and mental power values. Yes, it hasn't changed in centuries. How could new elements suddenly appear? Another proctor echoed. Anna, the proctor from Shion country, couldn't wait to ask, Honored One, what new elements have appeared? And how do they relate to this exam? Talents, Rafi revealed slowly. Some top students have a chance of awakening innate talents upon their initial awakening. These inborn abilities significantly enhance their capabilities, and currently, we have no means of detecting them. As he spoke, Rafi waved his hand, showing footage of Sumu and other top candidates from various countries during their exams. The scenes included Sumu summoning a large number of underworld personnel and other candidates performing incredible feats. Exceptional mental strength and recovery abilities comparable to a Drank Dreamweaver Thieves are Sumu's talents, Rafi indicated. Absolute defense and extraordinary physical prowess are the talents of Dreiser, Shion country's top candidate. They have unique talents and chose to hide them due to their special nature. If not for a candidate's report during the last unified exam, we would still be in the dark. The room erupted with discussion. That makes sense. If talents really exist, they would greatly enhance our Dreamweavers. Humanity has hope. No wonder some students are extraordinarily strong. This explains it. These talents could change the battlefield dynamics in dreams. We need to understand the strengths and weaknesses of these talents. These kids must have thought they were the only special ones, so they kept it secret. Listening to the discussions, Rafi nodded. That's indeed one reason. Since everyone is here, let's discuss the second round of exams. We believe it's time to update the unified exam. As the examiners began discussing changes to the second round of questions, time quietly slipped away. Meanwhile, the situation within the city of Mingxing underwent a dramatic transformation. After Sumu fell into a coma, the development faction quickly seized control, swiftly absorbing the defense faction led by Zhou Ming. Extremist members of the defense faction were all captured and imprisoned in a heavily guarded facility. The city-wide manhunt for the silver box, initiated by the local gang leader, abruptly came to an end with a single command. Mingxing seemed to be reborn. The once illicit underground boxing matches were now officially sanctioned events, becoming the designated battlegrounds for the Dreamweavers of the development faction. As night fell, the mysterious realms controlled by the defense faction began to dissipate, allowing the residents of Mingxing to venture out at night without fear of danger. However, for those candidates who committed crimes and stole points at night, their fate was far less fortunate. Just as Sumu had predicted, these individuals were all eliminated. The fifth rule of Mingxing, the above rules apply only during the day, had indeed been a carefully crafted trap. After the harrowing experience of the first night, the candidates became much more disciplined. They discovered that by diligently working during the day and taking on more tasks, they could not only cover their basic needs but also easily accumulate the required 30 points. Thus, hard work leads to prosperity, and peaceful development became the prevailing philosophy during the 3 days of rest. The epic battle known as the Final 10 Days, which occurred during a transport mission, became the most talked about topic among the candidates. Everyone was eager to know what had transpired on that spotlight stage surrounded by 10 suns. An unexpected rumor began to circulate within Mingxing. It was said that the dream character summoned by Su Mu could shoot down the sun itself. This rumor spread so vividly, as if someone had witnessed it firsthand. In fact, someone had. The brothers A Fan and A Su, who had robbed a dessert shop that night, had seen everything. They sensed a business opportunity. In exchange for information about easy point-earning tasks in Mingxing, they would vividly recount the thrilling events of that night. You know what? My brother and I were assisting Su Mu that night. A fawn boasted in the city center square, his face animated with excitement. We stood right there under the sunlight, fearlessly facing the sun on stage. That's right, that's right. Asu nodded enthusiastically, adding, and we also robbed the dessert shop. Shut up, you idiot. A fawn quickly interrupted his brother, awkwardly explaining, he means the sun crashed down and broke the dessert shop's roof. Of course, we didn't care about that, haha. Thanks to their embellished storytelling, Su Mu's name became deeply etched in the minds of most candidates. Everyone eagerly anticipated seeing this number one in action at the next arena match. However, since that night, Su Mu had seemingly vanished without a trace. When the arena matches commenced, the room numbered 18 was found to be empty. This seemed to confirm that the person who defeated Qian Cheng was not in a level Dreamweaver. Zhongli had knocked on the door of room number 3 but received no response. It appeared to be an uninhabited space. The second day passed, and the morning of the third day was no different. It wasn't until the afternoon of the third day that there was finally movement in the long silent room 3 on the -17th floor. The young man who had been asleep for so long finally opened his eyes. Sumu sat up in a daze, looking around. The familiar hotel environment greeted him. He had been changed into the hotel's pajamas, and his dragon-embroidered school uniform had been washed, neatly folded, and placed nearby. His dreamstone bracelet and starstone were within arm's reach on the bedside table. Sumu noticed a note pinned under the starstone. Around his bed were 4 objects resembling pebbles, now devoid of any luster. When he touched them, they crumbled into fine dust. It seemed they were some kind of mystical items used for mental and physical restoration. Seeing this, Sumu immediately understood what had happened. The development faction really took care of me, he thought, stretching and loosening up his body that hadn't moved in days. He then got out of bed and picked up the note from the bedside table. The note read, "Transport mission completed 40 points. We've covered your room fee. The key has been given as a reward. Use hot water on the back of your hand to reveal it. If you wake up before 5 p.m. on the 3rd day, you are welcome to join us at the West Wall. Today, we will push down this wall to further the development of Mingxing. Candidate Sumu, thank you for your contribution to Mingxing. Signed, Chen Hui. This Chen Hui must be the local gang leader. Looks like Mingxing is completely under the development faction's control now, Sumu thought to himself, glancing at the time. It was already around 4:30 p.m. on the 3rd day. The arena matches were certainly missed. However, he wasn't too worried about his points being surpassed. Sumu previously had 191 points, and with the 40 points from this mission, he now had an impressive total of 231 points. The main point was that the other person waived 2 days of accommodation fees for him, totaling 60 points. Sumu quickly calculated the scores. Jiang Hongxiao and her team had an initial score of 85 points on the 1st day, received 5 points from the truck driver, and 90 points for 3 days of accommodation. To surpass him, the other candidates would need to earn over 200 points in 3 days. Even if he missed 2 days of the arena matches, Sumu's advantage remained significant. This realization allowed him to relax a bit. Sumu carefully examined the note in his hand before getting up to boil a kettle of water. He mixed the warm water with some cold water and cautiously poured it over the back of his left hand. Instantly, a pattern resembling a withered branch appeared on his skin. This was the key needed for the exam, not a physical object, but a mysterious mark. So, it's more like a pass, Sumu murmured to himself, gently tracing the pattern on the back of his hand. Once the effect of the warm water dissipated, he felt nothing unusual and decided to leave it at that. With some time left before 5 o'clock, Sumu changed his clothes and began to take stock of his current gains. Mental strength, 68 points. Source power, 1800. Equipment, Dreamstone, Starstone. Score, 231. Gains, Key hand back pattern, Desire dragon hatchling, Reedied catfish. Recalling that crazy night, he had used up 2,000 points of source power in one go to complete his task, resulting in 2 days of bed rest. Increasing mental strength through source power is good, but beware of the side effects. A sudden surge in mental strength can be too much for the body to handle. This must be remembered, Sumu warned himself. Next, Sumu immersed his consciousness into the dreamscape within his mind. His vision pierced through the fog-covered underworld, reaching the 18th level of hell. In the oil cauldron hell, the dragon was still thrashing wildly, its eyes vacant and its consciousness completely erased. In just 2 days, it had become like this, clearly not due to the underworld's influence. After Zhou Ming's soul reinforcement was worn away, the dragon's autonomous consciousness also vanished. This is another soul material worth experimenting with, Sumu mused. If I use the soul of the desire dragon as a base for a dream creation, will the final product inherit its abilities? That would be a huge gain. He made a mental note to experiment with this idea when he had a breakthrough. Time slipped by quietly, and 15 minutes passed in a flash. Sumu wasted no time and opened the door, ready to head to the western wall as planned. Zhou Ming's words from that day still echoed in his mind. The arrival of the candidates would cause great harm to Dream City. If we're still resting in Dream City after the 2nd round of exams, then this place is definitely related to the 3rd, or even the 4th round of exams. Zhou Ming's prediction could very well come true. With this thought in mind, Sumu stepped out of his room. Heard they're tearing down the city wall today? Yes, indeed. Once the wall is down, Dream City will be expanding far and wide. I heard the law enforcement headquarters is moving outside the city. Property prices over there are going to skyrocket. On West Street of Dream City, residents chatted excitedly, their faces beaming with anticipation as they moved towards the West City Wall. The air was thick with excitement and expectation as people imagined the new life awaiting them once the wall was demolished. After all, they had been confined within the city for centuries, and now they finally had the chance to expand outward. Sumu mingled with the bustling crowd, silently observing his surroundings. Because the wall demolition event coincided with the time of the arena matches, there were hardly any students on the streets. At that moment, he felt like the first player to unlock the main storyline, leisurely enjoying this historic event. Following the crowd, Sumu arrived at the West City Wall. A massive platform had already been set up, with a prominent microphone standing atop it. Several key members of the law enforcement team were seated there. Sumu recognized their faces from the final showdown that night. As the clock struck 5 and applause erupted, Chen Hui, the newly appointed captain of the law enforcement team and leader of the local enforcers, solemnly ascended the platform in her uniform. Residents of Dream City, Chen Hui's voice echoed through the amplifier. For the past few centuries, the threat of the celestial beasts forced us to retreat within these walls. They once provided us with safety, but now they have become a shackle hindering Dream City's development. She continued, the celestial beasts have been gone for over 100 years. We have been encouraging everyone to step out and expand Dream City. However, long-standing habits have made people dependent on these walls. But that's a mistake. We should not be confined within the city. We should build homes, cultivate fields, and create a more prosperous Dream City beyond these walls. Now, it's time to tear down this barrier to our growth. The future of Dream City will be even brighter. As soon as Chen Hui finished speaking, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Down with the wall! Down with the wall! Down with the wall! The fervent atmosphere swept through everyone present. Even the students who had come just to watch joined in, raising their right hands and waving enthusiastically. Chen Hui glanced around, exchanging a look with her colleagues behind her. She then spread her hands, emitting a radiant spectrum of light. A deafening explosion sounded from beneath the West City Wall, causing the massive structure to tremble. Other members of the development faction followed suit, their hands glowing with the same colorful light. The ground shook violently as over a dozen colossal stone giants, standing more than 20 meters tall with glowing purple eyes, emerged from the earth. In unison, they pressed their hands against the wall and pushed outward with tremendous force. This grand spectacle was not just about demolishing the wall. It was about breaking the mental barriers within the people. The cheers grew louder and louder, with one father even lifting his young daughter onto his shoulders. The little girl waved the flag of the law enforcement team, shouting, "Down with the wall!" Amidst the deafening roars, the city wall that had protected Dream City for centuries finally gave way. With a resounding crash, the towering wall collapsed. The law enforcement team members quickly summoned their dream-weaving powers, creating a shimmering barrier to block the dust and debris from the collapse. It was sunset, and the fall of the west wall allowed the rays of the setting sun to pierce through the haze, casting a warm and gentle light on the faces of the residents who lived near the wall. For the first time, they felt the direct sunlight at their doorsteps. Even the most hesitant of the residents couldn't help but look towards the distant sunset, dreaming of what the future of Dream City might hold. The development faction's action was undoubtedly a huge success. They had not only demolished the physical barrier obstructing the residents' view, but also shattered the invisible walls within their hearts. This was the true purpose behind their grandiose wall demolition event. Sumu stood in the crowd for a moment, observing the scene. He had no intention of mingling with the high-ranking officials and quietly left the bustling site. Checking the time, he realized it was almost dinner time and headed towards his hotel to enjoy his first meal since waking up. Though his 3-day journey in Dream City seemed to be coming to an end, the second round of exams was set to begin after midnight tonight. When Sumu arrived at the hotel, it was already 6 o'clock. He took the exclusive VIP elevator straight to the restaurant on the B12 floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a wave of noise hit him. Looking around, Sumu noticed that tonight's private dining room was even livelier than the past 2 days, with hardly any empty seats. Students were smiling and asking each other about their exam results. Just as Sumu stepped into the restaurant, a familiar voice called from the western corner, "Mugu, over here." Following the voice, Sumu saw the Jiang siblings and Tang Ning sitting at a 4-person table, with Jiang Li waving at him. Jiang Li's loud voice attracted the curious glances of the surrounding students. "Sumu? Is that really him? The top scorer who hasn't shown up for the past 2 days? Is he the one who summoned dream characters to shoot down Tin Sun's feathers? I heard he even turned down the Jiang family sponsorship. Impressive. Turned down the Jiang family sponsorship? That's the wealthiest family around." Seeing no extra seats nearby, Sumu accepted the invitation and walked over to Jiang Li's table. He greeted them politely. "Good evening, everyone." Tang Ning's fiery red hair was still eye-catching, but she had changed into a sleek black silk outfit, clearly spending a lot of points. She teased. "Our top scorer finally decided to show up?" Jiang Li eagerly asked. "Mugu, what's your score now? We haven't seen you these past few days, so your top spot might be in jeopardy." "My sister scored 189 points, the highest here." Zhang Hongxiao, listening to her brother, remained her usual socially awkward and slightly anxious self, offering no response. Sumu smiled and said, 189 points? Then my spot is still secure." Zhang Li was surprised and asked, "Really? Mugu, have you been secretly racking up points these past 2 days?" "No," Sumu explained. After completing the mission, they waived my room fee. What? Waive the room fee? That's at least 60 points. Zhang Li's eyes widened. So, Mugu, did you really take on 10 sons by yourself? Uh, not exactly sons, Sumu replied vaguely. Zhang Li, still curious, peppered Sumu with a few more questions before taking his freshly served dinner to mingle with other students from their school. Sumu then ordered a plate of shredded pork with potatoes over rice and a glass of sparkling water. Compared to the lavish meals of the other students, his dinner seemed modest. But Sumu didn't mind. For someone who had once struggled financially, this was already a decent meal. Halfway through his meal, Tang Ning, sitting across from Sumu, suddenly asked, Sumu, what do you think about Dream City's plan to tear down the walls this afternoon? Sumu pondered for a moment before responding. How much do you know about the Dream City enforcement team? Tang Ning replied, I know what I need to know. One of my guys infiltrated the enforcement team and picked up quite a bit of intel while serving tea and doing chores. Sumu sighed inwardly, thinking, having minions really helps, before sharing his analysis. The death of Zhou Ming, the head of the defensive faction, has a lot to do with me. But even if I hadn't taken him out, the development faction would have taken over that night. He continued, Zhou Ming, as the head of the defensive faction and the apparent leader of the enforcement team, had no one by his side, planning this upheaval alone? So, regardless of whether he managed to deliver the Dragon of Desires, Zhou Ming was doomed. The development faction was bound to take control. Tang Ning nodded, her expression calm as she added, my informant in the enforcement team heard that compared to the extreme defensive faction, the development faction is even more radical. Unlike the defensive faction, the entire development faction shares a unified ideology. So, the defensive faction privately calls them the extreme development faction. Do they really need to tear down the walls? Tang Ning continued, hasn't Dream City expanded beyond the walls in hundreds of years? It's unlikely. But the development faction wants to crush the defensive faction completely, so they chose this extreme path. Sumu thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Tearing down the walls does seem extreme, like it's sending a signal, but we can't stop it right now. If we return to Dream City after the next exam, it will definitely be related to the third or even fourth exam. Tang Ning sighed. You see it that way too. It's a pity. The residents of Dream City have had a peaceful life for hundreds of years, but now they're facing a huge crisis. I left a letter for a native resident of Dream City with some of my analysis, instructing him to give it to the enforcement team after we leave. I hope it can help, at least reduce the difficulty of the subsequent exams. Sumu shook his head after hearing this. If it were that simple, I would have done it already. The people in this city have their own logic and behavior patterns, no different from real people. But once it involves the exam, they will be influenced by Dream City itself. That letter might end up being ignored. Regardless, it's still a contribution to Dream City, Tang Ning said. Let's hope so. I hope we won't have to come back to Dream City after the next exam. After dinner, Sumu didn't feel like talking to anyone else. He said a simple goodbye and went straight back to his room to rest, waiting for the midnight chime and the arrival of the second exam. After all these events, Sumu began to suspect that when midnight arrived, the candidates might not leave Dream City but instead start the second round of the exam here. If that were the case, Dream City would be in danger. Zhou Ming's words might turn out to be prophetic, making him the most clear-headed person in Dream City. Ironically, the development faction, which always wanted Dream City to progress, would become the villains. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, Sumu sighed. Sitting cross-legged on the hotel bed, closing his eyes to rest, waiting for the midnight chime. He didn't believe the exam organizers would let them have a good night's sleep and then send them off after breakfast the next morning. Time ticked by. When the clock struck 11:50, Sumu was fully prepared. At that moment, an elderly voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Candidate 3484, Sumu, congratulations on maintaining the top score in Dream City for 3 consecutive days. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Accompanied by an ancient voice, a blood-red square jade quietly appeared before Sumu's eyes. Unfixed dreamcraft, this unfamiliar yet familiar term made him pause slightly, then his eyes lit up as memories surged within him. This piece of jade was the key material for creating tangible dream objects. Information he had previously acquired flashed through Sumu's mind. Dreamcrafters could infuse their mental energy into it, transforming it into any object they envisioned. Even better, these objects could be stored in the dreamscape, ready for use at any time. Sumu's thoughts raced, and the star stone he had obtained earlier suddenly found its purpose. Combining the star stone with dream objects could reduce mental energy consumption by 2 to 3/10, a significant advantage. He carefully examined the square jade, which was about the size of an urn. An idea struck him, and images unique to ancient China began to unfold in his mind. Another blood-red object appeared before him, the imperial seal, square, for inches on each side, with 5 dragons intertwining, and the front inscribed with the ancient characters bestowed by heaven, long life and prosperity. Sumu calculated silently. The jade embryo was almost the same size and shape as the imperial seal. With a bit of carving, it could achieve greatness. However, now was not the time for crafting. He decided to store the jade in his dreamscape for future study. With a thought, the jade emitted a faint glow and merged into his dreamscape, settling quietly in a corner. Sumu stopped thinking about it and focused on waiting for midnight. The second round of exams was the immediate priority. Unnoticed, the midnight bell tolled. Sumu, who had been full of energy, suddenly felt an overwhelming drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the number of viewers on the live streaming platform surged. The officials had announced the start time of the second round of exams, and everyone was eager to see how the new candidates would perform. The popularity of Sumu's livestream also skyrocketed. Here he comes. Sumu is finally awake. In the first round, he created the underworld. What surprise will he bring this time? I can't wait. In Xinghe district, Gu Jin had finished her travel article early, made herself a cup of coffee, and opened Sumu's livestream on time. Seeing the colorful aura around Sumu, she couldn't help but get excited. The first round was about world building. So what miracle would Sumu present in the second round? A new character for the underworld? Or a more complete Chinese mythological tale? She had been eagerly anticipating these days. After an unknown amount of time, Sumu, in his deep sleep, suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold. The extreme coldness made his whole body numb and woke him up instantly. So cold. So cold. Sumu opened his eyes and found himself in an enclosed granary. Shelves around him were piled with fruits and vegetables, and there were dozens of bags of rice stacked in the corner. He was lying on a pile of winter coats, with the granary door beside him. Opposite him lay three familiar figures: Jiang family's siblings, and Tang Ning, who had dinner with him earlier. This discovery made Sumu breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed they hadn't stayed in Dream City. At the same time, Jiang Hongxiao and Tang Ning also woke up quickly, sitting up with wary expressions to survey their surroundings. The three exchanged glances, all showing signs of confusion. How did we end up together? Tang Ning frowned, clearly finding this different from her expectations for the second round of exams. Ugh, what's going on? Why is it so cold? Jiang Li shivered and woke up completely. Jiang Li glanced around and realized he was in a small warehouse, surrounded by familiar faces. He was momentarily stunned. Then his expression changed dramatically as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could this be a showdown? Are we supposed to fight it out in this cramped space? This suspicion instantly turned the atmosphere in the warehouse icy. Everyone exchanged tense looks, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Just then, Sumu pointed to a pile of winter coats behind him, breaking the silence. Doesn't look like it. If it were a duel, they wouldn't give us so many cold weather clothes. With that, he was the first to grab a coat and a snow hat, putting them on. Damn, I need one too. Jiang Li snapped out of his daze and rushed forward to grab a coat. This weather is freezing, he complained while getting dressed. Why aren't there any pants or scarves? Realizing his earlier guess had heightened the tension, Jiang Li tried to ease the mood. Sis, Tangjia, don't just stand there. The broadcast hasn't come on yet. Put on some clothes to stay warm. Jiang Hongxiao took a coat, pondering aloud. There are 7 coats here. 7 coats? Sumu frowned. So, 3 people are still missing? Just as he turned to look at the warehouse door, a commotion erupted outside. Hey, anyone there? A voice shouted. Damn, why is it so cold? Brother Zhu, aren't you freezing in that robe? Ba, this monk is indeed a bit cold, another voice replied. Sumu recognized the voices of people he had once tricked and raised an eyebrow. Looks like the second round of the exam has brought old acquaintances together, he said, walking quickly to open the warehouse door. Snowflakes drifted into the room as the door swung open. Outside was a passageway resembling a castle corridor, with thick snow piled on the surrounding walls and trenches. Standing at the door were the 3 people Sumu had once duped, a Fawn, a Zhou, and the bald monk Wu Neng. The 3 were startled by the sudden opening of the door and were about to start dreaming when they realized it was Sumu who had opened it. Big guy, a Fawn exclaimed, then recognized Sumu. Oh, it's the guy who helped us break into the dessert shop. Seeing these 3 grudgers, Sumu smiled wryly. Looks like this exam is a bit different from the previous ones. Just then, an old voice echoed from the sky. Welcome, candidates, to the second round of the exam. The theme for this round is sacrifice. First, let me tell you that you are in the outpost of Dream City. That's right. Behind you is Dream City, where you spent 3 days before. An aged voice echoed in the air, announcing the start of the second round of exams. The scene before the candidates left them speechless. A towering steel fortress stood in the distance, surrounded by over 300 smaller strongholds. Tens of thousands of candidates were randomly placed within these defenses, each filled with uncertainty and tension. The voice continued. We have provided enough supplies and various types of weaponry to sustain tens of thousands of people for a month. However, all supplies are stored within the main fortress. How you use and distribute them is entirely up to you. The candidates exchanged uneasy glances, realizing the challenge ahead. The voice went on, "You have 2 days to regroup. After that, the star beasts will attack. The most dangerous ones will be dealt with by high-level dreamweavers, but the rest will be up to you to fend off." A stern warning followed. If the fortress falls, it will have profound consequences for Dream City and impact your future exams significantly. The voice emphasized, "Pay attention. Students in the smaller strongholds have specific restrictions. Search carefully for them." Hearts pounded as the candidates grasped the difficulty and importance of the exam. The voice continued, "Students in the main fortress can send out 3 messengers to request aid from Dream City, but the journey is long and fraught with peril. This exam is extremely challenging but not life-threatening. Those who wish to withdraw midway may do so. Your scores will be based on performance." As the final words echoed, the exam site fell into brief silence before erupting into a flurry of activity. Candidates began to search for rules and explore their surroundings. Meanwhile, the number of viewers on the livestream platform soared. The comments section buzzed with amazement and discussion. "Wow, it's like throwing tens of thousands of recruits onto a battlefield without any leaders or organization, leaving them to fend for themselves. Without any leadership, it's going to be total chaos. A bunch of unorganized recruits? Their combat effectiveness will be practically zero. Even with a fortress, they might not use it properly. I bet they'll end up fighting over supplies." The platform staff timely inserted a message. "Breaking news: other countries are doing the same, placing their candidates in fortresses. In 2 days, the defense begins. Whoever fails loses face." This message sparked even more heated discussions, drawing more viewers to the live stream. This year's Dreamweaver exam was shaping up to be exceptionally thrilling and full of highlights. In one of the strongholds, Sumu and his companions sprang into action. Sumu decisively ordered, "Quick, find the rules." Tang Ning analyzed, "With tens of thousands of people in one city, it's impossible to unite everyone. There might even be infighting over power in the main fortress." She looked grim. "We are at a disadvantage here in the stronghold. We need aid from the main fortress, especially in dangerous situations. But there's no leader in the base." Zhongli gasped. "If that's the case, they might not even be able to protect themselves." Sumu remained focused. "Find the rules first." He turned to Afan and Ajo. "We have winter coats in the granary. Wear them and inventory the supplies. Also, start a fire." Afan pulled his brother Ajo towards the granary amidst the snow. "Winter coats? You guys search for the rules. We'll handle logistics." He suddenly remembered something and called back, "Hey, brother Zhu. Want to put on a coat before looking for the rules?" Monk Wuning nodded. "Umitba, that would be wise." He then hurried off. After some searching, Sumu and his team found the rules and a map to the main fortress at the stronghold's entrance gate. The rules stated, 1. At least 4 people must remain on duty to defend against possible attacks. 2. A maximum of 3 people can be sent to request aid or transport supplies to the main fortress. 3. The stronghold must be defended at all costs. Having found the rules, everyone gathered around the small fire Afan had started in the granary. The fire, made from a little dry wood and Afan's imagined firewood, brought a touch of warmth. Monk Wuning, now wearing a winter coat with his robe draped over it, said, "Umitba, the rules are clear. We need to cooperate and defend the stronghold." Zhongli lit a cigarette, taking a drag by the firelight. "Right? This stronghold is our base now. Luckily, we have strong people here, making it a bit easier than other places." At this point, Afan reported, My brother and I checked the supplies. Most of the fruits and vegetables are frozen and could make us sick. We only have some rice that looks okay, but it won't last long." Ajo raised his hand and said blankly, "I can make porridge. I used to cook often, and my parents said it was good." "How do you expect to handle intense combat if you're drinking porridge every day, you fool?" Afin nudged Ajo with his elbow, a sly glint in his eye. Clearing his throat, he proposed, "My brother and I could serve as transporters. We're the weakest, so it makes the most sense for us to do it." Afin's plan was simple. Being a transporter meant less risk on the battlefield. He had just glanced at the map and noticed that a round trip to the Iron Fortress would take 2 days. This way, he could avoid fierce fighting while still earning a decent score. He was secretly pleased, already envisioning a smooth victory for himself and his brother. However, his daydream was abruptly interrupted by Tang Ning's firm rejection. "No way," Tang Ning said bluntly. "If you two go as transporters, we'll be lucky if you bring back a pack of instant noodles." Ifin looked puzzled and asked, "Why?" "We're not that weak," Sumu calmly explained. "The situation at the main gate of the Iron Fortress is likely chaotic. If you go there, you might not even get a grain of rice. Everyone knows how crucial food and weapons are, and those will be the first things to be snatched up. He then turned to Tang Ning and Jiangli, speaking slowly. I suggest sending Tang Ning and Jiangli for the first mission. Transporting supplies is best handled by those with connections. Big families have their own networks, and if you have some influence in the Iron Fortress, getting supplies will be much easier. How much you can get depends on how strong the ties are between the Tang and Jiang families. Jiangli, deep in thought, still raised a question. This plan is feasible, but Brother Mu, why send 2 people? The rules only require 4 on duty. What's the 5th person supposed to do? Sumu had already considered this. He looked around at everyone and explained, after you leave, while 4 people guard the fortress, we also need a scout to check the surrounding area. We don't even know from which direction the star beast will come. He paused and continued, additionally, the rules say the star beast will officially attack in 2 days. Note the word officially. Does this imply that some beasts might already start causing trouble within these 2 days? I plan to scout the area alone. Far from the fortress where Sumu and his companions were stationed, stood a majestic checkpoint. This checkpoint towered 100 feet high, its surface covered with strange inscriptions, clearly designed to fend off the star beasts. The grand, towering walls should have provided a strong sense of security, but at this moment, they appeared extremely frail. After the information about the second exam was announced, chaos erupted within the steel checkpoint. The weapons depot on the 3rd floor was the first to be ransacked frantically. Examinees scrambled to grab various weapons and equipment. Holy crap, a super-powered mental recovery device. One excited examinee shouted, with this, I can turn into a scion. Unlimited mental power. Guys, look what I found. Another voice rang out, a giant cannon that takes 10 Dreamweavers to operate. One shot from this, and even the strongest star beast will be blown to bits. Give it to me. I grabbed it first. Hey, are you looking for a fight? Watch it or I'll take you down. Without unified leadership, the examinees acted independently, each vying for the most advantageous weapons to score higher points. In their view, the more star beasts they killed, the higher their scores would be. Meanwhile, the scions of noble families began covertly contacting their subordinates, aiming to form factions and carve out their own territories. The chaos within the steel fortress was at least 10 times worse than in the relatively orderly Dream City. Students with mid to low scores seemed at a loss, some standing in a daze, unsure of what to do. Among them were those who wanted to follow orders, but didn't know whose orders to follow. Too many people wanted to dominate the steel fortress. Xiao Zhang was one of those eager for direction and organization. He gathered a group of like-minded friends, waiting for a leader to emerge. However, leaders came and went in quick succession. First, a tall student asked them to elect a captain, followed by someone claiming to be among the top 100 in China, urging them to join a large group. Similar incidents happened over a dozen times in a short period, each new faction different from the last. Xiao Zhang and his friends were utterly confused. Amidst the chaos, some within Xiao Zhang's team started having crooked thoughts. Let's grab some food first, someone suggested. Make sure we won't go hungry. Yeah, who knows when this will end? We have numbers now. Let's seize it first. Exactly. After grabbing it, we can find a safe place to guard. Even if the checkpoint falls, it won't affect us. Listening to the coaxing around him, Xiao Zhang's thoughts began to waver. Meanwhile, in the main examination room, the examiners gradually left after discussing the results of the second round. Since the start of the second round, only Qin Fengqiu and the student Qindahan, whom he had brought in to monitor, remained in the Chinese examination room. Old man, this can't go on, Qindahan said, sitting in the examination room, frowning as he watched the live broadcast. It's too chaotic. Without a veteran leader, these students won't last a few days. And why was Sumu randomly assigned to the outer fortress? If he were inside the checkpoint, he could be very effective. He's a monster. Qin Fengqiu sighed at Qindahan's words. Do you think I don't want that? It's the rule set by the main examiners. All students are randomly assigned, and no country can cheat. Sumu encountering someone he knows is already a huge stroke of luck. He went on to explain that the second round checkpoint was the result of unanimous agreement among the main examiners. Throwing examinees without any leadership into a checkpoint was a consensus reached after heated debates. Organized defense would not allow the students' full potential to be realized. Therefore, the class strongmen proposed a random entry suggestion to throw the defending students into chaos and let them truly experience an attack by star beasts. What Qin Fengqiu didn't tell the students was that this star beast attack wasn't a DreamNet simulation. Over the next 2 days, they would gradually open the DreamNet, create a breach, and link it to the dream battlefield, letting real star beasts in. In a sense, this would be a real war, with class strongmen providing a certain level of protection. In this exam, students would witness their teammates being bitten in half by monsters and painfully transported away. Such an experience was obviously not pleasant. Of course, if anyone really wanted to quit, there would still be invincible protection to send them away. As for why Qindahan agreed to this requirement, It was because he had a list of Chinese students suspected of having special abilities. He believed that this scenario was still within controllable limits. Chun Fengqiu stared at the main examination screen, his fingers sliding over the map of the Iron Fortress until they paused at a critical location. His gaze locked onto a boy, shielded by teammates, attempting to seize a mental energy restoration device. This boy had a unique ability to drain mental energy and link minds. Chun thought to himself, if this boy could successfully connect everyone's minds and broadcast his voice throughout the Iron Fortress, they might find a breakthrough. Meanwhile, inside the Iron Fortress, preparations were underway for the imminent events. Sumu and his companions had already assigned tasks. Jiang Li and Tang Ning bore the heaviest burden heading out to resupply the fortress. Considering the arduous two-day journey through the snow, a Fuan and a Zhou, disregarding their mental energy consumption, crafted 2 thick blankets for them. Without hesitation, Jiang Li and Tang Ning took some rice, donned the warm blankets from their brothers, and resolutely stepped into the howling blizzard. They planned to make simple skiing equipment along the way, depending on the road conditions, to shorten the time to the checkpoint. As their figures vanished into the snowy haze, Sumu adjusted his hat, ready to set off. Before leaving, he instructed Zhu Wuning and Jiang Hongxiao, the fortress is in your hands. Your adaptability is as good as mine, so I have nothing special to add. I'll try to be back before dark. Zhu Wuning clasped his hands together solemnly, responding, Ba, be careful. With this humble monk guarding the place, rest assured. If any demons come, I'll reason with them. Jiang Hongxiao simply nodded and said, As a top scorer with over 180 points in the arena, her abilities were profound. If danger arose, she might be able to handle it alone. Sumu said no more, tightened his hat, and stepped out of the gate, trudging through the thick snow, heading in the opposite direction of the Iron Fortress. He believed this was the most likely direction for anomalies and prioritized checking it out. The biting wind, like invisible blades, cut across Sumu's face. The air was filled with a bone-chilling cold, making the examination environment exceptionally harsh. Not far from the fortress, the sounds from within were completely swallowed by the wind and snow, plunging the surroundings into silence. Looking up, the sun's outline was faintly visible through the thick clouds, and the heavy snow severely limited his vision. A poem came to Sumu's mind. The northern scenery, thousands of miles of ice, thousands of miles of snow. He surveyed the area, searching for any recognizable landmarks. Their fortress seemed to be situated on a gentle slope, but now everything was thoroughly blanketed in white, making the original terrain hard to distinguish. As Sumu pondered his next move, a familiar voice called from behind, Sumu, wait for me. He turned sharply to see a figure wrapped in a coat. Approaching it was Jiang Hongxiao. The moment Sumu turned and saw Jiang Hongxiao, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he struck without hesitation. With a mere thought, the ancient Wei tree erupted from the snow-covered ground, its thick branches thrusting like spears towards Jiang Hongxiao's chest. Blood instantly gushed from her chest, staining the pristine snow. Jiang Hongxiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Sumu, seemingly wanting to say something. But Sumu didn't give her the chance. He swung the branches again, decisively ending her life. Sumu coldly observed the fallen Jiang Hongxiao, thinking to himself, if it were truly Jiang Hongxiao, she wouldn't have reacted so sluggishly. This impostor must have ulterior motives. As Jiang Hongxiao breathed her last, her body began to blur in a strange manner. Sumu focused his gaze and saw that the familiar face had vanished, replaced by a monstrous creature with a green face, fangs, and a fish-like head. It seems to be a phantom siren, Sumu realized, a child of the star beast Phantom Mother. Though it looks terrifying, it doesn't seem very powerful. In the live stream, viewers gasped in astonishment. The Dreamweavers were even more excited. Oh my god, why is a phantom siren here? Could it be simulated by an steer Dreamweaver? If there's a phantom siren, does that mean the Phantom Mother is here too? The Phantom Mother is a colossal star beast, almost as tall as a 20-story building. It's second only to an adult desire dragon. Sumu recalled the basics about the Phantom Mother from his Dreamweaver studies. A massive creature resembling a jellyfish, emitting an enchanting glow. Its spores could quickly transform into phantom sirens, which, though not strong in combat, could mimic human appearance and voice. They were numerous and often used as expendable soldiers. It seems the second challenge has ramped up the difficulty, Sumu pondered. If the Phantom Mother is really here, we need to locate it and its spore clusters quickly. Otherwise, during the assault in 2 days, the number of phantom sirens could be overwhelming. Our fortress walls can't withstand such a swarm. Resolving himself, Sumu's fingertips glowed with a rainbow of colors as he summoned Heibai Wuchang and a group of ghost soldiers. He ordered, scout the area, eliminate any monsters you encounter by extracting their souls. If you come across students, just scare them a bit. The ghost soldiers obeyed and dispersed into the snowy landscape. Sumu nodded in satisfaction, thinking this was the proper way to conduct reconnaissance. With his current 68 mental strength and 2,100 source power, maintaining the ghost soldiers was not difficult. Plus, he could gather some source power from the frightened students, making the ghost soldiers self-sustaining. Wrapping himself in a thick blanket, Sumu continued his journey through the snowstorm. He was ready to summon a little ghost to pull his sled to the destination at the first sign of trouble. In the live stream, viewers watched in awe as Sumu expended a significant amount of mental strength, flooding the chat with comments. They were impressed by his power but worried about whether such expenditure would affect his performance later. However, Sumu remained unfazed, focused on the task at hand, and prepared to face even greater challenges. I knew it. Sumu would definitely use underworld envoys to scout the surroundings. His incredible mental power is truly astonishing. While other candidates struggled through the snow and wind, unwilling to even add an extra layer of clothing, Sumu not only had his subordinates scouting ahead, but also wrapped himself comfortably in a thick blanket. Such strength leaves one in awe. Sumu, just how powerful is your mental ability? While Sumu remained safe and sound, not far to the east of the snowy high slope where he stood, another group of candidates was trudging through the snowstorm. Leading the group was a frail-looking boy, clad in the same winter coat as the others, staggering against the howling wind. Behind him, 20 to 30 students followed closely. Among them were familiar faces, strangers, and even a few who looked exactly like him, his twins. As they moved forward, the students behind him frequently asked questions. Huang Yunxiang, are we close to the fortress? Huang Yunxiang, are there really many people in the fortress? Huang Yunxiang, how much longer do we have to walk? These incessant questions made Huang Yunxiang break out in a cold sweat, his fear more chilling than the surrounding snowstorm. As the student with the weakest mental power in the fortress, Huang Yunxiang was only rated level, even lower than Afeng and Azhou. Because of this, the seemingly simple but actually dangerous task fell on his shoulders. Initially, he was excited to contribute to the team, but as the exploration progressed, his mood grew increasingly heavy. During the exploration, Huang Yunxiang discovered a section of ancient city wall ruins buried under the snow. Following the wall upward, he stumbled upon an unfrozen lake amidst the icy landscape, a miraculous sight. Just as he was about to report this discovery to his teammates, figures began emerging from the lake. These people included his teammates, unfamiliar candidates, and even copies of himself. Even more chilling, they all called out his name. Using his relatively sharp mind, Huang Yunxiang quickly realized these were sea demons disguised as humans. To stabilize the situation, he pretended to be oblivious and lied that he would take them to a crowded fortress. The not-so-bright sea demons fell for the ruse, and thus followed him onward. As time passed, Huang Yunxiang encountered more sea demons, and the group grew larger. The earliest sea demons started showing signs of impatience, seemingly ready to turn hostile at any moment. Huang Yunxiang was terrified, thinking, is my final exam going to end here? He glanced back secretly. The sea demons were following closely, leaving no chance for escape. He couldn't lead them to the fortress, nor could he run away. It seemed his only option was to fight to the death. Just as Huang Yunxiang was mentally preparing himself, two figures appeared in the snowstorm ahead, one dressed in black, the other in white. Huang Yunxiang's heart sank. Could it be two more of them? Huang Yunxiang stared at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, his fragile inner strength finally shattering. Just as he was about to make a desperate move, the peculiar nature of the black and white figure caused him to hesitate slightly. In the biting cold wind, a fat man dressed in black was the first to come into his view. This man could walk through the heavy snow without any hindrance, floating effortlessly on the snow-covered ground. Even his strange black clothes were unaffected by the wind and snow, as if he were a ghost from another world. Seeing these two figures, Huang Yunxiang's sense of unease surged dramatically. He frantically searched his memory, trying to find a matching creature in the Star Beast Compendium, but came up empty-handed. As his scalp tingled and he hesitated, the two figures drifted closer. Huang Yunxiang shivered, wanting to say something, but the other party gave him no chance. A pale face, with its tongue sticking out as if it had just died, suddenly drew near, filling his entire field of vision. He felt an overwhelming urge to scream for mercy and run away immediately. But in the next moment, the terrifying face retreated, and a chilling voice rang out, "It's a human." Following that, the fat man in black solemnly said, "There's a group of monsters behind him, and they are about to be eliminated." Huang Yunxiang's eyes widened, and before he could think further, the sound of roaring beasts came from behind him. He realized that the two mysterious figures had already angered the 20 or 30 monsters trailing him. Instinctively, he dove to the side, filling his mouth with snow, but narrowly avoiding an attack from a phantom sea monster. Seeing this, the black and white figures snorted coldly, black mist swirling in their hands as unique soul-reaping chains appeared. These two were none other than the black and white impermanents. On their westward journey, They had come across this scene and decided to scare the student while completing their task. Facing the exposed monsters, the black and white impermanents swung their soul-reaping chains. As pure spirits, they were immune to all physical attacks, making the numerous phantom sea monsters powerless against them. In an instant, the chain in black impermanence's hand moved on its own, precisely ensnaring the foremost sea monster and pulling its soul out completely. The air filled with the sea monster's howls and screams. Having fallen to the side, Huang Yunxiang realized that no sea monsters were attacking him. Looking back, he saw the two groups of monsters fighting each other. Overjoyed, he scrambled to his feet. With colorful light swirling in his hands, he quickly put on a pair of snow boots. Pushing off with his hands, he fled desperately into the wind. The wind roared in his ears, and his snow cap was blown away. But Huang Yunxiang dared not pause. He only wanted to return to the base as quickly as possible to inform his teammates about the strange events and the terrifying fact that the snowfield was full of monsters. As he slid to a flatter area and saw no monsters pursuing him, Huang Yunxiang thought he could finally rest. Suddenly, a strange noise came from nearby. Before he could react, a figure dressed exactly like him passed through his body, crashing heavily onto the snow a short distance ahead. Huang Yunxiang was horrified to realize that the figure was himself. Looking down, he saw a black chain around his neck, and his body had become almost transparent. Turning back, he saw the two figures from earlier standing right behind him. Meanwhile, Sumu, wrapped in a blanket and walking through the snow, received a message. Huang Yunxiang was extremely frightened by your creations, the black and white impermanence, 25 source energy. Before he could ponder this, he felt black impermanence sever the mental link and return to the dreamscape, saving the energy needed for the return. How resourceful! Sumu praised inwardly and asked, "Did you find anything?" Black impermanence replied solemnly, "We found a student who claimed to have seen an ancient city wall and an unfrozen lake amidst the snow and ice. He also saw the phantom sea monsters emerging from the lake. White impermanence has already imprisoned his soul in the west. An ancient city wall and an unfrozen lake?" Sumu's mind raced. The ancient city wall might not just appear in the snowfield for no reason. It could be something useful. As for the eternally unfrozen lake, it was likely the lair of numerous phantom sea monsters. This trip has been quite fruitful. I must see that place for myself, Sumu thought to himself. In the snowy western lands, Huang Yunxiang, a great examinee, stood dumbfounded at the scene before him. Bai Wuchang was carefully digging his body out from the thick snow and gently placing it aside, seemingly to prevent further injury. What should have been a grateful gesture only deepened Huang Yunxiang's despair. "Brother, what do you want me to do? Say something." Huang Yunxiang screamed internally, but Bai Wuchang ignored him. Minutes passed, and he remained stranded, his soul separated from his body. Fear surged through him like a tide. He worried that his soul would be unable to return if it stayed out too long. The thought of giving up crossed his mind repeatedly, but the hard-earned exam points made him hesitate. He tried to communicate with this peculiar being, but received no response. Attempting to return to his body, the soul-reaping chain around his neck held him firmly in place. At this moment, the only advantage Huang Yunxiang felt was not feeling cold in his soul state. But seeing his body lying in the snow with purplish lips, he worried that returning now might mean instant frostbite. In the live stream, viewers watched this unlucky examinee, unsure of what to say. Some lamented his poor luck, being tailed by dozens of sea monsters. Others thought he was somewhat fortunate, as encountering Sumu's Bai Wuchang and He Wuchang saved him from an early exit. As the audience debated, Huang Yunxiang suddenly heard a beast-like roar from his right. Turning his head, he saw a purple dragon beast the size of a small box charging toward him, with horns on its head and wings on its back. A buzz filled Huang Yunxiang's mind. Though he didn't recognize Bai Wuchang and He Wuchang, he knew this dragon all too well. The Dragon of Desire? He realized in horror. Damn, am I the unluckiest person alive? My soul gets pulled out, and now I encounter a Dragon of Desire? He struggled desperately, trying to catch Bai Wuchang's attention. "Brother, look, a giant beast is coming at us. Brother." However, Bai Wuchang glanced at the dragon and tightened the chain, coldly saying, "Stop moving. If you don't want to suffer, stay put." Huang Yunxiang was stunned. Though timid, he was quick-witted. Bai Wuchang's reaction made him realize that the Dragon of Desire was actually on their side. Since when did the Dragon of Desire team up with others? Do starry beasts have this kind of intelligence? Squinting, Huang Yunxiang carefully observed the dragon. He noticed something off about it. Its body appeared somewhat ethereal, and its once fierce eyes were now lifeless. To his surprise, he also saw a rope around the dragon's neck. As he doubted his eyes, the dragon cub broke through the snowstorm and came into view. He then saw clearly that the rope around the dragon's neck extended backward to a sled-like object. On the sled sat a person wrapped in a thick blanket, wearing a snow hat like theirs. Is that an examinee? Huang Yunxiang was incredulous. So, my soul was pulled out by an examinee? No way. How could a novice dreamweaver access the soul realm? Having spent the past 3 days working in a remote corner of Dream City to earn points, Huang Yunxiang was unaware of the outside situation and mistook Sumu for a dream creation. To him, anyone with such abilities couldn't be an ordinary examinee. This must be a special NPC like those in Dream City, he speculated. How could a rookie summon so many dream creations for long periods? Can they carry a mind restoring machine with them? This thought actually put Huang Yunxiang at ease. If it's an NPC, they must talk, which means there's a solution. Dealing with this person is way better than dealing with phantom sea monsters. Within seconds, the sled had stopped in front of Huang Yunxiang's soul. The young man wrapped in the thick blanket glanced at him and smiled warmly. Hey, are you okay? The one using the Dragon of Desire to pull the sled was indeed Sumu. After searching the underworld, he found using 2 ghosts to pull the sled was unsightly and decided to bring the dragon out of the oil cauldron for some fresh air while pulling the sled. Sumu examined Huang Yunxiang's soul form and then his nearly frozen body. With a gentle wave of his hand, Bai Wuchang immediately understood, grabbed Huang Yunxiang's soul, and threw it back into his body. Hiss! The moment he returned to his body, Huang Yunxiang felt his senses awaken instantly, and a chilling cold surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The biting cold made his entire body stiff, and his pants were almost frozen. He struggled to stand, his hands flickering with a rainbow of lights as he desperately brushed the snow off himself. Several ghostly flames rose in response, circling around him and dispelling some of the cold. I'm sorry, I just wanted to restrict your movement, Sumu said calmly, though there was little apology in his tone. Huang Yunxiang shivered all over, his teeth chattering as he asked, What do you want from me? Sumu smiled and replied, I need you to guide me to the unfrozen lake and the ancient city wall you saw. The unfrozen lake? Huang Yunxiang's eyes widened in terror. That's the lair of the phantom sea serpent. Who knows how many monsters are in that lake? Going there is a death sentence. Huang Yunxiang thought to himself that if he were to go back now, it would be like escaping a wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's lair. In his current frozen state, he doubted he could make it out of that place alive. He cautiously suggested, How about you take me to a safe place first? Once we're there, I'll tell you the exact location. You don't seem to be on the side of the starry behemoths. Sumu pointed to the soul of a young desiring dragon pulling a sled ahead of them and said indifferently, Do you want to have your soul pulled out to serve as my chauffeur? Or would you rather sit on the sled and guide me there? Huang Yunxiang trembled all over, not daring to say more, and shakily climbed onto the sled. He pointed in the direction he had fled from earlier. It should be this way. I was chased all the way here from there. Sumu nodded with satisfaction and, with a thought, the desiring dragon began pulling the sled against the wind. Along the way, the cold wind cut like a knife, stinging their faces. Occasionally, they encountered some acquaintances who could call out their names. Each time, Sumu would send Bai Wuchang to deal with them. If there were too many monsters, the sled would briefly stop until Bai Wuchang had dealt with all the phantom sea serpents before continuing. Curled up on the sled and shivering, Huang Yunxiang felt somewhat reassured by what he saw. He thought Sumu seemed more like a creature of order. After Sumu easily dealt with another phantom sea serpent, Huang Yunxiang mustered the courage to ask, Brother, can I ask you a question? Why are you going to the unfrozen lake? There are a lot of monsters there. You don't seem like an erranked dreamweaver. Why not just create a flying unit or burrow through the ground? Wouldn't that be faster? Sumu chuckled inwardly. This guy still hadn't realized he was an exam candidate. He didn't want to explain and coldly replied, If you don't want to pull the sled, just keep your eyes on the road. Okay. Huang Yunxiang shrank his neck and dared not ask more questions. Following Huang Yunxiang's guidance, the sled traveled for about another half hour. The wind and snow grew fiercer, and suddenly, a high wall covered in snow appeared in their sight. The wall was about 2 meters high and extended to the horizon. The edges of the wall were somewhat broken, revealing traces of blue stone bricks. Through the cracks, Sumu finally saw the legendary unfrozen lake. The lake's surface shimmered, covered by a layer of deep, black water. Snowflakes fell on the lake, instantly creating blue light spots that quickly vanished. Sumu immediately got off the sled and walked towards the wall, recalling all his creations. Caught off guard, Huang Yunxiang fell onto the snow. You can go now. Thanks for guiding me, Sumu said without looking back. Huang Yunxiang was overjoyed and repeatedly agreed. He quickly got up, his hands glowing with rainbow light as he equipped himself with a skiing device. Confirming that Sumu had no intention of chasing him, he dashed into the wind and snow, soon disappearing from sight. After running a few hundred meters further, the massive snowstorm completely obscured everything behind him. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and started walking towards the fortress. He thought to himself, this guy really wanted me to lead the way. Luckily, he didn't follow. I must hurry back and report to my team. It's too dangerous out here. Little did he know, beneath the snow-covered ground, Bai Wuchang's pale face was silently emerging, following him like a ghost. The ghost's ability to move through the earth was now proving useful. Sumu had already anticipated that this young man wouldn't reveal the true location of the fortress. He didn't bother summoning the truth-seeking Diting, and instead let him go, having Bai Wuchang follow him secretly. Once the fortress's location was confirmed, Bai Wuchang could return. After all, the locations of other fortresses were also crucial intelligence. At this moment, Sumu's attention was entirely focused on the snow-covered wall in front of him. He brushed away the thick snow, gradually revealing the ancient stone bricks beneath, weathered and marked by time. Sumu thought, if this snowy landscape suddenly turned into summer, this wall might instantly crumble. As he examined the wall, he felt its position was rather unusual, right next to the unfrozen lake. Believing that every problem has a solution, he placed his hand on the icy wall. A familiar sensation washed over him, reminiscent of holding the dream artifact. With a tentative mindset, Sumu infused a faint trace of his mental power into the wall. To his surprise, the ancient wall began to tremble slightly, and the spot he touched erupted with a burst of heat. Startled, Sumu withdrew his hand, only to see a clear handprint left where it had been. Hot steam mingled with the cold wind, forming swirling mist. As time passed, the heat dissipated, and the handprint was once again covered by ice and snow. This scene sparked a bold idea in Sumu's mind. The wall could indeed be used. Undoubtedly, it was the key to dealing with the phantom sea monsters in the unfrozen lake. If an explorer discovered this section of the wall, they could bring the activation device by the next day, establishing the first line of defense against the sea monsters. The exam committee had clearly calculated the timing. The activation device for the wall would take at least 2 days to arrive, meaning the phantom sea monsters couldn't be cleared until then. But what if the wall were activated now? Sumu's eyes gleamed with a meaningful light. His thoughts drifted to the legends of walls in Chinese culture, especially the Great Wall. If he could infuse some source energy along with his mental power, could he transform this section of the wall into the legendary barrier he envisioned? The only question was whether this newly forged wall could truly withstand the phantom sea monster's onslaught. As Sumu stared at the wall, lost in thought, viewers in the livestream had already guessed his potential daring move. They clearly saw Sumu infusing his mental power earlier and understood the purpose of this dilapidated wall. Guys, I think Sumu is about to try activating this entire wall by himself. This defensive tool clearly requires a massive amount of mental power to awaken. There's no way Sumu can sustain it alone, right? Don't be so sure. Maybe he's planning to eliminate all the phantom sea monsters in the lake ahead of time to ease the defense later. No way. By himself? This is supposed to be a team effort. Damn. Old man. What crazy thing is Sumu up to now? Chindahan's voice suddenly rang out in the examination room, his eyes fixed on Sumu's every move on the surveillance screen. Is he really going to activate that wall all by himself? As the regional examiner, Chindahan had access to some confidential information once the competition began. The wall in front of him was like a recently extinguished furnace. It only needed enough mental energy to reignite. Normally, candidates would need a mental energy injector from the steel checkpoint to achieve this. But Sumu's unpredictability made Chindahan wary. Calm down, Chief Examiner Chun Fengqiu said, stroking his beard with a composed demeanor. We've prepared for this. There's no way Sumu can activate that wall. Why not? Chindahan asked, puzzled. Chun Fengqiu explained with a hint of pride. The exam materials you have are outdated. To counter these prodigies, we've increased the difficulty of activating the wall by several magnitudes. Globally, no candidate should be able to answer this part of the test prematurely. Increased difficulty? Chindahan was shocked. Old man, you raised the mental energy threshold for activating the wall? When the final assault begins, will any candidate be able to activate it? Chin Fengqiu chuckled and shook his head. Do you think we'd use such a simple method to block the candidates? If the wall is like a furnace that can be ignited with fuel, we placed a temperature regulator beside it. This regulator has a 2-day lifespan. As long as it's functioning, the furnace can never be lit. Sumu will naturally sense its presence after injecting some mental energy and give up. Chindahan was stunned, then quickly turned his gaze to the unfrozen lake beside the wall. Damn, old man, you're saying that the temperature regulator is the unfrozen lake? If the lake isn't dry, the wall can't be activated? Exactly, Chun Fengqiu confirmed with a nod. The unfrozen lake will only start to dry up half an hour before the final assault. Until then, no matter how much energy Sumu pours into the wall, it will be cooled down by the lake. If he wants to ignite the wall, he'll have to drain the entire lake first. Chindahan gasped. It seems like the chief examiners have become even more ruthless after Dream City. He looked at the lake, which seemed perpetually thawed despite the freezing weather, and recalled the difficulty mentioned in the materials. Even 10 suns falling into it wouldn't make it dry up. This time, Sumu's plans might really fall through. As Sumu hesitated about whether to try again, a commotion of monster roars and human shouts echoed from afar. Hurry! Another dozen of them. Damn it! There are so many monsters at the lake's edge. Who knows how many more are inside? I must be cursed. Why did they build a fortress next to this thing? Keep it down. Don't wake up whatever's in the lake. Hearing the voices, Sumu temporarily set aside his study of the wall and braved the wind and snow to head towards the source of the commotion. The sounds came from a high ground to the right of the unfrozen lake. When Sumu arrived, he saw 3 candidates, 2 males and 1 female dressed in winter gear, battling against a horde of phantom sea monsters emerging from the lake. The leader, a pockmarked-faced boy, wielded a weapon that shimmered with rainbow colors, summoning a massive black bull. The bull scraped its hooves and charged, toppling 5 or 6 phantom sea monsters. Another skinny boy controlled several stone golems, each brandishing a machete, efficiently cutting down the monsters one by one. The last candidate, a girl, held a giant tomato the size of a computer case. She tossed it into the midst of the monsters, and upon impact, it silently exploded, its juice splattering onto the phantom sea monsters and immediately beginning to corrode their bodies. In no time, the dozen or so phantom sea monsters emerging from the never-freeze lake were completely wiped out by the trio. Their seamless coordination and skilled movements indicated they had been working together for a while. Sumu silently assessed their strength and decided to approach them. These exam candidates had arrived earlier and might have valuable information. Engaging with them could save a lot of scouting time. As Sumu took a few steps forward, the trio immediately noticed the movement. The pockmarked-faced candidate in the lead pointed warily at Sumu and whispered, "Hold on, there's another one over there." Before he finished speaking, the large black bull beside him had already turned, pawing at the snow, ready to charge. Seeing this, Sumu's hand began to glow with a rainbow of colors, and a cloud of black mist emerged from his palm. Clearly, they had mistaken him for a phantom sea monster. The best way to clear up the misunderstanding was to demonstrate his dream-weaving ability, something the phantom sea monsters didn't possess. The pockmarked-faced candidate saw the black mist in Sumu's hand and immediately reined in the black bull. He squinted, scrutinizing Sumu, and then his eyes widened in shock. Holy crap! Isn't that the top-ranked Sumu? Sumu? The expert who dealt with the 10 suns? The girl looked over curiously but still cautioned, "Keep it down. We don't want to attract another wave of monsters." The pockmarked-faced candidate lowered his voice, excitedly saying, "Yes, that's him. I saw him during a transport mission. I knew the phantom sea monster mimicking his appearance meant the real deal was nearby. This is the legendary top candidate." Their conversation was loud enough for the approaching Sumu to hear clearly. Since they recognized him, he dispelled the black mist in his hand and smiled warmly. "Would you all like to share some information?" The pockmarked-faced candidate nodded eagerly. Sure. Are you here as a scout too?" Sumu nodded in confirmation. "Yes, we can share the general locations of the fortresses. We should be neighbors." The pockmarked-faced candidate suggested, "Sounds good, but how about we team up to handle the phantom sea monsters in this area first? We just cleared a section of the sea, and this guy here can make a device to detect the number of sea monsters below." He pointed to the tall, aloof candidate beside him and explained, "This never-freeze lake is unique. Ordinary detection methods don't work here. But this guy can use a strange dream artifact to probe the lake's interior. With his guidance, we dared to lure some phantom sea monsters ashore for the kill." Sumu looked at the person with interest. "Oh, a magical detection device?" At that moment, the person's eyes began to shimmer with a rainbow glow, and a pair of round, flat glasses materialized. As he put on the glasses, his gaze locked onto Sumu. Sumu had just started to frown when the student's face suddenly twisted in agony, letting out a scream. His brown pupils began to fill with swirling black mist. The tall and slender Zhang Yukai stood in the examination hall, secretly feeling smug. Although his mental potential test only rated at Clevel, his unique awaken talent filled him with confidence. His panel now displayed a new ability, the Eye of Insight, which allowed him to consume mental energy to see things that ordinary people couldn't, such as the strength of a dreamweaver's mental energy and the weaknesses of monsters. Thanks to this superhuman vision that didn't require dreaming to use, Zhang Yukai had raked in a fortune in the Dream City arena, even surpassing many geniuses in points. This further solidified his self-perception as the chosen one, causing him to subconsciously adopt the demeanor of an expert. At this moment, Sumu, the top scorer on the leaderboard, stood right in front of him. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhang Yukai pretended to adjust non-existent glasses while secretly activating his Eye of Insight. He was eager to uncover the true nature of this number one. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. To his astonishment, Zhang Yukai found that he couldn't see any glowing mental energy within Sumu. Just as he was puzzled, a dark, dense fog suddenly surged from within Sumu, interspersed with blood-red glimmers, like a blood-red sun abruptly rising before his eyes. With a sharp, agonizing scream, black mist began pouring from Zhang Yutsai's eyes. The pockmarked-faced examinee nearby was startled and recognized the mist as identical to what had previously appeared in Sumu's hands. He immediately realized that Zhang Yukai had made a grave mistake. Peeping on a master came with consequences. Though cursing Zhang Yukai's foolishness internally, the pockmarked-faced examinee stepped forward to smooth things over. "Buddy, this breaks the rules. You can't just spy on a master like that." Sumu responded calmly. "He didn't mean to, but some things are just not meant to be seen. This is just a small lesson." In reality, Sumu's source energy panel had deducted 100 points, and a ghost with 68 points of mental energy from the 18 levels of hell had entered his body, countering Zhang Yutsai's investigation. Zhang Yukai screamed for a long time before the black mist slowly dissipated from his eyes. To his horror, he found his talent panel flickering, alternating between gray and white, as if it were malfunctioning. Fear quickly enveloped him. Just one glance at Sumu had caused his talent to falter. What was that dark fog? A world of death? Why could it completely suppress his talent? Prompted by the pockmarked-faced examinee and a girl standing behind him, Zhang Yukai snapped back to reality and bowed his head to apologize to Sumu. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spied on you. It was a subconscious act. I couldn't resist." Sumu didn't hold a grudge and simply asked, "Can you still use your eyes?" Zhang Yukai dared not delay, enduring the pain as he directed his gaze towards the lake. His eye of insight flickered intermittently, losing its investigative power whenever it turned gray. Despite the excruciating pain, he persisted in using his ability, both out of fear of angering Sumu and a desire to understand the lake situation. When he finally saw the scene in the lake, Zhang Yukai couldn't help but gasp. The number of red dots representing mental energy was increasing, and deep within, a massive energy cluster caught his attention. "What is that? A star beast?" Zhang Yukai exclaimed inwardly, realizing that this examination was far more dangerous than he had imagined. "What's wrong?" The pockmarked man noticed Zhang Yutsai's anxious expression and quickly asked. Ignoring the pain in his eyes, Zhang Yukai leaned over the edge of the unfrozen lake to observe closely. The surface was as calm as a mirror, but beneath it, a strange energy was surging, resembling a massive reactor. His heart raced as he realized he hadn't been mistaken. The only thing capable of continually spawning phantom sirens was their mother, and there might be a phantom mother lurking in the unfrozen lake. A phantom mother in the unfrozen lake? Zhang Yutsai's words startled both the pockmarked man and the girl beside him. The phantom mother was a true behemoth of the stars, its power unimaginable. In disbelief, the pockmarked man said, "No way, are you sure? How could such a small lake hold a phantom mother?" He tried to dismiss the terrifying guess by pointing out the lake's size. The girl also voiced her doubts, and if there really was a phantom mother, the number of phantom sirens in the lake wouldn't be increasing so slowly. It could probably spawn thousands with just one breath. Zhang Yukai was momentarily stunned but insisted after careful observation, "I must not be mistaken. Regardless of whether there's a phantom mother inside, the number of phantom sirens is indeed growing." Sumu, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, pondered for a moment before proposing a hypothesis. Could it be that the phantom mother is hidden in some space at the bottom of the lake, continuously sealed? Only a few phantom sirens can break through the seal and enter the unfrozen lake. That would explain the current situation. After hearing Sumu's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. Zhang Yukai added, "That must be it. Otherwise, the phantom mother could easily break out of the lake and unleash its army." Suddenly, Zhang Yukai thought of a terrifying possibility. "Do you think the phantom mother might appear when the main attack starts? I feel the lake isn't as deep as we think, just like the boss said." He dared not look at Sumu, fearing for his own abilities and vision. Sumu walked slowly to the edge of the unfrozen lake, carefully examining the seemingly clear water. The pockmarked man quickly warned, "Boss, be careful. Don't touch that water." After a moment of contemplation, Sumu conjured a rainbow-colored carp from the light in his hand and let it jump into the lake. With a splash, the carp shuddered violently upon contact with the water, instantly freezing stiff and sinking slowly. "The water seems pretty cold," Sumu remarked, turning to the pockmarked man. "Besides the unfrozen lake, have you discovered anything else?" Zhang Yukai lowered his head and replied, "Yes, the city wall over there." He pointed to the snow-covered wall. "We tried to infuse it with mental energy, but halfway through, the wall started to heat up. Soon, a blue chain appeared between the wall and the lake, and the wall cooled rapidly. I could sense strong mental energy within the wall. Once activated, it doesn't need continuous input from us. It's a defensive tool, but the unfrozen lake seems to be hindering its use. Sumu immediately understood. I see. The wall and the lake are connected. If the lake isn't dealt with, the wall can't ignite. If the lake dries up, the wall can be activated. He continued to analyze. If we can't clear the monster cocoons in the lake beforehand, we'll face a massive attack in 2 days. But if we dry up the lake and ignite the wall, we can handle the first wave of phantom sirens, making things easier afterward. Sumu gazed at the shimmering lake, his mind filled with ancient Chinese myths. If his power was sufficient, he could clear the lake of phantom sirens without relying on the wall. He thought of 2 artifacts, the Chinkoan circle and the Huntian ribbon, Nez's sacred items. The Chinkoan circle could severely injure the Dragon King of the East Sea, making it more than enough to deal with these creatures. However, Sumu hesitated. His power seemed insufficient. According to myth, the Chinkoan circle was a metal-based artifact made by Yuanshi Tianzuan, possessing immense power. His 2,000 points of power might not be enough. Besides, now wasn't the right time to use the Chinkoan circle. Sumu wanted to see what lay hidden in the depths of the lake. If it was indeed a sealed cosmic beast, could he defeat it before the seal was broken? With this thought, draining the unfrozen lake became a necessity. Sumu had several simple methods in mind to dry up the lake completely. As he pondered, a figure from Chinese mythology appeared in his mind. Kwafu. Is there a way to sever the connection between the unfrozen lake and the city walls? Asked the pockmarked man curiously, thinking Sumu was pondering this issue. Sumu shook his head, stood up, and gazed across the shimmering lake, a smile playing on his lips. I'm thinking about how to drain this entire lake. The audience was stunned. Disbelieving exclamations erupted. No way. Is he serious? The water in the unfrozen lake isn't something you can handle easily. Drain it? Does he plan to create a massive sponge monster? That carp that jumped in earlier turned into an ice block. No sponge monster could absorb water from this lake. And it's midwinter. Digging through the ice to drain the lake is impossible. The exam committee wouldn't leave such a huge loophole. This lake clearly isn't something they can solve right now. Meanwhile, travel writer Gu Jin from Xinghe District heard these words, his eyes lighting up. He immediately opened his laptop to take notes. The term drain sparked his imagination. Perhaps Sumu was about to create another legendary figuria mythic, being capable of drinking the icy waters of the unfrozen lake in one gulp. Gu Jin was filled with anticipation, wondering if this character would be like E from ancient times, with his own myth and legend. Elsewhere, in the main exam room, Chindahan and Chunfengqiu were startled by Sumu's words. Hey, old man, Sumu seems serious about dealing with the unfrozen lake. Chindahan sat up and shouted to his colleague. Chunfengqiu frowned, staring intently at Sumu. He knew how formidable the lake's water was extracted from some material in the starry sky. It was said to freeze anything. Only creatures with the blood of the star beasts could resist its eternal freezing effect, which explained why the phantom sirens could live peacefully at the lake's bottom. Draining the lake was theoretically possible, but it would require creating a black hole and using spatial transference to handle it. But could this kid's mental power really achieve that? Without a black hole, anything that touched the lake water would freeze and eventually be dissolved by the lake. Chunfengqiu pondered various possibilities, but couldn't guess Sumu's solution. He switched to the live feed of other countries' candidates and noticed that only Sumu's starting point was near the unfrozen lake. This meant that among all the candidates with special abilities, Sumu was the first to face the unfrozen lake challenge. If he succeeded and did it impressively, it would bring great honor to Huaxia. Thinking this, Chunfengqiu relaxed. He took a sip of the small bottle of wine he had prepared. No rush, no rush. This unfrozen lake challenge was designed by all the examiners together. If it's cracked, it's not just my face on the line. Besides, losing face isn't the real problem. The real problem is if none of our students can solve this puzzle. The pockmarked man was stunned by the idea of draining the lake. He looked out at the shimmering lake, which stretched to the horizon. Even though he knew this was due to the blizzard, the unfrozen lake couldn't be as vast as an ocean or a large reservoir. But considering its peculiar properties, draining it seemed impossible. Despite his trust in Sumu's abilities, he found it hard to believe. Zhang Yukai and the girl were equally shocked. Zhang Youcai's first reaction was that Sumu was bragging, but his tone didn't suggest that. How could Inflevel Dreamweaver drain a lake? Did he have some special combat-related talent? But even then, it seemed unlikely. Zhang Yukai didn't dare to argue, merely showing a surprised expression. The girl, after a moment of thought, excitedly asked, "What are you planning, boss? Is there anything we can do to help? Even if it doesn't work, at least we tried." She emphasized we and tried. The pockmarked man suddenly understood. Right. The exam was scored based on performance. Even if they couldn't completely drain the lake, showing some strength would earn them points. I get it. The boss means that even if we can't fully drain the lake, there must be a way to make an impact and impress the examiners. Even causing a little damage to the unfrozen lake counts. And if we can't drain the lake, we can still fight some phantom sirens and earn performance points. The boss is so thoughtful. With this realization, the pockmarked man and the girl no longer doubted. Boss, just tell us what to do. We're here to help. Yeah, should we lure out some phantom sirens first? We can create a good environment for you. The pockmarked man added, even if we don't drain the lake, at least we tried. Zhang Yukai finally caught on. So that's it. Just like in the Dreamweaver basic knowledge exam, even if you can't solve the math problem, writing solution at the beginning still gets you points. We might as well earn those points. He was about to say more when Sumu, smiling, said, just stand back and give me some space. Be careful not to get caught in the action later. Step back and give him some space. Sumu's voice cut through the howling cold wind. The trio quickly understood and exchanged looks of surprise and anticipation. Sumu was about to take on the unfrozen lake. They swiftly moved to the side of the wall, staying close but ready to assist if needed. Scarface shivered as he recalled the near-death experience from the arena. He guessed that Sumu was warning them to avoid stepping into the underworld's territory. Don't worry, boss. We'll be careful. Scarface shouted to Sumu. Sumu shook his head. Just stay alert. Besides, the underworld isn't the solution here. There's someone else more suitable for dealing with this lake. Before he finished speaking, a burst of multicolored light emanated from Sumu's hand, consuming a significant amount of his mental energy. The trio watched in astonishment, and Scarface suddenly realized, Boss, are you creating a dream character to handle the unfrozen lake? Not using the underworld? The girl's eyes lit up. I get it. Is Sumu planning to use that person? You've all heard the story of the 10 Sons in Dream City, right? Zhang Yukai and Scarface nodded in realization. Right? Back then, Sumu summoned someone who shot down the 10 Sons. The three of them began to speculate wildly about Sumu's plan, their voices carrying over to the live stream. The audience joined in, guessing whether Sumu was about to summon Hoi to lift the entire lake. As the discussions continued, the multicolored light in Sumu's hand suddenly exploded and then disappeared into thin air. The extreme cold and snow persisted, but nothing appeared in front of Sumu's hand. The scene and the live stream went into an uproar. Viewers flooded the chat with questions, wondering if Sumu had failed to create the dream. Some speculated that Sumu might have attempted to create a new character but failed due to technical issues. However, Lu Yun, watching the live stream from the mayor's office in Xinghe district, noticed that Sumu's expression didn't indicate failure. She keenly observed that Sumu was intently gazing in the direction his hand had pointed, as if waiting for someone to appear. Feeling the tension, Scarface tentatively suggested, Boss, was there something missing? Should we try again? The girl also whispered, I think we could slowly deal with the phantom sea monsters in the lake. It's doable. Sumu listened to them, a slight smile forming on his lips. No need to summon again. He's already here. At that moment, the wind in that direction intensified dramatically. The direction of the swirling snow reversed, fiercely blowing towards them. A sense of unease spread among the trio as they heard a strange sound overpowering the howling wind. Boom! With the sound, Zhang Yukai felt the permafrost beneath his feet start to tremble. The three of them exchanged bewildered glances. Is this an earthquake? What the heck is going on? A sudden tremor interrupted everyone's thoughts. The ground shook violently, as if it could crack open at any moment. In the blizzard, snowflakes danced, obscuring the camera's view. The audience began to speculate. Has Sumu summoned someone already? Where? I can't see anything. Can the camera filter out this snowstorm? The snowflakes are covering the lens. Someone made a bold guess. Did Sumu's dream creation succeed? Is he digging underground, causing this earthquake? This idea quickly gained traction among the viewers. Discussions erupted. Yeah, maybe Sumu created someone who's a master digger. We can't see him because he's underground. But someone questioned, wait a minute, if he's underground, why did Sumu use the term, suck dry? An insightful viewer exclaimed, I get it. Is Sumu trying to drain the unfrozen lake into the ice layers below? So, suck dry means the ground will absorb the lake water. Exactly. Maybe Sumu plans to dig an underground river to divert the lake's water. In the main control room, Chindahan frowned at the comments flooding the live stream. Digging an underground river beneath frost-covered layers? Is that even possible? Not to mention the seal beneath the unfrozen lake. Suddenly, someone shouted, Old man, adjust the angle. Look beneath the ice and snow. Chindahan turned to see Chan Fengqiu's face lit up with an extraordinary expression. His eyes glowed with 7 colors, indicating he had already checked the scene. Chindahan's heart skipped a beat. Could Sumu really be digging? Or had he succeeded? But he quickly realized things might not be that simple. Sumu must have done something even more unexpected. By the eastern wall of the unfrozen lake, Ma Zilian and his companions were flustered by the sudden commotion. Boss, what's happening? Ma Zilian murmured. Even if someone was summoned, it shouldn't cause such a big ruckus. Another loud bang echoed, louder and closer than before. The violent tremor caused snow to tumble off the walls. This time, the trio pinpointed the sound's originate was coming from the direction Sumu was staring at, obscured by the blizzard. That's definitely not a burrowing creature, they said in unison. At that moment, Sumu spoke, his voice resonant. Would you three like to hear a story? A story? The trio exchanged puzzled glances. This was a first for them. The livestream audience, however, was already familiar with this routine. The chat exploded with guesses. Here it comes. Another ancient Chinese legend? The tremors are getting stronger. Not like they're coming from underground. Is something approaching? Last time he told a story, it was about Hui shooting the suns. What's Sumu up to now? Solving the unfrozen lake problem? In Xinghe district, travel writer Gu Jin eagerly prepared, anticipating another unique tale from ancient China. Could it be about the tribal leader Yao? She wondered with excitement. Ma Zilian and his companions snapped out of their daze and curiously asked, Boss, what story? Sumu's voice was like an epic poem, from ancient China, from a legendary era. In the far north, within boundless wilderness, there stood a majestic mountain called Zaiyan Mountain. Atop this peak lived a group of giants, as tall as mountains themselves, who worked diligently to build their home. As Sumu narrated, the ancient pages in his mind trembled, emitting a strange glow. Everyone listening could almost see a vast landscape, towering mountains and the so-called giants. Everyone suddenly understood what lay beyond the Blizzarda real giant. The audience buzzed with excitement. No way. Did Sumu summon a giant to drain the unfrozen lake? Seriously? A giant without enough power would still get frozen by the lake. These tremors are intense. This giant must be extraordinary. Sumu continued. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. In those days, as soon as the sun set, poisonous creatures and ferocious beasts would emerge from the shadows. The giant's tribe suffered heavy casualties. Distressed by this, the tribe's leader, a giant named Kwafu, gazed at the newly risen sun and had an idea. If he could capture the sun and keep it in the sky forever, wouldn't everyone live in perpetual light, free from darkness? He wanted to catch the rising sun, capture the sun and keep it in the sky forever. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. This giant, Kwafu, the tribe's leader, wanted to catch the sun. He wanted to imprison the sun. Listening to Sumu's narration, everyone was utterly astounded. Giants were not unfamiliar to dream weavers. In fact, the cosmic beasts they envisioned fell into this category. However, a giant chasing the sun, attempting to imprison it, was beyond anything they had ever imagined. What kind of majestic being could this be? Travel writer Gu Jin listened intently to Sumu's story, her pen flying across the paper. In her mind, vivid images began to take shape. Giants, mountains, chasing the sun. This giant named Kwafu must have an extraordinary legend behind him. And then what happened? Someone eagerly asked. Did the giant Kwafu really catch the sun? Sumu smiled slightly. The story is just beginning. On the eastern slope of the unfrozen lake, despite the raging snowstorm and the trembling ground, Sumu maintained a calm and composed demeanor as he continued to recount this final epic from mythology. With unwavering determination, Kwafu ran towards the rising sun. With his giant frame, he crossed towering mountains and countless rivers. Each step made the earth tremble, and the clouds in the sky scattered before him. Even the sun, high in the sky, couldn't escape Kwafu's relentless pursuit. At last, Kwafu drew close to the sun. The distance between them shrank, and the scorching sunlight enveloped his body, making him feel an unprecedented thirst. Yet, Kwafu persisted, determined to reach the place where the sun sets, to truly embrace and capture it. The thirst grew unbearable, and Kwafu had to slow down slightly, casting his eyes toward the surrounding rivers. In ancient China, there was a mighty river called the Yellow River, its waters vast and majestic, stretching for thousands of miles. Kwafu bent down to drink, and in the blink of an eye, he drained the river dry. There was also a river named the Wei River, its main stream as vast as the sea. Kwafu drank deeply again, and soon the riverbed was exposed. These two rivers, which nourished countless lives, were mere drops in the bucket for Kwafu. Hearing this, the audience couldn't help but glance at the nearby unfrozen lake. Compared to the legendary Yellow River, this lake was but a drop in the ocean, not even enough to quench Kwafu's thirst. To him, the water here might just be a slightly cooler sip. As the audience's thoughts wandered, a thunderous rumble echoed through the live stream. The camera captured the raging snowstorm, and amidst the howling wind came Ma Zilian's terrified shout. Oh my god! What is that? Through the swirling wind, standing by the city wall, Ma Zilian vaguely saw a giant figure at least 100 meters tall. Against the backdrop of the snowstorm, the colossal figure seemed to reach the heavens, as if supporting the entire sky. The wind and snow obscured his face, but his bronze legs stood like giant pillars, rivaling a mountain. If he were to fall, it would surely cause a massive earthquake. Ma Zilian looked up at this giant named Kwafu, as if gazing at a deity. The live stream camera quickly zoomed out, and the viewers felt as if the epic scene had suddenly come to life. In the frame, the three tiny figures were mere specks compared to the immense silhouette in the snowstorm, like ants beside an elephant. Every breath the giant took stirred the storm, sweeping everything around him. Countless snowflakes, driven by the powerful wind, forced the tiny trio to hastily create some dream items to protect themselves from being blown away. The epic scale of the live stream left all viewers' hearts racing, filling them with an instinctive fear of gigantic beings. This fear was deeply rooted in their subconscious, similar to their dread of cosmic beasts. Even knowing that Kwafu was Sumu's creation, they couldn't suppress their awe at his towering form, which seemed even mightier than the usual cosmic beasts. Holy crap! In the examination room, Chindahan stared wide-eyed at the screen, nearly speechless. At this moment, not only were laypeople awed by Kwafu's sky-high stature, but even dream weavers like them were left dumbfounded by this astonishing creation. This wasn't just a simple case of megalophobia. As a dream weaver, Chen Dahan understood more clearly how immense the mental power required to create such a colossal being was. It was a level that a class dream weaver could never sustain or endure. Of course, if he, a class dream weaver, were to attempt creating such a giant, Chen Dahan felt he might just be able to manage it. At this moment, Sumu absolutely exceeded everyone's expectations of level abilities. Chen Dahan stared in shock at the giant before him, his mind racing. Did this guy channel all his mental power into this giant's body? No, that can't be right. He wasn't this outrageous a few days ago. Could it be that he held back when dealing with Zhou? Or did his mental strength undergo a significant breakthrough while he was sleeping? Chen Dahan was completely stunned. Recalling the Dream City arena where he thought he had a chance of winning, he now felt utterly defeated by the sight of the colossal Kwafu giant summoned by Sumu. Just from the backstory, this Kwafu was leagues stronger than anything he could dream up. Even if it couldn't embrace the sun as the legend says, it could easily crush a person underfoot. Old man, did you see that? What's going on with this guy? Chen Dahan shouted, looking towards Chun Fengqiu, only to find his face had regained a calm expression, as if he had come to some realization. Seeing Chen Dahan's glance, Chen Fengqiu cast a composed look at him and said calmly, "What are you shouting about? Never seen a giant before? Looks like I haven't assigned you enough homework." Huh, old man, this giant was created by Sumu. Flevel, Chen Dahan said in disbelief. So what if it's Flevel? Top-tier Flevel students from Huaxia should be like this. Don't act like you've never seen the world, Chen Fengqiu reprimanded, maintaining a facade of calm. In reality, Chen Fengqiu had seen the giant much earlier than Chen Dahan, and the shock he felt was beyond words. But as a top-tier dreamweaver, he had calmed down during Sumu's storytelling and started to figure out some anomalies. In the past, if Sumu had done something like this, Chen Fengqiu would have almost certainly thought he was a seasoned expert in disguise. But now, with the advent of talent options, everything had changed. Sumu's ability to create such a giant might be due to more than just high mental strength and quick recovery. There might be another factor at play. As talent could be something like reduced mana consumption, lowering the mental power needed for all creations. While a typical creation might require 100 points of mental power, Sumu might only need 10 or even 5 points. This would explain the appearance of Kwafu. Chen Fengqiu scrutinized Kwafu and noticed that its body wasn't fully solid, appearing somewhat hollow. Moreover, such a colossal figure couldn't possibly fit into the dream heart. Using it just once seemed incredibly extravagant. Chen Fengqiu was deep in thought when a deafening buzzing sound suddenly erupted in the live stream. He looked up and saw the towering giant Kwafu slowly lowering his head. At that moment, the brainstorm trio, who had been blown to the edge of the city wall by the strong wind, finally got a clear view of the giant. His bronze skin was weathered and worn, his broad ears twisted like snakes, and his gray eyes gleamed with golden light. Zhang Yukai stared into the giant eyes that were several times larger than himself, silently grateful that he hadn't rashly activated his Eye of Exploration ability. He knew that if he had tried to probe the mental structure of this dream character, he might have exploded instantly. This Kwafu definitely has great potential, he thought to himself. Pockmarked face, looking at the giant head that resembled a mountain, couldn't help but tremble as he spoke. I thought the big boss was just exaggerating, but he's for real. No wonder we had to move far away to make room. This thing really needs a huge space. Imagine how big their houses must be. As the three were marveling, Kwafu slowly squatted down, bringing his head close to the unfrozen lake, which to him was no larger than a basin of water. The lake's surface began to shake violently, and a blue light burst from the water as if activating a defense mechanism against a natural enemy. The moment the lake water touched Kwafu's skin, it emitted a dazzling blue glow, trying to form a thick layer of ice on his bronze skin. However, this insignificant cold was actually a pleasure for Kwafu, the sun chaser. He opened his enormous mouth and took a deep breath. Boom! A massive whirlpool instantly formed on the lake's surface as all the water surged into Kwafu's mouth. The once calm lake began to boil, and the water level dropped rapidly. The blue-green rocks at the lake bottom gradually emerged but quickly disintegrated into mist, unable to withstand the extreme cold. Pockmarked Face, with his sharp eyes, noticed that several phantom sea monsters were also sucked in by the immense force, powerless to resist. Some of these sea monsters even seemed to face him directly, making him momentarily feel as if he too would be swallowed by the giant. My goodness, he can really drink, Pockmarked Face muttered, instinctively taking a few steps back. Hiding behind the city wall should be safer. The live stream audience was stunned, and the chat exploded with comments. 666, this is definitely another advanced move. Other countries' candidates haven't even thought of dealing with the unfrozen lake like this. China is really taking the lead. Do you think our ancient China really had giants and mortals who could shoot the sun, just like in Sumu's stories? This is mind-blowing. Is the exam committee serious? Who could be stumped by this? They should crank up the difficulty. Thank you, other candidates. Am I the only one who noticed that Sumu didn't even use this part of the city wall? In just a few seconds, the unfrozen lake had been drained, revealing a rocky lake bed. As the camera panned down, viewers could clearly see hundreds of blue cocoons scattered across the rocks. Some were already hatching, while others awaited their time. Just when everyone thought Kwafu would smash these cocoons with a single punch, Sumu withdrew his hand. A rainbow light flowed, and Kwafu's figure gradually became ethereal, finally disappearing into the snowstorm. This wasn't the dispersal of Kwafu, but rather his return to the dreamland. Although Sumu's dreamland could accommodate Kwafu, it was somewhat cramped. The underworld took up half the space, leaving Kwafu to curl up beside the city god temple, awaiting further arrangements. As for why he didn't destroy the cocoons, it was partly because every breath Kwafu took consumed Sumu's mental energy, which was nearing its limit. Moreover, dealing with the unfrozen lake was enough to earn high marks, and the cocoons didn't significantly contribute to additional points. It was sufficient to leave them for the brainstorm trio to handle. Sumu cleared his throat softly, waking up the dazed Zhang Yukai and his two companions beside him. Pointing to the unhatched cocoons at the bottom of the lake, he said, "I'll leave these for you to clean up. Shouldn't be a problem, right?" The trio was momentarily stunned, but soon overjoyed. Wasn't this just free credit? The unhatched cocoons were like fish on a chopping block, ready for them to take. They didn't have to lift a finger, and could easily earn hundreds of battle merits. Could it be that the boss had exhausted himself summoning the giant, and was now letting them reap the benefits? The trio exchanged glances, their expressions a bit conflicted. Finally, Zhang Yukai stepped forward respectfully and said, "Boss, why don't we wait for you to recover your mental strength? Any phantom sirens that appear during that time can be ours, but the rest should still go to you." Sumu shook his head slightly. "Just go ahead and kill them. This exam isn't scored based on the number of monsters killed. Clearing this lake has already maximized my points. I don't need any more merit here. Besides, after you kill the Suntobo-born phantom sirens, look for the energy source in the lake. I'll be waiting for your update above." Hearing this, the trio was ecstatic. "Don't worry, boss. Leave this small task to us. I'll find that energy source." They shouted as they rushed towards the lake bed, ready to summon their dream creations to eliminate the defenseless monsters. Halfway there, the pockmarked-faced man suddenly stopped and curiously asked, "Boss, what was the final fate of Kwafu? Did he ever catch the sun?" Sumu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and completed the story. After drinking from two great rivers, Kwafu continued his pursuit of the sun. After 9 days and nights, he finally reached the place where the sun sets and managed to embrace and catch it. However, the sun's intense heat left him parched. Unable to bear it, Kwafu let go of the sun and decided to head to the legendary inexhaustible Lake Days to quench his thirst. Unfortunately, he exhausted his strength halfway and fell to the ground, transforming into a mountain range and ultimately falling silent. Pockmarked Face listened to the ending with regret but felt content, immediately joining the monster slaying. Sumu watched him leave, and then focused his consciousness into the dream field within his mind. He glanced at the source energy panel, and was surprised to find that the growth rate of the source energy was unusually fast this time. Just the 500 source energies had given him an additional 2,000 points, with familiar names like Chanfengqiu contributing significantly. Including the few hundred points from before, his source energy had steadily surpassed 4,000, reaching 4,356 points. Sumu decided to inject 1,000 points of source energy into upgrading the dream field. After all, The dreams and characters stored within had source energy values in the thousands, while the dream field itself was still stuck in the hundreds, which didn't make sense. He was curious to see what changes this upgrade would bring. Sumu took a deep breath, concentrating all his attention on the spherical dream field in his mind. After careful observation, he resolutely decided to inject 1,000 units of source energy, the largest investment aside from the 18 levels of hell. As the source energy panel's numbers plummeted, the dream field suddenly erupted with a dazzling silver light. The underworld trembled instantly, and the ground shook violently. On the Naiha bridge, the already unsteady ghosts lost their balance and fell into the river of forgetfulness. The panicked ghosts loudly protested, "No, I want to file a complaint. I could have crossed the bridge." Then they screamed in terror, "Oh no, don't bite me." In the Chenghuang Temple, Ian Fahai immediately stepped out upon hearing the commotion and gazed at the sky. With palms pressed together, Fahai murmured, "Umitba, the heavens and earth are being perfected." On the other hand, looked thoughtfully at the firmament, seemingly anticipating something. "I wonder when the Palace of the Moon will appear," he mused. The sudden change in the dream field was beyond Su Mu's expectations. Unlike previous easy modifications, he could feel the intense vibrations in the dream field in his mind, causing severe discomfort. Just as Su Mu's unease grew, the ancient Chinese book in his mind started to operate automatically, its pages slowly turning. As the pages turned, a breathtaking, ethereal landscape unfolded. Before Su Mu could take a closer look, one page detached and flew into the trembling dream field, as if undergoing some kind of fusion. In an instant, Su Mu felt the space in his mind inexplicably expand, and the dream field more than doubled in size. Amidst the intense light, the sphere suddenly expanded. The underworld's area shrank to the lower third of the sphere, while the human realm occupied the middle layer and continued to grow. The surface began to show different colors, with hints of green flowing through the soil. In the middle layer, a small earth temple suddenly appeared, likely a dwelling built by the earth god for himself. In the human realm, Fu made a move. He slowly lay down, and trees and rocks began to grow around him, eventually transforming into a majestic mountain beside the Qinghuang Temple, lush and picturesque. Surprised, Su Mu discovered he could still summon Fu, which brought him some relief. Turning his gaze above the human realm, Su Mu noticed clouds quietly appearing in the sky above the underworld, evenly distributed along a horizontal line, resembling a perfect boundary. Clearly, this area could also be used for dreaming, offering Su Mu a new realm to explore. Here, the sun and moon would have their place, and once created, the small world would have alternating day and night. Su Mu examined this world, contemplating what other structures could be added. The ancient Chinese book in his mind flipped its pages once more, stopping at a grand and imposing gateway inscribed with the words, "South Heaven Gate." Since there was an underworld, the heavenly court was a natural addition. He also felt that the human realm was too barren and lacked vitality. If he could infuse the human realm with life, the underworld's cycle of reincarnation would be truly complete. He couldn't help but sigh, realizing that the path to building the dream field was still long. Just then, an excited shout came from Zhang Yukai by the unfreezing lake in the wind and snow. "Boss, I found the energy source. Come quick." Su Mu temporarily put aside the construction plans for the dreamland and decided to inspect them after returning to the fortress. His gaze shifted to the bottom of the unfrozen lake, where he saw Zhang Yukai standing deep in the water, waving his arms and signaling, "Boss, over here. I found it." Without hesitation, Su Mu slid down the icy walls of the lake and headed straight for Zhang Yukai, ignoring the hatching phantom siren eggs around him. Ma Zilian and the girl, noticing this, paused their activities and curiously followed Su Mu to Zhang Youcai's side. "Brother Mu, look, the energy source is coming from this hole." Zhang Yukai quickly stepped aside, pointing to a hole covered in shimmering rainbow-colored bubbles. The bubbles quivered in the wind and snow, appearing fragile but incredibly stable. Su Mu focused on the radiant colors, trying to see through the bubbles into the hole, but the intense glow obscured his vision. Zhang Yukai explained, "Boss, I can feel a massive energy source inside this hole, but I didn't dare get too close to confirm it." Cautiously, Su Mu summoned a ghost from the underworld to check the entrance for him. The ghost reported that the other side of the hole was pitch black and nothing could be seen. After confirming the ghost's safety, Su Mu squatted down to inspect the hole himself. At first, he saw only darkness. Suddenly, his mental senses alerted him something in the darkness was moving. As the darkness receded, Su Mu's pupils contracted sharply. It wasn't just darkness. It was a massive, jet-black eye. Even more horrifying, the eye's pupil began to split, forming countless insect-like compound eyes, all staring directly at Su Mu. Su Mu felt paralyzed, unable to move. Just as he was about to summon characters from the dreamland, the multitude of eyes emitted a pure black light, rushing toward him. At the last moment, the rainbow bubbles brightened, and a force pushed Sumu away. Simultaneously, a cocoon about half a person's height broke through the seal and landed nearby. Boss? The trio nervously gathered around him. What happened? What's in the hole? Steadying himself, Sumu calmly replied, It's nothing. I've confirmed that the Phantom Mother is just outside the hole. This place is sealing the Phantom Mother. He knew very well that it was a genuine cosmic beast, the true Phantom Mother. The light in its eyes seemed capable of mesmerizing or even controlling him. Luckily, the rainbow seal and the sacrificial ghost had blocked all the harm for him. If it were anyone else, just one glance inside would have knocked them out for days. As soon as Sumu finished speaking, the three men with pockmarked faces were taken aback, their eyes filled with disbelief. What? There's really a mother of illusions, they exclaimed in unison, their voices trembling slightly. Boss, did you see it clearly? Zhang Yukai asked urgently, his hands unconsciously tightening. Sumu brushed off the snow on his shoulders and calmly replied, Yes, when I peeked in, I made eye contact with it. That feeling was unmistakable. It tried to enchant me, but the seal blocked it. Made eye contact with the mother of illusions? The viewers in the live stream felt a shiver down their spines upon hearing this. The chat exploded with comments. Now I understand why the camera didn't pan into the pit just now. Everyone, go look up the mother of illusions yourself. You won't sleep tonight after seeing it. I've heard that although it resembles a jellyfish, each tentacle has eyes on it. Definitely nightmare fuel. The viewers' astonishment grew, and discussions became more intense. Is the exam team serious? They actually imprisoned a mother of illusions? This thing is a nightmare that no ordinary dreamweaver can withstand. Anyone below level is basically doomed. Not gonna lie, I developed a fear of jellyfish after seeing a mother of illusions on the battlefield. Looks like this isn't just about solving puzzles anymore. Trying to break that seal is a death wish. As long as it's safe, it's good for newbie dreamweavers to learn something. Zhang Yukai took a step back from the seal, cautiously asking, Boss, what should we do then? After a moment of thought, Sumu said, We don't need to worry about it. The seal should be unbreakable. We just need to deal with the phantom, sea serpent cocoons coming out of the pit. He turned to the three men. Your shelter is pretty close to this unfreezing lake, right? The pockmarked man nodded. Yeah, we checked our positions earlier, not too far apart. As he spoke, he conjured up a very rudimentary map, marking the approximate location of the unfreezing lake and their fortress. Sumu studied the map carefully, committing the information to memory. He recalled his own fortress's location and entered the dreamscape in his mind, where he found Bai Wuchang had quietly returned. From him, he obtained the location of the student Huang Yunxiang's fortress. After a moment of contemplation, Sumu conjured up his own map, adding 2 more coordinates. He said to the 3 men, Memorize these locations, then continue killing the phantom sea serpents. Once you've cleared this batch, head back to your fortresses. We'll set up a rotation schedule to ensure someone is always clearing the new serpents until the Star Beast Tide truly begins. Since we've solved the lake water issue, the walls won't be needed for now. We can try using them when the Star Beast Tide arrives. The 3 men exchanged excited glances. So, we just take turns reaping the rewards, they said in unison, nodding vigorously. They were definitely on board with this plan. If one got tired, they could switch out with a teammate and keep the rewards rolling in. Of course, they'd have to remind their fortress mates not to look into the pit with the colorful bubbles. Even the boss found it challenging to withstand. After coordinating the schedule, Sumu waited for the 3 men to finish clearing the phantom sea serpents below the lake before saying goodbye and heading back to his fortress via the previous route. The weather at this outpost was bizarre. The sky was obscured by a blizzard, making it impossible to see the sun. Yet there was a certain brightness illuminating the surroundings. It was noon when they left Dream City, but it was still daytime here. If this area were evaluated based on Earth's environment, the distance between the outpost and Dream City would be significant. Aid from Dream City seemed unlikely. Sumu made a rough estimate and, wrapped in a blanket with a rainbow glow in his hand, conjured a sled pulled by the Dragon of Desire. He sat on the sled and sped off in the direction he had come from. He wasn't worried about losing his way. As long as he was headed in the right direction, he could send out ghost messengers to scout and find his way back. The journey was uneventful, and his sense of direction was excellent. About half an hour later, the silhouette of the fortress appeared in view. Their fortress wasn't very tall, with walls only about 4 meters high. Taller buildings flanked the walls. Those were the granary, and the place where Wuneng and the others had been born. Sumu thought to himself, this setup is ridiculous. Who builds a granary outside the walls? It's clearly meant to make things difficult for them. He urged the Dragon of Desire to move faster, soon reaching the gate. There, 8 phantom sea serpent corpses lay scattered, the snow on them indicating they'd been dead for some time. The fortress had faced some attacks during his absence. As Sumu approached to call out, he heard 2 familiar voices from the wall. Brother Zhu, there's another monster over there, and it's got the boss's face. Hey, this one looks even more advanced. It's got a ride too. As the voices carried through the air, Sumu looked up to see a shiny bald head peeking over the city wall. Ba, it's true. Sumu has returned. Wu Nung recognized Sumu instantly, his tone filled with relieved comfort. You really need to catch up on your studies. The phantom sirens don't use dream-weaving techniques. Sumu felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful to have avoided an unnecessary battle. Just as he was about to respond, a foreign's voice called down from the wall. Really? I thought I could slay another big boss-looking cough. Hold on, big boss. I'll open the gate. Before the words even finished, a fawn dashed down from the wall. Soon, the fortress gate creaked open, and a fawn waved enthusiastically at Sumu, shouting, "Hurry up, big boss. We're lighting a fire inside, and it's finally getting warm in there." Got it, Sumu replied briefly, shaking the snow off his clothes and hat, exhaling white puffs of breath as he walked into the fortress. The spacious fortress hall came into view, with a roaring fire blazing in the center. Nearby, shelves and various food items were neatly stacked, clearly moved from the granary. It was evident that during Sumu's absence, the group hadn't been idle, transferring all the supplies into this central location. Jiang Hongxiao was leaning against the pillar closest to the fire, resting with her eyes closed. She slowly opened them and turned to look at Sumu as the gate opened. Meanwhile, Zhou was crouched by the fire, stirring a pot of rice porridge, occasionally adding some shredded vegetables. Seeing Sumu enter, Zhou waved and said, "Perfect timing, the porridge is just ready." The aroma of food filled the air, stirring Sumu's hunger. He glanced around and said, "Let's eat first. We can have a meeting while we eat. The walls don't need patrolling for now. The monsters nearby are under control." Control? Afuan didn't quite understand but followed Sumu's lead and joined the others around the fire. As Zhou distributed the porridge, Sumu briefly recounted his experiences, solving the problem at the unfrozen lake ahead of schedule, spotting the astral beast, making eye contact with it, and obtaining a rough map. Though Sumu's tone was calm, the others could sense the underlying danger in his words. Eye contact with the astral beast? Afan shuddered at the thought, recalling the terrifying image of the Phantom Mother. Ba, Zhu pondered for a moment before asking, "So, does this mean we need to send people regularly to deal with the unfrozen lake? It's like a scoring ground now?" "That's right," Sumu nodded. "We've arranged shifts. The other 3 fortresses will come out first. You can calculate the time and set off accordingly." As they spoke, Zhou handed Sumu a bowl of steaming porridge, cautioning, "Careful, it's hot. I use snow water to cook it, and there's some minced meat for flavor." Thanking Zhou, Sumu took the bowl, feeling the warmth spread through his hands. He blew on the porridge and took a sip. The hot, thick porridge, mixed with the flavors of meat and vegetables, brought a comforting warmth to his body, just as Zhou had said. Sumu knew that for the next couple of days, they would subsist on porridge. If Tangning and Jiangli, who were heading to the Iron Fortress, failed to bring back food, things would get dire. They might have to resort to eating the astral beast's corpse outside. "Believe it or not, someone actually reviewed it," Sumu added. "It's not only unpalatable but possibly toxic. If the astral beast were edible and tasty, things would be different. I suggest we start our shifts right after eating," Afan proposed, raising his hand. "We need to allocate time for guarding and hunting monsters." "No problem," Sumu agreed, after a moment of thought. "In the next few days, there shouldn't be any more giant beasts besides the unfrozen lake, but we still need to be cautious. Anyone going out for reconnaissance should bring back as much information as possible to improve our defense map." As they sipped their porridge, they discussed and finalized the patrol plan. They decided to pair a Zhou and a Fawn for patrol tasks to ensure safety. As the current patrol guard, Sumu took over Jiang Hongxiao's position after the meeting. He conjured a thick blanket for himself, wrapped it around, and closed his eyes, leaning against the pillar. This time, he truly felt exhausted. Sumu decided to get a good night's sleep before dealing with the changing landscape of his dreamscape. As the sounds of footsteps and the crackling of burning wood faded, he slowly drifted into slumber. In the darkness of his dreams, he sensed a giant eye watching him from the void. In an utterly dark dream, Sumu suddenly felt his consciousness become clear. He looked up and saw a giant eye in the darkness staring at him. The eye was composed of countless compound eyes, each reflecting light like a mirror. Noticing Sumu's gaze, the compound eyes blinked in unison, each reflecting his image. Sumu frowned, a strong sense of discomfort rising within him. Could this be the residual effect of staring into the eyes of the cosmic beast? He shouted, "Hey Bai Wuchang," trying to wake himself up. At that moment, the giant black eye suddenly shattered with a violent sound, collapsing as if it had lost its support, transforming into countless tiny compound eyes. These eyes quickly gathered together, as if trying to form a new shape. During this process, Sumu inexplicably felt the pain and suffering emanating from the compound eyes. As thoughts raced through his mind, Sumu's hands began to glow with a rainbow of colors. An ancient, boundless black mist enveloped him, and the figures of Heibai Wuchang quietly appeared. Simultaneously, the black, compound eyes in front of him twisted and deformed, eventually forming a humanoid shape. The humanoid figure had a blurred face, but a single pure black eye that could move freely grew from its forehead. Under Sumu's gaze, this three-eyed human waved at him, and a hoarse voice echoed through the space. "Hello, Sumu." With this greeting, Sumu's dream began to fragment. Faintly, he heard someone calling out, "Boss? Boss?" Groggy, Sumu opened his eyes and found himself still in the fortress hall. The fire in front of him was still burning, though it had dwindled considerably. Nearby were the exhausted-looking brothers, Afon and Ajo. Seeing Sumu awake, Afon said wearily, "Bro, it's your turn to keep watch. Sister Jiang went to clean the unfreezing lake, and Brother Zhu is asleep. We just finished our shift." Sumu felt a bit confused. Shift change? So soon? It felt like he had just fallen asleep. As his consciousness gradually cleared, the dark space and the speaking figure in his dream began to fade. "Okay, you guys go get some rest. I'll head to the wall," Sumu said, removing his blanket and putting on a woolen cloak as he walked toward the city wall. Afon didn't think much of it, pulling his brother Ajo to add some wood to the fire before leaning against the pillar where Sumu had been lying and closing his eyes to rest. Wrapped in his cloak, Sumu ascended the wall, the increasingly cold air sharpening his awareness. Reflecting on the nearly forgotten dream, he frowned. He thought it unlikely that the Phantom Mother had the ability to invade dreams. Could it be that the fear from facing the cosmic beast for the first time had caused the nightmare? On further thought, something didn't add up. If it was just a dream, how did Heibai Wucheng appear? While he had experienced lucid dreams before, they had never reached such an intense level. Was this a premonition or an invasion? If it was a premonition, what did the transformation of the giant eye into a human signify? If it was an invasion, Sumu closed his eyes and focused, examining the dreamland within his mind and questioning Heibai Wucheng on the Huangquan road. Heibai Wucheng exchanged glances and shook their heads, indicating they felt no summons. After a moment of contemplation, Sumu felt somewhat reassured. This at least indicated that his consciousness had not been pulled into some unknown place. If any creature tried to invade his dream and pose a danger, it would have to bypass the dreamland and the eternal China book. Human dreams exist in the depths of the brain's ocean of consciousness, and his ocean of consciousness had many guardians. If something abnormal occurred, the Earth God and the City God in the dreamland would sense it. It was likely a residual effect of seeing the giant black eye, similar to a strange premonition. However, to be on the safe side, he decided to enhance his strength as a precaution. Braving the cold wind, Sumu reached the top of the wall, scanning the surroundings before summoning several ghost guards from the underworld to patrol around the fortress. Once he was sure the area was secure, he immediately immersed his consciousness into the dreamland, examining the Jade Dream artifact he had left in some corner of the human world. This was a reward he had obtained from Dream City. With a thought, a square, blood-tinged jade appeared in Sumu's hand. At this moment, wanting to bolster his combat power, taking out this jade seemed perfect. As for what to turn it into, Sumu already had an answer in mind. Sumu knew he couldn't craft a high-level magical seal. To maximize the jade's potential, he decided to focus on its symbolic significance. The Imperial Seal. The idea flashed in his mind. Once infused with source energy, it would undergo a miraculous transformation. Otherwise, no amount of source energy could imbue an ordinary jade stone with significant power. Sumu's gaze turned to the Dragon of Desire in the underworld of the Dreamweaver's heart. Although not as powerful as the Mirage Dragon, it would still make a decent material. He quickly outlined the forging path. Dreamweaver Jade Seal material, Star Stone, 1,000 points of source energy, the page of the Imperial Seal from the Book of Ancient China, and the soul of the Dragon of Desire. Taking a deep breath, Sumu sat cross-legged on the snow, placing his hands on the surface of the blood jade. Slowly, he channeled his mental and source energy into the jade, which instantly emitted a strong crimson glow. The dream weaving began. The viewers in the livestream perked up immediately. Those knowledgeable in the field couldn't help but feel a pang seeing such a precious Dreamweaver jade being used. They discussed among themselves, worried that Sumu lacked professional carving skills. Meanwhile, in a courtyard house in the Huaxia Galaxy District, an old woman hurriedly called her husband, Huang Baoyin. This clever Dreamweaver and renowned sculptor was shocked when he saw the livestream. He had originally planned to purchase this exquisite blood jade, but Sumu had already started the dream-weaving process. The more Huang Baoyin watched, the more astonished he became. This young man was attempting a complete dream weaving, aiming to transform the blood jade into a dream artifact in one go. To him, this approach seemed like a waste of a precious material. However, Sumu was full of anticipation. With the ancient pages of Chinese history as his foundation, his dream-weaving technique was unlike any other. He silently prayed, hoping to create an imperial seal that would astonish everyone. Sumu took a deep breath, and in his mind, the ancient pages of China's history gently turned. In an instant, a grand seal with 5 intertwined dragons, for inches in size, appeared vividly in his consciousness. As the jade seal emerged, he felt a surge of energy within him, flowing like a tidal wave, continuously channeling 1,000 points of source energy to form the foundation of the seal in his hands. The surface of the blood jade began to shimmer with a spectrum of colors. Under Sumu's control, the jade seal twisted and shaped itself at a visible speed. His hands moved deftly, as if performing a delicate carving masterpiece. Gradually, the carvings on the seal's surface began to take shape. 5 blood-red dragons intertwined, their eyes gleaming with life, and their scales intricately detailed, seemingly crafted by supernatural forces. The camera in the live stream zoomed in at the perfect moment, showcasing this awe-inspiring process to the audience. Huang Baoyin, who had been ready to criticize, swallowed his words in an instant, his eyes widening as he watched in fascination. This creature, so beautiful and majestic, combined with the supreme craftsmanship, left the carving expert deeply stunned. Is this really the work of a student? Carving on blood jade just based on imagination, without using a dream carving knife. Huang Baoyin thought to himself, if everyone were like this, wouldn't we carvers be out of a job? How on earth did he carve those scales? While Huang Baoyin was lost in his astonishment, the 4-inch seal in Sumu's hands was almost complete. Sensing that the moment had come, he quickly took out a star stone from his pocket and unhesitatingly embedded it into the seal. Simultaneously, he summoned the desired dragon from his mind and seamlessly fused it into the seal. The inclusion of the star stone made the entire seal radiate a dazzling light, and as the desired dragon merged, the seal emitted a resonant hum. In Sumu's perception, the fragments of the desired dragon's soul gradually disintegrated and transformed, ultimately revealing a traditional 9-clawed dragon. Unlike ordinary golden dragons, this dragon was deep black, with scales adorned with star-like glimmers, resembling a vast starry sky. The moment this mysterious dragon fully integrated into the seal, a powerful thought surged into Sumu's mind. It echoed a saying from his past life. Before obtaining the imperial seal, it's just a rare piece of jade. After obtaining it, I am destined to rule. This thought persisted in his mind, making him feel as if he had indeed become an emperor. It wasn't until the ancient pages of China's history in his mind turned once again that this strange notion dissipated. Sumu's thoughts returned to reality, and he noticed that a new page had been added to the book, with lines of text quickly appearing. Starry Sky Imperial Seal. Description. The Emperor's Seal, a must-have for those who inherit the throne, created by the immortal Qin Emperor using the heavens as his pin. It signifies the eternal prosperity of the immortal Qin. Effects. 1. The source energy required to create the Qin dream is halved. 2. The strength of characters appearing will be linked to the Dream Master's mental power. The stronger the Dream Master, the stronger the characters. Note. After merging with a mysterious species from the starry sky, the seal's abilities have undergone a dramatic transformation. Its allure is greater than ever. Anyone other than you who obtains the seal will have their greed magnified, desiring to become emperor while also becoming extremely unlucky. Sumu gazed at the seal in his hands, filled with both excitement and caution. He knew that this was not just a powerful tool for creating dreams, but also a double-edged sword capable of influencing hearts and altering destinies. Sumu held the large square seal, and as his gaze fell upon the contents revealed on the pages, he instantly realized he had acquired an incredibly precious artifact. The enhancement effect of dreaming of Qin figures with half the source power was astonishingly powerful. This meant he only needed to spend 500 source points to achieve the effect of 1,000 points. Even more exciting was that the dreamed-up figures came with additional attributes, and as Sumu's own strength grew, these figures would also become more powerful. This discovery completely redefined the potential of dreaming in Qin. Figures that were once mere mortals now had the potential to grow strong enough to rival the starry sky beasts. Sumu thought to himself that the warriors he could now summon might even be able to easily defeat the phantom sea serpent. Holding the weighty seal, Sumu's thoughts drifted to the walls beside the unfrozen lake. He envisioned that if he dreamed up the Great Wall of Qin during a starry sky beast tide, it would be an awe-inspiring sight. This idea gave him more confidence to face the impending crisis. Sumu's fingers traced the intricate patterns on the seal, not in a hurry to integrate it into his dreamscape. He pondered which Qin figures he should dream up. At this moment, the livestream camera focused on the square seal in his hand, displaying it fully to the audience. Viewers were amazed by the exquisitely crafted, majestic jade seal. Wow, that's so cool. It looks so imposing. Did he just dream it up in one go? What does this thing do? It doesn't look like a defensive weapon. More like something to smash with. Can you crack a walnut with it? Sharp-eyed viewers noticed that Sumu's dreamed items were always related to Chinese culture, and this seal was no exception. Mandated by heaven, long live prosperity. Could this be a talisman for good fortune? In the Galaxy District, top sculptor Huang Baoyin watched the live stream and was stunned by the jade seal in Sumu's hand. As an experienced dream sculptor, he immediately recognized the artistic and cultural significance of the piece. Mandated by heaven, long live prosperity. This is a symbol of a king. Huang Baoyin murmured, this is a royal seal. And its style is completely different from foreign seals. It's very unique, as if it comes from an ancient era. He couldn't help but exclaim, the younger generation is truly formidable. At this moment, Huang Baoyin had no desire to purchase it. He only wanted to see the seal in person and study it thoroughly. Playing with the square seal in his hand, an idea suddenly flashed in Sumu's mind. Since he had already decided to dream up the Great Wall, and now had the Qin Jade Seal, a passage from on the Qin naturally came to his mind. Thus, Meng Tian was ordered to build the Great Wall in the north and defend the borders, repelling the Xiongnu for over 700 miles. General Meng Tian of the Qin dynasty, the pioneer who guarded the Great Wall and developed the northwest of China. Since he had the Great Wall, how could he leave Meng Tian out? The pages unique to ancient China slowly turned, and a middle-aged general in armor appeared in Sumu's mind. This general had piercing eyes filled with a fierce determination. His muscular arms bore the scars of countless battles, sending chills down one's spine. Just like the iron-armored army he led, he was unparalleled, with a presence that could conquer miles. Sumu thought, since the source power consumption is halved, why not dream up a battalion? It would be a waste not to take advantage of this. So, holding the jade seal, he closed his eyes and focused, spending 400 source points to construct in his dreamscape. In the human realm of his dreamscape, beside the mountain where Kwafu lay, the ground began to shake violently. A military camp made of wooden fences and various wooden houses quietly emerged. A flag different from the usual ones slowly rose, with ancient characters clearly visible. Qin. The wind rustled the flag, as soldiers in black armor, wielding sharp blades and spears, emerged from various parts of the camp, patrolling in specific positions with strict discipline. In the largest tent of the camp, Meng Tian was polishing his long sword, awaiting the day of battle and Sumu's call. Watching this scene unfold in his dreamscape, Sumu thought, finally, this place has some vitality. If the Qin soldiers were to fall in battle, they could become ghost guards in the underworld, patrolling the realms of the dead. Such ghost guards would surely be much stronger than ordinary spirits. Seeing the military camp in his dreamscape, Sumu felt a bit more at ease and placed the jade seal inside as well. He then stood on the city wall, waiting for the next shift. A fierce war was already counting down to begin. After clearing the area around the unfrozen lake, the entire fortress became deserted, with no other types of monsters appearing for 2 days. During these days of rest, Sumu held the seal close to his chest while sleeping, and the nightmare from that day never returned. It seemed as if the black giant I had been scared away and dared not appear again. Seeing this, Sumu temporarily buried the matter in his heart and focused more on the upcoming exams. During this period, Sumu gave up his chance to earn points at the unfrozen lake, allowing others to go instead. He focused on exploring the surrounding environment. Through close communication with several fortresses, he drew a more detailed map. As the Star Beast tide was about to arrive, all 5 of them returned to the fortress, gathering around a warm fire to carefully study the newly revised map. The map clearly marked a dozen or so fortresses around them, forming a complete defensive circle. With the unfrozen lake problem solved in advance, this place had become a relatively safe haven. Even if the Star Beast tide surged in, they would first have to breach several front fortresses before reaching Sumu and his team's defenses. We're in a great spot, Afan said excitedly, tracing his finger over the map. Looks like defending the fortress will be much easier. This time, we definitely won't be the first to fall. Wu Nong clasped his hands together and calmly reminded, Umitba, one should not speak so lightly. While our pressure is less, the front fortresses are in a more difficult position. If necessary, we still need to send support. Sumu nodded in agreement. That's right. If the lips are gone, the teeth will feel the cold. If all the other fortresses fall, we'll be isolated and without support. I've already discussed strategies with members from other fortresses. When the Star Beasts invade, we'll build a defensive line at the wall in front of the unfrozen lake, forming a battle line with the wall as the main defense and the fortresses as support. This way, we can better integrate the surrounding forces and unite everyone. Just as they were discussing their strategy, Afan suddenly looked worried. But why haven't Zhang Li and the others returned yet? Could something have happened to them on the way? With the Star Beast tide drawing closer, the supply transport team was still nowhere to be seen, causing everyone to feel a bit uneasy. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from outside the fortress, Hey, we're back. Everyone froze for a moment, then rushed joyfully to the gate. Outside, Zhang Li and Tang Ning were wrapped in heavy snow gear, wearing windproof masks. Behind them was a large transport vehicle similar to an electric snowmobile, covered with thick snow shields. It looked like they had a fruitful trip. Transport officer reporting successful mission. Zhang Li announced with a smile. Sumu smiled warmly. Great job, come in and warm up. He stepped forward to help bring the snowmobile inside the gate. Afan and Zhou couldn't wait to uncover the snow shields, revealing the supplies inside. One side was neatly stacked with various fruits, food, and daily necessities, mostly frozen meals, and even some seasonings. The other side contained various portable dream weapons from the Iron Fortress. Oh my, they even got a mental recovery device. Afan exclaimed excitedly, holding up a disc-shaped device. With this, I can take on a dozen phantom sirens by myself. Zhou was more focused on the food. He pulled out stacks of snowflake beef, eager to try it. Look, there's even frozen beef. We can really treat ourselves tonight. Tang Ning smugly took off her windproof mask. With you guys, we'd be lucky to bring back a few loaves of bread. I want my beef medium well. Got it. I'll start on dinner right away. Zhou immediately began moving the ingredients. Sumu turned to Tang Ning and asked, how's the situation at the Iron Fortress? Tang Ning thought for a moment before answering. Better than we expected. Someone has established a unique mental network there, connecting everyone in the fortress and taking control of the entire fortress. Various representatives have negotiated and roughly divided the territory. Additionally, messengers to Dream City have been sent out, though the casualty rate is high. By the time we arrived, 3 had already been lost, and they had just dispatched a second batch. The Iron Fortress also gave us a special signal gun to call for support in case of danger. Hearing this, Sumu felt somewhat relieved. Having someone in control of the Iron Fortress was good news. At least with unified coordination, this key stronghold could hold out longer. However, the situation with the messengers was concerning. With the war imminent, they had only just sent out a second batch of messengers, which made him furrow his brow. This means that they won't be able to expect any help from Dream City for at least 3 days. Sumu thought for a moment, noticing the tired expressions on Tang Ning and Zhang Li's faces, and suggested, let's have a meal and take a break first. I'll explain the situation at the fortress in detail. Both nodded in agreement. Zhang Li eagerly rushed to the fire, complaining, I'm freezing to death. This damn weather just won't stop snowing. He rubbed his hands together, trying to soak up the warmth from the fire. Sumu and Jiang Hongxiao methodically sorted the food and weapons from the sled, and after they were done, they joined the circle around the fire. A final small meeting before the big battle began, while Zhou was focused on preparing their last meal before the fight. Sumu briefly outlined the situation at the fortress over the past 2 days. After exchanging information, the discussion quickly turned to personnel arrangements. Tang Ning analyzed calmly, with this batch of food, we won't need to go out for more supplies for at least 4 days. However, the base's food reserves might be running low, and the amount of food we can bring back in the future will decrease. Zhang Li added, exactly. Although the base is temporarily controlled by someone, there's constant bickering over food and weapon distribution. No one is thinking about conserving. Everyone is trying to eat more or hoard food. He paused. But because of that, we managed to get our hands on some good weapons. Sumu nodded thoughtfully. Got it. Next time there's a food shortage, I'll go get supplies. The invasion of the starry beasts has made the transport routes extremely dangerous. He continued, I suggest that, aside from the necessary weapons for defense, we take all our equipment to the Great Wall, contact other fortresses, and activate the walls to fend off the enemies. As long as the walls hold, our fortress will be safe. We can also consolidate forces and equipment to create a small stronghold similar to a steel fortress. Just as the discussion heated up, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, immediately capturing everyone's attention. The continuous days of porridge had left everyone feeling weak, especially Tang Ning and Jiang Li, who had just returned from their journey. The sizzling snowflake beef on Zhou's improvised grill filled the air with a mouth-watering scent, drawing everyone closer to the fire. Afon proudly said, my brother is a professional. He does all the cooking at home. Zhou, busy with the cooking, explained, the meat is ready, and there's plenty. Everyone can have it with rice. I'll use these fancy-looking spices to make some side dishes. As he focused on his cooking, he seemed to be in his element. After expressing their thanks, everyone helped themselves to the food. The beef was juicy and tender, with a rich aroma that drove away the cold. Paired with rice and side dishes, it was a rare treat in the snowy weather. Sumu couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the starry beast's invasion, Zhou would undoubtedly be a great chef. Unfortunately, the world didn't allow it. After the meal, the discussion turned to the arrangement of personnel. Sumu decided, Afon, Zhou, Zhang Li, and Tang Ning will stay behind. You've just returned from the steel fortress, so rest up and take the next shift. Wu Neng, Jiang Hongxiao, and I will be the first to guard the wall. He glanced at the time, his expression serious. The starry beasts will descend soon. It's time to move out. There is less than an hour left before the beast tide of the starry sky begins, and midnight is approaching in Dream City. Sumu, Jianghong, and Spoon bid farewell to the four guarding the fortress and sped towards the city walls on a sled loaded with supplies and weapons, braving the howling cold wind. The weather today was surprisingly good. The heavy snow had lessened, and visibility had significantly improved. Sumu looked up at the sky and could vaguely see a faintly glowing canopy through the drifting snowflakes. This was the reason they hadn't experienced day or night for 2 days. There was no sun in the sky. Just as Sumu was deep in thought, a shout suddenly came from the right. Turning his head, he saw Zhang Yukai and his team, each leading 2 teammates, gliding over on sleds. According to their previous combat strategy, only 4 people were left to guard the fortress behind the Great Wall, while the rest were deployed near the wall. Including Sumu's fortress, there were a total of 8 such fortresses, with a full complement of 24 people guarding the Great Wall. If the front fortresses faced less pressure, they would send members to support. This was their agreed meeting point. After days of scouting, everyone had realized the strategic value of this section of the wall. It was built against a mountain, situated at a high position, and perfectly blocked a pass. Unless the starry sky beasts could fly or were deployed behind them, ground beasts like the phantom sea serpent, which were not very intelligent, would have to face the wall hidden. Whether they could hold this line of defense depended entirely on them. Ma Zillion excitedly said, "Brother Mu, we also brought some weapon support from the nearby fortress. They know this place will attract a lot of fire, so they gave us some good equipment." As he spoke, he and his 2 teammates got off the sled and opened the sled's panel. Inside, besides essential food, were various weapons for Dreamweavers, such as shoulder-mounted launchers for summoning ice spikes with mental power and buried magnetic fields to slow down the beasts. Although Sumu wasn't an expert in Dreamweaver weaponry, he could understand their general uses from the manuals. He smiled and replied, "Not bad. The equipment we brought is pretty powerful too. Although we don't have many people, our firepower is definitely sufficient." Sumu, Jianghong, and Spoon got off their sled and showcased their equipment. Ma Zillion and the others stretched their necks in surprise, eyes wide open. "Wow, a mental power recovery device? You got one from the Iron Fortress too? And beef? Your supplies look better than ours. We only have canned food. Oh my, is that a small dream bomb? That's a powerful tool against the beast tide." They were envious and felt increasingly confident about the upcoming wall defense. With the mental power recovery device, they could use various weapons without worrying about mental power depletion. Soon after, the remaining 4 sleds arrived, including Huang Yunxiang's fortress. Since the last incident, Huang Yunxiang had been anxious knowing Sumu was also a candidate. He had hoped not to encounter Sumu again in the fortress, but due to his teammates' arrangements, he had to participate in this challenging defense. When Sumu's gaze swept over, Huang Yunxiang awkwardly greeted, "Brother Mu, we brought some things too." Sumu nodded and said, "All right, take them out and put them together. We're a team now." Everyone sorted the food and weapons, their eyes all turning to Sumu, waiting for his assignment. As the highest scoring player, Sumu naturally became the leader of this wall defense, and the players from all fortresses were united under his command. "Brother, say something. How should we fight this battle?" A young man with dark skin and a short stature broke the silence first. His eyes sparkled with fervor. Though Sumu didn't know him well, his courage was impressive. "That's right. Since we're here, we should give it our all. Let's give those space beasts a good beating and kick their butts hard." Ma Zillion and the others chimed in, their voices brimming with fighting spirit. It was noon, and the sun blazed fiercely. During a brief rest, viewers flooded the live streaming platform. Countless anxious parents and relatives logged in, eager to watch their children's live streams. With the space beasts attacking, this round of the test was both highly challenging and dangerous, and viewers silently cheered their children on. A small group of students gathered by the city wall, surrounded by a considerable number of spectators. All eyes were on Sumu, who stood in the center of the students, awaiting his decisive plan. "My good son is in there. Sumu, you must give it your all. Come on, kids. The support team is cheering for you. Muga, Muga. If you hold this city wall, the surrounding fortresses will be safer. At least this line will block many space beasts, reducing the pressure on the iron barriers." The shouts of the audience echoed, filled with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in the main examination room of the Dream Network, Chendahan was closely watching the live feed of the young man. He tried to follow Sumu's thought process and quickly came to a conclusion. Distributing weapons and food is important, but the first priority is to activate the city wall. The wall's strength depends entirely on the Dream Architect. If Sumu can't build a strong wall, this defense will be hard to maintain. This wall can't be that special, can it? No matter how you build it, it should at most be like the iron barriers. Chendahan continued to analyze. Chen Fengxiu stroked his beard and nodded slightly. The iron barrier walls were made by our exam team based on optimal principles, ensuring no flaws in the defensive design. That iron wall is currently the top-notch wall design. Given that most space beasts can fly or burrow, walls will have limited use in future wars, so our research on walls hasn't been extensive. As he spoke, Chun Fengqiu deliberately withheld some thoughts. Deep down, he had other ideas. He pondered, what if, just what if, Sumu comes up with some extraordinary wall design? Then I can adjust my stance accordingly. In the midst of the wind and snow, Sumu gazed at the people around him, who now regarded him as their leader. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. We've measured before. This wall built along the mountain's terrain stretches for several kilometers. If we spread out, it will certainly lead to isolated battles and inadequate defense. After all, this wall is simply too vast. His words garnered nods of agreement from the group. One of them, with a pockmarked face, echoed, "That's right. This wall is indeed too large. If we all spread out, teamwork would be impossible." To avoid this situation, there seems to be only one solution. The man with the pockmarked face said, his gaze shifting to the wall obscured by the snowstorm. We need to create a dream wall that can solve this problem on its own. His suggestion found support among many. A skinny, dark-skinned student eagerly asked, "Boss, you must already have a plan for constructing the wall, right?" Sumu nodded in affirmation. "Yes, leave the construction to me. I plan to assign tasks in groups of 3. We have a total of 8 groups. 4 will guard fixed areas, and the other 4 will act as mobile forces, patrolling back and forth." Hearing this simple deployment plan, some exchanged glances. One person questioned, "How is this different from spreading out and fighting individually? And can just 4 fixed groups really cover such a long wall?" Another student gently suggested, "Boss, is your arrangement meant to ensure faster support? Sending people with equipment to danger zones quickly? But wouldn't this put too much pressure on the front lines?" Addressing their concerns, Sumu explained, "In my vision, we students will be the decisive defensive force, not the basic one. The fundamental defense will rely on the wall's automatic operation. Our job is to put out fires." An automatically defending wall? Is that even possible? The group found it hard to comprehend, their faces showing confusion. Suddenly, someone realized and exclaimed, "Boss, are you saying you want to create a highly potent defensive dream wall? Transform the entire wall into at least an A-grade potential dream construct, relying on the wall alone to fend off attacks?" This statement caused an immediate stir among the students. An A-grade potential wall? Seriously? A wall can be turned into at least an A-grade dream construct? Even though the wall stores activation energy, creating dreams depends on the dreamer's ability. It's not that we doubt the boss, but the wall's form is fixed and unchangeable. Indeed, it's just a wall. At best, it can look more imposing. How can such a set model have a grade dream potential? The audience listened to Sumu's words, also feeling bewildered. Someone whispered, "Is Sumu going to tell a story again? What story can a wall have? Are ancient Chinese walls that different?" It's not impossible," someone pondered. "Is Sumu really planning a high-level dream for this wall?" Meanwhile, in the city lord's office of Xinghe district, Lu Yun listened to Sumu's words, lightly tapping the desk with one hand. After a moment of thought, she had an idea. Could this kid be thinking of making the wall fly? Creating a miracle construct similar to a sky fortress? A sky fortress, or a floating city, is a grand city reinforced and modified by multiple dream masters over the years. It doesn't exist in reality but is rooted directly in the dream battlefield, serving as a human stronghold against cosmic beasts. Lu Yun speculated. Is Sumu trying to emulate the floating city? Creating a section of a floating wall? Due to the screen's distance, she couldn't tell if the wall was fixed in the snow by the examiners, leading to her guess. But wouldn't that consume a lot of energy? The wall's stored energy should be limited. Or maybe Sumu is planning another surprise before the big battle. As everyone speculated, the man with the pockmarked face was the first to support Sumu. "Boss, give it a shot. I believe in you," he said excitedly. "Everyone, remember the frozen lake's water that Mu solved on his own? I've described that scene to you all. If anyone else talked about creating a dream wall, I wouldn't believe it. But Mu is different. I support him. We're already here. Are we going to doubt our leader now? Let's do it. All right, bro. We'll let you try. It's just a wall. It can't get any worse. I trust you. Mu, our success this time depends on you. Let's go for it." Hearing the surrounding voices of support, Sumu smiled and nodded. "I won't let you down." As he spoke, a radiant 7-colored light flickered in his hand, and the magnificent imperial seal appeared. This time, he intended to use the wall to dream of the Great Wall of Qin, the endless Qin border. The imperial seal had already become an artifact of the immortal Qin, and this wall belonging to Qin would undoubtedly undergo more extraordinary transformations. Lost in thought, Sumu didn't reach for the mental recovery device in the sled. Under everyone's watchful eyes, He walked to the wall, the seven-colored light swirling in his hand, and placed his hand directly on it. Before the battle, it was crucial to boost his teammates' confidence. Strength is also a part of that confidence. Dream, the Great Wall, Sumu shouted, and the seven-colored light burst from his hand, surging like a tide towards the entire wall. As the radiant colors swirled around him, Sumu's mind was filled with the timeless pages of ancient China. Slowly, an image of the Great Wall emerged from the pages, unfolding in his consciousness. The majestic wall sprawled across the mountains like a colossal dragon, stretching for miles. On either side, towering beacon towers stood tall, with faint figures of Qin dynasty soldiers in black armor barely visible through the swirling smoke. Gazing at the magnificent scene, the jade seal in Sumu's hand suddenly emitted a crimson glow, connecting with his left hand pressed against the wall. Immediately, a surge of intense heat spread through his palm, accompanied by the sound of melting ice and flowing water from the wall. Glancing quickly at the source energy panel, Sumu decisively injected 500 units of source energy into the wall. With the jade seal's augmentation, this equated to a high-intensity input of 1,000 units. He wasn't concerned about the expenditure, as he had a strong premonition that the appearance of the Great Wall would yield abundant source energy. As the source energy flowed in, the section of the wall beneath Sumu's palm began to transform. The ancient blue-gray bricks, long encased in ice, gradually revealed their original, weathered yellow-brown hue. The intricate patterns of the bricks became visible, with scorch marks hinting at countless battles they had endured. This sight left everyone behind Sumu breathless, craning their necks to closely observe the process. Some whispered among themselves, speculating about the material and history of the strange yellow-brown wall. "Do you think Sumu can ignite this wall without a mental energy recovery device?" a student asked quietly. "Even with all of us combined, we couldn't manage it." Ma Zilian and Zhang Yukai, among others, expressed unwavering confidence in Sumu's abilities. Setting aside everything else, igniting the wall is definitely within his reach. After all, he's summoned giants before. This should be a piece of cake for him. The real question is the quality of this wall. Just as Ma Zilian was about to cheer Sumu on, a wave of intense heat hit him. The air seemed to boil, and the snowflakes falling from the sky instantly melted into droplets. Despite his heavy winter gear, he felt a sudden searing heat, as if he had been transported to the height of summer. Before he could speak, the entire section of the wall began to hum loudly, reminiscent of a steam locomotive loaded with coal about to depart. In an instant, a radiant multicolored light burst forth, and a fiery red ring spread from Sumu's hand. The wall within the red ring quickly turned yellow-brown, and the snow on its surface evaporated instantly. Not only that, but the snow beneath their feet also began to melt rapidly, revealing the brown earth below. New snowflakes seemed to encounter an invisible flame, turning into clear water that flowed down the wall. What the heck is going on? Seeing the red ring approaching, the candidates quickly stepped back. A few, slower to react, slipped and fell hard onto the now exposed ground. The camera in the live stream gradually ascends, expanding the viewer's perspective. Amidst the vast expanse of white snow, a bright yellow light suddenly appears, standing out like a firefly in the night. Centered around Sumu, this light rapidly spreads outwards, transforming the surrounding landscape with a hue distinct from the winter scenery. The light quickly extends along the city walls on both sides, accelerating like a lit fuse. The audience holds their breath, eagerly anticipating the explosive spectacle to come. Sumu has successfully harnessed the power of the city walls, and his astounding mental force leaves everyone in awe. Viewers eagerly discuss the emerging city walls. One praises, "No wonder he's a student of the Dreamweaver giant." Another curiously asks, "Could these walls be hiding many secrets?" The portion of the city wall already conjured up is scarred with signs of battle, the bricks exuding an ancient and weathered aura. Some viewers boldly speculate that this might be a remnant of ancient Huaxia architecture. The discussions grow lively, with everyone eager to hear the story behind this segment of the wall. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupts. The wall under Sumu's hand begins to transform dramatically. The originally low wall rapidly rises, its width visibly expanding. The damaged sections are repaired by a streak of red fire, giving it a renewed brilliance. The ground starts to tremble, and a beastly roar echoes in everyone's ears. To the astonishment of all, the yellow-brown wall gradually turns jet black. The original stone texture morphs into scales, each glistening with a cold sheen as if covered in droplets of water. Before the viewer's eyes, the wall seems to transform into a colossal beast, sprawling across the ground, extending for thousands of meters, exuding an unparalleled sense of intimidation. The black color symbolizes water, corresponding to the black banners of Qin. This is the legendary Xian Qin Great Wall, presented in all its breathtaking glory. As they took in the imposing creature before them, Many of the inexperienced candidates felt a shiver run down their spines and instinctively took a few steps back. Realizing that this was a product of Sumu's dreamcrafting, almost everyone felt the same awe that Ma Zilian experienced when he first saw Kwafu. I knew the big shot wouldn't disappoint us, Ma Zilian muttered excitedly, his eyes fixed on the black dragon ahead. A slightly shorter boy exclaimed, "Holy crap! No wonder Muge only told us to put out fires. This giant beast just sitting there would be enough to intimidate a lot of space beasts, even if it doesn't move." The changes to the Great Wall were naturally captured by the livestream cameras, and viewers began to witness this extraordinary scene unfold. The chat exploded with comments. What the heck? Did Sumu just animate the wall? It turned into a giant beast? Is this for real? I'm floored. I thought he was going to add something to the wall, but turning it into a giant beast? That's wild. So Sumu isn't planning to defend. He's opting for a direct offensive? As expected of a prodigy, I never imagined a dream-crafted wall could be used like this. In the main examination room, Chindahan stared wide-eyed at the black dragon coiling in the live stream, dumbfounded. What kind of dreamcrafting is this? We asked for a building, and he turned it into a giant beast? A beast that's several kilometers long. He muttered to himself, scratching his head. The wall contains a lot of stored energy. This means the beast's movements won't drain Sumu's mental energy. He can summon a beast even stronger than that giant Kwafu. This doesn't seem right. Suddenly, Chindahan remembered. The wall is fixed to the mountains to prevent anyone from breaking it and using the energy to cheat. It's reinforced by its class expert. No matter how strong Sumu is, he can't make this dragon fly. So, he created a giant beast that can't move from the mountains? What good is that? He turned to Qin Fengxiu, puzzled. Old man, what is Sumu doing? Isn't this dreamcrafting making the defense worse? A beast that can't move, what's the point? Qin Fengxiu carefully observed the black dragon on the screen and, after a moment of thought, had an epiphany. Sumu is not trying to create a giant beast. Quite the opposite. Not trying to create a giant beast? Chindahan was baffled. Then what is he doing? I can hear the beast's roar, and the black beast is almost fully formed. Qin Fengqiu scoffed. Humph. Did you not study properly? I asked you to review the Dreamcrafting Runes study guide half a month ago. Did you finish it? The Dreamcrafting Runes study guide? Chindahan looked embarrassed. He had taken a break from the Dreamcrafting battlefield to prepare for the exam supervision. He planned to cram the night before the end of his break, but got caught off guard. Well, the runes. Chindahan stammered, then suddenly had an epiphany. I get it. Sumu inscribed runes around the wall. The runes manifested the black dragon. Before he could finish, Qin Fengqiu brought his fingers together and gave him a sharp knock on the head. Ouch! Chindahan cried, clutching his head. Oomph! You're here to supervise, not take a vacation. Qin Fengqiu retracted his hand and stroked his beard. The Dreamcrafting Runes study guide explains how Dreamcrafters above Clevel use attached runes. Dreamcrafting runes are energy-infused symbols, born from a Dreamcrafter's unique idea. After creating a character who could use magic, he added a magical civilization background. By accident, he incorporated rune symbols into this civilization. The Dreamcrafted mage used these magical runes in battle, reinforcing buildings and enhancing the Dreamcrafter's power. Thus, Dreamcrafting runes became a profound field of study, attracting countless Dreamcrafters. It's a wondrous application of dreamcrafting, accessible only to dreamcrafters above Clevel. Now, Sumu has turned the entire wall into a symbol akin to runes, providing endless energy. It's a variation of magical runes. The giant beast is the manifestation of these runes. After the explanation, Chindahan's head buzzed. He focused on the phrase, a profound field of study for dreamcrafters above Clevel. Damn, I haven't even mastered this yet, and this high school kid is already using it with ease? Unbelievable. Chindahan scrutinized Sumu, then suddenly switched to another screen, seemingly searching for something. What are you doing? Qin Fengqiu glanced over. I'm checking out Sumu's high school. Could there be a hidden master at Longting High? Maybe its class expert with a secret identity taught Sumu. I need to see who his homeroom teacher is. How did they train such a prodigy? At this moment, Sumu's homeroom teacher, Lu Yu, stared at the black dragon in the live stream, equally bewildered. Ever since Sumu dreamcrafted the underworld, she couldn't understand this student anymore. One thing was certain. She never taught him such advanced dreamcrafting techniques, and she herself might not even be capable of them. Dreamcrafting isn't like math. You can't just learn it ahead of time. While the outside world marveled at Sumu's black dragon, the Great Wall's dreamcrafting reached its two endpoints. The walls there began to rise dramatically, creating towering watchtowers. Atop one of the towers, a flag silently unfurled, a pitch-black banner with a complex character in the center. Qin. As they gazed at the flag billowing in the wind atop the high ridge, Everyone suddenly realized the unique background of this wall. The black flag was inscribed with strange characters, leading them to speculate that it might be the symbol of some powerful force. Could this be Yao's tribe? Or the era of Yi? Someone boldly guessed. If this really is the wall from that mythical era, even taking flight wouldn't be out of the question. With the appearance of the black dragon flag, the transformation of the Great Wall seemed to be nearing completion. A massive black dragon materialized, its golden eyes with deep pupils exuding an intimidating presence comparable to a celestial beast. Its violently aesthetic form reminded some of the old viewers of the dragon Sumu once summoned. Sumu removed his left hand from the wall, signaling that the dream-making was complete. The crowd behind him immediately erupted in cheers. "You're incredible, boss. I knew following you would pay off. Fighting enemies on this wall is going to be epic." A lean young man hurriedly fetched a mental energy recovery device from the pile of weapons and handed it to Sumu, asking curiously, "Boss, does this wall have a name? What's written on the flag?" Sumu took the device, thanked him, and answered seriously, "This is the Great Wall of Xianqin. The character on the flag is Qin. If we were to name it, let's call it the Qin Great Wall. It once spanned tens of thousands of miles. I've only recreated a small section of it." "Tens of thousands of miles?" the crowd exclaimed in awe, their minds racing with imagination. If the entire Qin Great Wall were manifested, how colossal would the beast it conjures be? It might rival any celestial beast. Someone speculated, Xianqin, could it refer to an ancient civilization with superpowers? This might be a new system of civilization for dream makers to explore. Some clever and above dream makers specializing in dream inscription were particularly excited. Could this wall have been constructed using some unique, immortal techniques? If that's true, it's incredible. It might even create a new discipline of immortal dream makers. As everyone indulged in their imaginations, the lean young man suggested, "Boss, why don't we go up the wall and take a look?" Sumu, however, shook his head and said, "Wait a little longer. The dream making isn't finished yet." Just as he finished speaking, white smoke began to rise from the nearest watchtower, followed by the urgent sound of drums echoing all around. The drumbeats sent snowflakes swirling and caused the ice on the ground to tremble. Strangely, the sound wasn't jarring but instead made their blood boil, as if resonating with the drumbeats. Pockmarked Face was astonished to find that under the influence of the drumbeats, his weapon-making speed and efficiency had significantly improved. "These drumbeats enhance our dream-making abilities," he shouted excitedly. Other examinees tried it out and indeed felt the same miraculous effect. They marveled. This wall not only provides defense, but also has built-in enhancement effects? This is something only clever and above dream makers can create. Even more astonishing was the realization that the drumbeats seemed to be manually struck, implying that there might be soldiers of Xianqin on the wall. Just as everyone was discussing this, a series of orderly footsteps suddenly echoed from the top of the wall. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythmic sound of footsteps, accompanied by the deafening beat of drums, drew everyone's gaze toward the city wall. Waves of Qin soldiers clad in black armor surged forward, forming a winding dragon on the snow-white wall. Their sturdy armor and weapons glinted coldly in the sunlight, contrasting sharply with the falling snowflakes. As the last soldier took his position, the drumbeats grew more intense. "Wind! Gale!" the soldiers shouted in unison, their voices thundering across the Great Wall, causing nearby snow to collapse in a mini avalanche. This awe-inspiring sight stirred a deep sense of resolve in everyone present, as if with this iron army, even the colossal beasts from the stars were no longer a threat. Listening to the Qin soldiers' war cries, Sumu couldn't help but recall a line from the Book of Songs. "How can we say we have no clothes? Let's share the same robe." This was the battle song used to boost morale when Qin went to war. Now, Qin had evolved into the immortal Qin, and these soldiers would defend the Great Wall against the star beasts. Zhang Yukai whispered in astonishment, "Boss, are these soldiers also created by the Dream Wall?" Sumu smiled and explained, "Why not? When you build a wall, wouldn't you consider adding offensive measures? These soldiers are part of the wall's integrated defense design, but they can't stray too far from it." Everyone suddenly understood, and as they were about to ask more, Sumu waved them off. "Don't just stand there. Get the weapons and supplies up to the wall. The battle is about to start." The candidates snapped back to reality and quickly got to work. Carrying weapons and food, they climbed the dream-forged Qin Great Wall with a mix of curiosity and nervousness. The moment they set foot on the wall, a solemn and awe-inspiring atmosphere enveloped them. The black-armored soldiers wore grim expressions, their eyes gleaming with a readiness to kill. The impending sense of war tightened everyone's nerves. Scarface looked around in amazement. There are so many soldiers. At least 200 or 300 soldiers were in sight, armed with powerful bows and crossbows. This significantly bolstered their defense, making it easier to hold the line and conserve unnecessary offensive measures. Just as Scarface was about to take a closer look, a companion tugged at his sleeve. Hurry up, the battle starts in a few minutes, and we haven't even set our patrol zones. Scarface snapped back to reality and hastily helped move supplies. As the time of the Star Beast's arrival approached, the tension within the Dream Network grew thicker. Candidates from countries like Eagle Nation, White Elephant Nation, and Bear Nation gathered at their respective front lines, staring at the sky as if expecting to see a swarm of Star Beasts any moment. This thought alone made many of them weak in the knees. Candidates from other countries who chose walls as their strongholds felt even more insecure. Their walls didn't provide enough of a sense of safety, and many considered retreating to their fortresses. Unlike Sumu, they hadn't solved the problem of the unfrozen lake, making their defense significantly more challenging. In contrast, Sumu's group was brimming with confidence. The earlier drumbeats had not only boosted their strength, but also filled them with boundless courage. More importantly, with over 1,000 fully armed soldiers guarding them, who wouldn't feel secure. After all, they had the numbers. After a thorough discussion, the 8 teams quickly took their positions based on their assigned areas. The fixed teams in the 4 sections of the city wall were equipped with heavy weaponry from the first class, including an ice spike launcher that required at least 3 Dreamweavers to operate. The remaining 3 mobile teams were allocated the remaining dream weapons. Zhang Hongxiao and Zhu Wuning each carried only 1 or 2 portable devices, with Zhu Wuning also carrying a mental recovery device on his back. Zhu Wuning suggested creating 2 floating lights behind them during the battle, but this idea was immediately vetoed by Sumu and Zhang Hongxiao. Sumu chose not to carry any weapons, believing that the Imperial Jade Seal and the mythological figures and structures within the Dreamland were his most powerful assets. He also did not summon soldiers like Meng Tian immediately, intending to call them forth only at the onset of the battle, allowing General Meng Tian to lead the soldiers of the Great Wall. Sumu looked around and realized he was not familiar with battle formations. The current snake formation was just a spontaneous arrangement. He walked to the edge of the wall and gazed at the large pit where the unfrozen lake lay, his mind conjuring the image of those giant black eyes. He couldn't help but wonder, would the starry sky behemoth appear in this battle? Could he defeat it in one fell swoop and then rest peacefully? As Sumu was lost in thought, Zhang Hongxiao's voice brought him back to reality. The sky looks different. Sumu looked up and noticed that the howling wind and snow had gradually subsided without anyone realizing it. Through the sparse snowflakes, everyone could see the distant clouds. At the point where the sky met the ground, a strange rainbow-colored light was slowly spreading. Sumu focused intently, as if he could see a scene completely different from the snowy mountains through the iridescent glow. At that moment, everyone realized. The dream battlefield and the dreamnet had converged, and the real war was about to begin. This light, why does it seem so familiar? Within the Dream Network, numerous talented candidates from prestigious families gazed at the strange, rainbow-like phenomenon in the sky, furrowing their brows as they searched their memories for the source of this familiarity. On the Great Wall, Zhang Yukai and others were deep in similar thoughts. Suddenly, Zhang Youcai's pupils contracted, and he blurted out, "Hey, isn't this the scene unique to the edge of the dream battlefield?" The dream battlefield? His words instantly caused a stir among the candidates waiting on the Great Wall. What? The dream battlefield? No way. How could we see the dream battlefield in the Dream Network? This must be something created by some big shot, right? Almost had me there. If the dream battlefield really appeared, wouldn't we be doomed? As they spoke, an ancient voice echoed from the sky. Everyone, the Dream Network has successfully connected to the dream battlefield. The stellar beasts are about to arrive. Let me emphasize again. This round of assessments will be safeguarded by 5 class protectors, ensuring no real danger, but the process of death will be extremely painful. Those who can't endure it can declare their withdrawal at a critical moment and forfeit this assessment. To those who choose to forfeit, I have only one thing to say. One day, the fledgling eagle will be thrown off the cliff. Whether it soars in the sky or shatters on the ground depends on a single thought. The Dream Network has connected to the dream battlefield. This is real. Listening to the announcement from the sky, the live chat rooms across the platform exploded. They never knew the exam had this part. Opening the unified exam network, linking to the dream battlefield? Letting these newbie Dreamweavers who haven't even started college face real stellar beasts? Crazy. The exam committee has gone mad. They're so young, and already facing the brutality of stellar beasts. Don't get traumatized. They're just Flevel. Even with 5 class protectors, there might still be psychological scars. My kid is timid. He can't handle the savagery of the stellar beasts. We had all planned not to go to the dream battlefield and just teach in the future. Withdraw. I want to withdraw for my daughter. This exam is a joke. The unified exam has been around for so many years. Never played this big. Excited. The harder the better. I'm already in college. College students love watching the high school exams. The news of the Dream Network connecting to the Dream battlefield caused an instant uproar online. Some were furious about the exam's difficulty, some wanted to withdraw their children, and many were just there for the spectacle. But there were also those, especially from influential families, who strongly supported the decision. In a luxurious estate marked with the Jiang family crest on the outskirts of the Galaxy District, an elderly man with a cane was watching his grandchildren in the live chat room. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from outside. "Grandpa!" The door burst open, and a boy around 11 or 12 years old ran in. The elderly man turned and asked, puzzled, "Xiao Xiao, what's the rush?" The boy, Jiang Xiao, pointed to the live chat room and said urgently, "Grandpa, aren't you worried? Sister Hong Xiao and the others are about to face real stellar beasts. Grandpa, this time is different from before. Back then, we had special protection squads on the battlefield. Who knows what might happen in the Dream Network? If something goes wrong." The old man interrupted him. "Xiao Xiao, do you know what our Jiang family relies on to stand firm? Money?" Jiang Xiao answered instinctively. "No, it's the hatred for the stellar beasts. It's the belief in protecting this family. This is the foundation of our family. This is why the Jiang family has thrived for over 100 years. Every generation of our family, as long as they have the talent of a dreamweaver, must undergo the most rigorous assessments. They must carry the honor of the Jiang family to the battlefield and fight with all their might. If the stellar beasts truly arrive, our family must be the first to fall in battle. The fledgling eagle must eventually soar in the sky. This assessment is perfect." On the Great Wall of China, listening to Zhang Youcai's description, Sumu squinted his eyes and carefully observed the sky while quietly pondering the information about the Dream battlefield. To be honest, he had only read about the Dream battlefield in books. Due to his poverty, he never had the chance to experience it firsthand like Jiang Hongxiao and the others. He only knew it was an extremely strange place, located on the planet's surface, covering the entire world. Once the attracted stellar beasts entered, they could never leave. This ensures that information about the Dream battlefield remains unknown to the star beasts that have yet to reach Earth. However, this defensive strategy also presents significant challenges. Humans must fend off the fierce onslaught of the star beasts within the Dream battlefield, reducing their numbers to a manageable level. Failure to do so would result in the collapse of the Dream battlefield, plunging humanity back into the dark ages of monster rampages from centuries ago. Re-establishing a new battlefield under such circumstances would be nearly impossible. In this strange battleground, time seems to lose its grip, and the surrounding scenery constantly changes. Flowers may bloom and wither in an instant. This place is a fusion of all human dreams, an otherworldly realm that transcends conventional dream concepts. There are almost no video records of the Dream battlefield. Knowledge about it comes primarily from the accounts of those who have experienced it firsthand. According to these descriptions, the place is a kaleidoscope of wonders, filled with floating cities and various dream-weaving structures where countless dreamweavers battle day and night. "There's no time to catch a breath," Sumu murmured softly. At that moment, a rainbow-colored light spread across the sky, and a massive shadow entered Sumu's view. It was a gigantic gray flying beast, its wingspan covering the entire sky, with bone wings lined with sharp spikes. Upon detecting the presence of this world, countless tiny black orbs appeared around the beast. As it flapped its wings, these orbs rained down like a torrential storm. "It's here." Sumu stared at the flying beast in the sky, and its name instantly surfaced in his mind: the Bone Spike Lord. Although this monster's direct attack power is not high, it can continuously spawn skeletal jackals. These jackals have no consciousness and attack everything around them with relentless ferocity. Worse still, they turn into bone dust at specific moments, contaminating the air and causing severe harm to the Dreamweavers. With the appearance of the Bone Spike Lord, the true battle had officially begun. "Brothers, prepare for battle. No one's thinking of running away, right?" A loud shout pierced the tense atmosphere on the Great Wall. On the Qin Great Wall, the Dreamweavers stared intently at the strange phenomenon on the horizon, their palms sweating uncontrollably. The connection to the Dream battlefield had been established, but for many, this was their first time experiencing it firsthand, let alone facing the legendary star beasts. "Wow, that thing is huge," Mazi said, staring up at the Bone Spike Lord in awe. "Are we really supposed to kill that? It doesn't seem that hard, right? I remember the Bone Spike Lord isn't very aggressive." A nearby student echoed his confusion. Hearing their conversation, Sumu glanced at the Bone Spike Lord and its surroundings. The Bone Spike Lord indeed isn't aggressive. As for why no one has tried to behead it, just look at what's around it. Around it? Everyone was puzzled. Mazi immediately conjured a telescope and began to observe closely. Suddenly, his lens was filled with swarms of dark, tentacle-like creatures. These beings had heads resembling giant mushrooms, no legs, and only a few tentacles at their tails for movement. "Those are corruptors," Sumu explained. Every bone spike lord is escorted by thousands of corruptors. They can spray acid that corrodes everything, including dream constructs, making them the ultimate security. Moreover, each corruptor can evolve into another bone spike lord under the right conditions. So, killing one bone spike lord is useless. You have to eliminate all the corruptors to end this species. The surrounding candidates felt a chill at Sumu's explanation. Staring at the countless corruptors, they couldn't imagine the horror if all of them evolved into bone spike lords. Don't be afraid, everyone, Wu Neng reassured. This species has a significant weakness. The bone spike lords can only attack the ground, and the corruptors stay close to the bone spike lords for aerial defense. The corruptors have no eyes or noses and can only randomly spray acid towards the ground. If we're careful, we can avoid it. Before Wu Neng's words had fully settled, the black masses in the sky were already dumped into the dream network, crashing onto the snow. With a series of explosions, the black objects burst open, revealing wolves covered in bone spikes, glowing with a sinister red light. Howl! With the wolves howling, thousands of bone spike wolves charged towards Sumu and his group. The ground shook violently, as if mountains were collapsing and seas were boiling. The live broadcast camera panned up to reveal an awe-inspiring scene. Everywhere the eye could see, there were wolves. They moved together like a giant gray-white wave, surging forward as if to engulf everything in their path. The entire world seemed to be occupied by the running pack, the ground trembling, snowflakes swirling, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The countless bone wolves' hollow eyes glowed red, charging at the candidates with a ferocity that made one's skin crawl. Just seeing their numbers made one's back shiver, wondering if they would be devoured entirely, leaving not even bones behind. While Sumu's side faced this dire scene, the situation on the walls defended by other countries was even worse. With the start of the attack, the unresolved frozen lake completely dried up, and hundreds of phantom sea demons emerged, leading the bone wolves. The situation grew increasingly dire. Some candidates on the walls were paralyzed with fear at this sight, their arms trembling uncontrollably. A few even withdrew, unable to handle the pressure of this real-life confrontation they had only read about in books. In contrast, Sumu's side fared much better. Numbers indeed brought courage. Rows of black-armored soldiers faced the bone spike wolves without fear, firmly gripping their weapons with determined expressions. Everyone, the battle is about to begin, Sumu said quietly, the jade seal in his hand glowing a sinister red light. In the dreamscape, General Meng Tian, holding a sharp sword, seemed to sense something and stepped out of his command tent. Assemble! With Meng Tian's command, all the black-armored soldiers gathered like a tide and followed him, descending into reality. At the edge of the Qin Great Wall, the sound of marching feet echoed. Everyone turned to look, their expressions freezing. A middle-aged man with a stern and imposing presence walked up the wall, followed by dozens of elite warriors. Holy crap, did he summon more soldiers? Mazi exclaimed in astonishment. Is that a general? Indeed. Sumu nodded, walking up to Meng Tian. General Meng, the defense of this wall depends on you. Present, sir. With a commanding gesture, Meng Tian turned his gaze to the soldiers on the beacon tower. Beat the war drums. In an instant, the entire city wall resonated with the thunderous sound of drums, their rhythm unpredictable. The oppressive beats seemed to gather strength, echoing through every corner. The soldiers' original serpentine formation subtly shifted, with each adjusting their position in response to the drum signals. Wind. Strong wind. The soldiers' shouts were deafening. Archers moved forward, drawing their bows to full moon, arrows aimed at the approaching pack of wolves. With a defiant cry, Ma Zilian observed the scene and shouted, "This is too much security. Come on, brothers. We can't fall behind." He quickly found a strategic position as planned, and with hands glowing in a rainbow of colors, he conjured strange creatures one by one. The girl from the brainy trio brought out her giant tomato again, this time accompanied by an exquisite catapult. She carefully placed the tomato on it, ready to launch at any moment. Seeing this, Wu Neng and Jiang Hongxiao sprang into action. Zhu Wu Neng shed his heavy winter coat, revealing a fiery red glow that transformed into blazing red armor. Jiang Hongxiao donned a suit of armor that shimmered like the stars, wielding a spear that reflected the starlight. Both favored dreamlike weapons and prepared for close combat. Master, call me if you need help once the battle starts. I'll be patrolling near the walls, bringing salvation, Zhu Wu Neng told Sumu. Me too, Jiang Hongxiao added. The crowded wall limited their effectiveness. Sumu nodded in agreement. All right, be careful. He trusted he could hold his own within the mobile unit. In no time, the gray-white wolf pack surged into arrow range like a tidal wave. The drumbeats at that moment roared like thunder. Release arrows. Meng Tian's furious command rang out. Thousands of black arrows whistled through the air, shooting towards the dense mass of wolves. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.